In the first year of the new era, the contact protocol was established, and various civilizations gathered at launching through the opening of wormholes. By the third year, the Wei-Yuan alliance was formed, its military ambitions igniting a blood-soaked storm that extinguished countless small nations. In the fourth year, the military might turned towards Daxia, unleashing brutal offensives that stained the skies red, decimating cities and leaving behind ruins filled with flames and cries. The enemy's advanced annihilation machines loomed ominously in the sky, and their space fleet had yet to make an appearance, while the magical kingdom unleashed devastating spells that pierced through defenses, burying one Daxia soldier after another in their homeland that I can no longer return. A whisper echoed. That year, Jiang He, arriving from another Daxia, gazed silently upon the land he cherished and resolutely embarked on a quest to seek assistance from otherworldly civilizations. Yet, what greeted him upon his return to his once proud home among the stars was bewildering. Commander Jiang, do you mean to say that during your 5-year disappearance, you suddenly found yourself in another realm that shares our roots, also named Daxia? That Daxia is currently being bullied by dozens of foreign civilizations, and our kin back home are asking us if we can lend them a hand. As the once silent dock resumed its thunderous roars, as the colossal statue obscuring the heavens began to move, and as the great beast from the starry sea howled in fury, who would be the first to stand against the impending doom? In the new era, year N, you calmly finished your cigarette and boarded the fighter jet. News arrived from the front lines. The Alliance's space fleet had been completely annihilated, and you were the last Air Force squadron left. Next, you would be tasked with intercepting the southern fleet of Daxia. Chapter 1 Prelude, January 5th. Mother, the southern front is very cold. Colder than the northern territory and Dongning. The coastal line of Daxia crumbled under the relentless barrage of golden spikes from the Wei-Yuan Alliance's major rays, countless lives lost beneath their vast coalition. I am both awed and terrified by their will. They do not retreat. Their fleet was shattered by meteors raining from the sky, artificial meteors traveling at dozens of Mach. Such technology is not even among the most advanced in the Wei-Yuan Alliance. The Wei-Yuan civilization has long roamed the dark star sea that we have yet to explore. Mother, have you heard the saying, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold? The Northern Federation is the teeth. Once Daxia falls, we cannot be sure if our current ally, the Wei-Yuan Alliance, will reveal its glistening fangs. On the northern front, the letter from Commander Dmitri, January 5th, snow, the United Front. The new year has just passed. The sky was overcast, and heavy snow fell, the trails of fighter jets tearing the heavens into tattered strips. Strikes from the sea never ceased, merely drizzling down. Yet, each rumble could signify the obliteration of a vital target. It was cold. In the trench, Suin huddled in his blood-stained clothing, trembling hands lighting a cigarette. Still cold, not from the body. How much longer do you think we can hold out? A comrade leaned in, and Suin calmly inquired, producing the last cigarette from his pack to offer. I don't know. His comrade shook his head, extinguishing the flame and carefully stowing it away. I won't smoke this one. I'll keep it for you. You can ask for it when you want. Logistics were dire. The Alliance's space-based weapons had never ceased their bombardment. Every box of supplies arriving at the front lines was exchanged for lives. As for the front line, it could not last much longer. The defensive trenches could be easily breached by those blinding golden spikes. Yet, in the aftermath, nothing remained but mud. Some said it was magic, supernatural forces that dissipated after striking their targets. I remember there were many large windmills by the sea. Her comrade smiled, sitting beside him. When this is all over, if possible, I want to see them up close, drifting by to take a look. They looked beautiful from afar. Suin smiled back. Let's drift together. Such ordinary conversation. From the beauty of first love to the deliciousness of mother's cooking, from the tenderness of priests from other fronts to the fantasy of whether a civilization even stronger than the Wei-Yuan Alliance would rise to aid Daxia. How could that be? Thus, it remained a fantasy. That would be wonderful. His comrade's cheeks radiated hope. Perhaps, the mud and snow at the trench's bottom mixed together, gray and reeking of gunpowder, no clean place to be found. Perhaps the snow was clean, as his comrade reached out to scoop. In her blood-stained and dirty hands. The snow was blindingly pure. The ground beneath began to tremble. The enemy was approaching. The previously quiet surroundings erupted into chaos. Suin gazed silently as familiar and unfamiliar figures hurriedly donned their gear, exchanging brief, hurried embraces. That was farewell. It might be a temporary separation or perhaps the last goodbye, for comrades who had laughed only yesterday might vanish by tomorrow. Others would say, they went home. Home, don't forget to see the windmills together. His comrade glanced at him, her voice light and clear. Okay, Tatsuin licked his cracked lips, perhaps sensing something ominous. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a few cherished candies, handing them all to his comrade, keeping just one for himself, wrapper and all, before turning away toward his position. In the past, his comrades would have been stingy. Just 5 days ago, on New Year's Day, he had given her two, usually reluctant to indulge. He still remembered her joyful smile then. The candies were sweet. Far beyond the distant horizon, dark tank formations could be seen, along with the slowly intensifying golden light above, dazzling against the dim, snowy backdrop. Prepare for engagement. Prepare for engagement. The commander's roar echoed in his ears, already hoarse. Tatsuin peered intently. Beyond the heavy tanks on the horizon, two massive 9-legged mobile artillery platforms from the Weixing civilization advanced slowly, dwarfing even the tanks before them, their glistening barrels ominously shifting. Weixing civilization. It was said to be a technological civilization that had ventured into space colonization, having obliterated Daxia's communications upon entering the wormhole to launching. They possessed a space fleet. Tatsuin had never seen it, could not fathom what it was like. It remained docked at the Weixing homeport, while their advanced annihilation machines, undetectable by radar and invisible to the eye, were the ones at the front lines. They always appeared abruptly against the vast sky, like a sharp sword thrusting downward. The mages who pierced through the Daxia coalition's defenses were commonplace in the magical kingdom, yet the true pillars of strength had never emerged. Countless alien civilizations greedily devoured everything on this land, while the Weixing people and mages, both human, remained indifferent observers. Indeed, the most lethal blow was struck by them. That became the immeasurable mountain resting upon the coalition, the final straw that could break the camel's back. Would they emerge victorious? The biting cold wind whipped up swirling snow, stinging painfully, and the anti-tank rifle in his arms began to absorb his body heat. He suddenly comprehended something. What a colossal creature! A whisper arose. The blinding energy beam rent the sky asunder. Artillery fire erupted, and swarms of suicide drones surged forward. The Alliance's mages indifferently began to weave their spells, their expressions filled with disdain and mockery. Amid the piercing screams that echoed through the heavens and the earth, the golden rain, dense and overwhelming, descended from the heavens. On January 5th, amidst a dim snowfall, the command center lay shrouded in an unsettling silence. The news of the fall of the southern defense line reached the rear, stirring a ripple of unease within the somber atmosphere. A new line of defense was being contemplated, yet the expressions of the commanders were inscrutable. Perhaps they were numb, perhaps filled with indignation, or perhaps steeped in sorrow. Yet, none of these emotions were outwardly evident. This winter felt particularly frigid. Each day brought a deluge of reports from the front lines. Numerous legions had been laid to rest, various locations had succumbed to the Alliance's orbital particle weapon strikes, and alien civilizations continued to bolster their forces. At the Blue Planet's front, intent on leaving nothing but bare bones in their wake, it seemed as though there was not a single glimmer of good news. In a dim corner of the command center, a weary figure lifted his head. Clutching a stack of white paper, he was surrounded by complex and esoteric formulas. His hands bore thick calluses, and though his eyes were somewhat clouded, a flicker of brightness shone through, albeit marred by a fine web of blood vessels. Perhaps he had not had a proper rest in quite some time. Deliver this to the Institute of Industrial Research. The theoretical supplements for Yun 4631 must be optimized urgently. Has the experimental unit for Jun 7619 been deployed at the front? What are the results? The 17th deployment site, the 13th deployment site, the 20th deployment site have all confirmed the capability to obscurely detect enemy aircraft positions, though the accuracy remains low. The 13th deployment site encountered the Alliance's thermal bombardment at 4:58 this morning. The 64th Legion station nearby also fell within the strike range, resulting in casualties. Chapter 2 Prelude Array 7619, the Luyan Listening Array, codenamed Monitor Array. In the wake of the annihilation of various nations on Blue Star, as the Alliance's ultra-advanced annihilation machines roamed the skies unchecked and remained undetectable by both the naked eye and radar, someone recognized that the mainstream detection methods of Blue Star could not possibly overcome the insurmountable barriers. Thus, the Monitor Array project was established, aiming to create a detection array composed of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of specialized airflow particle sensors for unconventional scanning. In the mid-year of New Era 4, the Weiyuan Alliance declared war without warning, resulting in devastating strikes on multiple research bases. Today, shortly after the New Year's Eve, the project finally yielded results, with successful trials. However, the Alliance satellite, which loomed ominously in the sky, fixated on the Daxia, sensed something amiss. Consequently, a brilliant meteor came crashing down, obliterating the ground and the steadfast Guardian Legion that had not budged an inch amidst the snowstorm. Emergency rescuers discovered a few surviving soldiers amidst the carnage, blood flowing profusely. Yet they remained resolutely at their post. At the very least, from this moment forth, we were no longer blind, were we? A figure in the corner of the command room slowly rose, clenched his fists, then released them weakly. This was indeed good news. However, the sacrifices beneath it were unavoidable. If I do not perish, my family shall. Therefore, it is better for me to perish. As this statement fell, the once silent command center began to stir. With many casting furtive glances at the weary, disheveled young man with a shockingly high amount of white hair in the corner, Jiang He, the initiator of the Yun 4631 project, codenamed Golden Tree, and the initiator of Array 7619, codenamed Monitor Array. As the chief of the Daxia Joint Institute of Technological Research, he had, in just a few short years, disrupted Blue Star standards with unimaginable ultra-advanced theories, elevating Daxia's technology to unprecedented heights. A year prior to the emergence of the contact agreement, he had already begun to make his mark. No one knew how he conceived so many miraculous ultra-advanced theories, nor could anyone fathom his ambition to join the military. He even attempted to establish the first proposed aerospace force among the nations of Blue Star, aiming for warfare in outer space. Though his concepts were too obscure and out of sync with the current era, yet he was all too familiar with these notions. Some, in a daze, felt as though he had once served as the commander of the space army, while others speculated that perhaps it was not out of sync, but rather too advanced. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain. Commander Jiang. Commander Jiang. The hurried calls from outside the command center plunged the atmosphere back into silence. What had happened? Was there more bad news? Jiang He rubbed his temples. What is it? We have received word from the Weiyuan Alliance. Negotiations can resume. The command center's personnel reacted with indifference. Who would they send to negotiate? Me? Or Tianshu? Or some other frontline commander? The vice commander of the Lianshu frontline. Sin Ning spoke in a flat tone from his wheelchair, holding a scribbled document that suggested he was in poor health. Who? Jiang He inquired, lowering his head to resume his work. After half a year of conflict, there had been attempts at negotiation. Yet no one could accept the lofty terms proposed by the alliance. The first commander who had personally attended the frontline negotiations had not yet been buried. The Weiyuan Alliance had never truly considered peace. They merely sought the presence of key figures from the coalition. That was sufficient. The materials they could airdrop and the rumors they could fabricate would only increase. The alliance's advance had never faltered. Their haughty heads held high. They were oblivious to the countless bones beneath them, knowing only that they had never faced a worthy opponent. In the past, nations on Blue Star had lasted no more than 3 days. As the Weiyuan Alliance's own Weixing civilization would say, what qualifications did the pre-superliminal natives have to negotiate? Send you? Me? Jiang He looked up. Yes. The command center did not erupt in turmoil. It continued its operations as usual, with only a few subdued sighs echoing through the room. A trap, once used frequently, ceased to be a trap. Yet no one knew how the bizarre forms of extraterrestrial civilizations thought beneath their peculiar exteriors. Could they really send Commander Jiang? Was it possible? Perhaps they had realized something. But what was impossible? There had been nations that had once bowed down, and they were still alive now, merely surviving. Their existence was but a shadow of its former self. Who could say they were wrong? In mid-May of New Era 4, after annihilating dozens of nations, the Weiyuan Alliance ascended to its throne, its greedy gaze finally descending upon the last expanse of land on Blue Star that had not bowed, nor had the backing of extraterrestrial civilizations. Daxia Joint Coalition, the Weiyuan Alliance, without warning, unleashed its war, with tens of thousands of vanguard strikes raining down on the coalition's major aerospace bases, satellite stations, detection facilities, and significant cities, power generation zones, industrial sectors, and research districts. The command centers and communication hubs of each district, along with transportation arteries, suffered devastating losses even as the coalition had entered a state of maximum readiness. On the first day, meteors raining down from the heavens effortlessly shattered the coalition fleet. The seas boiling and ablaze, flames obscuring the sky. Satellites fell, one after another. On the second day, relentless magnetic interference disrupted Daxia's communications, making it difficult to relay messages. And countermeasures failed one after another. Once large-scale armored units assembled, the heavens would descend. On the third day, the Northern Federation intervened. On the fourth day, the Weiyuan Alliance disregarded the trivial condemnations from the Holy See, which only amused them. Millions of vanguards encircled in 6 directions, their military might advancing relentlessly amidst the cacophony of artillery fire. From the very beginning, the situation had plunged into dire straits. The arrogant commanders of the alliance laughed maniacally, predicting how many days it would take for Xia to collapse, expecting it to bow low like the nations of the past. A week. That was the figure they provided. But no, it lasted for half a year. Xia held the line for 6 months, never retreating, even as hundreds of legions had been buried beneath this land. And the city was draped in white mourning cloth. Yet countless individuals continued to charge forward, even in the face of overwhelming odds. As lands turned to scorched earth and defensive lines fell, everyone knew this was a confrontation that was nearly impossible to win. Why? Behind them lay the coalition. Beneath their feet was their homeland. We had no path left to retreat. They spoke plainly, to their families, to their enemies, yet never uttered it aloud. They merely wrote letters to be sent home upon their deaths, returning to their families, nothing more. Their loved ones would never return. The alliance, disdainful of deploying its elite and resources, thus sent the new members from Blue Star, armed with advanced weaponry, to the front lines. Fierce and relentless, they plunged their blades into those who, like them, fought desperately for their homeland. Slowly, they killed their former kin with their own hands. Chapter 3 Prelude to Warmth. This year, amidst the bleak despair, Jiang He, who had remained at the Institute of Technological Research, stepped forward. Although adorned with military insignia and having proposed numerous obscure military theories, the impression most retained of him was still that of the brilliant chief of technological research. At first, aside from the Lian Shu, few believed he could shoulder the weight of command. How could researchers engage in warfare? Eventually, people discovered that he indeed could. A series of minor victories emerged, accompanied by a plethora of innovative tactics proposed by him. The first commander capable of mounting an effective counteroffensive against the alliance appeared on launching, particularly in conflict with technologically advanced civilizations like Weixing. This became a beacon of hope amidst the darkness, despite the overall retreat. The alliance, comprising 28 civilizations, though rife with internal strife and cunning, could not obliterate the vast disparity between the two factions. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope persisted, did it not? The 7,619th Regiment was to promptly formulate tactics and conduct joint tests. Jiang He took a sip of water, inhaled deeply, brushed away the increasing white hairs on his body, and stared expressionlessly at the battlefield map. It was a sea of crimson. 6 arrows were firmly embedded in the coalition. The slowest advance was on the northern front, perhaps due to the unexpected involvement of the distant frozen lands, which bewildered all, including their soldiers, who advanced with confusion and little fighting spirit. However, it was not the Northern Kingdom that intervened, but the extraterrestrial civilization behind it. Jiang He understood this clearly and pondered for a long time with lowered brows. The northern front still advanced less than 10 miles daily. For now, it was inconsequential. He ordered the 132nd and 134th Legions to reinforce the coalition's front line, establishing defenses around Loning Mountain. He commanded the 103rd to replace the 457th Regiment stationed at the high ground of 78. He instructed the 139th Legion to withdraw personnel for Operation Bay 7616. I have consulted with Tian Shu. It is to commence immediately, with details conveyed in a black box. Strictly confidential. Have any observers detected the appearance of carriers? Upon discovery, execute Plan 4976 without delay. Jiang He enjoyed gazing at the sky. The azure, the warm white sky. The command center was devoid of natural light, even with bright illumination. No one would relish this. Yet the alliance's assaults on the coalition recurred daily, thick clouds obscuring the heavens. The blue sky had vanished. The urban area felt desolate, and during rare outings, Jiang He noticed the ground littered with the remnants of white papers airdropped by the alliance, mixed with fragments of leaves, mud, and snow. The content was illegible, densely inscribed with the words blood and tears. In a corner of the command center, Jiang He gazed at a photograph of the sky he had once taken during rare moments of leisure, relishing the daydreams of the blue sky, which now bore no traces of vapor trails or orbital bases. The familiar sight of the vast spaceport, with its communication lights, still existed. He just could not return to it. Fine strands of white hair fell onto the photograph. Jiang He was called. Now, Jiang He had occupied the position of commander of the coalition front for a considerable time. Initially addressed as Commander Jiang, it was eventually shortened to Jiang Ji. HM. Jiang He raised his head slightly. It was Ning, the deputy commander of the coalition front, a young man seated in a wheelchair, pale-faced, with slightly unkempt hair that had been neglected for quite some time. His hair was a mix of black and white. He slowly wheeled himself closer to Jiang He. admiring the old photographs of the past on the command center walls. With some effort, he removed one, stopping Jiang He, who was eager to assist, and smiled as he reflected. If it were not for the contact agreement, do you think I would truly witness the coalition stepping into the cosmos in my lifetime? His tone was light, unable to fathom what it would be like when the coalition could roam freely among the stars. Whether warships adorned with familiar banners would dock at the spaceport, and whether extraterrestrial civilizations would greet them with kindness rather than hostility. Perhaps the contact agreement marked the inception of a new era, a term that evoked both fervor and animosity among the populace. The primary source of the gathering of extraterrestrial civilizations on launching. No civilization knew from whence it came or how it was born. Initially, people believed it was merely a storm, a sudden, shocking industrial radiation rain that fell upon the Lighthouse Alliance and the entire region. The sky turned a murky green. The wails of despair and the blaring of car horns were omnipresent, and chaos reigned supreme. Explosions lit the sky, and disorder collapsed into mayhem. However, at the borders, mere meters away in foreign lands, the sky remained clear. This day became the first day of the new era, with industrial radiation rain falling for a full day, causing seismic upheaval on launching. The discourse of acid rain and apocalypse ignited unrest in various regions. Chaos, violence, and hoarding ensued. Yet the anticipated end did not arrive. Instead, a wormhole emerged, from which cold, silver clusters effortlessly penetrated the already decrepit Lighthouse Alliance, proclaiming the grand and unquestionable arrival of the Weixing civilization. Gazing at the azure, pristine sky, greed and yearning could no longer be contained. A haughty proclamation was cast upon the nations, compelling them to bow in submission beneath Weixing's dominance. Soon after, a canopy of ominous clouds shrouded the entirety of the British Empire. Peculiar particles ascended from the ground, and menacing lightning descended from above. Days passed, and another wormhole opened. From it emerged a solitary human who stood indifferently in the void, garbed in an ethereal robe, staff in hand. With a wave, an enormous and intricate magical ring, aglow with divine light, obscured the sky, overshadowing the sun. In that moment, a colossal Weixing cluster was effortlessly obliterated. This was the name bestowed upon him, the immortal magic kingdom. Gradually, the extraordinary might known as contact entered the public consciousness, appearing among people and relying on them as carriers. The signs of contact manifested as thunder, brilliant, purple lightning that illuminated the ground as if it were day. The immense roar heralded the arrival of contact. Subsequently, the carriers' bodies underwent transformation, emitting luminous particles akin to dandelion seeds that could penetrate walls and remain undisturbed by the wind. According to multiple surviving carriers' accounts, after their first sleep as carriers, they found themselves in the prosperous, advanced, friendly, and beautiful lands of extraterrestrial civilizations. A guiding will led them to sign a contract with the upper echelons of the extraterrestrial civilizations, a pact forged by unknown forces, known as the Contact Agreement. Within 24 hours of signing, they, as carriers, were entitled to designate a group of extraterrestrial personnel for an advance arrival on launching. After 48 hours, they acquired the power to open a wormhole connecting the two realms. Chapter 4. Prelude. Simultaneously, clear data indicated that during the first arrival of the extraterrestrial civilization's advance team, a group of individuals from the nation of the carriers would also suddenly appear in the extraterrestrial realm. This was a mutual exchange, referred to as the first contact. When the wormhole opened, it was termed the second contact. On the launching level, after the carriers fell asleep, an omen designated as the harbinger would manifest. With the lighthouse's pervasive radiation rain and the grand clouds of the British Empire symbolizing this harbinger, it seemed contingent upon the extraterrestrial civilization to which the carriers traveled. It was never fixed and had become synonymous with disaster. The staggering casualty figures and apocalyptic scenes attested to this, even though a few harbingers had yet to inflict damage. This year, after countless foreboding omens, multiple wormholes opened in succession, heralding the arrival of various civilizations, some resembling humans, others akin to humans, and some entirely alien. The Sanctum, a firm believer in divine prophecies, perceived the omens as a dense shower of golden wheat. The Winter Condensation Empire, enamored with the chill of winter, interpreted the omen as a terrifying blizzard. The vessel-like beings that returned to their homeland, having leaped through the Dragon Gate, became the objects of focused protection by their civilizations, for they possessed the formidable power to open and close wormholes. To become a vessel seemed a splendid prospect, did it not? Many envisioned themselves in such roles, oblivious to the stark reality of the horrifically low survival rate. In the beginning, people failed to recognize the inherent dangers, fervently wishing to become the next vessel. thus transforming their lives. Yet, as hundreds of vessels returned, only a scant few were alive. Following the arrival of alien civilizations, a brutal slaughter ensued, leaving bloodshed in its wake and annihilating small nations. The illusion was shattered. The perils borne by the vessels were too terrifying. After the incursion of foreign civilizations, how could one even communicate with them? How could one survive in such an environment? Most were monstrous beings from beyond. Even if one were fortunate to encounter the higher echelons of civilization and engage in dialogue, how could one be certain that they would not deliver a fatal blow to one's homeland? Your ability to control the wormholes? Do you remember that your fate lies in their hands? In the second year of the new era, dozens of civilizations continued to descend upon launching. The situation persisted in a peculiar calm, while ominous clouds brewed and a cataclysmic upheaval loomed. The once mighty United Kingdom existed merely as a name, as its fervently enchanted populace could see nothing beyond magic, oblivious to the prolonged silence from the upper echelons of the former United Kingdom. The Sanctum signed a mutual defense agreement with the nation that summoned them, along with a Three Lives Accord. Though the Magical Kingdom and Weixing seemingly remained unresponsive, they secretly mocked the naivety and diminished stature of those who sought to engage. What utility could the small nations of launching possibly offer? Surely, it was a one-sided protection agreement. In the third year of the new era, as the interconnected worlds of launching multiplied, its significance gradually emerged, and various civilizations began collaborating to uncover the truth behind contact, yet to no avail. In this same year, under the auspices of Weixing and the Magical Kingdom, the Weiyuan Alliance was established, characterized by a non-aggression pact, a joint war agreement, and a communication protocol. The initial membership comprised 20 civilizations, and the alliance's military ambitions became apparent. Without the backing of any civilization, the nations of launching crumbled one by one, torrential rains poured down in many regions, and the skies darkened to an extreme, as if even the heavens mourned. And what was the Sanctum doing? Condemning the Weiyuan. The Archbishop of the Sanctum's launching branch repeatedly denounced these actions as unimaginable and infuriating, warning of divine retribution. In contrast, the Weiyuan diplomatic hub responded with an unsettling calm, almost sorrowful, stating that for the benefit of the Weiyuan family, the kind-hearted people of launching must endure hardship for the time being. The Sanctum, a colossal entity rivaling or even surpassing the Magical Kingdom, was not easily provoked by the Weiyuan. Let them condemn as they please, it would not cost them a thing. As time passed, perhaps the Sanctum realized their denunciations fell on deaf ears. Or perhaps they acknowledged their inability to intervene against the Weiyuan's military might, choosing instead to shield the wormholes. Meanwhile, the Winter Condensation Empire remained aloof, casting a watchful eye towards the south. In the fourth year of the new era, around mid-year, the Weiyuan Alliance turned its gaze towards the Daxia United Body. If Jiang He could have been born a little earlier, if time could have lingered a bit longer, might everything have unfolded differently? The superweapon known as the Golden Tree successfully detonated, achieving the utmost deterrence Jiang He had spoken of. The Weiyuan Alliance, wary of this, would refrain from imposing their will. Jiang Ning pondered, a bitter smile gracing his lips. If only, if only. But where in the world are if-onlys? They are mere fantasies. Perhaps, Jiang He mused. He cautiously closed the photo album, imagining what it would have been like if he had arrived in this world 2 years earlier, or had initiated the development of the Golden Tree 2 years prior. By now, the prototype would surely have successfully detonated, and even the foreign civilizations would think twice before striking at the united body. Weapons from the starry seas. Under the shadow of red clouds, all beings would be equal. Yet, as the clock struck 18, the new year had barely begun. Winter days always dimmed early, while the summer sun had yet to set. But for winter, it was already too late. Jiang He noticed the weariness in Jiang Ning's eyes deepen. He hung the old photos back up, and medical staff arrived to remind Jiang Ning to take his medication. The pale capsules contained a crystalline liquid. Jiang Ning, having suffered severe injuries in his youth, had been saved by the pills from the Sanctum, yet he could no longer stand. After the medical staff departed, perhaps sensing the somber atmosphere, Jiang He attempted to lighten the mood with a hint of humor. How has your little priest been lately? This is the first marriage case between the united body and the Sanctum, even though it hasn't been announced yet. Are you still keeping it a secret? Jiang Ning blinked, a smile creeping onto his face. She has been treating the wounded at the Sanctum's outpost on the Jiangyu front, and she writes to me weekly to assure me of her safety. In her latest letter, she urged me to relocate to her side, claiming the alliance would not be adversarial with the Sanctum in the short term. I did not agree. Once everything settles, I will return to the Sanctum with her, to her homeland, and we will hold our wedding. As for my identity, he lowered his head, coughing violently. I have a unique situation. Due to concerns about interference from the sanctum, I haven't dared to tell Xiao. In truth, everything is fine. It's just that we cannot meet often. When all is said and done, I will share everything, he stated. Will there be an end to all of this? Jiang He remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. After 2 minutes of quiet, he gradually rose. It had been 4 days since he last rested, and he felt fatigued, yearning to return to his small room for a brief respite before resuming his busy schedule. Chapter 5 Prelude to the Southern Sky Fleet Commander Jiang He time was exceedingly tight. The Wei Yuan pressed ever closer, with 500,000 alliance troops having landed on the coast not far from the central hub. Multiple defense lines had drawn back some forces for reinforcement. Yet inquiries about whether to hold the hub steadfast had never arisen. No one in the command center spoke of it, nor did anyone on the front lines. Their silence conveyed everything. Jiang Ning pushed his wheelchair back a little, the water in the cup beside him having long since cooled. As he looked up at the slightly stooped figure, it seemed as though a crowd surrounded him, yet paradoxically, he felt utterly alone. I always feel you are different from us, Jiang Ning suddenly remarked. Is it because of my achievements? Were those theories? Jiang He asked without turning his head. No. Jiang Ning shook his head. I remember 4 years ago when we first met. You were remarkably distinct then, as if all-knowing, passionate about this land. Yet so unfamiliar with much, even struggling with electronic devices, often talking to yourself, unconsciously sliding over light projections, and calling out names of people who did not exist. You cherished solitude and loved gazing at the blue sky. Colleagues often jest that you seem to hail from another civilization, an otherworldly realm, with memories lingering from a bygone era, leaving your body and recollections in disarray. This disconnection perhaps renders you ill-suited to this place. I cannot ascertain the truth of this. Yet I sense you are separated by an invisible barrier from everyone around you. You appear burdened by life. For years ago, when Tsining first encountered Jiang He at the Institute of Technology, an unsettling awareness flickered in the air. An unmistakable sense of dread and solitude radiating from the otherwise radiant figure. Why? No one knows. Jiang He claimed his homeland was in Lianshu. Familiar with the land as if raised there, yet eternally bound to the Institute, laboring day and night without ever returning home, devoid of family, perpetually solitary. His greatest pleasure lay in glimpsing various places across Daxia and creating art. As Jiang He paused, he found himself in a small room meant for respite. The soft blue light and the silver-toned decor created an atmosphere of tranquility, disrupted only by the untidily arranged pristine bedding and a cluttered table bearing a few blank sheets of paper. The room, perpetually cool, enveloped him in stillness. Jiang He set a countdown for 2 hours and lay quietly on the bed. Perhaps Tsining was right. He felt weary, yearning for home, desiring to reunite with familiar faces, to rest in a known place and drift into a long, peaceful sleep. Yet, he could not return. Perhaps he would never be able to, uncertain if his distant yet near homeland and launching existed within the same space-time, unsure if he had truly returned to the past. How could there be two Daxia? Identical in every way, sharing the same blood, two Daxia. This enigma had consumed Jiang He for 5 long years, still unanswered. His gaze, once unfocused, gradually sharpened as he retrieved a crimson badge, placing it before him under the soft light. Daxia Lianhidi, he whispered, the name of his homeland barely audible. The medal in his hand and the pendant around his neck remained the only tangible evidence of his homeland's existence. The intricate design of the badge bore the familiar flag and emblem, inscribed with words, Daxia Lianhidi Space Force Internal Star Army, and badge holder, Jiang He. On the reverse side, several lines of subtle information were inscribed. Name, Jiang He. Position, Deputy Commander of the Silver Element Corps, Daxia Lianhidi. Commander of the South Sky Sector Fleet. Rank, 2-star Tianxian. Affiliated units, Daxia Lianhidi Space Force Silver Element Guard Fleet, Silver Element First Fleet, Silver Element Second Fleet, Silver Element Third Fleet, Silver Element Fourth Fleet, Silver Element Fifth Fleet, Silver Element Guard Search Fleet, Daxia Lianhidi Space Force South Sky 7th Fleet, 8th Fleet, 9th Fleet, 10th Fleet, 11th Fleet, 12th Fleet, 13th Fleet, Daxia Lianhidi Internal Star Army Silver Element Guard Internal Star Corps, Silver Element 1st Internal Star Corps, Silver Element 2nd Internal Star Corps, Silver Element 9th Internal Star Corps. Year 448 of the summer calendar, appointed in the capital star of the central sector. The gilded letters hinted at its former glory, the script still vivid, memories of the past flooding back, yet weary Jiang He longed for slumber, hoping to awaken and find it all a mere dream. Daxia did not bury countless souls, nor did families drape white mourning cloths. He remained in the hushy star sector of his homeland recuperating, the doctor suggesting that overwhelming stress birthed such a cruel dream. The terminal displayed news of a foreign star nation forging an alliance with Xia. A message from the Central Axis urging him to return promptly to the South Sky Sector Command to address matters. Jiang He slowly closed his eyes, perhaps contemplating much. Though only a few minutes passed, upon reopening them, he was met with the stifling silence and harshness of reality. The land he cherished remained on the brink of peril, and the only thing he could do was to utilize his homeland's knowledge to endure a little longer, to delay the inevitable. He too was a child of this land, albeit from another Xia, a place sharing the same name, history, bloodline, language, and faith in the same flag, celebrating the new year and the eve of the new year. The winter solstice and the onset of spring, all founded by the same great figure. It was also known as Jiang He. They sought not conflict or conquest, but rather to nurture their land peacefully, thriving in harmony, existing in stark contrast to the harshness of the civilized wilderness. It was immensely powerful, traversing the starry seas. Its banners planted across numerous star systems. The foreign civilizations thrived with enthusiasm, beneath colossal statues and fleets that obscured the sky, exuding order and propriety. The Daxiao of this land had yet to venture beyond the capital star, akin to tender seedlings of civilization. Everything felt so familiar. And Jiang had glimpsed many shadows of the Daxiao among the stars, understanding that it too would ultimately become akin to his homeland. For it was cherished by those who loved the land. If the contact agreements had not materialized, would that distant Daxiao, witnessing the events unfolding now, harbor anger? Chapter 6 Prelude to the Gathering Storm. Daxiao, Outer Sea. The vast array of the Wei-Yuan alliance illuminated the night, fleets coalescing into a formidable strike group. Countless vessels stretching beyond sight. On the deck, the howling wind roared. The angular silver fighters glimmered ominously, the cacophony of engines never ceasing, igniting and ascending vertically to commence their daily bombing missions. Blinding lights pervaded the night, dispelling the darkness. The inky sea was tumultuous, waves crashing relentlessly. A fine drizzle whipped up clouds of mist. Atop the vessels, splendid and unique civilization flags danced with the wind, their luminescent coatings ensuring they remained resplendent in the night. Seemingly imperishable. Hey, my friend, come back soon. Of course, they remained oblivious to my capabilities. Haha. On the deck, laughter erupted from the pilots and guides. Below deck, in the cramped quarters, unexpected musings surfaced, followed by a sigh. The small crew cabin buzzed with noise, and a comrade leaned closer, straining to hear. John, what are you murmuring about? The man known as John merely shook his head. Was he discontented with the cramped space? His companion scoffed, acknowledging its smallness compared to his home, yet asserting that it was better than where the adults from the outer realms resided. Where else could you go? At least on the front lines, we can still maintain a semblance of humanity. Those remaining in their distant homeland lived wretched lives, perpetually toiling amidst foul air, outdated technology, and lamentable frailty. It could hardly compare to the splendid technological city of Weixing. His companion grimaced, detailing the inadequacies of his childhood home, relishing his own superiority. Unconcerned whether John responded, his face alight with pride. John, have you visited the technological city of Weixing? I have. You know, the air there is sweet. The people are kind and amiable, medical advancements are remarkable, and prosperity abounds. It has everything we've never seen before. His companion's face shone with rapture. Once all this is over, we can settle in the technological city. That is the promise of the alien gentleman. The small cabin is sparsely adorned, furnished with a simple bed, an unpretentious lamp, and a screen that overlooks the deck, displaying the landings and takeoffs of advanced aerospace fighters. Each member of the Alliance who beholds this scene feels a swell of pride. Behold, there lies the Alliance's cutting-edge fighter jets. John remains silent, while his companion chatters incessantly. Yet, I find it utterly perplexing that despite the bountiful conditions offered by the great civilization of the Alliance, that ignorant land persists in its feudal resistance. He smirks disdainfully. Do they truly believe they can withstand the spread of the Alliance's order? Their survival thus far is merely a testament to the restraint of the civilized world. When the formidable fleet of Weixing arrives, their laughable resistance will meet its end. Those Xia people have likely never even glimpsed a fleet capable of traversing the cosmos. They have been forsaken by the heavens. Thus, 5 years into the new era, thousands of carriers have birthed, yet not a single one has emerged from their lands. His companion grows increasingly animated. Weylin, that's enough. What? Enough, John asserts. Do you pity that weak, forsaken land? Weylin questions incredulously. They are not weak. John lifts his gaze, coldly locking eyes with Weylin. If they are weak, then what does that make us? Do you recall your homeland? which surrendered within 3 minutes of engaging the alliance. Meanwhile, my homeland endured for 3 days, until all the leaders perished and the warriors fell, leaving the alliance to flatten the entire territory. Wayland slams his hand on the table with ferocity. But that was the wisest choice. No, that was cowardice. John retaliates with a punch to Wayland's face, declaring, at the very least, they prove that we of Launching are not entirely a breed of craven cowards. And so what? The Union continues to retreat. What right do they have to survive under the onslaught of a coalition of 28 civilizations? Who do you think will protect them? No one. They have been isolated by the world. The Holy Covenant will remain silent. Wayland's face contorts in anger as he counters. John ceases to speak, his fists clenched tightly. His sole desire is to teach this wretched fellow a lesson. Grandfather, in the spirit world, please bear witness. Many years from now, we return here, and you shall soon learn of my true choice. I have never forsaken your teachings. There is a saying in Daxiao that I cherish, a moth to the flame. Grandfather, I am not a coward. On the deck, illuminated by the lights, the fighter jet descends slowly. Hey, my friend, you've returned a bit too early this time. The guide's expression is one of confusion. These few minutes are hardly enough to disembark. No, the strike mission has been suddenly cancelled. Why? You must inquire with those at the meteorological array. Well, my dear comrade, I suspect there has been some issue with the weather. I find the waves today quite ferocious. They're making my head spin. The fierce wind howls. The tumultuous gusts intensify, while the gentle rain has ceased, plunging the sky into an eerie calm, occasionally illuminated by silent flashes of lightning that reveal the thick, dense clouds above. A storm is brewing. January 5th, the night descends. At 7:20 p.m., the Daxia Union Meteorological Station observes the emergence of a super cyclone, slowly coalescing above the Union, a deep rumble resonating from above. As momentary flashes of lightning reveal an astonishingly vast vortex, the heavy snowfall that had persisted suddenly comes to an inexplicable halt. In fact, prior to the birth of the super cyclone, a rare beam of yellow sunlight had illuminated a small hillside within the Union, in the underground command center. When was the last time we saw sunlight? 5 days ago, on New Year's Day. Sin Ning gazes intently at the screen, where the colossal vortex cloud, obscured by the night, is now clearly visible. The lightning within the vortex radiates a purple hue. The purple is otherworldly, resembling anything but a natural phenomenon. The commanders share a glance, their expressions grave. Contact. 5 years have passed since the new era began. If one were to consider what Daxia is most familiar with, the myriad phenomena arising from contact would undoubtedly take precedence. Firstly, there is the purple lightning phenomenon that occurs at the moment of contact. It is as if the heavens are roaring. A thick shaft of purple lightning cleaving through the sky, stunning all who witness it. Secondly, there are the ominous signs that precede a carrier's journey beyond the realm. These are not fixed, but are typically harbingers of calamity, resulting in countless fatalities, much like the contact omen witnessed in the 3rd year of the new era in the island nation, where several golden suns fell to Earth, annihilating all life within a 100-mile radius. Is there any recorded precedent of phenomena associated with the birth of contact that involves a cyclone? Someone inquires, and soon receives the answer after a search. None. Chapter 7 Prelude of Lament and Tears. The purple lightning intensifies astonishingly. Perhaps we are the precedent? 5 years have passed since the new era began. In the 1st year, as various nations on launching frantically birth carriers, the populace rejoiced at the dawn of a new era. Daxiao remained in silence. In the 2nd year, as civilizations arrived on launching, Daxiao remained silent. In the 3rd year, as the people of launching suffered amidst blood and rain, Daxiao continued to be silent. Perhaps they have truly been isolated, like that forsaken land where not a single carrier has emerged, appearing as an anomaly, while the newly emerging malevolent civilizations mocked this forsaken land mercilessly. As for the reason, no one knows. A year prior, during the new year, Jiang was optimistic while discussing this matter. They had lost so many lives and devastated so much land. If one day we too were to give birth to contact, would it not be the same? If that is the case, would it not be better not to give birth at all? And now, a year later, the purple lightning, a potential sign of contact, has appeared above the Union. The lightning gradually descends, rendering the term thunder and lightning tangible, as sporadic bursts of white light intertwine with the densely packed purple tendrils of lightning above the Union. The atmosphere grows increasingly oppressive and stifling. Report to the Tianshu. Request an emergency meeting. Sin Ning furrows his brow. Do not disturb Jiang for now. Inform him of this incident in 1 hour. Immediately contact all levels of the Union and the front lines for personnel screening and monitoring. If a carrier is birthed, locate it swiftly and ensure its safe arrival at the General Command Hub. Understood. The sudden halt of the Alliance's offensive is no mere coincidence. They, who pride themselves on spanning multiple worlds, possess a far greater understanding of contact than the Union. Is this day finally upon us? Is it hope or an even greater despair? Xin Ning's expression darkens further. In the Union city, the issued alerts fail to deter the people's steps. News of the potential emergence of phenomena spreads throughout many refuge areas. Thus, within the Union, the streets, once reduced to ruins by the Alliance, have now become crowded with people. A profound silence prevails. The voices of the guards urging them to seek refuge seem trivial against the howling wind, their peripheral gaze fixated on the heavens. No one is unaware of what this signifies. A phenomenon, the omen of contact, the root of all calamity. A little girl clutches a colorful paper windmill, spinning rapidly in her mother's tight embrace. She waves the windmill with one hand while her other, innocent hand flails to grasp the scattered autumn leaves caught in the wind. Her lips curling into a smile, delighted to have escaped the dark and dank air raid shelter. Her youthful voice poses a question she herself barely understands. Mother, will there be uncles coming to help us? The silver-haired mother vaguely understood her child's meaning. She nodded solemnly, offering gentle reassurances. Yes, there will be. In the dwindling moments left, the truth seemed less significant. So, are new extraterrestrial civilizations about to arrive? Will new disasters descend upon us? If they come, will they joyfully join with Wei Yuan to divide the Union? The mother held her child a little tighter. She rarely held on to hope, fully aware that new civilizations would not engage in conflict with Wei Yuan on their behalf. She could not fathom the reasons for those lofty extraterrestrial beings to act in such a manner. To this day, how many old nations still survive on Lanxing? She could hardly remember. In the small room, Jiang He remained in a deep slumber. The clock ticked rhythmically. A few pale strands of hair by the pillow vanished under an odd, colorless ripple, while the silver piece pendant, one of the only two relics from his homeland gifted by family, glimmered. Mysterious light, growing ever more resplendent. Faintly, an aura not of this world seeped from the spatial ripples, and the roar of the heavens intensified. Suddenly, the mother instinctively turned to shield her child. Silence. Amidst the blinding light. In that moment, a terrifying violet light descended from the sky, enveloping everything. The entire Union hub appeared as if bathed in daylight, plunging the world into an indescribable stillness. Not a whisper could be heard. What of the thunder? Had it vanished? No, it was merely yet to arrive. After a suffocating few seconds, boom, a deafening explosion reverberated for hundreds of miles. A massive violet lightning bolt stretched across the sky, dazzlingly brilliant, existing for but a moment before erupting into a vast vortex of clouds, dense waves of lightning exploding forth. The very earth seemed to tremble. Confirmation. Xin Ning fixed his gaze on that violet lightning column. Contact has truly been established. The violet lightning appears near the host, which means the current host is likely within the Union. Immediately locate the host. Find Jiang He. Now. At once. Meanwhile, the realm of the purple lightning was rapidly expanding, completely enveloping the entire Union and the Wei Yuan Alliance's inner sea front. The Allied forces gazing in horror at the tempest, feeling an inexplicable suffocation. No, nothing will happen. It's merely a bit louder. They desperately reassured themselves. The chief mage of the Wei Yuan front fled his tent in disarray, trembling as he looked skyward, his face pale, having sensed an indescribable terror emanating from the high heavens. Rage. Yes, it was rage. Who was angry? A great will from the void was enraged. What was it? Where did it come from? And why such fury? Who has angered it? The chief mage gripped his staff tightly, frantically opening his portable spell book, murmuring incantations. Great god of magic, we spread your radiance across the realms. The devout believer implored for protection. Boom. Yet the void deity did not respond. And the chief mage suddenly realized that the once radiant divine light now felt as dark as night, a chilling cold enveloping his entire being. Even the gods have retreated? In the desperate gazes of the allied forces, the tempest descended, a torrent of lightning pillars raining down, the blinding, piercing light covering all that they could see. Form a formation. Form a formation. At the chief mage's roar, defensive formations began to rise. Within the great Xia inner sea defense line, amidst unease and silence. Nothing happened here. Some peered distantly at the tempest, while others stared blankly at the sky, feeling an odd familiarity. And then, a fine rain began to fall suddenly. A low rumble pervaded the air. At the Union hub, the station bishop raised his head, unable to conceal his bewilderment. Bishop, what troubles you? A nearby priest inquired in confusion. The will of civilization. He stated resolutely. An alien civilization is present. Great Xia. The will of Great Xia has manifested. How strange. He sensed a familiar aura within that will. It belongs to Great Xia. But how could Great Xia possess a will of civilization? It has never unified its native world, thus should not give birth to such a divine concept. He was utterly perplexed. Moreover, there was a lament. It was lamenting and weeping. Chapter 8 Prelude. Buried in a foreign land in the small command room, Jiang He had already awakened, staring blankly at the warm silver piece pendant in his hand. Now bearing a slight crack, no longer as bright and clear as before. He looked down at himself. Particles of light, strange, numerous, warm blue particles continuously emanated from him, aimlessly floating within the room, while a foreign message emerged in his mind. Enter slumber, from the outer realm, connecting the two worlds. Jiang He felt astonished. In the 5th year of the new era, the first contact of the Great Xia Union has been established. The host is he. January 6th, dawn. Chaos erupted within the Union's inner sea front. The chief mage Guardian was killed by light erosion. Half of the frontline commanders perished, soldiers wailed, equipment burned fiercely. And tents blazed skyward. Along with the charred earth, news returned to the Wei Yuan headquarters far at the lighthouse. A deathly silence ensued. No one wished to believe the footage that returned, the tempest resembling doomsday, the violet lightning columns stretching across the sky, a massive swirling cloud seemingly intent on devouring everything. How could this be? How could it be? At this very moment, the current frontline commander of Wei Yuan, a gene modifier born from the space ring world, with fair skin and a robust physique, sat grimly observing the report. Yet a flicker of brilliance crossed his eyes. Then, since our front line has suffered heavy losses, what of the Union? Have they also collapsed? Subordinates hesitated to speak. What is it? The Wei Yuan commander furrowed his brow, sensing unease. A subordinate cautiously reported. That area of lightning mostly struck our inner sea front. The casualties on the Great Xia line were slightly fewer. They were quite fortunate. The commander snorted coldly. The subordinate smiled apologetically. In truth, they were unaware of the casualty situation on the Xia front. It seemed that not a single lightning bolt fell upon them. What casualties could there possibly be? The unbelievable news made the subordinate glance nervously at his still visibly displeased superior. He was relieved he hadn't been honest, reporting instead that it seemed no one from Great Xia had died, only their own people perished. However, the Wei Yuan commander gazed toward the distant ocean, his expression darkening. That land has birth contact too? No, how could that be? Immediately order the front line to conduct a sweep. If it is our brave warriors, escort them back to the lighthouse headquarters. Perhaps soon, a new civilization will join the family of the Alliance. January 6th, 3 a.m. The Wei Yuan inner sea front had yet to locate the host. 4 a.m. The Great Xia Union sent a message to the virtually defunct Lanxing community regarding the impending arrival of extraterrestrial civilizations. 5 a.m. The Wei Yuan Front Command issued an urgent order for all fronts to immediately halt their offensive actions, to firmly defend their positions, and to construct fortifications to withstand the impending precursor. At least until the precursor truly erupts, they will not act recklessly. Any delay is a delay. Thus spoke Jiang He, announcing to the Blue Star community. Orders were given to repair the defensive lines and to rest. The 135th, 136th, and 137th Legions of the Liaoning Mountain Defense Line were commanded to push forward comprehensively, seizing the opportunity to strike decisively. Additionally, a meeting was convened to discuss whether the carrier Jiang He should venture into the outer realms to summon unknown civilizations. Jiang spoke calmly. On January 6th, at 7 in the morning, on Weixing's homeland, the sunlight of the space ring world was particularly resplendent, radiating warmth through the heavens, casting a golden hue over the scene. Silver and green were the predominant colors of this advanced artificial marvel. It was serene and prosperous. The vast spaceport bustled with the comings and goings of ships. The first individuals from Weixing Technology City to ascend to the ring world greedily inhaled the fresh air, a novel experience. Tears of excitement streaming down their faces as they gazed upon the gentle sun, hiding their radiation-proof suits deep within the ships, fearful of being seen, even though these suits might accompany them for a lifetime. Meanwhile, atop the tranquil central tower, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth calmly studied magical theory, his gaze surveying the vast residential districts of the ring world below as bright sunlight streamed in. He stood at the pinnacle, an intoxicating sight. A staff member's voice, devoid of emotion, broke the silence. The Great Xia has birth contact. The youth's expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly. When a new carrier is born, existing carriers tend to sense it. I was already aware of this matter. Xavier Guangliu, the first contact carrier on Blue Star, was regarded with high hopes by the Weixing Planetary Council as a crucial figure in their expansion efforts. kind-hearted. He could not bear to witness the suffering of the people in the technology city, which is why he now resides in the space ring world. No need to worry. Xavier chuckled lightly. How long can the Union sustain itself? I must admit, I am impressed. Even in such dire straits, they refuse to retreat. That Commander Jiang is indeed exceptionally talented, almost not resembling a Blue Star person. A hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. But what can he achieve? Even with such astonishing talent, he cannot defeat the Civilization Alliance. Whether their carriers possess the courage to venture into the outer realms remains uncertain. Although, I suspect that depends not on that particular carrier. I imagine Commander Jiang will send the carrier. Perhaps he views the journey into the outer realms as a glimmer of hope. Am I correct? Contact can be forcibly interrupted. This discovery originated from a carrier who was unwilling to take risks, in conjunction with a small Blue Star nation that also hesitated to venture into the outer realms. How perilous is that? Out of thousands of carriers, how many returned? The answer is fewer than 40. The success rate is alarmingly low. No one knows the fate of those who did not return. Were they buried in a foreign land? Or do they exist in seclusion in the wilderness? Of the fewer than 40 who successfully signed agreements and summoned outer civilizations, most were destroyed by the civilizations they summoned. Why? Ants have no right to question why they are crushed. The bloody examples are right before our eyes, and it is no wonder that nations tremble with fear. That carrier endured 120 hours, or 5 days, without succumbing to sleep while following the mental guidance. After that, the light particles vanished and the guidance disappeared. On the 144th hour, that carrier finally fell asleep. Amidst the collective anxiety, the precursor did not descend, and the carrier did not venture into the outer realms, followed by the jubilant cheers of the masses, even though the carrier never awoke again. He died. Apart from his family, few cared. Subsequently, nations anxious about their own extinction due to the arrival of outer civilizations gained the right to choose. Later, that small nation was still obliterated, because by then, Blue Star had already gathered multiple civilizations. So is it useful? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Xavier leisurely glided his fingertips, and magical particles emerged, dazzling and resplendent. Chapter 09, Prelude of Flowers and Tombstones. Xavier continued. This may be a good idea, but it is overly naive. After venturing into the outer realms, what are the chances that a carrier can sign a contact and open a wormhole? Meeting the high-ranking officials of the civilization recognized by contact is already a formidable challenge. He chuckled nonchalantly. Unless he himself is a high-ranking official of that civilization. The fleet commander and the Star Region governor would then easily accomplish this task. But is that feasible? It is not. However, seeing that the staff member remained deep in thought, unfazed by his jest, Xavier reluctantly tempered his demeanor. You need not worry. Even if the carrier is fortunate enough to meet the high-ranking officials, which civilization would be foolish enough to assist? In the current situation, under what conditions can the Great Xia request aid? What reason would that civilization have to confront or even go to war against the 28 civilizations of the Alliance for the sake of the Great Xia? I doubt those Xia people dare to dream of such a scenario. Do they truly believe they are family to them? Even if they were to sign an agreement, it would merely be inviting a wolf into the fold, a path to self-destruction. They would likely find themselves competing for cooperation with the Alliance immediately. Perhaps finding Xavier's words somewhat reasonable, the staff member finally relaxed his furrowed brow and exhaled. Indeed, how could that be possible? In the Holy Covenant world, sunlight, flowers, and the aerial city floating in the sky, the endless golden wheat fields, the windmills gently turning atop the church, the melodious chirping of birds, and children laughing as they run through the fields in the breeze. Hundreds of years ago, the Holy See rose to power with unstoppable momentum. The major kingdoms bowed their heads, existing merely in name, obeying the Holy See's decree, which began to maintain order across the continent. Embodied civilization. They believed devoutly in the divine, with the 3 lives divine oracles transcending the ages. The divine proclaimed that everyone should have food, thus food is eternally inexpensive, and no one shall ever starve. The divine proclaimed that everyone should have clothing, hence garments are forever affordable, and no one shall ever freeze. The divine proclaimed that everyone should have shelter, enabling people to travel far, to lead splendid lives, and to ascend the summit of the divine mountain to bask in the divine's radiance. This is the 3 lives divine oracle. Whether the divine exists is unknown. It seems he has never manifested. What manifests are the village priests stationed by the Holy See in every village, skilled in healing, hunting, and all manner of tasks. It is the Holy See's residences in towns that manage rain, control floods, and do everything necessary, providing shade in summer and distributing coal in winter. Yet, The priests of the Holy See say that the divine resides atop the divine mountain, silently protecting humanity. Therefore, one might presume there is a divine, just that people have never seen him. The grand holy city sits amidst the plains. The church, bustling without walls, thrives. Deep within the sanctum, a girl dressed in a pure white robe kneels in earnest prayer, while a bored girl swings her legs. Her delicate and melodious voice softly resonates. Does that tragic and resilient nation also have time travelers? Yes. Do you think there is a turning point? Perhaps. A benevolent and gentle civilization has descended upon that land, instilling hope within its bounds. Her Holiness the Ninth Saintess has taken a particular liking to this place, announcing her establishment of a sanctuary for refugees at the forefront of the Union. Despite the hesitation of the Alliance forces to challenge the Holy See's divine authority, the region is in dire need of food and medicine, and the Saintess hopes for our assistance. The kneeling maiden rose slowly, stating her intention to donate 3 months of her wages, basking in the radiance of the divine, as hunger drives the birds of the wild to return home. Indeed, returning home for a meal is preferable to starving. The girl beside her shrugged. Ulysses, as the third successful bearer to sign a pact following the Weixing civilization and the Kingdom of Magic, has been in the homeland of the Holy Covenant for 3 years, and she has begun to comprehend the almost frenzied nature of these people. It is not that they are terrifying. Rather, their obsession is akin to folly. She continued, stating that His Holiness the Archbishop has consented to this matter and informed the Blue World branch. Yet the agenda for troop reinforcements to the Blue World, submitted by several Holy Order leaders, was rejected for the 58th time yesterday at the Central Council. The bishops are reluctant to easily intervene against the forces of Wei Yuan, fearing significant loss of life. The Holy See cannot engage in a battle on 2 fronts. If a turning point were to arise, perhaps much would change. The devout maiden clasped her hands in prayer, wishing divine blessings upon that land. On January 6th, at 8 in the morning, the sky was overcast after the whirlwinds dissipated. Thick clouds resumed their snowfall. Upon realizing that the inner sea line of the Alliance was on the verge of collapse, multiple legions at the Daxiao Liaoningshan defense line launched a comprehensive counteroffensive along with northern reinforcements. By 10 o'clock, the chaotic Alliance front was steadily crumbling. The cacophony of cannon fire, gunshots, and cries of battle reached a frenzied pitch as the enemy surged with madness, littering the scorched earth with corpses. The artillery that had bombarded Liaoningshan just yesterday slowly turned its guns upon their own ranks after enduring a relentless assault. The commander who survived the storm was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, communication was restored. The enemy is coming. Where's the commander? The Alliance soldiers shouted in panic, only to be met with a chilling revelation. He suddenly felt cold. The lighthouse. The commander had returned to the lighthouse. He was unaware. He had not received a retreat order. The Alliance Front Command issued a firm decree to hold their positions and await reinforcements, and the commanders would remain with them. But would they truly remain? The communication channel fell silent, replaced only by the piercing static and the enemy's roars, with hardly anyone organizing a defense. Why? Blood erupted around him. The Alliance warrior, already riddled with bullets, finally collapsed, his vision fading to a gray haze, continuously coughing blood, while his unfocused eyes faintly perceived his wounded foe being carried away by his comrades, and he vaguely noted the indifference of his allies towards his plight. Why? Even with substantial losses in logistics and casualties due to the storm, the Alliance's individual combat capabilities far exceeded those of the frail Xia people. They lacked magic, physical enhancement, and genetic modification. Everything about them was so backward, yet the front still fell. Why? He suddenly found tranquility, recalling the overwhelming storm from yesterday, a manifestation of divine wrath against a civilization that has never ceased its plundering and slaughter. The biting cold air entered his lungs. His dimming pupils gradually lost their luster. The torrential white snowflakes gently fell upon the fallen Alliance soldiers, burying bloodstains, concealing wounds, and forming a small grave. The broken machinery embedded in the ground served as a tombstone. At 11 o'clock, after incurring heavy losses, the Union reclaimed several defensive strongholds along the inner sea front, and cheers erupted. By noon, an emergency meeting convened at the Union Command Center. Ethereal blue particles danced around the attendees, eluding grasp as intense debates erupted. The source of the blue particles, the bearer of the contact, sat calmly and steadily in the foremost position, reminiscent of past times. Some gazed in awe, reaching out to touch, only for the particles to evade their grasp. Absolutely not. Do you wish for Jiang He to perish? The roar echoed throughout the meeting room, as a figure clad in combat attire pounded the table in anger. With a survival rate of less than 4%, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Murder. Do you think we can win? We fight for a mere thread of hope. Do you believe that venturing beyond will offer salvation? Naive. How can we ascertain that this civilization wishes to assist us? Our bargaining chips are far too scant. Why would they risk antagonizing the Wei Yuan alliance for our sake? Even if we possess something they desire, they could feign support, only to unsheath their blades upon arrival. This is far easier than confronting Wei Yuan. Have you forgotten the past? The heights of civilization hinge entirely upon interests. The arguments grew increasingly fierce, yet no resolution emerged regarding the decision to proceed or not. They were losing composure, voices hoarse. Bloodstained uniforms unwashed, feet mired in mud, faces weary. Some had hurried back from the front, while others remained stationed at the rear, tirelessly toiling for what felt like an eternity. On this day, they gathered together, embroiled in heated debates over a singular choice. Perhaps had another individual been present, they might have engaged in a calm discourse about the merits of proceeding, even if the bearer were themselves. But it was not so. The bearer was Jiang He. Chief Jiang He of the Research Institute, overall commander at the front. He was far too vital. The Union fundamentally could not accept the cost of losing him. His very existence served as a potent stimulant. The disparity between Wei Yuan and Daxia was colossal. How colossal? As vast as the moon and dust. One flourishing nation, upon achieving unification of this world, transforms itself into a civilization. For instance, if Daxia unified the Blue Star, it too would become a civilization. However, the path to unification is drenched in bloodshed. Each civilization emerges from a sea of corpses, possessing a profound cultural heritage, perhaps unique supernatural powers, or an unparalleled technological system. Thus, the nations within the tender cradle of the Blue Star face a grim choice when confronted by external civilizations: death or submission. The Wei Yuan alliance, on the other hand, boasts 28 civilizations. This is the sun and the faint light. Daxia miraculously endures to this day, still holding on, striving with all its might, risking lives to fight for a cherished hope. Perhaps one day, Jiang He will lead us to victory once more. Perhaps one day, Jiang He will develop a weapon capable of countering Wei Yuan. Perhaps one day, Jiang He seems to know everything and can do anything. In news photographs, he is forever young, with black hair and a courageous demeanor. His smile radiates warmth. He appears eternally composed. Yesterday, he lost a foothold, yet tomorrow he regains ground. He speaks of developing superweapons, aiming to achieve the utmost deterrence through mutual destruction to obtain peace. Even as the alliance scoffs upon realizing the descent of heavenly light, the light of space-based weaponry, he gazes at the charred earth in silence for a long while, smiles, and then continues to seek another avenue, unaware of the exhaustion that accompanies his efforts. But it is not so. His hair grows increasingly gray, his energy wanes, and the taciturn man drifts ever further from them, his figure becoming increasingly indistinct, the ground littered with pale strands of hair marking the countdown to an inevitable absence, inscribing a line of horrifying reality in crimson. He cannot hold on much longer. Deputy Commander Xin Ning gradually assumed command of the front, while Jiang He now spent the vast majority of his time engrossed in project development. Yun 4631, codenamed Golden Tree. The superweapon capable of annihilating the entire Lanxing, is in the hands of Jiang He. Designated as Array 7619, codenamed Monitoring Array. It can traverse multiple dimensional layers to locate the Weixing annihilation spacecraft through an array of radar systems. Several of the most critical projects within the coalition have been spearheaded by Jiang He, and with the monitoring array beginning to show its prowess, the coalition is no longer blind to its surroundings. Jiang He asserts that the day the Huangjin Shu detonates, peace will arrive. Everyone is filled with hope. Do they not understand? We cannot hold on until the Huangjin Shu detonates. A senior commander, visibly perturbed, his eyes reddened, slammed his fist on the conference table. We no longer possess the luxury of choice. Do you truly believe that Jiang can endure 5 days waiting for that damned contact to dissipate? We cannot hold on. Do you understand how little rest Jiang has had in recent months? I have studied medicine. If he does not rest, he will perish. The shout reverberated through the room. Silence descended as the argument gradually subsided. Only one choice remains: advance. Do not falter. Fight for a glimmer of hope for the Daxia. In the stillness, Jiang He paused his unfinished calculations, instinctively brushing aside the white hair obscuring the words on the paper, and a gentle smile of reassurance graced his face. Let us go forth. It is not a matter of great concern. If we prepare earnestly and seize the opportunity, the probability that the extraterrestrial civilization will be willing to assist us will increase. It is not our style to sit idly by. We are not alone in this endeavor, are we? There are many who believe in us, who support us. We cannot halt our progress simply because the success rate appears low. Do not assume that because extraterrestrial civilizations are aligning with Wei Yuan, all civilizations are the same. Was not the so-called Yilisi also able to return? And is the Holy Covenant not friendly? They provide us with daily assistance. Thus, since we can no longer decide, we must commit wholeheartedly. On January 6th, at 1400 hours, the decision to seek assistance from beyond was formally established. Within the territory of the Xia coalition, areas not yet lost began to organize large-scale defensive measures. Observing this news, the coalition's front tightened further. Yet the strikes from the sea and sky never ceased. This is retribution for daring to counterattack within the inner sea line. And even more infuriating, the coalition's inner sea line collapsed over 100 miles. This is nothing short of disgrace. The coalition commander gazed grimly toward the direction of Xia. Everything must come to an end. Report to the Planetary Council. We cannot allow the weak and incompetent people of Lunxing to play with our advanced weaponry any longer. We must make a decision. Mobilize the troops. On January 6th, at 1500 hours, the coalition command gathered a group of strategists. They endeavored to devise a path that would maximize the potential for the extraterrestrial civilization Jiang He was about to encounter to maintain goodwill toward Xia and offer some assistance. Indeed, some assistance would suffice. As for having them directly engage in battle with the coalition, such a dreamlike scenario was dismissed by all. No, they would not dare to even dream of it. Chapter 11 Prelude. Burial and twilight on January 6th, at 1600 hours, amidst the falling snow. An elderly man with white hair arrived at the coalition command. "Give me a pen," he said, his gaze lowered, with hands lined with wrinkles. He slowly grasped the pen and painstakingly wrote a yellowed letter, then signed the authorization of the highest authority for the contact agreement of the Xia coalition, stamping it with the coalition's seal. "Comrade Jiang He," the old man gently called. "Here." Jiang He stood tall and straight. The elderly man sighed heavily, saying simply, "Take care." On January 6th, at 1700 hours, the snow ceased. Winter nights fall early. The command city was dimly lit, quiet, with scattered ruins lying about. The lively bustle of past years was no more. On January 6th, at 1800 hours, in a brightly lit room, only Jiang He and Deputy Commander Ning were present. He sat in a wheelchair, slowly taking his medicine while staring blankly at the ethereal particles of light. As for Jiang He had been perfecting the theories of the Huang Jinshu and monitoring array for 1800 days, each day like the last. It was eerily quiet. Perhaps they both understood that once this day ended, it would be difficult to meet again. They would be separated by countless light years. And perhaps Jiang He would spend his remaining days in that foreign land, while Ning would accompany their beloved homeland to its grave. I will do my best to keep the news of my becoming a vessel hidden. After I depart, if there is no further news, do not dwell on it too much. Just consider it as me having taken a long journey to a new world from which I cannot return. Jiang He smiled slightly. Please tidy up the room for me, seal away my paintings and documents, bury them beneath that little hillside in the command center, and do not erect a tombstone for me. Why? Ning broke the silence. Jiang He spoke little, gently caressing a pendant. I will return home. Return home? Ning did not comprehend. That little hillside was a place Jiang He had once cherished. It had been desolate, with a lake. Until the command center funded the construction of a small cabin there, becoming the only place Jiang He felt a sense of nostalgia. If the agreement is signed, it means that the other civilization is at least willing to coexist peacefully with us. Otherwise, I would not return alive, nor would I open a wormhole. Jiang He paused, adopting a serious tone. He handed Ning a special document. Comrade Ning, report. Attention. Ning instantly perked up. You must remember the following. The personnel for the first contact with the extraterrestrial civilization will be informed by me of a key in advance, and upon their arrival, they will connect with us regarding that key. There are over 20 different keys, each corresponding to different conditions and levels of cordiality from the civilizations. The Xia must be adequately prepared before their arrival. I will instruct the general staff to prepare plans in advance. What is the first contact? Within 24 hours after the contact agreement is signed, if the vessel person is still alive, then a group from both sides will be drawn to each other's worlds by an unknown force. This is the first contact. Within 48 hours after the contact agreement is signed, if the vessel person remains alive, they will possess the power to open a wormhole, enabling communication between the two realms. This is the second contact. Jiang He reiterated this clearly several times, ensuring Ning remembered. Furthermore, I will write a letter that I hope can be returned by the other side. If they happen to see my letter, do not concern yourself with the explicit contents within. Just focus on the details I carefully instruct. Understood, Xin Ning nodded solemnly. On January 7th, the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, at 7 in the morning, all preparations were complete. The front was silent as people dispersed to safe places, anxiously awaiting signs of what was to come. The broadcast crackled intermittently, playing echoes of the past. This is the Coalition Command Broadcasting Station, broadcasting emergency frequency 3916. The Xia Coalition is currently facing the full-scale hostile forces led by the Wei Yuan Alliance. Xia has reached a critical moment of survival. Oppression and silence serve as the prevailing themes of daily life. Even amidst a crowd, only the faintest exchanges reverberate. An elderly man, frail and withered, repeatedly polished his glasses while gazing at a blank sheet of paper. Eventually, he tremulously inquired of those nearby. The paper dropped from the Alliance's airship stated that Nandu had perished as well. If this were true, how many lines could we still defend? Nonsense. The elder beside him, also aged, erupted with agitation, snatching the paper and tearing it into shreds. Are they not aware of the deceit? My son is stationed in Nandu. He sent me a letter yesterday assuring me of his safety. That is a farewell letter, the original elder calmly replied. My son also serves in the defense of Nandu, and every soldier in his regiment was instructed to write a farewell letter, which would be delivered to their families upon their demise. My son's letter was quite explicit. This is but a corner of the air raid shelter. Do you believe that civilization would be inclined to assist us? Perhaps. It seems too nebulous. Merely returning from beyond is already fraught with peril, and signing agreements is a matter of life and death. As for seeking assistance from that unfamiliar civilization, once they grasp the state of the Alliance, they would likely retreat, leaving us to our own devices. The young girl chuckled bitterly. It is but the ramblings of a dreamer. This is yet another corner of the air raid shelter. The cries of children and the soothing voices of the elderly resonate. Do not cry, dear one. Look, we are in an underground city from the game. Shall I take you to find treasure? The hopes for the future. Did you know? The flowers above have withered. When this is over, let us plant more. Once it concludes, I wish to bathe first, then see the sea. How does that sound? Very well. A gentle response from a friend. A thick veil of gloom hung over the Lianshu. Yet, remarkably, it did not snow. Struggling through the snow, Jiang He exhaled a breath of warm mist, lifting his gaze to the familiar yet strange surroundings. It was a small hillside. In the final hour before venturing beyond, he paused his monotonous assault project, took 2 vegetable buns to warm his hands, and departed the lightless underground command center for this small hillside. Home. In another daxia. This was his home. The houses on the hillside had vanished. The silver-white frost flowers were nowhere to be seen. And the figure that delighted in racing among the flowers and then collapsing onto the ground had also disappeared. The silver pendant lay warm in his palm, for reasons unknown. It radiated heat. In a moment of reverie, Jiang He recalled a person, her proud little face lingering in his somewhat hazy memory, often teasing him without a care. Fond of sleeping in cold places, suddenly burrowing under the covers at night, leaving him shivering. That family member had long silver hair and a penchant for gnawing on hard things. This marked the 5th year since he had disappeared from that hometown. And if time flowed equally, her birthday would soon arrive. Long time no see. Bye. Take care. In the last 10 minutes before heading beyond, the Lianshu Command Center held a discreet and quiet farewell gathering. Few attended, yet those he had known over the past 5 years, still alive and not fallen in battle, were present. Jiang He cast a sweeping gaze. The villager who had once rescued him from the river now bore white hair at the temples. Xin Ning still wore a dejected expression. And the portly chef in the command center had lost considerable weight, with new wrinkles marking the corners of his eyes. By the way, where is Lao Tianshu? His slightly clouded eyes fell. Perhaps he had forgotten that Lao Tianshu, the only one who knew his identity, had long since departed. That day was dim. As the flame of life flickered near extinction, Lao Tianshu had asked him once more about that daxia he spoke of, standing amidst the starry sea. At that moment, he nodded solemnly. Thus, with tears in his eyes and a smile on his lips, Lao Tianshu lay to rest. He adorned himself with the rarely carried emblem of the United Space Army. The pendant remained warm. Gathering his essential belongings, he secured them close, donned his breathing mask, and the world dimmed. Xin Ning slipped several precious healing potions into Jiang He's hands without uttering a word. Capture many photos when you go to the Covenant, Jiang He said with a smile. Xin Ning nodded silently. Time slowly slipped away. Perhaps Jiang He was truly on the verge of slumber. Perhaps he was already exhausted. The warm blue particles increased, and he gradually closed his eyes, holding tightly to the energy gun meant for defense. Where would he go? What kind of world lay beyond? Drowsiness pressed upon him. A few minutes later, a burst of light. Warm blue luminescence enveloped Jiang He, illuminating the dim eyes of those present. With faint ripples concealed within the light, the particles swirling around him in a hurried dance. How could this be? Sin Ning stared in disbelief. The vessel does emit light before heading beyond, but that occurs after 20 hours. He had never witnessed a record of someone glowing upon falling asleep. He hastily turned to check the data. Maintain watch over Jiang, he commanded, not glancing back. There was no response. In the midst of profound silence, Sin Ning halted. He turned back. Jiang He had vanished from the original platform. Chapter 12 Prelude to the End and New Beginnings January 7th, the 8th day of the 12th lunar month. At 8 in the morning, the Lian Shu Command Center announced to the entirety of the United Alliance and the virtually defunct Blue Star Collective that a precursor disaster was imminent. Emergency reinforcement forces were on standby. The Alliance front remained utterly silent. The Covenant's Holy See urgently dispatched a group of healing priests to the Blue Star Division. While in the north, amidst the frigid tundra, the Northern Alliance retreated recklessly and frantically. Many awaited. The Blue Star seemed to have grown much quieter. The gazes of various civilizations fixated upon this battered yet resilient land of Daxia. The colossal disturbance from the previous night had stirred countless souls. An unprecedented birth phenomenon, drawing them back to the thousands of previous vessel births. Scholars toiled through the night. Arriving at a conclusion, the intensity of the precursor disaster was linked to the commotion surrounding the birth phenomenon. A blinding light would erupt from that land. The mages of the Magic Kingdom muttered incoherently. A cataclysmic disaster would engulf Daxia. Scholars from the Covenant world wailed, kneeling before the idols in supplication. As healing priests rushed forth at the speed of light, may the deities ensure they await us. Countless souls would perish amidst that precursor. We must not allow our warriors to stand beneath such a perilous wall. At 2 in the morning on January 7th, the newly appointed chief mage of the Wei Yuan Alliance's front line, in a voice choked with tears, submitted an application for the complete withdrawal of the Daxia front line. However, it was met with rejection. The Wei Yuan Front Command coldly remarked that perhaps Master Nodis was unaware of the magnitude of the impact a retreat would entail. That was of little consequence, for she might need to pay a visit to Master Garion's grave. Yet this application soon reached the ears of the Northern Alliance. That night, they ceased their slow crawl. That night, the total command center of the Wei Yuan Alliance at the Daxia front suddenly lay empty. While those gathered at the Wei Yuan rear lighthouse exchanged glances. What a coincidence! Your father has fallen ill too. My sister is to be engaged, and due to unavoidable circumstances, I had to return early. I simply could not be absent. And you? I miss home, sob sob. The deductions of all were surprisingly in unison. Terror, with grievous casualties, felt akin to the end of the world. They speculated on apocalyptic scenarios, eagerly anticipating the arrival of this ominous portent. Hoping to further shatter the already fractured realm of Daxia, greedy gazes swept the horizon. Satellites in the cosmos honed in on Daxia. 1 minute passed. The rain and snow across Daxia ceased. 5 minutes later, the dim clouds parted, and fragmented sunlight streamed down. 10 minutes in, the wind began to stir. A gentle breeze causing the grass to sway and flowers to dance, as the accumulated snow gradually fell away. 30 minutes elapsed. The first drop of rain fell upon the small hills of the Daxia Union. An hour passed. A silver-white flower blossomed amidst the desolation of the hills. 2 hours later, a hazy mist enveloped the sky, and a steady rain began to fall, saturating the blood-stained earth, where long columns of smoke dissipated in the rain, the charred remnants dissolving in the moisture. Blood was diluted by the rain. The once barren land now flourished with greenery. Raindrops landed on the dirt and the weary, ashen faces of the soldiers on the Daxia front lines. Sir, you cannot go out. An elderly man, suddenly stubborn, insisted on stepping outside, despite the guards' attempts to dissuade him. They cautiously led him to a place where he could see the rain, keeping a vigilant watch, their tense bodies ready to retreat at the slightest hint of danger. Yet gradually, the tension dissipated in the wind. The guard gazed at the sky in confusion. The misty rain and gentle breeze were unlike any portent he had ever witnessed. Typically, omens were dreadful and horrifying, but the one he found somewhat appealing was the golden wheat rain of the Holy Covenant. The old man slowly extended his wrinkled hand. The cool touch and familiar scent of rain reminded him of many years ago when his mother held him beneath the eaves to watch the spring rain after winter. The rhythmic sound of raindrops echoed. 5 hours passed. A soldier cautiously emerged from the Daxia front lines, his anxious eyes fixed on the pale, misty sky. Where's the portent? He murmured. His fingertips brushed against the cool curtain of rain. Nothing transpired. Neither acid rain nor radioactive downpour, and there was no poison. The rabbits released into the fields remained unharmed. Not all portents herald disaster, were they? His comrades had lingered in the rain for quite some time, their faces indistinguishable between rain and tears. The communication channels and air raid shelter broadcasts relayed casualty figures in real time. A choked voice echoing. No casualty reports have been received so far. Please hold on. We repeat, there are no casualties. No one had perished. January 7th. At the end of the deep winter, a new beginning. The spring rain arrived early. Chapter 13. Regarding my return to the Star Sea hometown. The ground was warm and smooth. The sunlight was pleasantly warm. His breathing mask lay shattered, his body sticky, and he felt a dull pain. Perhaps from losing copious amounts of blood. In the instant of awakening, Jiang He sensed much. Helplessly lying on the ground, fresh air rushed into his nostrils. The bloodstained miniature camera on his chest automatically began recording everything before him. The healing medication from Tsining was nowhere to be found. Jiang He opened his heavy eyelids. Towering glass buildings loomed in a staggered formation. In the distance, the bustling aerial thoroughfares were filled with noise, and the vibrant projections of news and advertisements dazzled the eye. While the azure sky was speckled with stars, arranged like the navigation lights of the He Shi Mingzhou spaceport, Jiang He stared blankly at everything before him. The notion of contact offered guidance. Seek out and meet with the pinnacle of civilization. Vow to establish contact. You have arrived in the unknown universe. The Zhaoyan Star Flow main spiritual constellation complex, the Taichi supergalaxy, the Milky Way, the Shimian spiral arm, Daxia United He Shi system third planet. Congratulations. This civilization is AT0, level giant among the civilizations of this spiral arm. But please exercise extreme caution, in the absence of any living beings recognizing you. Any endeavor is perilously dangerous. A chilling wind brushed against his ears. Familiar broadcasts in the summer language echoed in the wind. The time is 8:17 a.m. on January 7th of the He Shi calendar, the 8th day of the 12th lunar month. He Shi News reports, it is understood that Comrade Jiang Bai, the Supreme Commander of the United Silver Army, was invited to attend the commissioning ceremony of a new warship at the first military port of the Union on January 6th. The research team under the United Silver Army announced on January 5th that the Special Retrospective Array has entered the testing phase, which may yield significant progress regarding the disappearance of Commander Jiang He of the Southern Sky Fleet 5 years ago. The Daxia Star System Navigation Bureau has announced that this year's return home flights during the new year are fully booked, and additional flights will be added. The Daxia Civil Shipping Bureau has issued a reminder. With countless navigable routes, safety is paramount. If navigation is not standardized, tears will flow. Jiang He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. His vision suddenly blurred, his chest vibrated, and his body trembled. The intense pain subsided significantly. The cold, still present self-defense weapon in his arms reminded him this was no dream. He Shi, a familiar name, along with the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, and the struggling Daxia of the blue planet. Memories of cities turned to ruins in the blaze of war lingered vividly, the cries of children piercing the air, and the haughty demeanor of the Alliance command was etched in his memory. Now, he had returned home. He would return to his homeland. Once, he thought he would never return to this longed-for place. Yesterday, he had expressed this hope aloud, because he had returned to his homeland. But it was not so. He had come back alive. Jiang He clumsily rose, ignoring the horrifying wounds on his body, thinking perhaps they were the price of traversing space. Insignificant. He desperately wiped his tears, striving to see more clearly, unaware that his hands had cracked and were stained with blood. The most pressing concern was to report to the United Central, to the Supreme Celestial Axis, and to several elders of the 3-star Tianxian, to inform them that our kin are being oppressed and slaughtered, that our other homeland is in tatters. They are cautiously seeking our aid with great hope. We cannot afford to ignore them. Daxia will be saved. Daxia will be saved. That boy Tsining will return alive to the Holy Covenant. The frontline troops need not sacrifice their lives to delay the progress of the Alliance. They are no longer the laughable, weak ants in the eyes of the extraterrestrial civilizations. Jiang He had always been composed, but now he yearned to weep uncontrollably. Yet this was not the time. Struggling to survey his surroundings, he found himself in a deserted suburb, a trail of crimson blood marking the ground. Memories telling him this was He Shi Mingzhou, the place where he had recuperated. He clutched the bundle in his arms tightly, as if it were more precious than life itself, his head spinning, suddenly feeling cold. He wondered if it was because Mingzhou was still in winter. Perhaps. He stumbled forward, searching for a public terminal. Non-military equipment lacked direct access to the United Central, but the military port communications in the Star Zone could connect. Using a public terminal to report to the military port was currently the best option. Breathing became increasingly difficult. His steps grew heavier. He strained to keep his eyes open. His pallid face suddenly lit up with joy as he fixed his gaze on the distant public information terminal. Slowly approaching, the crystalline screen now stained with blood. With trembling hands, the communicator was activated, inputting the remembered communication code. Beep, beep. Public Terminal 46137 is connecting for you. Connection established. This is the 8th hub of communications at the 3rd military port of He Star District. I am Duty Officer Luo Fan. Please state your identity and purpose. A voice inquired from the other end, heavy with breath. I am Jiang He, Deputy Commander of the Insu Corps of the Xia United Body, Commander of the Southern Heaven Star Domain Fleet, Jiang He. My rank is 2-star Tianxian. He inhaled laboriously. Military frequency code B24206-40180. Immediate verification required. The communication channel fell silent for a few seconds before a gasp of astonishment erupted. You are Commander Jiang. The duty personnel's pupils dilated, their voice instinctively elevated, shock evident in their words as they hastily lowered their heads to input the code for identity verification. Please hold. His hands trembled. Jiang He, Deputy Commander of the Insu Corps, Honorary Commander, Commander of the Southern Heaven Star Domain Fleet, the youngest 2-star Tianxian in the Xia United Body. What does this signify? Above a 2-star Tianxian is a 3-star Tianxian. The 3-star Tianxian serves as a pillar for the United Body, and there are only a few individuals in this rank. The most renowned is Commander Jiang Bai of the Insu Corps, an absolute pinnacle in the extraordinary domain of the United Body, rumored to embody the stature of a colossal statue. Above the 3-star Tianxian is the singular supreme Tianshu. In this hierarchy, a 2-star Tianxian stands as a figure of utmost significance, while his current rank merely aligns with the Longjia Kaiyang, with the higher ranks being Yuheng, Tianquan, Tianji, followed by Tianxian, a full 10 ranks below. He felt breathless. More critically, 5 years prior, Deputy Commander Jiang He had vanished during convalescence in Mingzhou, never to be seen again. The incident had sent shockwaves throughout the Xia United Body, sparking speculation of treachery, extraterrestrial assassination, and abduction by terrorist organizations across the star network. The Central Command of the United Body was furious, and a colossal fleet hovered ominously over Mingzhou. The entire He and surrounding star systems were subjected to stringent lockdowns. The He political court underwent a massive purge, with elite interstar military corps dispatched to He and all station troops reassigned, launching a frenzied search for the missing individual, yet yielding no results. Ultimately, He spatial monitoring arrays detected anomalies, an unnatural spatial fluctuation. Who was responsible? Which star nation? Silence. Chapter 14. The star domain immediately entered a state of first-level martial law. Repeat. The star domain immediately. A heavy, oppressive cloud loomed over He and the Central Command. That day, the United Body's Central Command was particularly quiet. The calm before a storm, was it not? Shortly after, the Xia United Body convened an unprecedented Star Sea Conference, with the Yusu star domain initiating the grandest exercise to date, a fleet cluster that obscured even the faintest light of the stars. After over a decade of absence, the formidable titans roared. In the eyes of the delegations from extraterrestrial nations, a colossal planet was reduced to dust, a true cataclysm, dazzling light, obliterating all. 10 minutes after the planet's destruction, dozens of star nations urgently announced the formation of investigative teams. The capitals of these star nations buzzed with chaos, roars echoing incessantly. Large-scale inspections commenced, yet no information emerged. The United Bodies Research Institute could not trace the source of the spatial fluctuations, as if it had never existed. No one knew where it truly lay. A month later, the Tracing Array Project, initiated by the United Central and fully supported by the Insu research team, commenced. In the same year, permitted by the United Central, the Insu commander signed off, and thus, the Insu First Fleet departed Xia's territory for extended deployment. Even 5 years later, numerous fleets remained stationed in the He Star District. The military frequency code verification was successful. Unique voiceprint verification was approved. Suddenly, the verification program result jolted the duty officer from his memories. His mind erupted, filled with disbelief as he gazed upon the screen. Jiang He, current Deputy Commander of the Insu Corps, position vacant. Current Commander of the Southern Heaven Star Domain Fleet, position vacant. Rank, 2-star Tianxian. Beep, beep. This code has been sealed for 4 years, now reactivated. Due to its uniqueness, it will automatically report to the Central Code Hub. Transmission sent. Locating source. Location confirmed. He Star District, Star System. 3rd planet of He, outskirts of Mingzhou, Public Terminal 46137. Coordinates 7917614614619. Beep. Beep. Deputy Commander Jiang has truly returned. After 5 years. No, wait. What has happened to Commander Jiang? His voice is so weak, so frail, like a candle flickering in the wind. The program interface shifted from pale blue to orange-red, the virtual crystal screen reflecting the frantic preparations of the duty officer to report. Amidst the chaos in his thoughts, Jiang He's voice, noticeably weaker, echoed once more. Faint as a whisper. Immediately report to the United Central and the Insu Command. I have, thud. The sound of a body collapsing resonated. The duty officer froze. Commander Jiang? Are you all right? Commander Jiang? Commander Jiang. No response. On the other end of the communication, only the alert of an automated patrol drone drew near. Beep. Beep. Comatose individual detected. Executing emergency rescue protocol. Notifying the nearest hospital for injury assessment. Severe bleeding, multiple injuries. Suspected serious harm. Vital signs continuously weakening. Assessing high-risk injury. Notifying nearest security. Beep. Beep. The sky is falling. It truly is collapsing. The officer seized the terminal. On the other side of the screen, the blood-stained public terminal crackled with his frantic screams. I am Chief Executive Luo Fan. The Star District immediately enters first-level martial law. Tianxian has been attacked. Repeat. The Star District immediately enters first-level martial law. Tianxian has been attacked. Tianxian has been attacked. Blood stained the miniature camera before Jiang He, recording everything clearly. On the morning of January 7th, at 8:30:12, the Central Code Hub received a message regarding the code by He. At 8:30:31, the Central Code Hub initiated an emergency communication to the United Central. Deputy Commander Jiang He? Deputy Commander Jiang He. The perspiring chief editor abruptly ended the communication, gulped down a cup of tea, and suppressed the overwhelming shock to initiate a communication request to the Insu Command. He has returned? He has returned. At 8:30:42, an emergency communication from the highest central command of the United Body reached the He-She Star District's 2 military commands. At 8:31:20, communication from the Insu Corps Command reached the He-She 2 military commands. At 8:32:32, communication from the Southern Heaven Star Domain Fleet Command also reached the He-She 2 military commands. At 8:33:30, Commander Zhang Bai of the Insu Corps signed the first-level combat readiness order for the Corps, and the Insu Guard Fleet stationed at the Central Command urgently departed for He-She Star District under the pretext of rescue. At 8:35:01, at 8:36:20, the Second Fleet of the Nantian in the Tongning Star District received orders to depart. Commander He, trembling as he hung up the urgent communication, was immediately confronted with reports from the naval base. His vision darkened as his frantic command echoed throughout the command center. Seal off the entire He shipping lane. Immediately. Signal the station fleet to set course for Mingzhou. Inform the Mingzhou garrison and the Nation Command to mobilize at once to rescue Jiang He and the vice commander, and then promptly seal off Mingzhou. No civilian vessels are to enter or exit. Notify the governor of He to issue a maximum state of emergency. Jiang He of the 19th Second Star, Tianshuan, has been grievously wounded and stabbed. Coordinates 7917614614619. Remember to bring a medical ship. Repeat, Tianshuan Jiang He has been attacked. At 8:35, multiple star regions surrounding He received the order to seal off the shipping lanes. By 8:37, the majestic silver ships leapt into the vast channel, their crimson banners shining brilliantly in the light. Moments later, the state of emergency command reached all communication channels along the shipping lanes, the engines glow dimming to nearly nothing. The bustling airways came to a standstill in mere minutes. A state of maximum emergency? What has transpired? It is still unclear. 5 years ago, when I rarely returned home, it was similarly under lockdown. Why is it the same now, 5 years later? Could it be that I am fated to encounter such emergencies? The hand of fate truly favors you. Oh, dear engine behind me, do not collide with me. At 8:39, the continuous sound of alarms reverberated through He First Starport. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the holographic indicators turned red, displaying warnings of prohibited passage. The Fourth Fleet of the Alliance stationed at He First Starport illuminated their communication lights, pulsing like breath. Amidst the roar of engines, the shadows of the massive ships loomed over the people. Warships hurriedly made their way out of port, amidst the cacophony, creating brilliant ripples in the space, their scarlet-orange engines bursting forth with light. Chapter 15. The Fourth Fleet of the Alliance has reached the rescue point and is currently descending. The emergency jump protocol is being initiated. Destination: the third planet of this star system, Mingzhou. Clear ahead. Repeat. Clear ahead. Permission to jump granted. In mere moments, the fleet of warships vanished, leaving behind a solitary orange beam of light in the endless black cosmos. At 8:40, in the commercial district of Mingzhou's capital, the dense flow of people showed no signs of abating. A young girl, bouncing with energy, carried a small bag while a boy, fingers tapping in the air, munched on a centuries-old steamed bun, yawning profusely, regretting staying up late playing the newly released Jiao, a game by Xinhua. Everything was tranquil until a tremendous sound shattered the peace. Shadows passed overhead, and the crowd looked up in confusion as red and blue lights shattered the sky. A swarm of security ships darting through the air at incredible speeds, tens, dozens, hundreds. Surely, the entire Mingzhou garrison has been deployed. Those covertly counting exclaimed in astonishment. What is happening? Some were inclined toward suspicion. Then, a sudden vibration from their terminals caused the onlookers to instinctively lower their heads for a check. And they froze in shock as bold red letters flashed on the display. Maximum state of emergency in He. On the 7th day of the first month in the lunar calendar at 8:40, the He Star District government, the dual military commands of the He Star District, and the Mingzhou garrison jointly announced the declaration of a state of maximum emergency in the He Star District. Look up at the sky, someone shouted. Above, against the azure backdrop of the pale, cloudy universe, warships revealed their silhouettes, a continuous stream of luminescence advancing, a dense fleet enveloping the heavens. The fourth fleet of the Alliance had completed its jump and was now hovering above Mingzhou, descending, executing the state of emergency, and approaching the rescue point. In the profound depths of space, the fleet shone brilliantly. In a green field on the outskirts, a fisherman, revising ancient beneficial physical activities, looked back in confusion, his eyes wide and mouth agape. The Naxing military, silver-armored hover tanks sped past, the familiar flags instilling no fear within him, speculating whether this was some kind of drill, until a soldier rushed by. Fellow villager, go home. He is under maximum emergency. What? Caught off guard. He hadn't even brought an information terminal, yet the immense and prosperous He Star District is under maximum emergency? The fisherman was bewildered. How long had it been since such an event occurred? The last time was 5 years ago when all movement between the various colonial planets in the star system ground to a halt, with security everywhere. The fisherman recalled the past and quickly departed. In the suburban area of Mingzhou's capital, at 8:41, the weather changed swiftly, a light drizzle began to fall, and the sky appeared overcast. A pedestrian, anxious, hurried past the blood-stained terminal while opening an umbrella, muttering about the weather forecast not predicting rain. The recent state of emergency declaration unsettled him, ruining his planned morning jog. He longed to return home quickly and check the star network for updates. Suddenly, a flash of red caught his eye. He halted, a wave of inexplicable dread washing over him. Moving closer, he saw a pool of blood spreading beneath a battered man kneeling beside the terminal, clutching a package, dressed in attire slightly different from the current style. The surveillance drone emitted a series of beeps. What is happening? A chase? An assassination? Fear surged within him, instinctively rising due to the recent emergency declaration. Unsure whether to flee from this scene he had never encountered before, the drone would automatically notify security and the hospital. But after a moment of silence, he cursed softly, cautiously scanned the surroundings, and confirmed there were no assailants before rushing forward. This is Xia. He is a loyal citizen of Xia. How could he stand idly by? He was trained for this. Despite knowing the drone had likely already alerted security and the hospital, he sent another distress message from his terminal and then carefully observed the man's injuries. The cloying scent of blood mingled with the rain created a stifling atmosphere. Brother? Brother? No response. He leaned down, checking for breath near the unconscious man's mouth and nose. Suddenly, he stood up, preparing to smash the drone to access its supply of first aid supplies. But then, a buzzing sound arose. Light emerged. The sky was filled with beams of searchlights descending upon him. Hundreds of drones armed with heavy and light weaponry swiftly surrounding the area, their urgent beeping creating a cacophony. The pedestrian looked up in shock, and there were ships. The sky was awash with blue and white security vessels, and amidst the storm clouds above, the outlines of silver giants emerged, their hull numbers and red stars revealing their identity as the official space fleet of Xia. Beep, beep. The 13th Mobile Corps of the Xiao Army has arrived at the rescue point. 3, 2, 1, drop. A multitude of black dots fell from the sky. The Mingzhou garrison has reached the rescue point. The defensive shield array is being activated. The emergency medical fleet is sinking. Jiang He has been located at the designated position, and the situation suggests severe injuries. Rescue operations are currently underway. The personnel nearby have been identified as citizens of Daxia, and the silver-hulled ship has pressed down to the ground. The inner star heavy cluster's resonant sounds echo through the sky. The 2nd 14th Division of the Inner Star Military Alliance has arrived at the rescue point and is executing the mission to secure the capital of Mingzhou. The 2nd 57th and 2nd 59th Divisions of the Inner Star Military Alliance have also arrived at 8:43. Jiang He, bloodied and battered, is being transported into the medical ship by medical personnel, while the sentinels along the way salute silently. Behind them, a large contingent of the Inner Star Military, Space Force, and local government officials follows. Commanders from the 4th and 5th Fleets of the Alliance, the leader of the 2nd 14th Division, the leader of the 2nd 57th Division, the governor of Heshi Star System, the governor of Mingzhou, and the chief of the Mingzhou Security Hub await quietly outside, exchanging glances filled with sharp scrutiny. Jiang He, who disappeared 5 years ago in Mingzhou, has reappeared, covered in wounds and blood. No one is unaware of what this signifies. The audacity has grown larger than the stars. Not to mention, Jiang He, the last remaining heir of a family of soldiers who have served the nation for generations, has Jiang Bai, a figure of great significance, standing behind him, and none dare to act against him. Jiang He himself is renowned for his remarkable achievements. However, those who have witnessed Jiang He's injuries tremble subtly, perhaps out of anger or a chilling sense of dread. If the truth is indeed as they suspect, the wrath and reckoning from the Alliance's central authority will obliterate all those involved. Chapter 16. Who caused the bloodshed and tears of the heroes' families? This is not only about providing an account for Vice Commander Jiang, but also for the once loyal royal family of the Insu clan, Jiang Bai, whose name was given by the Vice Commander himself. At 8:45, news of Jiang He, grievously injured and near death in Heshi, spreads widely, causing a stir throughout Daxia. People are bewildered as to what could have prompted such a gathering of fleets and the stringent lockdown of several star regions. Some feel a sense of familiarity. Is it not reminiscent of the events 5 years ago? 5 years prior, the Insu vice commander vanished, and Heshi was under the highest state of emergency for months, leading to the Star Sea Conference and the Colossal Exercise. A realization dawns. Does Commander Jiang Bai have news again? Is it possible? But how do you know they are siblings? I recall there was no definitive confirmation. Silly, they share the same surname. They must be family. Amid the clamor of the Star Network, the high-ranking officials of the Alliance military find themselves enveloped in a profound silence, under which lies an unexpressed tempest. Who? Which star nation? It may even be from among their own. As the news of Jiang He's grievous injuries and blood-soaked condition reaches the command centers across various star domains, even the fleets in space, bright as stars, seem to be shrouded in a layer of oppressive gloom. What indignities has Vice Commander Jiang suffered? How dare they? The generals who had previously scoured Heshi in a frantic search for clues, yet found nothing, remained stunned in silence. Vice Commander Jiang's 5-year disappearance and reappearance in Mingzhou suggest he may have been there all along. They simply failed to find him. Awakening from a daze, they set forth on their way to the Central Authority. If this is indeed the case, they cannot escape blame. In the Central Star System, the capital star, located in the prosperous eastern region of the Daxia Alliance, shines brilliantly even in the early morning hours. Towering skyscrapers rise, dense streams of ships and vehicles commute, and patrolling security fleets are occasionally visible. The Alliance's central authority is ablaze with light. The Grand Court, enveloped in warm golden radiance, is adorned with 5 crimson stars hanging from its lofty ceiling. Figures once only seen on holographic screens now gather together. The highest council of the Alliance. A few hurriedly returning 3-star Tianxian members exchange glances and notice the absence of one figure, but remain tacitly aware of the reason. Perhaps they have gone to Heshi. How is Comrade Xiao Zhang now? The council member inquires first. Still unconscious. However, the Ningen medical ship reports that there is no longer a threat to life. The Insu Guard fleet is preparing to take over the escort mission of the ship and will return to the Central Authority afterward. The elder, exuding an unspoken authority, nods gently, surveying the gathered individuals before speaking slowly. You are all aware of Comrade Xiao Zhang's situation, correct? We must investigate thoroughly. We must uncover who dares to treat the family of our Daxia's heroes, who perished for civilization, with such disdain, as well as the significance of Comrade Jiang He, a crucial pillar of civilization and a member of the 3-star Tianxian. We shall leave no stone unturned. At 9:01, a series of orders emanate from the Central Authority. At 9:05, a special investigation team, jointly established by the General Staff, the General Security Hub, He Space Force General Hospital, the Alliance Research Institute, and the Insu Corps, is formed. As Jiang He remains unconscious, the efforts to collect data and conduct preliminary analyses commence. At 9:12, the first batch of materials arrives at the He Inspection Center. 2 vials of scarlet blood, 1 vial containing a rain-soaked orange-hued mixture, several fragments of unknown substances, and a battered firearm. The blood samples were collected from the ground at the rescue point and from Vice Commander Jiang. The nature of the orange-hued mixture remains unclear. We traced the bloodstains to the initial location of Vice Commander Jiang's appearance, where the mixture was found just a few meters away, already diluted by the rain. The fragments and the firearm were also discovered at the initial site. The investigation team leader, a young woman in a white coat, a brilliant new generation talent from the General Security Hub, had excelled in her studies to gain admission to the Central Hospital and the Alliance Research Institute, demonstrating proficiency across various fields of reconnaissance and pathology. Let us first analyze the blood and the mixture. With gloved hands, she delicately examines the fragments, offering her assessment. The material is quite archaic. After some manipulation, the fragments coalesce. It resembles the standard-issue breathing masks of the Daxiao Alliance from a century ago. She muses thoughtfully. Disassembling the battered firearm, she notes, as for this gun, its structural principles are strikingly similar to the modern Daxiao standard energy gun, albeit with some differences. Surveillance footage has confirmed that Vice Commander Jiang's return was no coincidence. In the footage, amidst a ripple of spatial distortion, the bloody Jiang He emerges, while at 8:12, the spatial monitoring array distinctly captured anomalous spatial fluctuations in the capital of Mingzhou. The differences from the fluctuations observed 5 years ago are significant. However, it is undeniable that Vice Commander Jiang must have returned to Mingzhou from some location beyond Daxia through a specific spatial means, possibly through extraordinary power or technological prowess. But how could there be Daxia standard masks and firearms from outside? She murmurs to herself. Surely, there cannot be another Daxia beyond the stars. At 9:15, the DNA testing report is generated. The team leader glances at it a few times. The biological verification is complete. Jiang He, Vice Commander of the Insu Corps of the Daxiao Alliance, holds the rank of 2-star Tianxian. At 9:20, the blood analysis report is generated. A thick stack of data lay before them, with many indicators glaring in a shocking crimson hue. Although anticipated, the leader of the investigation team could not help but furrow her brow upon recording the findings. The situation appeared rather dire. Cortisol and adrenaline levels were elevated. High-sensitivity C-reactive protein was elevated, leukocyte count was elevated, neutrophil proportions had increased, triglycerides were heightened, high-density lipoprotein cholesterol had declined, plasma fibrinogen concentration had risen, and levels of iron, folate, and vitamin B12 had severely diminished, alongside abnormal thyroid function indicators. The young girl lowered her head. It was known that Jiang Fuxi suffered from premature graying of the hair. Clinically, it was diagnosed that her body had long been under significant stress, possibly resulting in severe insomnia and symptoms of malnutrition. What had she faced before returning? She had no way of knowing. At 9:25, the report on the meat-orange mixture was generated. Upon seeing the data, the leader squinted, her expression finally taking on a serious tone. Extraordinary particles were detected in the mixture, entirely unknown and unrecorded in the Xia United Particle Database, with effects that seemed to suggest healing and restoration. This substance originated from beyond the known cosmos. Chapter 17, Death and Windmills. So, had Jiang Fuxi ventured beyond the known starry seas in the past 5 years? An unfathomable distance. The package Jiang Fuxi brought back contained important items, including a technological artifact and a pendant recently discovered on her person by the Ningen. The leader insisted on retrieving them. The subordinate nodded, hesitating before adding that the pendant had been a gift from General Jiang Bai to Jiang Fuxi and had already been taken away. Then we shall take the package and the artifact, the leader waved dismissively. Soon, a blood-stained package was opened, revealing a multitude of items. The leader meticulously extracted them one by one. After a considerable time, her expression transformed entirely. She immediately reported to the United Central Command, requesting an emergency meeting. She hurried to leave, but suddenly paused, turning to gaze at the technological artifact on the silver table, opened her mouth, and after a moment of silence, stated, "This is a miniature camera. It is still recording." She realized its purpose. Cautiously, she approached, adjusting her posture to reveal the insignia of the guard adorned with the crimson star on her chest. She first saluted before speaking. "Here lies the Shi Mian suspended arm star C, the Sea of Civilizations. I stand within the Xia United He star system. Today is the 455th year of the standard Xia calendar, January 7th, the 8th day of the old lunar calendar. I am Yiqiong, Director of the Reconnaissance Department of the Xia United, currently appointed as the leader of the Special Investigation Team with the code name and mission to investigate the disappearance of the commander of our Southern Heaven Fleet. The Deputy Commander of the Silver Element Legion, Jiang He, who has been missing for 5 years. Greetings. Her subordinates gazed at her in confusion, not quite understanding whom the leader was addressing. In the He Star district, under the utmost martial law, the capital Mingzhou had grown considerably quieter. The lights in the residential areas remained warm as a girl, carrying a small bag, stealthily entered her room, cautiously opening the door to find a familiar figure staring vacantly. Huh. She playfully rolled her snow-white pupils, suddenly making a silly face to scare the bad guy who wouldn't let her have her small candies. The young man feigned shock. Angered, the girl punched him, satisfied only when she heard his pained cry and jumped onto the warm hammock. What did the doctor say? He asked with concern. The doctor said I had too many small candies. What a quack. You don't know how many I've had. You only gave me 2 back on New Year's. The girl pouted indignantly. Her health was not in jeopardy. She simply had been plagued by nightmares lately. Dreaming of that bad guy Suan dying in a heavy snowfall, buried in the muddy frozen ground. Yet, he merely seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Obscured by the ethereal snow, it felt as if she had collapsed beside him. An inexplicable intuition struck her. Should we visit another hospital? Suan asked anxiously. How could eating small candies lead to nightmares? He inquired curiously. Then why were you so unwilling for me to accompany you to the hospital before? The candy-loving coward rarely did not pull him along. Instead, she clung tightly to his leg, crying out that if he dared to go out, he would never taste her super delicious cooking again. She slightly raised her gaze. Because in my nightmare, you died. Before you died, you even gave me a handful of small candies. The materialistic girl felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, wishing for him to stay home and play games, yet upon returning, she found the bad guy was not lying in the game pod as usual. She abruptly shifted the topic. The Star Zone is under martial law. I know. Is the Xia about to go to war with someone? But that is not right. Which star nation in the sea of civilizations would dare oppose us? It can't be the ones beyond the stars. She snuggled into the bad guy's embrace, activating her wristband to frantically purchase emergency medications. Energy shield suits capable of withstanding energy beams, and portable oxygen devices for his safety. But the old Lunar New Year is approaching. If the martial law ends early, how about we buy tickets back to the Central Star System to celebrate? We could visit the eastern sea of the Union Star to see the magnificent windmill clusters. I've heard they're beautiful from afar. All right. Suan nodded helplessly, having received no answer. On January 7th, at 7 p.m., a colossal fleet of silver warships glided slowly through the starry sky, guarding the special medical ship at the center of the cluster. Inside the ship, Jiang He lay motionless in the cold white medical chamber, his eyes closed heavily. The monitoring equipment beeped rhythmically. His white hair had shed considerably, and the unique blue and white striped patient attire concealed numerous injuries. A calm figure stood silently by his side. Time passed slowly. Commander, the pale hatch opened, and a subordinate entered the observation room. The meeting is about to commence. Jiang He gently nodded, his emotionless response, and rose to proceed to the adjacent conference chamber. Holographic beams cascaded down, gradually transforming the environment into a bright room. Figures began to materialize. Some were holographic projections, while others were present in the flesh. There were not many, merely 8 in total. The remote conference connection was established. Ding. Number 3, Sanqing Tianxian Zhang Weiguo has logged in. Zhang Weiguo is ready. Ding. Number 6, Sanqing Tianxian Jiang He has logged in. The silver-haired girl lifted her gaze. Jiang He is ready. At 9:01 p.m. on January 7th, the Xian Shu level meeting commenced, attended by the highest echelon of Xia, the 6 esteemed Sanqing Tianxian, and the leader of the Special Investigation Team, Yiqiong. Here gathered figures capable of shaking the very star sea with a stomp. At 9:05 p.m., the meeting began. The leader of the investigation team took a deep breath. Not a single member of the United's upper echelons was absent. Faced with numerous figures seldom seen in normal circumstances, it was difficult to remain calm. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure. Here follows the detailed account of events. On the morning of January 7th, at 8:12 a.m., the He Space Monitoring Array detected spatial anomalies in the Mingzhou capital region. A segment of surveillance footage unfolds, revealing peculiar ripples that spread across the screen. Moments later, a crimson figure emerges into view. It is Jiang He, covered in wounds. The atmosphere grows heavy with tension. At precisely 8:17, Deputy Commander Jiang He regains consciousness. We assembled experts in micro-emotion analysis, who deduced that Jiang's expressions at that moment transitioned from vigilance to bewilderment and shock, ultimately culminating in elation. We speculate that his subconscious did not anticipate his return to Mingzhou. At 8:19, Jiang rises, searching for a communication terminal, exhibiting signs of emotional breakdown and tears, possibly indicating a release of immense pent-up pressure. Chapter 18, The Non-Existent. At 8:29, the He 3rd Military Port received Jiang's communication request, with the military port verifying his identity through military frequency encoding and voice-print authentication. Concurrently, the Central Encoding Hub received a reminder concerning encoding renewal. Given the unique relationship between Commander Jiang and Deputy Commander Jiang, the Central Hub, unaware of Jiang's message, transmitted it to the Insu Central Command. At 8:36, He entered a state of heightened alert. The 4th and 5th Joint Fleet departed the port to execute emergency rescue protocols, while the Mingzhou garrison and the 1st Star troops mobilized without delay. By 8:41, the 4th Joint Fleet, the Mingzhou garrison fleet, and 4 nearby station Star troops arrived at the rescue point. There, we encountered a compassionate citizen attempting to retrieve supplies from a cruising drone to aid Deputy Commander Jiang. This individual had sought assistance from the garrison and hospital shortly before, and the He government and police have since publicly presented him with a banner and monetary reward. At 8:43, Deputy Commander Jiang was transported aboard the Ning and medical ship for treatment. The sequence of events concludes here. The conference room fell silent. Outside, the atmosphere was anything but mundane. Multiple elite fleets from the 5-star regions of the Daxia United Body and the Star Troops began to mobilize, while the independent Insu fleet gathered at the Joint Command. The spokesperson for the Daxia stationed within the interstellar community displayed a sharper gaze. The team leader paused before continuing. At 9 o'clock, investigators collected definitive materials from the location of Deputy Commander Jiang's appearance, including a vial containing an orange mixture that had dissolved in the rain. Before the rain, it had appeared as fragmented powder scattered across the ground. After extracting data from the footage, it was revealed to be a pill-shaped object. Several fragments fell from Jiang's face, and upon restoration, they bore a 998 similarity to the Daxia standard oxygen breathing mask from centuries past. A dilapidated firearm was found, which upon analysis showed a 573 similarity to the modern Daxia solar-powered Type 5 energy gun, and a 386 similarity to the kinetic rifle model 292 from centuries ago. The conference room displayed a replica model of Jiang He's weapon. At this moment, Tianxian could no longer contain her voice. It resembled a modified Type 292. Indeed, team leader Yi Qiong nodded in agreement. The Research Institute posited that its creation stemmed from a context wherein the opposing party operated under the technological standards of our Type 292 era, lacking adequate research capabilities while urgently needing an enhancement of power and insufficient modification of the Type 292. At 9:25, we detected entirely unfamiliar extraordinary particles within the orange mixture. Their suspected purpose appeared to be healing, yet no records of them exist within the Daxia database, suggesting they are either exceptionally concealed products arising from the expansive backdrop of the current interstellar world or originate from beyond the known star sea. At 9:20, 2 blood analysis reports for Deputy Commander Jiang were generated, indicating elevated levels of cortisol and adrenaline, heightened C-reactive protein, increased white blood cell count, a rise in neutrophil proportion, elevated triglycerides, decreased high-density lipoprotein cholesterol, increased plasma fibrinogen concentration, and severely low levels of iron, folate, and vitamin B12, alongside abnormal thyroid function indicators. At 9:21, a physical examination report for Jiang was produced, revealing residual spatial microparticles within irregular scars, suggesting injuries sustained while traversing through space. He exhibited severe premature graying of hair. Coupled with various indicators and expert consultations, we deduced that Deputy Commander Jiang had likely endured a prolonged state of physical burden, extreme stress, malnutrition, insomnia, and insufficient sleep. During the meeting, Jiang Bai, who had remained silent, trembled slightly. We meticulously inspected the package that Deputy Commander Jiang clung to. It contained numerous items that could elucidate everything. The investigation team leader's expression grew increasingly grave. The first category included a portable water purifier, a portable heating and cooling module, high-density nutritional compressed food, an emergency medical kit, and a military-style multifunctional tactical uniform, identical to the one worn by Jiang upon his return, inscribed with the Daxia Red Star flag. The second category encompassed a language translation and recognition module, microsatellite chips, a holographic projector, a laser cutting pen, a portable solar energy collector, a tactical dagger, and a miniaturized vibration gun. Tianxian had already sensed something amiss, her brow furrowed but remaining silent. The third category comprised a chief certificate from the Daxia United Body Research Institute, a wartime command appointment document, and a command appointment document from the Daxia United Body Joint Command. All these authorization papers bore the seal of the United Body and had been verified as authentic. Yi Qiong's words ignited a wave of astonishment. What? Tianxian No. 3, Zhang Weiguo, found it hard to believe, as many Tianxian exchanged bewildered glances, utterly flabbergasted. The research institute merged with several major institutes over a century ago. Where did this chief come from? Yi Qiong exhaled deeply and continued. The fourth category included a yellowed letter and a special document, both sealed for preservation, with a seal indicating the highest level of confidentiality according to Daxia standards, which we dared not examine lightly. Upon hearing this, even the highest Tian Shu fell into deep contemplation. The following is the chain of evidence deduced. Based on the first two categories of items, we have ample evidence to establish that Deputy Commander Jiang had either prior knowledge of or actively activated an unknown method that enabled him to traverse space. Furthermore, it is highly probable that he approached his destination in a state of unawareness, prompting him to undertake thorough preparations for survival beforehand. With a considerable amount of information at stake, all these items share a distinctive characteristic. They are markedly outdated. Through detailed analysis, we inferred that during the 5 years of Deputy Commander Jiang's disappearance, he may have been situated within a civilization possessing technological standards akin to our Type 292 era. Then came the new era. She astounded once again. New era? The 3-star Tianxian looked up in astonishment. Zhang Weiguo, Tianxian No. 3, reacted most strongly a few months ago. The broadcast incident in the Yushu Star region was entirely under his purview, yet to this day, no definitive conclusions had been reached. He remained at the Yushu Star region command headquarters and could only attend the meeting online due to his inability to return. Indeed, Yi Qiong replied gravely. In the first two categories of items, the engraved production dates and details were entirely in standard Daxia language. We also discovered the producer's name. The manufacturer of the compressed foods was the Daxia United Body Ningli Food Group. An unfamiliar name, Zhang Weiguo pondered silently. Chapter 19, 2 Daxia. The producer of the heating and cooling module was the Daxia Chiodong Group, while the water purifier was produced by the Daxia Zhongning Group. Yet we found the engraved information of all manufacturers across the items. In the realm of Daxia, or rather, in our context, everything is non-existent. The manufacturers, all of them, do not exist. Are they fabricated, or do they exist elsewhere? The Tianxian pondered quietly. Within the production dates, we uncovered a new era inscription akin to that of the broadcast incident. The production date of the compressed food was the 16th day of the second month in the 4th year of the new era, while the portable water purifier bore the date of the 21st day of the 3rd month in the same year. Is it closely related to the broadcast incident? The second Tianxian inquired. Indeed, Yi Qiong nodded. The broadcast incident commenced in the previous year, during the autumn of the lunar calendar year 454, specifically on the 14th day of October. On that day, a grand assembly of the Daxia Yusu Star Domain Space Army was convened. Commanders from various fleets and divisions under Yusu gathered at the principal star of Yusu. The atmosphere of the meeting was solemn and imposing. The supreme commander of the Yusu Space Army and the highest-ranking generals were all present. Outside the meeting, guards were stationed every 10 steps. The strict orders allowed not even a mosquito to enter or exit. Yet, amidst this formidable scene, the information terminal at the meeting malfunctioned. It emitted a crackling sound, reminiscent of rust and decay, laboriously broadcasting a segment of alarming news. The Daxia United Coalition broadcasting station announced on the 13th day of the 10th month in the 4th year of the new era. The Daxia United Coalition is currently facing a full-scale invasion led by the Weiyuan Alliance and hostile forces of various civilizations. Daxia stands at the brink of survival. This message played repeatedly. The silence in the meeting was palpable as attendees listened in disbelief to the broadcast. The Daxia United Coalition was under siege by a comprehensive invasion spearheaded by the Weiyuan Alliance, teetering on the edge of existence. Such absurdity echoed through the Space Army's Grand Assembly. What jest regarding the starry seas? What civilization is the Weiyuan Alliance? Is it that Daxia's profound heritage cannot withstand the destruction of a colossal star, or that the Daxia fleet cannot obscure the heavens? The Order Guardians, situated in the eastern realms of the Zimiang suspended civilization, zealous advocates of peace, fell into deep silence. Soon after, the Supreme Command of Yusu ordered a thorough investigation. Yet days passed with no findings. It seemed to leave not a trace, as though it had never existed. Ultimately, the United Central Command intervened. The 3rd Tianqian personally arrived at Yusu, deploying the spatial monitoring array at maximum power to scan and observe, eventually detecting a faint anomaly, minute tremors in the fabric of space. It reacted sporadically, with fluctuations in the monitoring array that barely stirred the waters, thus going unnoticed until the arrival of the 3rd Tianqian. It had not existed prior to the midpoint of the year 454. After in-depth analysis, the Research Institute arrived at an indistinct conclusion. There may be a location resonating subtly with the entirety of Daxia. The broadcast was a byproduct of this resonance, which the United Central Command regarded with utmost seriousness. The 3rd Tianqian had been stationed at Yusu without progress until today. The chief certification from the Research Institute was awarded on the 20th day of the 8th month in the 1st year of the new era, signed by the highest Tianshu. The wartime commander received his appointment on the 16th day of the 5th month in the 4th year of the new era, also signed by the highest Tianshu. The signatures of the Tianshu do not align with mine, yet they bear a single name. In a civilization at the technological level of Daxia during the 292nd period, energy weapons were hastily modified, with non-existent manufacturers and many Daxia standard objects. Extraordinary mixtures from beyond the known star C, emblazoned with the Daxia red star, and 2 sets of multifunctional tactical suits bearing the seal of the coalition and appointment documents signed by the Tianshu. Jiang He, with his hair as white as snow, was also mentioned in the broadcast incident alongside the new era and the comprehensive invasion named the Weiyuan Alliance. The Tianqian felt a weighty atmosphere. On the 5th day of the 1st month, the Insu reported an incident of civilization consciousness revival. I lack the authority to view this report, but it may be related to the current event. The team leader cast a furtive glance at Jiang Bai's virtual projection. She nodded slightly. On the evening of the 5th day of the 1st month in the lunar calendar, at 7 o'clock, our department's tracing project entered the experimental phase. At 7 minutes past, the tracing array activated, pinpointing the location of a peace pendant I had given to Deputy Jiang a decade prior. At 20 minutes past 7, the civilization consciousness revived and stirred. All extraordinary entities and higher beings within the central star system sensed it. It was known that the civilization consciousness exhibited emotions of anger and sorrow, though the cause remained unclear. By 8 o'clock, the civilization consciousness fell silent once more. Jiang Bai's voice remained steady and cold. The team leader nodded gravely, casting discreet glances at her. Was the refrigerator of Commander Jiang Bai malfunctioning? Following this, we reached our preliminary conclusions. 5 years ago, Deputy Jiang was unexpectedly swept into a pre-superluminal civilization world beyond the known star C, an even more distant realm, with a technological level akin to our own during the 292nd period. That place seemingly harbors a new Daxia. They possess red flags akin to ours, and they speak the same language as us. Thus, Daxia standard objects frequently appear. In the mid-year of 454, if the flow of time is analogous, it would align with their new era's mid-year, potentially igniting some event. Consequently, this led to a spatial resonance proposed by the Research Institute between the 2 Daxia lands, resulting in the broadcast from their Daxia manifesting in our realm. Over the past few years, Deputy Jiang has relied on our far superior knowledge of super advancement, naturally ascending to the position of chief at the Research Institute. The new era. In that place, it still resides at the very beginning of the new era, and we harbor a pessimistic outlook. Years cannot change without reason, and it is highly likely that new entities have disrupted the existing world order. Hence, the new era has arrived, perhaps with the advent of the Weiyuan Alliance. In their world, we believe Deputy Jiang may have been engaged in research for an extended period. Perhaps he, too, longs to return home. Thus, propelling technological advancement with his superior knowledge is one of the best ways to seek the path home. However, in the 4th year of the new era, Deputy Jiang began to assume roles such as wartime commander and supreme commander of the United Command, indicating his evident prowess in leadership. Chapter 20. That Daxia, in search of aid. The focus is on wartime. This year, that Daxia faced adversaries. Evidently, from the broadcast, that Daxia likely remains under a comprehensive disadvantage. Thus, Deputy Jiang stepped forth from the Research Institute. The various civilizations mentioned in the broadcast refer to the Daxia on the other side, facing a full-on invasion from numerous, perhaps dozens, of civilizations. What is civilization? By our definition, it refers to a force that successfully unifies its native stars. We are Daxia, they are also Daxia. Our definitions may align, and a star rarely births a second civilization. Therefore, combining the above, the plausible fact is that the Weiyuan Alliance is a military alliance composed of multiple civilizations from beyond the realm, a cross-galaxy coalition, with the Daxia on the other side vastly outmatched in strength, whether in technological prowess or extraordinary domains. The mixture of Mai Cheng brought back by Deputy Jiang attests to the existence of extraordinary realms in that world. In the mid-year of the fourth year of the Bianfeng World's new era, the Wei Yuan Alliance launched a comprehensive offensive against the Daxia. Given the stark disparity, Vice Commander Jiang's hair turned white. Subsequently, he returned home. Utilizing a method of unknown origin from a distant known star beyond the cosmos, he managed to return, undoubtedly having foreseen this method and prepared adequately. Through initial emotional analysis and related objects, it became evident that Vice Commander Jiang could not ascertain whether this method's destination was home or perhaps another civilization. He must have prepared for contact with an unfamiliar civilization. Under these circumstances, what could be his motivation for carrying documents that validated his authority? We speculate it was to ensure he possessed the capacity and qualifications to propel certain matters forward. The most probable reason was to seek assistance. A Daxia bearing the same banner and language, and even possessing a Lian Shu, was in dire need of help. As the conclusion settled, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The seasoned Sanqing Tianxian, accustomed to tumultuous events, stood utterly astonished, grappling with the seemingly fantastical notion that there existed another Daxia, a nascent, vulnerable Daxia besieged by a coalition of multiple civilizations, reaching out for aid across countless light years. If this were true, should they extend their hand in rescue or refrain? They fell into contemplation. I believe we should not remain passive. Tianxian Zhang Weigua furrowed his brow and sighed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The Daxia coalition was vast. Pulling one thread could unravel the entire fabric. Every action bore immense consequences for countless Daxia citizens. Beyond the starry seas lay nations that revered the law of the jungle. And the decision to confront an entirely unknown interstellar military coalition could not be made lightly. Thus, he merely suggested a cautious approach. Tianxian Zhangbai, with calm and unwavering eyes, remarked that the recent awakening of the will of civilization might be connected to the distant Daxia. We might conjecture that the anger and sorrow of the awakened will stem from the plight of that Daxia. This leads us to ponder whether the will of civilization acknowledges the people of that land as Daxia citizens, just like us. I too feel we ought not to stand idly by. Yet some hesitated. Daxia had not engaged in warfare for a long time. Should they intervene and the situation deteriorate, chaos would inevitably ensue in their home star system, potentially leading to irreparable devastation. The distant Daxia remained an enigma. They were strangers, having never met. Relying solely on a broadcast received through resonance and the artifacts brought back by Vice Commander Jiang, an abstract reality that left much uncertain. How did they view their Daxia counterpart? Were they also descendants of that great leader? Furthermore, how could their forces traverse the boundless void to offer assistance? Was the unknown method that allowed Jiang's return capable of facilitating a substantial space fleet and ground forces to reach them? Jiang Bai suggested that perhaps the letters contained answers. The letters bore the Daxia's official seal, classified at a high level, and the investigative team dared not open them lightly. Who could? The Sanqing Tianxian and the highest Tianshu of Daxia were all gathered today. An aged yet dignified voice resonated, belonging to the elders seated at the forefront. The current highest Tianshu of the Daxia coalition. He spoke slowly, requesting the careful delivery of the two letters to him for examination, emphasizing the significance of every moment of hesitation, as it could impact countless lives. Chapter 21. Greetings, comrades. The Central Alliance, Shu Lianhai. The enduring red walls and blue tiles bore the weight of Daxia's centuries, the courtyard exuding an ancient charm that clashed with the modern Daxia. Old trees grew like relics of a bygone era, and a rare flag-bearing vehicle slowly entered. The hurried meeting concluded abruptly. The decision to aid or not weighed heavily on the Tianxian, as did on the Tianshu. At the very least, they needed to wait for Jiang He's awakening. As one Tianxian stated, they could not definitively prove the reality of the situation. It seemed too dreamlike, too surreal for everyone present to accept. Without knowledge of the letter's contents, Jiang He's verbal confirmation had become the crucial evidence. Simultaneously, they found it challenging to disprove its authenticity, leaving the door open for possibility. Daxia's Research Institute proposed a long silent theory on parallel universes and timelines, garnering significant attention among scholars. Numerous former colleagues, subordinates, and even members of the Sanqing Tianxian visited Jiang He aboard the medical vessel. The number of those who truly saw him was few. Yet all were struck by the sight of his hair, now paler than the aging Tianshu. The medical ship's reports were grim, with doctors asserting he might not awaken today, as the injuries sustained from traversing space were severe. The head of the investigative team, Yi Qiang, speculated that perhaps something safeguarded him during his journey home. Was it the pendant? Or something else? Commander Jiang He belonged to an extraordinary lineage, rare in this starry expanse. And the extraordinary means were far too normal. The Tianxian, aware of his precarious condition, felt a deep concern. If the conclusions held true, time was of the essence, and any delay could be fatal. Thus, the Tianshu returned alone to Shu Lianhai after visiting the near space Insu starport. He returned to the place where 5 red stars hung and portraits of the first-generation Tianshu leaders of Daxia were displayed. The dim light filtered into the hall as the clock struck 5 in the early hours of January 8th. In the eastern skies of the capital star, the sun was setting, perhaps heralding the dawn of a new era, yet time had dulled much. On the table lay the 2 letters, quietly awaiting their fate. The Tianshu gently picked one up and opened the first. The familiar standard Daxia font greeted him, with bold letters proclaiming the title, Authorization for the Highest Rights of the Contact Agreement of the Daxia Coalition. The signature of the Daxia Tianshu from afar was inscribed below. The recipient's name was Jiang He, commander of the Daxia Coalition's Lianshu Command, with the coalition's red seal beside the signature, affirming the document's significance. The Tianshu read on attentively, noting the year of the new era, the contact agreement, and the unparalleled trust placed in this Jiang commander by that Daxia, suggesting he held considerable importance there, perhaps even a deep love for that land. Shortly thereafter, the Tianshu opened the second letter. The yellowed paper bore delicate, gentle handwriting, accompanied by several chips placed at the letter's base. The author of the letter calmly explained everything that had transpired in that Daxia, the invasion by the Weiyuan alliance, the struggles of the present day. Hidden within the mundane words lay staggering casualty figures and the fragmented state of their homeland, evoking a sharp intake of breath. The distant clouds foretold bloodshed. Thus, the speculation had never been erroneous. However, the Tianshu was hesitant, burdened with an overwhelming multitude of considerations. His foremost duty was to the family living within this vast starry sea, and only after fulfilling that obligation could he contemplate other matters. Tianshu gazed silently outside the palace. It was drizzling, the sky enveloped in a dull gloom. Minutes passed as chips from the letter were inserted into the terminal, revealing scant content, merely a few segments of video and some models. In the video, an elderly man with white hair appeared, his voice raspy yet gentle, resonating softly within the dimly lit command center. Greetings, comrades. I am the supreme leader of the Daxia United Entity. He paused, gesturing earnestly yet awkwardly. The words comrade felt hauntingly familiar. So much so that even the current Tianshu of the Shi Mian Daxia found himself momentarily stunned, scarcely able to comprehend the subsequent dialogue. At last, he broke his silence, standing tall and addressing the elderly figure, the red star pendant hanging from the man's chest. Comrade, greetings. This moment was extraordinary, ineffably profound. The title had endured since the era of the first generation of Tianshu, transcending time without fading, echoing in the ears of the Xia people from childhood to adulthood, becoming the most unique appellation of the United Entity. The video replayed, this time filled with the sounds of explosions, images of devastation and flames, and the innocent cries of children amidst the ruins. Comrades, the time has come for us to be tested. The voice, hoarse and fervent, rang out as shadowy figures, indistinct in the firelit night, did not retreat. From a distant horizon came dazzling energy beams, and amidst a cacophony, the video plunged into darkness. Turning off the holographic terminal, Tianshu closed his eyes, standing before the portrait of the first-generation Tianshu. Perhaps he truly was aging, along with his once vibrant comrades who had become old men, now inclined to consider the greater picture, tempered by caution rather than youthful zeal. He pondered how the new generation of Ershing Tianji and Yixing Tianji would decide if they were to hear the distant cries of children and cautious pleas for help from another realm of Daxia. Slowly lifting his gaze, he found the gaze of the great leader in the portrait still warm and benevolent, watching over the land. In a moment of reverie, he thought he heard a familiar voice. Little comrade, you seem a bit lost. Indeed, that presence had always been there. What do you think we should choose? Tianshu whispered to himself. Perhaps the answer had long been known, but the voice within him persisted, speaking in an endearing dialect, reassuringly. That place is just like us. They are also Daxia people, speaking Xia language, calling each other comrades, believing in the 5 red stars. So what does that mean? They are our family. Our family. He silently affirmed. The voice then posed a question. If our family is being bullied, can we stand idly by? Absolutely not, Tianshu replied, his breath heavy. Exactly. The voice laughed. This isn't about fighting for others. This is our own family's affair. The citizens of Xia are one family. No matter how vast the starry sea, no matter how far apart, we share the same roots, the same blood. Chapter 22. Let the giants roar. Let the fleets thunder. We must not fear this or that. We must dare to struggle. We must be courageous in victory. Only then can we truly protect our homeland and safeguard our loved ones. The voice gradually faded away. Tianshu suddenly awakened, looking towards the portrait of the great leader, which remained as kind as ever, as if nothing had transpired. Gather for a meeting, he suddenly commanded, resolutely turning away. Reflecting upon the previous question, how would the new generation of Tianji choose? Tianshu posed that question to them. What should we do if our family is being bullied? They would be shaken. They would be enraged. They would strike back fiercely. Tianshu understood. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, at 6 in the morning, a small meeting at the Xianshu level was convened once more. The meeting room was bathed in soft white light as two upper-body holograms materialized, the atmosphere solemn. The 3-star Tianxian were acutely aware that a decision might have been reached. 3-star Tianxian Zhang Weiguo has logged in. Zhang Weiguo is ready. Ding. 6-star Tianxian Jiang Bai is logged in. Jiang Bai is ready. Surveying the room, all participants were present. Tianshu spoke little. The contents of the yellowed letter were distributed to everyone, and the projection began to play the content from the chip, concluding the small meeting unexpectedly quickly. The decision for full intervention was officially established. In the midst of the fiery cries, that place also had a first-generation great leader. In Tianshu's calm voice, the Tianxian laid down the letter, deciphering from the densely written characters the 3 words that were both undeniable and unrefusable: family. The Xia had enjoyed peace for too long. Such malevolent beings dared to bully us. One Tianxian crushed his cup in anger. Hesitation had vanished. Rationality had receded. What remained was only the thirst for vengeance, to retaliate fiercely against those civilizations, led by the Wei Yuan alliance, that dared to invade Xia. The colossal entity in the starry sea finally stirred. Let the giants roar. Crush the mother stars of the Wei Yuan civilizations. Let the fleets thunder. Let the sword of blood rain down from the heavens. Let the golden trees blossom. The great sun shall rise upon their lands. Let them tremble, let them cower. Let the starry sea ignite in flames. Let them be reduced to ashes. Let our family be safe. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, at 8 in the morning, heavy rain fell suddenly, dark clouds pressing down on the United Central like a shroud. The roaring winds and thunder echoed the abrupt convocation of the assembly. Following an urgent order swiftly dispatched to various departments: 18 2-star Tianxian, 49 1-star Tianxian, 356 3-star Tianji, and numerous new generation 2-star and 1-star Tianji braved the rain to arrive in the capital. Perhaps it was not so sudden after all. There had been omens. Months earlier, the shocking broadcast incident, the recently reported revival of civilizational will from the Insu side, and the unexpected return of Jiang, the commander of the Southern Sky Fleet who had vanished for 5 years, foretold that Xia must respond. The pristine white floor had borne many footsteps, and the vast conference hall quickly filled. The Tianxian bearing the red star stood solemnly, while the new generation Tianji engaged in hushed conversations. Who might we be going to war with? Do not speak carelessly. The Xia has been at peace and neutral for far too long. Long enough that no civilization ever considered the Xia would one day initiate a war, for it is so gentle and orderly. And the common folk see not even a hint of war's shadow. A peaceful age in the starry sea. I am not speaking carelessly, countered an elder Tianji, shaking his head. Recent troop movements have been too frequent. The United Central Command has issued an order to draft a recall of retired personnel and initiate conscription. This is no secret, as elite forces are receiving deployment orders and gathering. Even the fleet from Lianinsu is assembling. The recall of retired personnel and the call for conscription. Are we truly on the brink of war? It seems we are to settle scores with some star nation, and yet, Deputy Jiang has yet to awaken. 5 years ago, he likely ventured beyond the domain, returning with numerous injuries that have nearly healed. The United Central Command must be furious and is certainly conducting a thorough investigation. Conclusions and targets must have already been reached. The wisdom of the elder generation of Tianji resonates clearly. In the stillness, time slowly passes. On the podium, stars flicker as one 3-star Tianxian after another arrives, including Zhang Weiguo from the distant Yusu star domain, who has finally made it to the United Command to participate in this meeting. The meeting commences. With the decisive word from the Supreme Tianshu, the investigation team leader Yi Qiong ascends the stage after taking a deep breath. All eyes are on her. There are no superfluous words. She meticulously presents the chain of evidence, broadcasting the discovery of events, the numerous artifacts brought back by Jiang He. the spatial resonance proposed by the Research Institute, and, most importantly, the 2 letters and several pieces of information provided by the chips. The assembly is shaken. Another coalition? How could this be? They exchange astonished glances, many realizing the gravity of the situation, understanding that this is no jest. Xia is on the verge of war, fighting for another territory. Projections display fragmented video footage, dim and unclear, making it hard to fathom that such content could exist in the present era unless it hails from a different time. The answer is evident. Today marks the 5th year of the new era. The footage reveals a trench. Whispers can be heard. The time is deep into the night. Visibility is poor. The gray snow-covered ground, with light snow falling from the sky. The camera is strapped to the waist of the recorder. He walks slowly, cradling a blood-stained gun. His frostbitten hands and scars horrifyingly visible, his tattered clothing smeared with mud and snow. It is January 1st, New Year's Day. I have aged another year. The 8th month of the invasion by the Wei Yuan Alliance. The commander suggested I film this report for my remaining family, my sister, but I am deceiving the commander. My sister has also perished. He walks calmly through the trench. This is the Xia United Body, the southern capital defense line. The commander mentioned that after the roll call, there would be good food, as today is New Year's Eve. The soldier licked his cracked lips. I long for my mother's dumplings. But she is no longer here. During a previous evacuation, she encountered the Alliance's bombardment and did not survive. Gradually, more people gather around. Injured soldiers wrapped in bandages, chefs distributing tang yuan, the aroma wafting from afar, soldiers huddling together for a brief roll call, their faces dirty, stained with blood. We still cannot see their fighter jets. They are truly advanced, he mutters bitterly, the words caught in his throat. Other voices arise around him. Report. 3rd Company, expected 152, present 48. Report. 5th Company, expected 150, present 4. Finally, it is the recorder himself. He speaks hoarsely. Report. 7th Company, expected 145, present 1. Outside the frame, there is a profound silence. Chapter 23, Level 1 Combat Readiness. The 8th day of the 1st month in the summer calendar. The various star regions of Xia are bustling. As New Year's Day approaches, many are returning home. The streets and alleys are filled with clamor, a constant for centuries. The new year, a special day. Come on, hurry. A young girl leaps joyfully, her delicate hand firmly grasping the reluctant young man behind her, laden with New Year goods, an unexpected end to the martial law, even before a day had passed. Thus, the plan to procure New Year goods was set in motion. Suin sees no one else. Only the girl is clear in his sight, amidst the throngs of people. They remain inconspicuous. The mundane and ordinary are the hues of life. At 10:01 in the morning, the busy road lights up with passage indicators. A sparse few move forward. The terminal vibrates. The stationary crowd looks down in shock at the information, rubbing their eyes to confirm its authenticity. The distinctive red star symbol verifies it is neither a deception nor a mistake. United Time, January 8th, 9:01 in the morning. The Supreme Tianshu of the Xia United Body, Xia, has signed Order Number 8. Officially placing the Xia United Body, Xia, into Level 1 Combat Readiness. Combat Readiness. Are we about to engage in war? In mere moments, a military enthusiast's pupils constrict, struggling to believe his instinctive judgment. Then, 2 more notifications vibrate in sequence. United Time, January 8th, 9:02 in the morning. The Supreme Tianshu of the Xia United Body, Xia, has signed Order Number 10. The United Central Command issues a wartime emergency mobilization order announcement. United Time, January 8th, 9:03 in the morning. The Supreme Tianshu of the Xia United Body, Xia, has signed Order Number 9. The United Central Command announces the announcement and regulations regarding the recall of retired personnel and this year's conscription. The first batch, a minimum of 10 million. What? He can hardly believe his eyes. His judgment is resolute. War is imminent, undoubtedly. Wartime mobilization, even conscription. Who could provoke such formidable force against our Star Sea? The invading empire of Han. No, that marauding nomadic tribe is engaged in warfare against several civilizations, motivated by plunder. Would they dare declare war on Xia? It is indeed possible. The Haixing Federation? That could also be a possibility, but Xia has never sold Haixing canned goods. Could it be that our nation intends to wage war on the entire world? The thought is terrifying, and this military enthusiast dares not ponder further, yet the fear remains. Given the circumstances, perhaps it is best to sleep on it. Above the star network, a tempest brews. 1 minute. The heated discussions soar to over 100 million. 5 minutes. Emergency red notifications spread like a virus, dominating every star region of Xia. multiple platforms ranking at the top and trending first. The heat surpasses 3 billion. 10 minutes. The fervor exceeds 100 billion. The curiosity of the Xia populace stands at 1, their astonishment at 2, and their excitement at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Although they are unsure of what has transpired, they stand firmly by our nation's side. Has the birth of a new era bullied us? If so, what shall we do? Let us shout louder. Let us strike back fiercely. Could it be the Empire of Han is invading from the Star Sea? How intriguing. If there is a call to arms, I shall return. Just kidding. I wouldn't return even if not summoned. Thanks for the invitation. I was just stepping down from the Fleet S station, yet here I am back in the ranks. Retreat? Not a chance. ASU, wait for me. Some have noticed something amiss. Wait, why does our suffix include Shanghai? Compared to the reactions of the Xia people, other star nations remained relatively calm, at least initially. In the capital of the Haixing Federation, at the highest political edifice, oh, damn that green sea star, why the rush? Did your daughter get deceived by Qinghai star? No. The green sea star gasped, its numerous breathing pores exhaling in unison. The Daxiao civilization was on high alert. The sea star president, with its many pores heaving, exhaled deeply and gloomily inquired of its aides. Have we provoked the Xia people in any way? No, not at all. At least not in the past decade. Then why the panic? Though the sudden war preparations of that civilization caught all sea stars off guard, it was not sufficient to incite alarm. What they intended to do was press buttons to enter the observation seats and enjoy the spectacle. However, the Green Sea Star added, "We must recall the retired and initiate conscription. The first batch will be in the millions, but the second and third batches remain undisclosed." Oh my heavens! The Sea Star president was also somewhat unnerved. When would conscription commence? It was uncertain whether their own strength could entirely overpower the opponent. And they were preparing for a protracted conflict. Yet the issue was that Daxia had few adversaries that warranted such drastic measures. Even if there were, the giants would soon return to the negotiation table. Perhaps the answer lay in the fact that Daxia intended to engage in conflict with more than one civilization and possibly had no plans for negotiation. Brother, you cannot settle old scores now, can you? Surely not. Those were mere youngsters who did not know any better. Why not first condemn them within the Shanghai community? I would gladly shed tears and admit my mistakes. The Sea Star president was filled with anxiety, seeing the green sea star still frozen in place. It could not help but erupt in anger. Fool, hurry and contact the central command of Daxia. Inquire as to who has provoked them. On January 8th, at 9:30 a.m., the Hankinduo plundering nomadic empire's diplomatic court issued an urgent and serious diplomatic statement in standard Xia language since entering the Shanghai. The Hankinduo plundering nomadic empire has consistently upheld the fundamental principles of peace, equality, and friendship among civilizations in the Shanghai. We strive for peace and voice for the weak. We have made significant contributions to the peace of the Shanghai. Simultaneously, the Hankinduo plundering nomadic empire resolutely acknowledges and respects the territorial integrity and inviolability of the Daxia United Community as it currently stands, and so forth. Some could not sleep at all, scrutinizing this diplomatic statement for a while, and realized that its essence was encapsulated in one phrase. I did not provoke you, so do not harm me. Chen Wei was a soldier in the 14th Fleet of the Shizong. As the foremost fleet of the Daxia United Community in the Shizong Star region, its duties were particularly weighty. The profound heritage of Daxia, the escort fleet of the giant Spear of Azure, was notable. Once, Chen Wei could see that spear-like colossal object through the porthole. It was so immense, so terrifying. Capable of obliterating giant planets with but a single strike, lying in silence for a decade. In times of peril, it could again become the sharpest spear. On January 8th, the 14th Fleet of Shizong received orders. Chen Wei looked again. In the deep starry sky, the giant stirred slowly. At 10:01, communication requests from various star nations fell like snowflakes upon the highest command of the Daxia United Community. As ambassadors stationed in Daxia who had received news from their homeland were already racing back on ships. However, at this moment, the command was preoccupied with other matters. The Ning'an medical vessel reported that Jiang He, the deputy commander of the Insu Corps and the commander of the Southern Sky Region Fleet, had awakened. Chapter 24. We shall uproot their homeworld. Silence reigned. Only the occasional beep of the monitoring device broke the tranquility with a soft, warm ambience enveloping the surroundings. As Jiang He opened his eyes for the first time, he beheld the pristine white exterior of the medical chamber. The transparent walls reflected his pale, bloodless face along with the blue and white striped hospital gown. The pain had vanished without a trace. The cold and rain from moments before were vivid memories. The transition from unconsciousness to awakening felt like an instant, and the medical band on his wrist confirmed that he had been rescued. Jiang He gasped, making a sound. His second glance fell upon the outer wall of the chamber. A warm yellow light cascaded from the ceiling. This was a modest hospital room, exceedingly tranquil, with the deep, pitch-black starry sky visible through the porthole. He did not need to ponder long to grasp his location, aboard a medical vessel. The package was gone, perhaps sent to the Central Command. Upon regaining clarity, his third glance revealed a figure standing outside the medical chamber, a familiar person with silver hair and softly trembling, pale eyes gazing calmly at him. Family. The only remaining kin after the death of his parents. That companion who had been with him for many years. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words. The clarity of his vision blurred slightly again, but he remembered something and clumsily fumbled for the familiar, yet foreign technological artifact. Jiang He awkwardly attempted to prop himself up with his hands, but just as he was about to fall back, a pair of warm, delicate hands steadied him. He leaned back against the support, and his parched throat uttered a long-lost name. Abai. Yes, she responded. Jiang Bai slightly lowered her gaze, her fingers gently touching the remote administrative system screen to turn it off, then handing him a cup of water, thoughtfully inserting a straw. The water was warm. Jiang He's breathing gradually steadied. Her expression revealed no discernible emotion. Her silver hair was not tied up, but flowed freely. From the initial news segment, he gathered information about his 5-year disappearance. Time may flow at the same rate, but 5 years had passed, and she had changed. Her hair had grown significantly, and the sparkle in her eyes had dimmed. How are you feeling? She finally spoke, placing the cup down and earnestly inquiring. Are you still in pain? Are you hungry? Yet she was still the same as 5 years ago. Jiang He was about to respond when a sensation stirred within his mind, and the contact system delivered information that was somewhat shocking and even exhilarating. Congratulations. It appears you have bravely navigated through hardships, enduring countless trials, and successfully awakened to meet a high-ranking official of this Xinghai T0 giant civilization. But he merely oscillated between consciousness and unconsciousness. Jiang He's lips twitched as he continued to observe the information being relayed. Your fortune is extraordinary. Your efforts are evident. Perhaps you are unaware, but that is unimportant. The remarkable stature of the prominent figure before you is terrifying, and the power they wield is immense. She, or perhaps he, possesses the qualifications to enter into an agreement with you. Therefore, strive diligently, but do not assume that the path ahead will be easy for the sake of your life. You must carefully and cautiously engage with them, showcasing your value and that of your nation as much as possible, until they are moved, until the eminent figure before you is willing to spare a glance, lowering their noble hand to sign the contact covenant, allowing you the honor of welcoming this colossal being to the world known as Blue Star. Jiang He pondered, what is this phenomenon? He contemplated sending himself to the research institute, allowing the old scholars to uncover the truth behind this matter. No, perhaps matters of the extraordinary realm would be more suitable for Abai. His chaotic thoughts abruptly halted. His palm unexpectedly made contact with something, and Jiang He looked down in surprise to see Abai gently nuzzling against him, her silver hair falling at his side. A soft and warm sensation that felt all too real. Jiang He felt unafraid. We are home now, she said. Then Jiang Bai lowered her head. I'm sorry. What? He did not understand. Abai understood that perhaps she should now display a smile, rejoicing in Jiang He's return, rather than being as frigid as the winter's snow. However, prior to the standard summertime of 25, Abai's refrigerator encountered a malfunction. To be more precise, it had frozen upon reactivation, and to this day, Abai has been arduously attempting to reboot it. She offered a dry explanation and nudged his hand once more. Refrigerator. A name Jiang Bai had bestowed upon the emotional simulation system she had autonomously developed, inspired by some ancient technological creation that radiated warmth when operational. She was not of the summer people, nor had she been raised in the great summer. Born amidst the extraordinary life forms of the Xinghai Insu tribe, she naturally possessed remarkable powers. Yet the renowned civilization of the Haixing Federation had remarked that they were a group of individuals so devoid of emotion they resembled living ice blocks. Their bodies were cold, lacking any warmth. They favored the chill of winter. Nothing could stir the emotions of the Insu tribe. Indeed, they lacked the concept of emotion altogether. Their unique internal life structure had deprived them of one of the most vital aspects of existence, rendering them incapable of comprehending why a high-ranking individual of royal blood would resolutely choose to affiliate with the Great Summer. There was no need for apologies. Jiang He gently shook his head and inquired, what time is it now? If it were the moment of Jiang He's departure, it had been 1,921 days, 18 hours, 5 years. She recited the figures with familiarity. The current year in the Xia calendar was 455. On the 8th day of the first month at 10:03 a.m., corresponding to the 9th day of the 12th month in the old calendar. Jiang He had slumbered for 25 hours and 31 minutes. Jiang He took a deep breath. I wish to meet the Tian Shu of the Wei Yuan Alliance. Ah, wait. I must alert my guardians. Poor Jiang He was still unaware that his mother from his homeland was preparing for full intervention, even mobilizing the colossal foundation to systematically dismantle the home planets of the Wei Yuan Alliance's various civilizations. Jiang Bai looked up. Now. All right. She nodded quietly, activated the terminal screen, and prepared to connect to the joint central hub for a remote conference. And the 3 stars of Tianxian. Where are we now in the Shu Lian Sea? Jiang He added. Merely one parental figure might not suffice. More voices would be advantageous, and after much contemplation, it was better to convene and discuss matters face to face. Jiang Bai fell into an unusual silence. Central Capital Star, the 3rd star port of the Yinsu. However, Abai could sense Jiang He's exhaustion and frailty. He required rest and should refrain from moving about. Yet if there were pressing matters, she focused intently on him. I want to go? All right. Jiang He ruffled her hair, contemplating the passage of time. Suddenly, he realized that this year marked the 2nd decade of Abai's companionship by his side. Chapter 25. A garden full of blossoms upon departure boarding the shuttle. The view beyond the porthole revealed the star port, a scene of bustling solemnity, with warships passing slowly, their lights flickering. Below lay the steady flow of the capital star. The 3rd star port was newly constructed, housing the Legion's guard fleet, with various fleets en route to the central hub. Jiang Bai gazed out the window, as if to reassure him. We are safe. The guard fleet, initially brought into the Great Summer by Jiang Bai, now represented the core strength of the military. Renowned for its formidable individual combat capabilities, which even the Yinsu tribe had to regard with caution. She lowered her head and activated the screen again. Jiang Bai was quite busy. The Supreme Command had already begun planning a declaration of war against the Wei Yuan, yet their specifics remained unclear. They could only await Jiang He's awakening. However, preparations for war had already commenced. The Yinsu Legion comprised 7 space fleets and 98 interstar legions, constituting the most exceptional force of the Great Summer. They operated independently, outside the star domains. Given the certainty that the Wei Yuan possessed unknown extraordinary powers, the mobilization of the Yinsu was inevitable. Engaging the extraordinary with the extraordinary was quite normal, was it not? Yet, as the highest commander of the Yinsu, Jiang Bai was undoubtedly overwhelmed, struggling to manage the logistics, but that did not prevent her from multitasking, such as conversing with Jiang He. Abai, when will I be able to stand and walk? Jiang He, experiencing the first use of a wheelchair, felt disheartened by his frailty. In a couple of days, just a couple of days, Jiang Bai comforted him. For instance, she communicated with the central hub. She glanced at the vibrating terminal. The Tian Shu is awaiting us in the Shu Lianhai 001 conference hall, and several members of the Sanxian have also arrived. Abai will attend as well. Do not be afraid. Although 5 years have passed, they are still familiar faces. There were no newly appointed Sanxian. A few from the Air Xian were present, but there was no rush to meet them. Received, Abai, Jiang He replied. Abai softly reminded him. Remember to state your title when we enter. Received, Commander. Jiang He stood stiffly and saluted seriously. Moreover, she occasionally attempted to reboot the system named after an ancient technological creation, which was quite crucial. She wished she could offer Jiang He a smile, but it eluded her. The shuttle glided over the star port, descending swiftly, the port under strict security. Unlike its usual state, the artillery and warships were lit and ready, a scene indicative of wartime preparedness. Did you check my package at the General Command? Jiang He inquired. He had mentioned it before their descent. Jiang Bai replied that it was secured in the General Command's alloy-level vault, impervious to any electrical arc impact. However, she was uncertain if the command had reviewed its contents. No, but the investigative team responsible for this matter has looked into it. She shook her head. Should we retrieve it? Yes. Jiang He responded. Time waits for no one. Signing the contact agreement sooner would facilitate a quicker return with reinforcements to that land. At that time, everything would be set right. The journey had not encountered spring, but the departure was amidst a garden full of blossoms. Yet before that, he needed concrete evidence to affirm that everything was real, that it was the truth of his 5-year disappearance. Jiang He quietly observed the scenery beyond the porthole. The shuttle broke through the cloud cover, fine raindrops falling against the window. In a few minutes, it would land at a surface airport outside the Shu Lianhai, revealing bright urban circles on the earth below. There was less clamor, but more solemnity. He listened to Jiang Bai recount the events of the past 5 years, feeling a sense of disorientation as bits of information slowly filled in the gaps. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. "A bye." She responded, lowering her head slightly. Jiang He took a deep breath. "Do you believe there exists another great summer in this world? One that is identical to us, sharing the same bloodline, language, and faith under the same banner?" He turned his gaze towards the land of the capital star. Perhaps another great summer on the same mother planet, exactly the same. Such a seemingly absurd notion, yet the silver-haired girl, as white as snow, nodded earnestly. So, did Jiang He go there? Jiang He momentarily froze. Jiang Bai inquired again. Is that great summer facing many enemies? Indeed. He nodded vigorously. A gentle thrust surged forth. The illumination of the indicator light and the roar of the exterior signifying the arrival at the destination as the shuttle descended slowly. The hatch opened, revealing a persistent rain. Jiang, and, holding an umbrella overhead, was gently urged downward by Jiang Bai, who spoke softly. "Do not be afraid. Everything will be all right." Outside the shuttle, individuals awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Jiang Bai, they momentarily paused, surprised that the usually uniformed Jiang Zongxi had donned a dress, its hem fluttering in the breeze. A testament to her vibrant youth. The leading personnel saluted, then gestured for the vehicle Tian Shu and the 3 Xians to await them in the conference hall. "I am the newly appointed General Commander of the Lianshu Guard, Chen Xing," he said with a slight smile. The two nodded in acknowledgement. On the way to Lianshu High, pedestrians moved with hurried urgency, as if something significant had transpired, a stark contrast to the usual calm. Suddenly, a splash of red appeared in the distance. The imposing edifice with red walls and blue tiles bore an inscription in gilded characters at its entrance. "All clans of Xia, unite and join together." This phrase originated from the first generation of Tian Shu. Beyond this inscription lay Xia Lianshu High. Before even entering the conference room, Jiang He spotted several figures waiting at the entrance. The venerable Tian Shu and the aging San Xian stood ready, and Jiang He hesitated, contemplating a thought. Perhaps the elders were already aware, and Abai too, for the Sanxing Tian Xian seldom gathered, often participating in meetings online. Now, they were congregated at Lianshu, with the outside world enveloped in solemnity. Clearly, a significant event was at hand, such as preparations for war with other civilizations. "Comrade Xiao He," Tian Shu called from afar. His gaze lingering on Jiang He's lean visage, now markedly more composed than 5 years prior, yet the elder sighed imperceptibly. "You've lost weight, and your hair has grayed." "Tian Shu," Jiang He replied, feeling awkward as he attempted to rise, but was gently pressed down. "You must rest if injured," Tian Shu said kindly, ushering everyone into the conference room. As soon as the elder settled into his seat, he began speaking. "We, regarding those matters, have gathered some knowledge. Indeed, but not extensively. If possible, Comrade Xiao He, could you share with us elders the details of these past 5 years?" "Yes," Jiang He responded gravely. "Initially, it was contact. Since the arrival of the new era in the first year, no one knew its origins or the reason for its terrifying power that directed vessels to traverse to other realms, bringing about catastrophic calamities. The technological civilization could not ascertain an explanation. However, within the realm of the extraordinary, the Grand Mage of the Magical Kingdom believed it was constructing a hub for various civilizations, while the High Priest of the Covenant speculated it might be adhering to a certain mission. Regardless, civilizations began to take it increasingly seriously. Suddenly, Jiang He paused, as the sensation of contact surged in his mind once more, even more intense than before. "Congratulations. You, bearer of countless fortunes, having traversed numerous hardships, have finally met the highest governing official of this civilization. Calculating. Time taken to reach the outer realm. Standard summer time, 9 hours 29 minutes. You have encountered the first high-ranking official of the civilization at an astonishing speed, as if they were eagerly awaiting you. Within the next 24 hours, the time spent in proximity of less than 1 meter exceeds 80%. Duration, 01 day 1 hour 50 minutes. You had the honor of receiving an audience with the highest official of the civilization. You have broken the record, securing the first place. Record 2. Elisiana, Covenant Church. 7 days 23 hours to meet the first high-ranking official of the civilization. 8 days 5 hours to receive an audience with the highest official of the civilization. Record 3. Xavier Guangliu, Weixing He Lian Group. 16 days 18 hours to meet the first high-ranking official of the civilization. 01 month 2 days 22 hours to receive an audience with the highest official of the civilization. Calculation complete. Perhaps you are about to fulfill the mission of contact. You have only that final step remaining. Proceed. Connect the 2 worlds. Traverse the endless light years. Ignite a bonfire in the dark forest. silently invoked the star generation protocol. It subsided. The information began to fade, and Jiang He remained silent for a moment. He had been unconscious for 25 hours. Thus, this 9 hours should have been the time Abai met him. Yet, inexplicably, Jiang He felt an odd intuition that perhaps upon completing this final step, the guidance would depart. Ignite a bonfire in the dark forest? What could it mean? He shook his head, choosing to focus on the present, and continued recounting his experiences over the past 5 years. At the outset of his journey to another Xia. In the 3rd year of the new era, Wei Yuan was established. In the 4th year, Wei Yuan declared war, unleashing a brutal assault. To fend off their bloodthirsty advance, legions fell in battle. From tens of thousands dead to hundreds of thousands, and ultimately millions, a lamentable toll of blood and tears. The attending San Xing Tian Xian wore expressions dark enough to weep, remaining silent for an extended period. San Hao Tian Xian, Zhang Weigua, could no longer contain his simmering fury and coldly sought confirmation. So, Jiang Fusi, you were saying that during your 5-year absence, you suddenly went to a place that shares our roots and blood, also called Xia, and that Xia is currently being bullied by multiple outer civilizations? And our kin back home are asking us if we can help them? Thunder rumbled. Lightning split the heavens amidst the ominous roar of the storm. Jiang He lowered his gaze, bracing himself. The torrential rain lashed down. The sky was changing. The black car sped through the rain, its 2 crimson flags dancing wildly in the wind. Upon reaching their destination, the elder stepped out slowly, with Jiang He following closely behind. He lifted his gaze. The initial hall, forever adorned with the portrait of the first generation of Tianshu. Comrade Jiang He, the Tianshu ahead called without looking back. What do you think of that place? The elder inquired solemnly. We are not 2 families. Jiang He replied firmly. We were born on the same mother planet, gazing at the same moon, traversing the same ancient history, sharing the same red emblem, using the same script, speaking the same language. You know, I lived there for 5 years. He drifted into recollection. I remember at first, I fell from the sky into a raging river, drifting away. My swimming skills were decent. Given time, I could slowly reach the shore. However, it wasn't long before some compatriots spotted me. I saw them frantically using their devices to call for help. Then without hesitation, they jumped in to save me. A bitter smile graced his lips. I found myself in a state of bewilderment, hastily transported to the hospital by them. Lacking funds and unable to respond to their inquiries, I remained in a daze, lost in silence. They covered the expenses, believing I was despondent due to the inability to locate my family. Thus, they visited me frequently, every few days. Jiang He lowered his head and spoke softly. I could clearly see that they were merely reflections of our past selves, still fragile. Tianshu nodded silently. Once the conversation concluded, we arrived at our destination. The warm yellow light illuminated the portrait above, and Jiang He raised his eyes, revealing a demeanor of restraint and profound respect. We were here to sign the agreement, the elder stated. Jiang He nodded solemnly. Following the guidance, he recited the phrase Gong Yu Cun Xing. Suddenly, a radiant light appeared, coalescing into a luminous screen suspended in the air, upon which 2 lines of text and 2 blank spaces were displayed. Your civilization, Daxia Lianhati. Are you willing, with the other party, Daxia Lianhati, to rise together by the campfire across the endless cosmos and share the stars? It was simply these 2 sentences. The elder remained silent, drafting a document identical to the luminous screen, inscribing the date, Xiali 455 year, January 8th and New Era Year 5, January 8th, before producing the seal of the Union. Willing. A snap echoed as he affixed the seal. Then, he signed both the screen and the document. Jiang He complied. At the moment of completion, the screen flickered before gradually dissipating like sand in the wind, merging into the earth, the heavens, and the breeze. The guidance within my mind faded away, leaving only 2 brief phrases. Standard Xia time, 24 hours later. The designated beings from your civilization and those from the other party will descend between the cities of both sides, though their appearance in each other's homelands cannot be guaranteed. You must be prepared. Standard Xia time, 48 hours later. The will of the campfire will move with you, and the bridge of communication between the 2 sides will be established from this point onward. The oath to share the stars will take root, and light will gradually emerge in the dark forest. Lastly, to the great you. Farewell. Jiang He opened his mouth. In his moment of distraction, it seemed he understood something. Yet he ultimately remained silent, meticulously inscribing the guidance. A day later, the Xia people of that land returned home, and 2 days later, a colossal entity from the star sea would arrive. Finally, the elder remarked, returning home? Yes, Jiang Bai replied. However, some star nations have been rather restless lately, which may complicate matters. The personnel for initial contact must be elite from our side, while theirs will be random. This means that a warrior who was just embroiled in bloodshed could, in the next moment, find themselves in the prosperous cities of Daxia or within the territories of another civilization. The elder squinted. We must be prepared. Songjimao. We will first take action, then convene a meeting within the Star Sea community to initiate a united rescue, ensuring ample incentives are provided. Tian Shu turned to gaze at the document. Do not fear their lack of cooperation. Chapter 27. The Eve of War, January 8th. The end of winter. The skies of the sun never set's United Kingdom remained frigid, with dense tents scattered across the frozen ground as the cold winds howled, lifting the purple banners of the magical kingdom. Damn it, when will we return to the kingdom? Complained the irritable Grand Mage, cloaked in fiery red robes. As the charcoal fire blazed within the tent. This barren place. I detest winter. Who knows what kind of enchantment the kingdom's upper echelons have consumed to dispatch 3 divisions of the Fire Destruction Corps and 3 high-ranking mages for such a trivial daxia. The frail Xia people have only managed a desperate counterattack. Why does this provoke the royal family to such alarm? What are they afraid of? That new and uncertain civilization that has descended? How cowardly! The Grand Mage scoffed inwardly. Within the tent, more than one person lay, including 2 mages whose eyes held arrogance as they leisurely perused their books. One of them lazily lifted her eyelids to glance at the fiery figure. Baroque, there's no need to rush. It's merely a month. In our long lives. What is a month? She shrugged nonchalantly, treating it as a chance to admire the scenery. A month to annihilate that arrogant land. This was the declaration of troop mobilization from the Alliance's upper echelons. The majority of the soldiers from Blue Star, who had once fought valiantly for the Alliance, had been largely dismissed, and those arriving now were the elite from various civilizations. Beneath the calm surface, undercurrents surged. The civilizations harbored a subtle sense of rivalry. The land of Blue Star was so minuscule that inevitably, some weaker factions would have to concede and depart, allowing the powerful to claim more. As for the equality proclaimed in the Alliance's declaration, if you take it seriously, you deserve to be cast aside. But those repugnant alien species are far too grotesque. I have no desire to encounter them. At least the Xia people resemble us. Do you not think so? The fiery Grand Mage remarked. Ah, indeed. The 8-tentacled deep-sea civilization. The stone-skinned wasteland civilization. Such aesthetic disparities led them to view each other unfavorably. The xenophilic civilizations were tolerable, but the xenophobic ones were simply intolerable. She lazily stood up. Tomorrow, the royal army will set forth. I, the master of the tower, shall witness how they intend to obstruct us. A month? Huh. It feels like only a few days will suffice. The Lighthouse Collective, no, its current official name is the Jiang He Jituan Development Star District Lighthouse Outpost. On the vast white plains, heavy armored clusters glimmered coldly. The frigid cannon muzzles were intentionally aimed toward the northern country, while reconnaissance aircraft ascended and descended continuously, making final preparations before departure as the snow-laden winds howled. A silver rod hoisted the flag of the Weixing civilization and the Planetary Council. A young officer, his expression impassive, removed his external power exoskeleton, stretched his limbs, and confidently stepped into the warm meeting room. Gentlemen, he greeted with a smile, scanning the room. What is amiss? The faces of the Weixing commanders were mostly grim. Upon his return, someone immediately rose. The Deep Space International folks have meddled. Why? The young officer inquired, frowning. Beware of that new civilization summoned by Daxia. The respondent smashed a cup onto the ground, evidently furious. Everyone knows how low the probability of a civilization's arrival is. Only a fool would believe it. The Weixing civilization, fully known as the Weixing He Jituan, has its highest board divided into 2 factions, the Planetary Council and Deep Space International. The Planetary Council is primarily composed of the Weixing Space Army, akin to the old army, while Deep Space International is led by the newly emerging Space Army. Since crossing the wormhole to arrive here, the Planetary Council has tightly controlled the passage. The one who mastered the wormhole, Zewei, now resides in the space ring world aligned with the Planetary Council. Rising rapidly within the Council, surrounded by aides, guards, friends, and beauties, all tied to deep-seated interests. Naturally, Deep Space International, which receives little benefit, is dissatisfied. On January 6th, the catastrophic defeat of the Nehai Front, coupled with the upheaval in that land poised to usher in a new civilization, presented an opportunity. During the board meeting, representatives from Deep Space International fervently discussed the uniqueness of the contact with the Daxia, wildly amplifying the narrative of the threat posed by the new civilization. They ominously declared their intention to execute a group of parliamentary commanders responsible for the debacle, labeling it a result of poor command and cowardly retreat. They pressured the Planetary Council to concede. The attendees were somewhat disheartened, as many among them had been the very commanders tasked with the Nehi front, and had retreated to the Lighthouse headquarters just a day before the collapse, relentlessly pursued by Deep Space International. Their frustration was palpable. Who could have predicted that the frail Xia would dare to strike back? The pressure on the council was immense. The board members expressed a desire to leverage this opportunity to decisively eliminate the formidable Daxia United, ensuring their own continued glory. Therefore, failure was not an option. A young officer spoke coldly, gazing towards the distant eastern coastline, where the elite forces of the Alliance were regrouping, preparing to embark the following day to launch an offensive against Daxia. Everything was poised to reach its conclusion. As for the new civilization, setting aside the question of whether it would actually arrive, even if it did, it might not be inclined to support Daxia in opposing the Alliance. Even if it were willing to back Daxia, by the time it arrived, all that would be left would be a desolate landscape strewn with corpses and the fluttering banners of the Alliance. What could it possibly do then? According to current records, the fastest arrival of a civilization was that of the Holy Covenant, which took 15 days from departure to the signing of the agreement. The next was the Kingdom of Magic, which took 16 days. And then there was the unfortunate Daxia. The young officer smiled sarcastically. January 7th is the departure date. It has only been a day. For that alien civilization to thwart the Alliance's military assault, it would need to arrive within 3 days. Thus, Daxia must sign the agreement by tomorrow at the latest. But could they accomplish that in just 2 days? The quickest signing record was 13 days. The young commanders did not believe that Daxia could meet with the high-ranking officials of the civilization, engage in discussions for a day, and then sign the agreement within 3 days, or even 2. Do you believe it? I do not. Only a fool would believe it. Laughter erupted in the conference room among the commanders. Chapter 28. Only rest with Xia on the united front. Heavy snow fell relentlessly. A hazy cloud covered the sky, and white crystalline flakes continued to descend, blanketing the roaring heavy tanks, which bore the red flag, now stained with dirty snow. When stationed at the defensive line, some individuals cautiously wiped them clean. Wei Yuan was surely planning something significant. Xin Ning hurriedly entered the underground command center at the front line, his wheelchair leaving scratches in the snow. Jiang He had departed. The rain had ceased. The ominous signs had not manifested. No. It was merely a light rain that took everyone by surprise. If Jiang He had not left, he might have thought that contact had never been established, as the public opinion across the nations of Blue Star overwhelmingly believed that Daxia was deliberately stalling for time. How could such a terrifying omen be reduced to a mere drizzle? Yet, Wei Yuan's silence served as the most compelling evidence. Following this, their front line fell into an eerie stillness, devoid of counterattacks or visible troop movements. The daily bombardments ceased, and even aerial strikes vanished from sight. However, Xin Ning did not regard this as a favorable omen. It felt like the calm before a storm. The bishop stationed at the Holy Covenant's outpost in Daxiao was a fine fellow with whom he shared a good rapport. Having resided at the outpost for several years, he had a fondness for Jianbing Guozi and often gazed dreamily at a field of wheat. You know, my hometown is filled with golden wheat fields. It's beautiful. In the future, you must accompany me to see it. The bishop had once said with a smile before the war began. Since the onset of hostilities, he had been quietly treating the severely wounded, as his actions were not sanctioned by the Holy See, at least not publicly. Not long ago, the bishop approached him and subtly warned him that Wei Yuan was mobilizing troops in large numbers. Where were they being deployed? Naturally, to the front lines of Blue Star. Daxiao remained attentive to the circumstances of various nations and had heard of the Alliance's frenzied withdrawal of soldiers from Blue Star. A significant number of warriors, who were too angry to voice their dissent, had returned to their homelands to work as laborers, who would replace the Blue Star soldiers, their own elite forces. They were genuinely enraged, eager to strike back and cleanse this land, their homeland. Yet the commanders did not regret following Jiang He's orders to inflict heavy damage on Wei Yuan's Nehi front. Better to die sooner than later. And with a modicum of dignity. When Wei Yuan's forces returned, it would be Daxia's final requiem. Thus, Xin Ning also arrived at the scene, personally overseeing the defense at Luaning Mountain, orchestrating the final battle. The previously reclaimed defensive lines were now filled with trenches and laden with landmines. A batch of energy weapons manufactured by Wei Xing had been equipped to the 29th Legion of the first line after simple testing. For the first time, the soldiers held such advanced weaponry with utmost care, polishing the gun bodies repeatedly. They would be the first to face the onslaught of the Alliance forces. Letters home had all been written. They would be delivered to their families in the rear. In the trenches, Laughter echoed as they attempted to dispel the oppressive gloom before the impending storm. They even shared dumplings and glutinous rice balls. The commanders at the forefront gathered together. Do you think we have reinforcements? No, we can't spare anyone from the lines. Oh, but we do. How could we not? One commander asserted confidently. If we can hold out for another half-month or so, perhaps Jiang He will return like the Dragon King with a batch of reinforcements to save us. Yes, yes. Jiang He will surely survive and bring back support. Indeed. By then, we might be able to hold on for quite a while. The commanders discussed animatedly, as if reinforcements were truly on the way. But would they really come? Deep down, the commanders understood that Jiang He surviving was already a significant blessing. As for reinforcements, presently, Daxia was besieged on all sides by various civilizations of the Wei-Yuan alliance. After the northern front retreated, other civilizations that had previously been unable to partake in the spoils descended like hungry wolves, viciously tearing at them. The once stable naturalization defenses in the north were on the brink of annihilation. They faced unprecedented advanced weaponry and supernatural powers. Yet, the several legions stationed at naturalization, numbering over 100,000, held their ground until the last moment. They were unwilling to abandon their posts. Behind them lay their homes, where they had lived for decades. How could they leave? Daxia was now shattered and isolated, having fought valiantly for so long, but had lost its value. What reason would the unfamiliar new civilization have to intervene? They were surrounded by enemies on all sides. Only the Holy Covenant discreetly provided some supplies to assist them. The commanders harbored unspoken sorrow in their eyes. Xin Ning returned to the cramped rest area. The lighting was dim, and he fumbled to retrieve medication, swallowing it down with lukewarm water. After taking a few breaths, he picked up a letter resting on the table and silently opened it. It was from Jiang Yu's wife, written in her familiar, uneven Xia characters, allowing him to imagine her struggle to compose the letter, biting the pen in deep thought. Dear Mr. Tsin, though I am far from you, I feel as if we are face to face. How are you faring? It has been several months since we last met. And perhaps 10 days ago, I should have set off to return to the outpost, to spend a day or two at home with you, to celebrate the special occasion of New Year's Day in Daxia. However, the affairs of the Holy See are truly overwhelming. If one, the little priest, wishes to weep, I am exceedingly concerned for your well-being. Please do not disdain Wen's verbosity and nuisance, for, to my knowledge, Wei-Yuan is significantly reinforcing troops from this realm to the Blue World. It is suspected that the Wei-Xing's 28th, 30th, and 33rd Heavy Divisions, alongside the fire-themed legions of the Magical Kingdom's 3rd, 7th, and 10th Divisions, are involved. Please believe one. The situation within the coalition will further deteriorate. At that time, the Union will no longer be secure, and I am petitioning the Holy See for support. By the way, Mr. Asen, did you know? One has found an excellent physician who may be able to heal his leg. After that, the two of them can hold a true wedding in her hometown and live peacefully thereafter. If the healing proves unsuccessful, she declares her intent to care for him. She envisions constructing a small house, akin to their residence in the Union, where life will continue as usual, complete with electricity, games, and films, albeit without the internet. He need not worry about adapting to life there. She hopes he will return with her to the Holy Covenant's homeland, to her hometown, to witness the wheat fields, the churches, and the windmills, far removed from the war-torn Blue World. She asserts that the Alliance will not oppose the Holy See. Xin Ning unconsciously smiled at the thought of that figure, with golden white hair and pupils, possessing a touch of gentle naivete, petite in stature, who greatly enjoyed nibbling on bread made from wheat. Yet, in the end, he did not write a proper response. Xin Ning silently reviewed the nearly exhaustive troop mobilization information. Although uncertain of her source, he preferred to trust its validity rather than dismiss it. Xin Ning turned and convened a meeting. However, he was not the inconsequential commoner she knew, nor could he venture to that distant Holy Covenant, her homeland. Would he retreat? Only time would tell. Apologies. Chapter 29. The world is resplendent and magnificent. Dear compatriots, welcome home. Union time, January 8th, 1400. In the profound, boundless starry sky, a terrifying giant loomed, casting shadows upon the heavens. Its colossal form exerted immense pressure, with accompanying escort fleets appearing minuscule, resembling mere dust. Yet upon closer inspection, this assemblage obscured a sliver of light from the stars. The 14th Fleet of Shizong is currently executing a giant mobilization mission. Proceed to the void. Jump permitted. Meanwhile, within the star sector, people's terminals vibrated, projecting urgent notifications. The announcement from the Union diplomatic hub reverberated across the star sea, inciting a clamor. Union time, January 8th, 1400 hours. The Great Xia Union, Star C, and the Great Xia Union have officially signed an unconditional mutual defense agreement. Should either party suffer any form or degree of foreign invasion, the other shall immediately intervene unconditionally and initiate unrestricted retaliation, including giant warfare. In the Star Sea civilization community, seats filled to capacity amidst a cacophony. Is the mobilization of the Shitsong escort fleet directly related to the signing of the agreement? Is the Xia side experiencing a covert invasion? Where lies the threshold for unconditional intervention? Does it imply that once triggered, it will lead to an all-out giant war? On stage, the spokesperson for the Great Xia provided no answers. With an impassive expression, he calmly announced, at 14:01 Standard Time on January 8th, the mutual defense agreement between the two Xias is officially activated. Based on the obligations of the agreement and threat assessment, as of 14:01 on January 8th, we declare that the Great Xia Union, Star C, is in a state of total war. The enemy consists of all relevant entities invading us, led by the Wei Yuan Alliance. The scale of the war is comprehensive giant warfare, with the objective of annihilation and extermination of civilizations. At this moment, the indomitable giant of the Star Sea had truly awakened in wrath. It commenced war to obliterate any existence that dared to humiliate them, having neither time nor compassion to negotiate with those arrogant invaders. Furthermore, the spokesperson of the Great Xia's voice softened, to protect our citizens. That is all. Simultaneously, the Great Xia's fleet was assembling, massive docks reverberating with activity. New giants were slowly being constructed, and new fleets were taking shape. Within a vast starport, the Fifth Fleet of the Union was stationed, and with the arrival of orders, the assembly call echoed throughout the entire starport. Emergency assembly. Repeat. Emergency assembly. On the flagship's bridge, the fleet commander Zhou Ruo's calm exterior belied a tempest within, gripping the orders with fervent heat. Union Military Order, Order No. BJWG-05-AE-230104 issued on Xia Calendar 04550108 recipient. Fifth Fleet of the Great Xia Union. Your unit is to assemble immediately and jump to the new support circle at the fourth planet of the He Star sector. Upon the opening of the wormhole, the first wave of Space Forces, 3rd and 5th Fleets, Silver Guard, 1st and 2nd Fleets, 14th, 16th, and 17th Fleets of Shitsong, will rush to the front lines of the Blue Star Great Xia to execute operational escort procedures. Specific combat details will be communicated by the Joint Command, issued by Great Xia Union Military Headquarters, authorized by Union Supreme Central. The Union's Great Seal was clear, and the recently received task documents were vivid in his mind. His anger was palpable, his silence deafening, recalling the tragic words from the video. Our radar cannot locate them. He thought, it won't be so anymore. The legions were mobilizing. Heavy star fortresses hovered in the sky, casting shadows over the pristine earth. A large contingent of troops marched with heavy yet synchronized steps, gradually assembling beyond the expansive airfield, a dense cluster of tanks stretching beyond sight. The glint of metallic surfaces reflecting the starlit sky. At the center, the crimson flag fluttered in the wind. Transport ships descended, poised for action. An atmosphere of solemnity enveloping the scene. The mobilized legions gathered one by one. The commander on stage bowed his head. Your unit is to assemble immediately and jump to the new support circle at the fourth planet of the He Star sector. Upon the opening of the wormhole, the first wave of Interstar forces, 1st, 3rd, 4th, 8th, and 10th Interstar Legions, Silver 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 12th, and 21st Interstar Legions, totaling 600,000 will rush to the front lines of the Blue Star Great Xia to execute operational escort missions. Specific combat details will be communicated by the Joint Command. This was truly intense. The Legion commander, young yet experienced from the previous Union meeting, where he had crushed a cup in frustration, felt a surge of memories from many years prior when the Great Xia was still weak. Today his blood boiled. His chest reverberated. This directive represented the resolute stance of the Central Command. Fight to the bitter end. Give it everything we've got. Spare no effort in supporting the Great Xia, separated by light years and galaxies. He surveyed the room. Comrades, the time has come when the Great Xia and its people need us. Now I ask you, our citizens, our families, are being oppressed and slaughtered outside. What shall we do? The warriors' roars echoed across the skies. Strike back fiercely. Good. Now, the entire army embarks. We are heading to bring our people home. On January 8th at 1500 hours, trending topics swiftly engulfed the Xinguang, nearly provoking a violent tremor across all sectors of the Great Xia. Today, at 9 hours and 1 minute, we enter a state of heightened combat readiness, initiating an emergency mobilization, drafting 30 million soldiers. In 5 hours, the Mutual Defense Agreement will be signed, and at 14 hours and 1 minute, the Defense Protocol will be activated. The Great Xia enters total war. The cause of all this is astonishing. Breaking news. The foundational colossus, Zhangji Mao, re-emerges after 5 years of silence. This time, it may obliterate multiple civilizational homeworlds. A united rescue operation spanning dozens of star nations may commence. Who has provoked the wrath of the Alliance to the extent of full-scale war? An in-depth exploration of the contact agreement reveals that another great Xia truly exists. History repeats itself, evoking tears. I can no longer return. This time, we must not and will not leave any regrets. We are no longer weak. We cannot remain unresponsive. Comprehensive support. Multiple elite fleets of the Alliance converge, with hundreds of elite interstar legions being dispatched to Hushi. In 2 days, the wormhole will open. The Alliance may officially declare war on Weiyuan on January 10th. Across various star regions, whether under the night sky or daylight, morning or sunset, recruitment offices are inundated with long lines of hopefuls. In the end, a comment spreads like wildfire across the great Xia Xingwang, with numerous official media outlets subsequently sharing and quoting it, garnering over 100 million likes and dominating the front pages of major broadcasting stations. The world is splendid and grand. Comrades, welcome home. Chapter 30. Returning to Xia. As Jiang He departed from the Shulian Sea, the dawn was approaching. He gazed toward the distant horizon, where a faint blush of dawn was already appearing, signaling that daylight would soon break. The Shulian was in the grip of winter, with snow still lingering on the branches of the old trees. The countdown had begun, with 20 hours remaining. At that time, the advanced support team would first set foot on the land codenamed Returning to Xia, to convey crucial messages and carry special anchoring equipment to assist the headquarters of the Ximian Great Xia in determining their position. Furthermore, the general staff had tentatively outlined several plans. One of them was to ascertain whether the civilizations of Weiyuan existed within this star sea and to locate their home worlds, as the wormholes under Jiang He's control were evidently insufficient for the Colossus to traverse. However, the stargates could. Once confirmed to be within this star sea, they would stealthily construct a stargate. Thus, far away at the front lines of Blue Star, the commanders of Weiyuan suddenly received urgent reports from their subordinates. This is bad. Command, our home world has been razed. The upper echelons have all perished. Quite well. At this moment, Chen Xing, the supreme commander of the Shulian Guards, was walking slowly alongside Jiang He. Jiang Bai had suddenly left after the signing of the agreement and was now untraceable, likely still occupied. Jiang He suddenly felt compelled to inquire about Bai's past 5 years. Chen Xing was well informed. After your disappearance for a year, General Jiang's extraordinary level had ascended to Yueshun, making her the only one in the extraordinary domain of the Alliance. A few months later, she became the current Lu House and Xian. He spoke slowly. Now, General Jiang is immensely powerful. How powerful? I cannot say. For many years, the Great Xia has not experienced significant disputes, and General Jiang has never fought with full force. However, to draw a comparison, perhaps she is akin to a select few forbidden spells in the Magic Kingdom that have remained hidden. Jiang He elaborated on the circumstances of that world as thoroughly as possible. Chen Xing was also in the know. Currently, the Ximian's extraordinary strength was exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, some unique races inherently possessed extraordinary power, their long lives rendering them indifferent and proud, rarely engaging in the civilizational conflicts of the Shulian Sea, such as the Yin Su to which Jiang Bai belonged. A group devoid of emotions, like ice blocks. The Star Sea community classified extraordinary levels into 4 tiers: initial path, contention, Yushun, and infinite. There were no infinite-level existences within this Star Sea, only rumored records of suspected occurrences, with Yushun being exceedingly scarce. Jiang He nodded silently. The one he had raised since childhood. After 5 years apart, they reunited, but their time together would be fleeting. Besides being busy, she was already appointed as the advanced commander and would personally lead a team to the front lines of Blue Star Great Xia. Within the 24 hours prior to the official arrival of the army, her formidable individual combat power would have a transformative impact. Yet, Jiang He was currently severely injured. The only thing he could do was provide information, which meant he would not be able to reach the front lines. In other words, she would depart within less than a day. Today, Jiang He found himself lost in thought. Chen Xing's voice, however, brought him back to reality. He smiled slightly and pointed to a petite figure with silver hair beyond the gates of Shulian, dressed in casual attire that stood out in the frigid winter. Perhaps this was to soothe Jiang He's frazzled nerves? His mental report was rather grim. General Jiang is waiting outside for you. The reunion with family prompted Qin Xing to tactfully withdraw. Jiang He, a call, trailing joy and familiarity, contrasting starkly with the previous indifference. The eternal calm shattered. Accompanied by a delicate embrace, the wheelchair naturally retreated several paces. The Insu clan thrived in cold, resembling humans, yet their greatest distinction lay in their icy bodies, devoid of warmth. Thus, the Ocean Star Federation referred to them as emotionless ice blocks. But at this moment, Jiang Bai's body radiated warmth. Her cheeks were warm, and her hands were warm. Such warmth in her embrace. Jiang He gently lowered his gaze. Her hands clung tightly to him, as if fearing he might vanish abruptly, just as he had 5 years ago. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with joy. Jiang He, my system is operational now. From this moment on. She was no longer an ice block. Yet she suddenly paused, puzzled, reaching up to touch her cheek, tears flowing uncontrollably. Wasn't she happy? It was profound sadness. It turned out that after the 1921st day of searching for Jiang He, upon their reunion, she felt immense sorrow. No, it was merely the accumulated sorrow of not being able to find Jiang He. She remained joyful. Jiang Bai grabbed a tissue, wiping her face haphazardly, sniffling, transforming into a little flower face, but her disheveled silver hair could not conceal her tear-streaked, smiling eyes. Abai, he called her gently, smoothing her unruly long hair. Yes, Abai is here, she responded with exuberance. During the 1921st days of absence, did Jiang He miss Abai? Abai missed Jiang He terribly. Happy birthday, he said. 20 years ago, amidst a blizzard, he was stationed as an observer at a cold, undeveloped planet beyond the Alliance's borders, living a tranquil life day after day, until that fateful day when he discovered a young child, expressionless and bloodied, collapsed in the biting wind and snow. Subsequently, that day became her cherished birthday. The core forces from the Shulian Guard would rendezvous at the newly established support circle of the Hushi region's 4th planet on January 8th at 1700 hours in Standard Xia time. Only 1 hour remained. Jiang He would accompany them as well. In the twilight of their time together, the two returned to their humble abode nestled in the hills of Lianshu. A blanket of snow lay beneath the shimmering silver flowers, and as Jiang Bai gently urged him inside, he felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. 5 years had elapsed, yet everything remained unchanged. Abai had predominantly resided at Insu First Starport, she explained. The command center of Insu was situated there, and her duties were incessant. She might return to tidy their home on Jiang He's birthday, but that would be all. How could she inhabit their shared home alone? Jiang He chose not to inquire further. Shortly thereafter, they embarked on a shuttle, slicing through the clouds to arrive at Insu Third Starport in near space. At 1700 hours, the fleet slowly departed. Inside the cabin, the candles on the birthday cake were extinguished in an instant. Slow down, Jiang He chuckled softly, wiping the cream from her face. However, it had been 4 years since Abai had last tasted cake. With a tone of tragic grandeur, the silver-haired individual devoured the cake with gusto, her cheeks puffed up in delight. It's delicious. I love it. I eagerly await the next birthday. Jiang He was momentarily taken aback. Why? She furrowed her delicate brows, mumbling incomprehensibly. On the 190th day of searching for Jiang He, Abai had forgotten her birthday. On the 412th day, upon remembering, she went out and bought a cake. Finding it tasteless, she chose not to eat it. Afterward, there were no more birthdays celebrated. Chapter 31. Kneeling to lick my alien civilization while slaughtering my kin? On the 9th day of the first month in the summer calendar, at 2 o'clock in the morning, the skies in the east of Lianshu appeared rather peculiar. The location of the United Central was bound by a distorted sense of time, perhaps many years ago, during the era of the first generation of Tianshu greats. It was still normal, but as time progressed, this changed. To be precise, it now felt as though it were 2 in the afternoon. Thus, the people of Xia in the eastern part of Lianshu adhered to a system known as Liandong time, while the standard summer time remained the absolute ancestral system. A unified standard time across more than 20 star regions of Xia, at 2 hours and 1 minute. The establishment of the Xia United Command was announced in the conference room, under the solemn gaze of numerous military officers. At 2 hours and 2 minutes, an appointment letter arrived from the United Central, its red seal prominently displayed on the white paper, revealing its contents to all present in the command center. Xia United High Command, in accordance with the strategic needs of Xia United, jointly deliberated and decided by the Xia United, Shanghai Gue Xia, and other parties of the United Central as well as the Xia Supreme Tianshu, Comrade Jiang Bai of Xia, Shanghai. Insu is appointed as commander of the Xia United Command and commander of the Xia Aid Forward Command, fully responsible for the overall command of matters pertaining to the front line at Lanxing. Comrade Sining of de Xia, Xia, is appointed as deputy commander of the de Xia United Command, jointly overseeing and commanding the affairs at the Lanxing front line. Comrade Wu Nian, commander of the fleet of de Xia, Xinghai, Lianshu Star Region, is appointed as Comrade Jiang He, commander of the fleet of de Xia, Xinghai, Nantian Star Region, is appointed as. The Central Command stated, Comrade Jiang by has demonstrated unwavering loyalty and exceptional capability through long-term burdens and practice, exhibiting a high degree of strategic foresight and commanding talent. The United Command believes that Comrade Jiang Bai will undoubtedly fulfill the entrusted responsibilities, resolutely implement the strategic deployments of the United High Command, and unite and lead all commanders of the United Command to ensure continuous victories at the front and the safety of the territories. Furthermore, Comrade Sining, on the front line at Lanxing, has long been unafraid of life and death, daring to fight and establish remarkable achievements. Due to Comrade Jiang He's health reasons, it has been decided, with the approval of the United Central, that he shall temporarily rest and recuperate, and upon recovery, shall immediately report to the He Shi United Command. Thus, this order is issued. De Xia United High Command, Summer Calendar Year 455, January 9th, Blue Calendar New Era Year 5, January 9th, Xia. The United Central formally named the region resembling a parallel world, another identical de Xia, a name that felt familiar and unalienated, a homecoming for the people of de Xia. United as one family. And now, on the fourth planet of He Shi, the newly established support circle was aglow with lights throughout the night. Countless modern tents stood tall upon the land, and a series of support lines encircling the wormhole circle rose from the ground. In space, the newly erected orbital cannons were ever vigilant. The operations of the transport airport never ceased. Old Wang, you're here too. Indeed. Old Yang, aren't you busy with surgery? Such remarks were misleading. It was in response to the call. From time to time, familiar faces exchanged smiles, as an endless stream of doctors, medical staff, and professional rescue teams spontaneously responded to the call from the 24-star regions of de Xia. Medical supplies and disaster relief materials poured in vast quantities to this once desolate mountainous planet, with large transport hovercraft often soaring past, banners proclaiming, "We must save." No matter the light years. Heavy tank clusters bearing de Xia soldiers formed a steel river, rushing by, with legions stationed outside the wormhole circle, prepared for action, and fleets hovering above at terrifying speeds, establishing a new starport. 34 hours later, the wormhole opened wide. The previously combative netizens of de Xia, known for their confrontational demeanor, reacted with surprising uniformity, deeply provoked by the harrowing situation of Lanxing. Some worried about the current state of that land and, pondering deeply, opened their terminals to make donations. "We must hold on for another 34 hours. They lamented. In a fit of anger, some rushed to enlist. "I'll show them." A large group clamored to turn the deep-sea civilization into grilled octopus and starfish to sell throughout Ximian Xinghai. They asked grimly, "So? Does that mean our mother wishes for us to treat our beloved ones with a utopian abundance, coddled and protected, while those ugly aliens slaughter them without restraint? And yet they cautiously seek our aid?" Such sentiments were rampant, igniting countless waves of anger. Citizens of the Haixing Federation in de Xia trembled in fear. As for why so many medical and disaster relief supplies converged, it was merely due to a line in the letter. In the past 5 years, ominous signs have led to the suffering of countless souls. Suffering of countless souls. This implied that many lives would be lost. Jiang He gravely acknowledged, "Yes, many lives may be lost, countless lives." In the new era, the region of Zhongta, located to the west of Lianshu, had encountered ominous signs in the form of an industrial radiation rain. The casualties? Over 100 million. With no preparations or shelter measures. Tens of millions perished on the first day alone. In the days that followed, countless others succumbed to severe illnesses, with corpses littering the streets. However, the ominous signs are determined by the conditions of the arriving civilization. The situation with the Wei Xing group on their end indicated severe local industrial radiation pollution. The wealthy had fled to the space ring world. This suggested that there might also be favorable omens. Tian Shu sighed with slight relief, yet unease lingered. Indeed, the Holy Covenant, a civilization of extraordinary theocratic authority, had its ominous signs manifest as a rain of golden wheat. The fields of wheat and windmills were abundant in the Holy Covenant, suggesting a seemingly pleasant living environment. Jiang He recalled with careful thought. The Holy Covenant has consistently condemned the Wei Yuan alliance, positioning itself as one of the few civilizations outside the domains that refrained from participating in the massacre of Xia, and arguably the only one providing assistance to Xia. In the realm of Blue Star, numerous priests of the Holy Covenant traversed the land to save lives. Their speech often imbued with a sense of mysticism, as if they have been devoutly believing in a divine being since childhood. However, I surmise that this may not be a difficult point to accept. Tian Shu nodded thoughtfully. And what of us? Regardless, we must first prepare for disaster relief. The elder declared with finality. Once the wormhole opens, the various inner star legions will advance, but we must remain vigilant against Wei Yuan's pinpoint strikes on the wormhole. Medical and disaster relief supplies will follow, adjusting subsequent input based on the data collected by the advance team. Thus, a mobilization order was issued. The colossal machinery of the Xia United Body began to rumble into action. Doctors arrived, workers mobilized, supplies came pouring in, and hundreds of elite legions were dispatched to He. The armaments industry roared to life, and the docks echoed with the sounds of full operational capacity. All for the sake of Xia. Chapter 32. The last 2 hours at 4:01 a.m. The countdown for the advance team stood at 7 hours and 59 minutes, while the wormhole countdown was at 32 hours. In the distant Shitsong star domain, reports came in. The colossal figured Song Ji Miao had reached its designated position. Song Ji Miao is calibrating. Calibration successful. Report. Song Ji Miao is now in launch readiness. All systems are go. In the vast command hall, the figures of the space military personnel stood tall, their deep blue uniforms adorned with a small, yet vibrant red flag, akin to a flame that refuses to be extinguished. The commander of the Shitsong fleet gazed intently at the projection. That war machine, seemingly more magnificent than a planet, stood imposingly against the vastness of the cosmos. Like a spear capable of piercing stars, embodying the pinnacle of Xia's starburst technology, capable of shattering the heavens. Restlessness prevailed. The commander shook his head. Although the starry seas appeared to bask in an era of peace, conflicts erupted everywhere. The Xia Empire was engulfed in flames of war at the edge of its territories, while the Hai Xing Federation voraciously consumed the foreign trade markets of weaker civilizations. Several formidable benefactors in the sea had already instigated proxy wars in obscure realms. Nevertheless, these matters held little importance. His gaze sharpened as he slid the colossal key authorized by the United Central Command across the screen to initiate launch verification. The colossal key has been confirmed. Execute. Yes. The Xia space military personnel responded in unison. The colossal figured Song Ji Miao is charging. 1. 6. 9. The colossal figured Song Ji Miao is preparing for launch. At the tip of the spear, terrifying energy coalesced. Time flowed minute by minute. All present in the command hall awaited in silence, their eyes glimmering with fervor. Soon, the Wei Yuan would find itself as it was today. In the stillness of the cosmos, a beam of light seemed to pierce through the darkness of the universe. A terrifying wave of light spread forth. At 4:30 a.m., accompanied by numerous civilizations observation stations detecting a flash and subsequent extinguishment of a light point in the direction of Xia's Shitsong. The Xia space military's official media released a video. That Wei Yuan, just as it is today. We can go, and so can I. The declaration reverberated throughout Xia. At 5:02 a.m., multiple diplomatic hubs of various civilizations announced their collective participation in the Homeland rescue operation organized by Xia. Over the past 2 days, the Star Sea community convened repeatedly. At the conference center's podium, representatives of the Xia marauding empire passionately delivered a grand, yet somewhat unorthodox speech in Xia language regarding the Xia people stranded abroad due to unforeseen circumstances. The Xia marauding empire, adhering to principles of peace and goodwill, cannot turn a blind eye. We shall join our colleagues in the community in a concerted effort to launch a united rescue operation. At the same time, we extend our sincerest condolences to the heroes who sacrificed their lives in Xia's defensive war. Silence. Let us take a moment to remember. Although the colossal figure of Xia is indeed fearsome, the offerings from Xia are equally substantial. The representative of the Xia Empire, beaming with excitement, struggled to suppress his exhilaration and feigned somberness as he bowed his head. The representatives of the gathered civilizations rose in unison to follow suit. Regardless of whether their sorrow was genuine, those who stood would not be forgotten by Xia, while those who did not rise would be clearly remembered. However, the representative of the Xia Empire pondered deeply, struggling to comprehend why the Xia United Body would go to such lengths for an unspecified number of unknown Xia individuals from another world. The contact protocol, while intriguing to many star nations, did not compel them to offend Xia. The vastness of this star sea renders the affairs of that world inconsequential. Their curiosity lay solely in the power to open 2 wormholes. As for the so-called Wei Yuan alliance, how bold. Yet, the Xia people are known for their fierce protectiveness. At 8 a.m., with 4 hours remaining, the first contact was set to commence. With Jiang He and the selected advance team departing for Blue Star 24 hours ahead of the main forces, alongside an unknown number of Xia individuals arriving from Blue Star. Perhaps it would be thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. They might land in a city of Xia within the Star Sea, or in a city of another civilization. No one could predict, but across various star regions of Xia, patrol drones frequently zipped by in the skies, and the air was filled with vigilant ships. Hospitals remained on standby. The fervent, welcoming actions spontaneously swept through one star region after another, with the familiar red banners of the returning Xia era unfurled once more. And immense projections in the cities announced Xia's declaration of war against the Wei Yuan alliance. It may seem peculiar to hang banners on the streets of the interstellar era, but such details were inconsequential. The peace of mind for those returning home from Blue Star was paramount. While other civilizations might struggle to comprehend the actions of the Xia people, those well-versed in Xia history would surely understand that the residents of Blue Star not only share blood and heritage, but also live in an era that is no more than a century removed from the time of the first generation of Tianshu greats. If the Xia of Blue Star were to learn that the descendants of that extraordinary epoch would arrive in the present, it would surely cause a great stir and prompt a grand welcome ceremony. If before the war, they would proudly tell their ancestors, "Look, our aircraft no longer need to fly twice." After the war, they would also assert, "We too have not retreated." The same holds true for the present-day Xia of the Star Sea. The Xia people of this era would reassure them, "Fear not. For we now possess not only fleets, but also colossal figures. We are qualified to wage war against the entire Wei Yuan alliance. Everything will be well. You need no longer fear Wei Yuan. Rest assured." Various civilizations in the Star Sea, having tasted the fruits of their endeavors, began to assert themselves, confidently pledging to ensure the safe return of the Xia individuals arriving in their territories. They would not hesitate to question any who might challenge their authority. Xia language signposts, hastily assembled guidance, and large-scale patrols bore semblance to a well-coordinated effort. At 10 a.m., with just 2 hours remaining, in the 4th planet's United Command Center of the He-She Star region, Jiang He was writing letters. These letters were to be delivered by the advance team to the commanding officers overseeing the return to Xia, including Deputy Commander Ning and Tianshu. He was not alone. The esteemed Tianshu from our faction has also penned a letter. At last, Jiang and Zheng solemnly inscribed a discreet line at the edge of the letter, akin to an ornamental cipher. Subsequently, it was entrusted to the upright Jiang Bai. Locate the Deputy Commander Ning or any commanding officer on the front lines and deliver this missive to them. While coordinating with this key, Jiang delicately advised, "Ensure the mission is accomplished." Little A Bai's countenance was gravely serious, disregarding the curious gazes from the expansive assembly square. Jiang suddenly bowed his head, cautiously retrieving several appointment letters. "Bring these as well. Appointment letter for the Deputy Commander of the Yinsu Legion. Appointment letter for the Honorary Commander of the Yinsu Legion. Appointment letter for the Fleet Commander of the Southern Tianxingyu. We must gather more documents to affirm the existence of this great Xia. Having spent considerable time with them, they trust me, and seeing my name will ease their minds," he stated. Chapter 33. The encounter commences. Indeed, it was not merely a letter. The contact agreement document bearing the emblem of the coalition, the Mutual Defense Agreement, and Ning's formal appointment letter designating him as the Deputy Commander of the Great Xia Unified Command. Most crucially, the minuscule camera embedded in Zhang's attire upon his return. Initially, it was conceived that the contents within would serve as vital evidence for verifying the authenticity of extraterrestrial civilizations. Should I survive to bring it back to the Blue Star Coalition? Previously, he had wryly explained its origin. Now it continued to operate, recording all it witnessed without a sound or a glimmer, appearing merely as an inconspicuous trinket, likely unnoticed by extraordinary civilizations should Jiang encounter them. Following the conclusion of that meeting, the leader of the investigation team, Yi Qiong, received orders. Not long after, Yi Qiong donned it, having been granted leave by the Central Security Bureau and traversed numerous locales. The unified Central City Cluster, this is our capital star, and it is vast. She often murmured gently to herself, akin to a traveler returning home, proudly recounting her achievements. The starport where the Great Xia Fleet is stationed. The first fleet of the Unified Coalition has long safeguarded the Central Star System since the Great Xia entered the space age. Everything along the roads bore inscriptions in the Xia language, adorned with the Xia flag. Ultimately, Yi Qiong arrived at the fourth planet of Heshi, where the Unified Command hosted a modest yet solemn military parade, featuring the nimble Qingqiu-class corvettes and the formidable Jingzhou-class Thunderstrike ships. The vessels obscured the light of the heavens. Yet, this was not the entirety. There were Wei Jiang-class destroyers and Lu Ling-class cruisers, as well as the battleship Xinhai-class. Each warship displayed the familiar crimson of the Xia people, a color that could not more authentically signify the fleet's allegiance. The internal star forces reviewed the advanced aerial and marine technology suitable for planetary warfare, capable of soaring into the skies and plunging into the depths of the seas. Alongside the extraordinary Insu Legion, a figure clad in the uniform of the Great Xia, an extraordinary individual, stood seemingly suspended in the sky, saluting the camera with a standard Xia military salute, reporting to the esteemed leader. "I am Lung Ning, a soldier of the 1st Legion of the Insu Legion of the Great Xia Coalition." He then extended a hand towards the distant sea, as a boundless white-blue ice spread forth. With a wave towards the heavens, a blizzard erupted without clouds. In an instant, the earth trembled as the mountains crumbled into powdery white. This was the innate ability of the Insu clan, an ability that the Xia could not replicate, yet one that could potentially ignite a fervor for ice-based cultivation. His resolute gaze and upright stature starkly contrasted the haughty nobles and mages of the magical kingdom. Within him, there resided a purity untainted by arrogance. Thus, the parade concluded. The unified central sought to project strength before the camera, as if proclaiming, "Do not fear, fellow countrymen. Our fists are formidable." This minuscule camera would ultimately be entrusted to Ning, perhaps returning to Tianshu, with the footage remaining unedited. At the assembly square, upon the cold, gleaming silver surface, the advance team, having undergone rigorous selection, stood in orderly ranks of 5. The Insu Legion dispatched 48 extraordinary members, 4 from the Zhengdu class and 44 from the Chujing class. The most elite internal star forces of the Great Xia deployed 51 members, though not extraordinary. They were all formidable, most holding the ranks of lesser star Tianquan. At the level of regiment commanders, the silver-haired commander appeared before them unannounced. Consequently, the eyes of the regiment commanders and their deputies darted away, silenced by the chill. The fruit was delightful, yet somewhat cold. Jiang He maintained a calm demeanor, perhaps indifferent to how they perceived their relationship. Despite the fact that the military of the Great Xia had long been aware of her close attachment to Jiang, being raised by him, the name Jiang He was inscribed by his own hand. She reiterated the mission details. Upon landing, immediately ascertain one's position. Do not recklessly expose oneself in the occupied zones. Everything must await the arrival of the first batch of reinforcements in 24 hours. Prior to that, ensure all is concealed. Land in a non-occupied area. Swiftly proceed to the nearest frontline command. Locate the compatriots in command. Upon confirming identities, immediately coordinate with the following keys. The advance mission is of great importance, primarily to relay information. The objective is to swiftly locate personnel of the Blue Star Great Xia frontlines, such as Ning, and promptly meet with Tianshu to prepare for the reception of the main forces. Next is data collection. On the battlefield, assess casualties from precursory anomalies. Identify shortages of medicines and supplies. Evaluate the technological level of the Wei Yuan Alliance, extraordinary counts, troop distributions, and methods of attack observation. This data will be promptly delivered to the Unified Command upon the arrival of the main forces and the opening of the wormhole connecting both realms. Furthermore, the anchor point. Commander Jiang He will carry a special anchor to facilitate contact and coordinate confirmation with the Xia side. Although the Research Institute posits that the Blue Star Great Xia might reside in a parallel universe, rendering the anchor ineffective. However, the specifics will await the advance team's arrival. There are also suggestions that the homeworlds of the Wei Yuan Alliance civilizations may exist within the same universe as theirs. Lastly, mutual defense. Should the situation become dire, the extraordinary advance team, led by Jiang He, will inevitably intervene to provide defensive support. With that, Jiang He silently returned to the side of the injured patient in the wheelchair, somewhat restlessly manipulating the holographic sand table, her expression deeply concentrated, her pupils reflecting a vivid crimson. The Blue Star Great Xia was in a perilous state, having lost significantly. Numerous extraordinary civilizations resided there, and Jiang had unearthed many entities of suspected leap god status over the past 5 years, including forbidden spellcasters from the magical kingdom and near-divine practitioners from the Holy Covenant. If they emerged, it would be undoubtedly troublesome. The worst-case scenario envisioned by the command center would involve retreating all Blue Star Xia people into the Star Sea homeland and deploying a colossal golden tree to obliterate the entire surface of Blue Star, or even using some means to shatter Blue Star, mutual destruction. She glanced at the time. Less than 40 minutes remained. Jiang called to her. Commander Jiang. After a moment of silence, he replied, take care. Stay safe. The silver-haired individual suddenly beamed, nodding emphatically. I will. Time ticked away, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 19 minutes. The scene became increasingly crowded, with the He-Shi Space Army S. Xingjun and Insu S. various commanders present, including several 3-star Tianxian officers. Even the Tianshu far away at Lianshu lit up with projections to bid farewell in person. The elderly man's pupils momentarily lost focus. Wisps of light particles had unexpectedly begun to swirl around the advanced team, drifting like fireflies in the still air. The spatial monitoring array was operational. A report came in. The array detected minute spatial fluctuations, with values soaring. It was projected to reach a critical point in 9 minutes. The tracing array was being activated. The Tianshu projection approached the formation, solemnly saluting and stating, comrades, take care. Ensure the mission is accomplished. The soldiers responded in unison. At 11:59, there was less than a minute until the critical point. The light particles grew increasingly bright, spinning rapidly around them, creating a small, dazzling vortex. Jiang Bai, with a detached demeanor, lowered his head and pinched a light particle, his silver eyes shining with the regal divine light unique to the Insu royal family. Suddenly, an intense light erupted, blinding in the square, and amidst the salute of numerous commanders, the advance team was left in an empty and desolate expanse. The first contact had begun. Chapter 34. Flames reaching the sky. The sky was overcast, filled with a low, menacing rumble. A bloodied Xia girl struggled through the barren trees, leaving a long crimson trail on the snow behind her, her countless wounds frosted over. Some light covered her injuries, gradually fading. I'm sorry, she trembled, gazing at the broken figure ahead. You go ahead, don't worry about me. She was already at her limit. Yet, the pursuers behind her drew ever closer, those fierce, greedy traitors who had become the dogs of Wei Yuan, mercilessly slaughtering their former Blue Star compatriots. Accompanying her was a young priest of the Holy See. The priest's right arm had been blown off, revealing stark white bones and hastily wrapped bloodied rags, blood flowing uncontrollably. Her complexion was exceptionally pale. Their escape was unsteady, and she did not respond to the Xia girl's words, unable to comprehend her language, but her remaining left hand tightly grasped the hand of the person behind her, perhaps unwilling to give up. Wei Yuan has turned against the Holy See, the priest murmured tremulously. This is the front line of Great Xia's Jiangyu. The defense has collapsed. At 5 o'clock in the morning, a massive red magical pattern illuminated the sky over Jiangyu, as if it were daylight. After days of silence, a new grand mage had emerged from the Wei Yuan front. Boundless flames descended from the heavens. In the cold winter, amidst the frost and snow of Jiangyu, where Great Xia's heavy troops had fortified trenches and dugouts, they had held off the Wei Yuan forces for over a month. Thus, the entire city transformed into an unquenchable sea of terror and flames. It was a magical fire that could not be extinguished even with water. Morning smoke obscured the pale sun rising slowly, and people could no longer see a single ray of sunlight. The cold and burning heat shattered Jiangyu's defenses, and at 7 o'clock, the Blue Star cannon fodder troops under Wei Yuan launched a charge. Their expressions were fierce, fueled by dreams of settling in advanced civilizations. Each one stepped over the trench without looking back, engaging in battle with soldiers emerging from nowhere, with those burned and bleeding, gritting their teeth and weeping in pain. Battling against frail figures wielding hoes, iron rods, and wooden axes. How weak and ignorant they were. The Grand Mage of the Magical Kingdom stood in the sky, lamenting in a calm tone. He occasionally hurled fireballs, not bothering to look, effortlessly blowing apart the Blue Star cannon fodder that dared to retreat, forcing the troops to advance. Too fearful to turn back. Beyond the sea of flames, the light illuminated the bloodied and mangled bodies of the people. It revealed those numbly clutching corpses. The Great Xia soldiers were nowhere to be seen. They remained in the defense lines, ultimately falling on the positions they defended, clutching photos of their families, silently closing their eyes forever. Outside Jiangyu, there was a sanctuary of the Holy Covenant, the ninth saintess of the Holy See, the esteemed Ai heir Wasi Ai Luo I, personally stationed there. Long ago, she had established a court here, ostensibly to proclaim the divine oracles, but in reality, it served to shelter refugees. There was hot porridge to drink, priests to heal the wounded, and Holy See monks to guard and protect. However, most were severely injured and immobile. Those who could move were primarily stationed at the Jiang He front line, and the Wei Yuan alliance had ignored this place, keeping their distance. On the morning of January 9th, the area was filled with cries and wails as survivors from the Sea of Flames gradually gathered there. The panting priests of the Holy See were overwhelmed, while the monks prepared large pots of hot porridge for food. The golden-haired saintess, Ai Luo 1, silently cast healing spells over and over again. This had become the only temporarily safe place in Jiangyu. However, soon after, how could they dare to be so brazen? A kingdom mage, newly arrived at the front line, discovered this place and the Holy See monks and priests who had adopted the attire of Great Xia, failing to notice the Holy Covenant's golden flag flying high above the camp, and launched an attack unilaterally. A conflict erupted with the Holy See monks. The solitary kingdom mage was subdued, and calling for special assistance only attracted a wave of mages from the Kingdom's Destruction Corps 3rd Division, escalating the conflict. Until a Holy See monk was brutally killed. Until a kingdom mage fell. The conflict became irreconcilable. At 10 o'clock and 4 minutes, the Holy See Saintess Ai Erwa Cai Luo Wen was invited under the pretext of negotiation to meet with the division leader of the Magical Kingdom and 3 high-ranking Grand Mages at the camp's periphery. At 10:10, 2 Grand Mages from the kingdom launched a fierce attack on Ai Luo 1, the 3rd Division of the Kingdom's Destruction Corps. Tense and facing off against the Holy See monks outside the camp, suddenly initiated a full assault on the Holy Covenant's division. And communication with the outside world had been cut off for an unknown period. A bloody battle erupted. At 10:30, the bishop of the Holy Covenant's Jiangyu division, Leon, was slain. At 10:40, the leader of the Kingdom's Destruction Corps 3rd Division bled out, while Saintess Ai Luo Wen was gravely injured, subsequently disappearing in a near-death state. With the loss of their 2 strongest combatants, the situation turned into a one-sided massacre. The camp was reduced to ashes, and corpses lay scattered everywhere. The Blue Star cannon fodder troops, trembling, dug a large pit, mixing blood with the snow to bury everything. The Grand Mages grimly issued orders. Find that golden-haired individual. She must not be allowed to live. After confirming Ai Luo Wen's death, they notified the Holy See. The commander of the Great Xia United Front at Jiangyu forced the esteemed Saintess Ai Luo Wen and her priests to treat their wounded. The Saintess refused, leading to an outburst of violence. The Wei Yuan alliance expressed profound condolences for this incident. At 11 o'clock and 2 minutes, a priest who had witnessed everything from a distance managed to escape a calamity, but encountered a hunting party composed of Blue Star individuals. After saving a Xia girl from their clutches, her right arm was blown off by a rocket launcher. They fled into the forest in disarray, with pursuers closing in. How could this happen? The priest sobbed during their escape, questioning, how dare they? Those detestable individuals have mercilessly ravaged the Fenting. The esteemed Bishop Lion, who often spoke of divine oracles, perished valiantly while attempting to protect the summer people. The revered Saint Eloan, in the midst of negotiations concerning the plight of innocent refugees, was besieged by several formidable archmages of the kingdom. Now, their fates remain uncertain. It appears that Jiangyu Fenting is left with but one survivor. The priestess feels a sense of disorientation. Just days ago, Saint Eloan expressed her longing to return to the Holy Covenant, to her homeland, and joyfully sent yet another letter to the Union Hub. Bishop Lion, hoping to secretly share a drink of ale with Bishop Sevi at the Union Hub, was reprimanded by Priestess Leora, leading to the mockery of Lion as a henpecked man. Yet now, they are all gone. Only she has emerged from peril. And the summer girl she rescued from the Wei Yuan hunting squad has become the sole ally she has encountered on her journey. The only one. Chapter 35. Is she truly the legendary summer person? The girl speaks in despair, but the priestess cannot comprehend her words, having not diligently studied the summer language in her classes. We must retreat to Xianyang. It is safe there, the priestess feigns calmness, though she is unsure if she can understand the language of the Holy Covenant. The Holy See's branches of the Summer Church are few, yet coincidentally, there is one in Xianyang at the rear of Jiangyu. A twinge of pain courses through her. The sacred spells she once wielded are now beyond her reach. Surrender, do not kill. A clumsy articulation of the Holy Covenant language echoes from behind. The pursuers from Wei Yuan are closing in, relentless in their pursuit. The priestess remains unconvinced, yet they draw ever closer. Besides the sound of footsteps behind them, a rush of air approaches, a slight breeze brushing past their frozen forms, as an instinctive tightening of their nerves warns them of an imminent threat. Above, a grand mage clad in a crimson robe gazes down at the 2 insignificant figures with indifference, a derisive chuckle escaping his lips. Quite the runners, aren't they? The pursuers behind rejoice at this sight. Lord Baroque, how splendid! The great mage has arrived. What hope do they have of escape now? Lord Baroque, do you still remember me? You praised me once. The cannon fodder of the Blue Star Light Guard clamors excitedly, eager to assert their presence. Growing weary of the noise, the mage furrows his brow. Annoying. With a casual gesture, he conjures a blazing fireball, which he hurls not at the priestess, but rather towards the rear. Silence descends. The blood of the two nearly congeals. Their bodies feel as if they have plunged into an icy abyss. The priestess trembles violently, but instinctively shields the summer girl behind her, attempting to summon the few minor sacred spells she can still manage. Yet a sharp pain radiates from her right arm. Dazed, she looks down to find her right side empty. Her pupils dilate in despair. What combat capability does a maimed priestess possess? She is likely weaker than an ordinary person. She is merely a young girl. I apologize. Please forgive me for letting you die first. Otherwise, we cannot find peace. The mage's voice is soft. He is incensed that those ignorant fools dared to assault the Holy See, especially with such a high-ranking figure as the saintly Aloan among them, whose status rivals that of a princess of the kingdom or a director of the Wei Xing group. Should she survive and return to the Holy Covenant, the consequences would be dire, bringing untold trouble to the kingdom. However, now it is too late. There is no option to leave any survivors. He extends his hand, and a blinding flame descends upon them with fierce intensity. In that instant, from the ruins of Jiang He, a mournful chime resonated from the center of the crumbling bell tower, the hands of the clock leaping from 11:59 to 12 o'clock. Suddenly, there is light. Countless particles of luminescence envelop the summer girl and the priestess who clutches her tightly. The blinding radiance causes the mage to shut his eyes. When he opens them again, only emptiness remains below. Where are they? The mage is thoroughly alarmed, turning to search for any trace of the two, but finds nothing. Did that priestess possess a teleportation scroll? Damn it! The world spins chaotically. The two plummet from the sky, crashing heavily onto the cold ground, the priestess moaning in agony. While the summer girl struggles to rise, blood flows from their bodies, staining the dim earth. The surrounding clamor subsides into silence within moments. Slowly, they raise their heads, taking in the surroundings, their bodies freezing in shock, hands and feet cold to the core. They find themselves in a bustling alley. Within the alley, beings with flat heads, elongated pointed ears, and bodies covered in brown fur, dressed in clothing, gaze curiously with dark eyes. Where have they arrived? Beyond the alley, illuminated buildings stand out, distinctly different from the architectural style of Blue Star, adorned with unfamiliar script upon their walls. The sky grows dim. The brown-furred inhabitants seem to have discovered something wondrous, retreating slightly while pointing and discussing excitedly in an indecipherable language, as more and more gather, completely blocking any escape route for the two. Many even brandish what appear to be technological devices aimed at them. Have we somehow arrived in the homeland of an extraterrestrial civilization? The priestess whispers weakly. The wide expanse of the frozen tundra is gone. The pursuing mage has vanished, and the desolate forest has disappeared. They seem to have been swept away by some force to this unfamiliar city of an alien civilization. It feels as though they have plunged into a deeper abyss of darkness. The girl still cannot comprehend the priestess's language of the Holy Covenant. She contemplates whether to take her own life, as rumors on Blue Star suggest that the Wei Yuan Alliance has long used Blue Star inhabitants as lab rats. Would they too subject her to experimentation? Suddenly, beams of searchlights descend, and strange sounds echo from above. Looking up, they see a multitude of ships converging, adorned with a unique, standardized emblem. Around them, a large group of brown-furred individuals in matching uniforms hurriedly disperses the crowd, encircling the two from a distance, exchanging glances but making no move. Summer people. They must be summer people. I saw them on Interstellar News. Look, they are identical. Soldiers of the mega civilization. Familiar with the subject, excitedly circulate a tablet, nodding in agreement upon comparison. Indeed, they are the same. Although that one with only one hand seems somewhat different, the commander, however, has no time for such details. He hastily retrieves a translation device, eager to confirm the identities of the two, as the mega civilization is also involved in the united rescue efforts of the Great Summer Organization. The reactions of the surrounding mega populace rise and fall in astonishment. Is it really the legendary summer people? Truly, I never imagined that one day, a humble being from the remote corners of the star sea could witness a summer person. We have just taken to the skies. Have you heard of the interstellar civilization community? It is a super organization governing the entire star sea. The Great Summer is its leader. And what about the colossal statues? They are magnificent. Summer people are all esteemed dignitaries. We may never encounter one in our lifetime. My greatest dream has always been to visit the great summer. How exhilarating. Quick, let us take a photo. Should we call a doctor? The blood of the Sharon seems to be red, as observed by the young MAGA individuals who timidly remarked. The onlookers appeared to awaken from their stupor. Indeed, can our doctors attend to the Sharon? Their physiological structures differ significantly. The girl felt an overwhelming sense of despair. They must be agitated, contemplating subjecting them to inhumane and cruel experiments, right? Surely. She felt an urge to weep uncontrollably, tears streaming down her sorrowful eyes. It was only when she noticed the brown-furred figure approaching cautiously, holding something that emitted a strangely familiar Sharon dialect, that she became aware of her surroundings. Greetings, esteemed Sharon. I am an officer of the MAGA civilization. This is the city of Telenik in the capital star system of Jiang He. Are you feeling well? You and your companions appear to have lost a substantial amount of blood. We are urgently contacting a physician. If you are hungry, I possess standard food from the Sharon United Collective known as chips. I shall offer it to you. Should you lack any essential elements, please inform us through this translation terminal. The current Sharon Standard Time is the 9th day of January at 12 hours and 9 minutes. Shortly, we shall serve as your guards and escort you to the embassy of the Sharon United Collective in Telenik. If you are ready to proceed, please tap twice on the mental communicator. I apologize profusely. My Sharon translation device may not be entirely adequate. The girl stood in a daze. Chapter 36. What does it mean that there is a Sharon embassy here? Nearby, the priestess collapsed helplessly, her severed arm bleeding profusely, her wound untreated. Her pallid face marred by dirt. We need to staunch the bleeding. Among the gathered MAGA crowd, there were doctors who rushed forward, disregarding the anxious thought of whether the esteemed Sharon would find them unworthy. They hastily produced some cloth strips and, alongside Xia, began to dress the priestess's wounds. Xia, the name of the Sharon girl, was too overwhelmed to contemplate the words from the translator, only aware that the priestess she was trying to save was gravely injured. Thank you. Reason triumphed over fear as she regained her composure to express her gratitude to the MAGA doctor. The MAGA commander's translator echoed her voice, and the doctor paused, scratching his head in embarrassment. This is simply what I ought to do. However, I have not studied Sharon medicine. We require a formally trained Sharon doctor. The great embassy has one. The MAGA commander quickly interjected. A spacecraft descended hastily, and several MAGA soldiers rushed to lift the stretcher. It was only then that Xia recalled the initial phrases of Sharon language from the translator. She was bewildered. What does it mean that there is a Sharon embassy here? What does it mean that they possess chips to offer her? Amidst her confusion, Xia hesitantly spoke again. Where am I? The accompanying guard, shy and reserved, looked down, trembling upon hearing her voice. MAGA Federation. This is our Jianian capital star system. To be more macro, it is an inconspicuous corner in the eastern expanse of Ximian. The guard produced a Sharon-made translator, which performed accurately this time. Perhaps sensing her unease, the guard solemnly reassured her. You need not fear. The 13th Guard Brigade of the MAGA army will guarantee your safety with their lives. I swear by the MAGA deities. Xia remained silent for several minutes before asking, will I be able to return to Daxia? Certainly. The guard affirmed. You are a citizen of Daxia with formal status, and we are en route to the Sharon embassy. If you miss your family, there will be a dedicated terminal there to connect you with them. You will also rest there, and shortly thereafter, a proper fleet from Daxia will come to escort you home. I believe the fleet is the first fleet of Daxia Nanshan. The MAGA guard could not hide their envy in their words. They were not well versed in the joint rescue operations, but this was a legitimate fleet from Daxia. Crossing the starry seas to MAGA was not for any significant mission, but merely to escort their citizens home. However, Xia felt lost. She sensed a disconnect between herself and the guard. Why is there an embassy here? Her eyes widened slightly. The guard hesitated. They were uncertain of the esteemed Sharon's meaning. The MAGA civilization was not large and quite frail, having just emerged from a devastating civil war, struggling to enter the starry sea, impoverished and weak. In the Ximian expanse, they appeared minuscule and insignificant. Yet, they were recognized by the Star Sea community. When they first entered the Starry Sea, they faced overwhelming challenges, encountering numerous obstacles. It was the Sharon United Collective that first acknowledged their civilization, marking the beginning of recognition from various other smaller civilizations. Otherwise, they might still be isolated today. On the first day of September in the 439th year of the standard Sharon calendar, the Sharon United Collective recognized the independent and legitimate status of the MAGA civilization in the orderly Star Sea and officially established diplomatic relations, including embassies. The guard recited this significant date familiar to every household in Maga, before offering a wry smile. We are not particularly strong. It is understandable that you are unaware. Xiaozio opened her mouth, but could not respond. She still did not comprehend. Indeed, they were not on the same wavelength, were they? What year is the 439th year of the Sharon calendar? When did her Sharon mother secretly step into the starry sea? Such memories had never surfaced in her mind. All that remained were the echoes of war and smoke, her brother and father resolutely heading to the front lines, and the 2 letters of condolence that arrived. She fell silent, gazing out the porthole at the uniquely styled urban landscape, the tranquil yet bustling night resembling her hometown in some distant way. Time passed, and the spacecraft finally descended slowly. Where are the injured? Where are the injured? Outside, a group awaited anxiously, several Sharon in white coats rushing forward, flowers pinned to their chests, accompanied by a large cohort of embassy staff looking on with concern. What is the situation? They seem gravely injured. The command post of the 13th Guard Brigade had twice initiated emergency communications with the embassy. The first indicated they had discovered 2 suddenly appearing Sharon, suspected to have come from another world. Thus, the embassy hastily began preparations for a welcome ceremony. Each staff member carried a bouquet, local delicacies from their home-star region, fresh stir-fried dishes, and even hurriedly crafted a banner reading "Welcome home, compatriots." The second communication conveyed a cautious message indicating the situation might be dire. 2 Sharon, both seemingly gravely injured and covered in blood, one of whom had lost an arm and was unconscious, filled them with trepidation, leading to the cancellation of the welcome ceremony in favor of prioritizing their rescue, postponing all other arrangements. The doctor, rushing in, was immediately struck by the sight of the bloodied and bruised Xia Jiao. Following her frantic gestures, he glanced at the stretcher where a priest of the church, clad in ceremonial robes, lay with a severed arm, his golden hair and forehead adorned with a sacred symbol. For a brief moment, the doctor appeared momentarily stunned. 2 others swiftly lifted the priest and dashed towards the embassy's medical department. The remaining doctor began to examine Xia Jiao's injuries, circling her while bombarding her with questions. Where is the wound? Are you in any pain, young lady? Good heavens, what a calamity, young lady. Sensing her daze, the doctor grew increasingly anxious. Xia Jiao snapped back to reality, vigorously shaking her head as she wiped the damp corners of her eyes. It was merely superficial scratches. She would not perish. She caught sight of a banner outside that read, "Welcome home, fellow countrymen." She recognized the familiar crimson flag. She noticed the embassy, brightly lit against the night, proudly displaying the plaque that read Daxia United Embassy in the Magyar Federation. The sound of her native Xia language filled her ears. Chapter 37. Welcome home. She observed the multitude waiting outside, their anxious chatter resonating in her ears. And she understood their concern as she witnessed the panic in the eyes of those fellow countrymen upon seeing their bloodied forms. Shall we proceed with the examination? The doctor remained unconvinced. All right. Although many questions lingered in her mind, she sensed that the compatriots in this place might hold the answers. The truth would soon be unveiled. At the very least, she found herself in a small haven. After the examination and treatment, she emerged as the night deepened, the priest awakening in another ward to rest. Xia Jiao lay in her hospital bed, her tense nerves finally unwinding as she donned fresh clothing and savored a warm meal. She stared blankly at the virtual screen in the ward, displaying Xia calendar year 455, January 9th, lost in her thoughts. Before long, a knock on the door interrupted her reverie. "Come in," she called hurriedly. The visitor was the ambassador from Daxia to Magyar, resembling a kindly uncle. "How did you find the food? I heard you arrived, and Old Li rarely cooks for us, fearing that our new-age young chefs might not suit your palate." He smiled with concern. Xia Jiao bashfully replied, "It tastes like home." "Ah, that is wonderful. Old Li will be overjoyed." After some casual conversation, the ambassador finally broached the main topic, speaking gently. "I am aware you have many queries. For instance, where exactly are we? Why is there an embassy here? And why is the calendar year Xia 455 rather than the blue calendar year 5? Xia Jiao nodded vigorously, listening intently. "We are currently situated in the eastern region of the Shimian arm of this galaxy, in the capital of the Magyar civilization, known as Jianoin. This arm also harbors a daxia. Our daxia has been traversing the starry seas for several centuries, located in the east, divided into 24 star regions, with at least one colonized planet per region, typically encompassing several star systems. The capital star is called Lian Shu, which corresponds to your blue star." He smiled and continued. "By the way, my name is Wang Qinian. I do not yet know your name." "Daxiao?" Xia Jiao replied, slightly dazed. "My name is Xia Jiao." "Ah, the other Daxiao? Very well, Miss Xia. are you aware of the contact protocol? Wang Qinian inquired further. I know a little, she replied, suddenly awakening to a realization. Yes, he reassured her. Our daxia is the one that signed the contact with the Blue Star daxia. 3 days ago, on January 7th. The designated representative of the contact protocol appeared in our daxia's Hushi star region, on the third planet of Mingzhou. Wang Qinian projected an image for Xia Jiao to see. The representative's name is Jiang He, the wartime commander of the Blue Star daxia and chief of the Engineering Institute. Do you know him? I do. Upon hearing the name of someone from her homeland, Xia Jiao's eyes sparkled. He is also one of our important comrades. Wang Qinian joked, 5 years ago. Comrade Jiang He was still in Ximian daxia, serving as the commander of the Southern Sky Fleet and deputy commander of the Silver Corps, having grown up in Ximian. He disappeared during his time in Mingzhou, and we only learned recently that he had gone to the Blue Star. That explains it, Xia Jiao murmured. On January 8th, at precisely midnight, the highest authority of Ximian daxia officially signed the contact protocol with comrades Jiang He and Jiang Fu, which is why, 24 hours later, you were chosen as one of the first contact personnel to come here. We are two distinct entities of daxia. The Xia calendar year 455 is the timekeeping of our Ximian daxia, hence differing from your Blue Star's daxia, but the essence of time remains the same. After all, it is still January 10th, right? The embassy personnel are all eager to return home before the New Year, New Year's Eve in the New Year. As for the existence of an embassy here, it signifies that our two civilizations have established diplomatic relations. His expression grew serious. Young lady, as you have seen, we speak the same Xia language, write the same Xia characters, and share the same blood, stemming from the same origins. Tracing back to that ancestral dragon who unified the realm by subduing the 6 states. In the earliest days of Ximian daxia, it was even founded by that great individual himself. We are one family. As his resonant words lingered in the air, the hospital room screen fortuitously broadcasted a news segment. The time in the Central Star region is Xia calendar January 9th, for 10 p.m., and the old lunar calendar is the 10th day of the 12th month. Zhonghai International News is here to report. It has been confirmed that, based on the mutual defense agreement between the two daxias, the Daxia United, Star C, has officially entered a state of full-scale war and will declare war on the Weiyuan Alliance on January 10th. The Xia Empire has announced its participation in the joint rescue operation. Across various locales in Daxia, thousands have taken to the streets to hold welcome ceremonies. With multiple star regions reporting that compatriots returning from the Blue Star front lines have been located. Various governments have requested that the media refrain from interrupting, hoping to allow the compatriots to rest first. The United Central has declared today as Return Day, with a nationwide 7-day holiday, during which no organization may encroach upon this time. Both of them fell silent. By the end of the news, Xia Jiao was in tears. The priest was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the Xia characters and grasp the Xia language. However, the church had fortuitously established a daxia embassy, and she had inquired with colleagues familiar with the Xia characters, committing a few to memory. But today, in the land of a strange foreign civilization, the Weiyuan Alliance, a civilization she had never encountered, she saw the same Xia characters as on that day. Why is there a daxia embassy here? She lay back, feeling powerless. Yet at least she was safe. The priest sat up again, rubbing her stomach. She was hungry once more. The wheat here is truly delicious. Suddenly, Wang Qinian, who had just left the ward, returned, addressing Xia Jiao's confusion. Wait a moment. The Lianshu Central will be contacting us. Do not be alarmed. They will only inquire about the current situation on the Blue Star. Tomorrow, when the wormhole opens, our first large contingent will depart to provide support in the battle. Understood. Xia Jiao solemnly nodded. At this moment, across the vast expanse of Xinghai Daxia, figures began to emerge one after another. The warriors, still engaged in fierce battles amidst the ruins, suddenly beheld a city before them. A grand spaceport station gleamed in the sky, with vibrant projections and sprawling conduits above. Alongside a flurry of flying vessels, the disheveled warrior felt utterly out of place. He noticed the ubiquitous presence of the character Xia. Crimson banners fluttered proudly amidst the urban landscape. He saw his compatriots everywhere. Young and pure-hearted individuals chattered excitedly, informing him that this too was Daxia, a formidable empire that had traversed the cosmos for countless light years. Look, we have a navy fleet. The seas of Xinghai. It shrouds the heavens. We also possess colossal statues. With just one strike, the mother planets of those civilizations will explode. They exclaimed with fervor. We no longer need to fear Weiyuan. Here is your Ximian Daxia citizen certificate. Please hold on to it. A child timidly called out to the warrior, Uncle. Welcome home. Chapter 38. A dire crisis unfolds on January 9th at dawn. Precisely at 5:01 a.m., the Wei Yuan alliance, having remained silent for several days, finally stirred. The commander, observing the murky, blood-stained sunrise from the Marine Command Center, withdrew his gaze and calmly issued orders. The skies over Jianghe were illuminated. At 6:01 a.m., the defensive forces at the Jianghe front line were utterly annihilated, and the line was declared breached. At 6:02 a.m., a swarm of drones, immune to strong magnetic interference, wobbled into the air, a dark mass surging towards the seemingly fading trench. The clouds dispersed in panic, revealing a dazzling beam of light descending from the heavens, striking the fortified lines of Daxia with tremendous force, unleashing astonishing shockwaves that effortlessly flattened the charred remnants of the forest. At 6:59 a.m., the defending forces at the Jindi line were extinguished, and the line was declared breached. At 7:03 a.m., heavy artillery fired, and blinding beams of light tore through the sky, cutting through the endless expanse of white. The vaporized snow fluttered upward, and suddenly, a brief snowfall began. The soldiers of Daxia, collapsing into the snow, stared vacantly at the falling flakes, their bodies long devoid of warmth, their lips slightly parted, uttering incomprehensible syllables. At 7:50 a.m., with the last soldier's death, the eastern defensive line of Daxia Dongyuan was declared breached. The tide of the alliance swept over the lifeless bodies, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. At 8:03 a.m., the Holy Covenant condemned the Wei Yuan alliance for its disregard for life, demanding a ceasefire and negotiations regarding the refugee crisis, to which Wei Yuan turned a blind eye. They ought to reign in their feudal benevolence. Isn't it better to return home and tend to the fields? Laughter erupted from the alliance headquarters at the lighthouse. On January 9th, at 9:01 a.m., within the internal maritime front of the alliance, the 28th and 30th Heavy Divisions of the Weixing Hulian Group, alongside the 7th and 10th Divisions of the Undying Magical Kingdom's Destruction Corps, stood resolute. The banners of Weixing and the kingdom flew high. Should we let the Blue Star people experience the iron fist of Daxia? A jest arose from the command center, eliciting a chorus of agreement. At 9:20 a.m., the Blue Star Light Guard Corps, comprising the 16th, 17th, 19th, 48th, 49th, 75th, and 76th Divisions, a total of 140,000 strong, launched a grand assault on the outer perimeter of Liaoning's first defensive line. What about the airstrikes? What about the space-based strikes? Are there no allied forces to cover us? Are we really charging in like this? Panic echoed among the ranks. Silence. Do not ask so many questions. The calming voice of the Light Guard Corps commander resonated in the earpieces of every charging soldier. There will be cover for us. Sparse drones began to rise from the rear, and that was all. Among the heavy divisions of Weixing, one soldier mused, I admit that the Xia people have some merit. Perhaps if they were to approach us like this, they might be of some use. But a frown of doubt appeared on another. They are merely expendable. A Blue Star soldier remarked, one of them is far less costly than a single energy beam. Colleagues lamented the expenditure, as this war had dragged on too long, starkly contrasting with the swift victories of previous days. At 9:37 a.m., at the outer perimeter of Liaoning Mountain, the light of day still dim. The frost-laden ground was hard and unyielding. The breath of soldiers in the trenches crystallized in the cold air. The Daxia defenders were unusually silent, gripping their Wei Yuan-made energy weapons, occasionally glancing skyward, pondering when the dazzling beams from above would descend and obliterate them into dust. All units, attention. Target is approaching. Prepare. The dry voice of Commander Tsining was low and urgent. The mortar and heavy artillery positions lay in silence, awaiting their turn to unleash devastation upon the enemy. Mortars received. Heavy artillery received. The command for the first defensive line was issued with precision. The elite forces of Wei Yuan remained unmoving, while the Light Guard Corps, composed entirely of Blue Star individuals, charged forth, a sea of black amidst the cold. The implication was unmistakable. Would they truly live well by kneeling? He muttered to himself, clenching his fists, a low roar piercing the stillness. Fire. His family could not kneel, nor could the Xia people, even if it meant death. The piercing rain of bullets, intermingled with energy beams, roared down in an instant, illuminating the darkness with flames, surging toward the advancing Light Guard Corps like a tidal wave. The line of assault was instantaneously transformed into a gruesome mass. The sanguine waters stained the periphery of Liaoning Mountain as the advancing tide turned chaotic amidst a panicked counterattack. Prepare. The Wei Yuan commander spoke coldly, not directing the order at the Light Guard Corps. The artillery of the Wei Yuan heavy formations slowly illuminated as they charged their weapons. aimed at the retreating Blue Star Light Guard Corps. The self-proclaimed vanguards of the Alliance were momentarily stunned, their spirits chilled. Gritting their teeth, they stepped over the bodies of their fallen comrades, their fingers tightening around the triggers of their weapons, unleashing their wrath upon the Daxiao defenders. Die. Only when you are all dead will it be better. At 11:01 a.m., nearly 100,000 corpses lay strewn across the plains outside the Liaoning Mountain defensive line, forming crimson lakes that mingled with the scents of blood and gunpowder in the air. The probing offensive finally began to wane. The defensive line had not collapsed but was instead left riddled with gaping wounds. A Wei-Yuan reconnaissance drone soared overhead, observing countless individuals laboriously repairing the line with primitive tools. Truly tenacious, the operator could not help but shake his head in regret. It was unimaginable that the once invincible Alliance had stumbled upon this land. After months of unprecedented conflict, relentless bombardments had obliterated nearly all their factories, logistics, bases, and urban clusters, leaving their significant targets in ruins. Yet they still fought with outdated weaponry produced from their shelters, desperately resisting against the Alliance. If they had arrived 100 years later, one could hardly fathom what Daxiao might have become. Is it not possible that the Space Force has already attained a certain scale? Such a formidable power is scarcely possessed by the Weixin group, pressured by the multitude of factions within the Alliance, which instills a sense of crisis. The once indulgent research department of the group has finally stirred from its stupor. It is rumored that they are currently deliberating on a new type of spacecraft. What is it called? A cruiser? However, if we consider the implications, this has yet to transpire. The operator unconsciously exhaled, realizing that the outcome was already predetermined. No matter how resilient the Daxiao may be, they are certainly no match for the Alliance. Unless, of course, the Daxiao has secretly been harboring a fleet that has yet to be revealed. He found his own musings amusing. How could that possibly be the case? At 11:30, a piercing whistle echoed. The remaining 40,000 troops of the Blue Star Light Guard, battered yet resilient, launched yet another offensive towards the periphery of Liaoning Mountain's defensive line. Chapter 39, Buried Before One's Homeland. Their expressions, however, were laced with exhilaration, for the Alliance had finally made its move. The Xia people were on the brink of collapse. Once we capture the joint hub, we shall have the opportunity to travel to the advanced, prosperous Weixin or the mainland of the kingdom. Look up at the sky. A shadow swiftly passed over them, as a swarm of fighter jets, emerging from the sea behind, roared past the heads of the Light Guard, unrestrained and unabashed, deafening them with the roar of their engines. The sky was ablaze with flashes of light. Laser beams rained down. Trenches disintegrated in an instant, as earth and flesh surged under the intense heat, while charred fragments rained down upon the muddy ground. Just before the excruciating pain descended, the anguished cries of the frontline commander echoed in their ears. Conceal. All units, conceal. The trench lay in disarray. The fortunate survivors tore off bandages to dress their ghastly wounds and, with trembling bodies, returned to their positions, clutching photographs of their families, their entire beings shaking with pain as they raised their weapons toward the enemy below. They could not falter. In the distance, bright points of light ignited once more. The Wei-Yuan energy artillery positions had completed their charging and erupted deafeningly, crashing down upon the defensive line in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The Alliance, with a mere flick of its hand, had already cleared the way. They must have scattered. The newly arrived Wei-Yuan commander cackled, gazing at the defense line that had been mercilessly obliterated, but his smile gradually froze. The flames of the Xia army's front line still flickered defiantly. Beneath the blinding bombardment of energy weapons, those feeble sparks resembled candles in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment, yet some still steadfastly held their ground. The Wei-Yuan commander fell silent. Trembling, he took a breath from a nutrition bar provided by the command. Why? He did not comprehend. At 11:51, the outer defenses of Liaoning Mountain had all been breached, and fewer than 20,000 weary troops of the Blue Star Light Guard, clad in tattered, filthy garments, slowly trudged towards the rear camp. Meanwhile, the commander of the Light Guard stood tall and proud at the command center. Look, we have won. Yet, the frigid inquiry from the Wei-Yuan commander pierced through. Who permitted your retreat? The commander felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Commander. He managed to force a fawning smile. Those feeble Xia people are already at their last gasp. All we need is for the esteemed mages of the kingdom to cast a minor spell, and then let the Alliance's heavy artillery rain down. And the celestial energy particle retribution will ensure that they will not attack us. The Wei-Yuan commander furrowed his brow, impatiently interrupting him. Do you think magic can be cast casually? Do you think bombardments are free? Who will pay for the energy credits? Your light guard is far more expensive than artillery fire. He stood frozen in place. But we have suffered heavy casualties. You have seen those Xia people. They fight like madmen. Even with their bodies in tatters, they can still bite us fiercely with their mouths. Our soldiers require rest and treatment. The commander stammered in a panic, facing the cold gaze of the Wei Yuan commander. Colonel Aidmeng, he spoke calmly. Do you wish to personally go to the front lines to fight for the Alliance? Alliance soldiers must not falter. Once they have all perished, the Alliance will remember them. If soldiers do not fight, what purpose does the Alliance have in sustaining them? Tell me, Commander. In an instant, the commander seemed to lose all strength. The light in his eyes dimming as trembling hands activated the command channel. All troops, order to reform ranks, no retreat to the camp. After breaching the Luoning mountain defenses, we shall rest. In the channel, a chilling silence enveloped them. All lines, report. Amidst the intermittent crackle of static, Xin Ning mostly heard silence. The outer defenses had lost all communication. The eerie quiet of the communication channel was terrifying. Report. This is point 8 of Luoning Inner Mountain. The enemy fighter jet swarm has just swept through, and the position has been reduced by 1/3. The Inner Mountain artillery positions have suffered over half their losses. Report. Hoarse voices emerged from the blood-soaked ruins, weary and parched. Some spoke softly, perhaps resigned to their fate, knowing they would be buried in Luoning Mountain, buried before their homeland. Report. I see a few shadows still attempting to repair the outer defenses. Perhaps they are survivors? The sentry's words carried a hint of hope, soon shattered by a deafening explosion. Inside the cramped command center, the atmosphere was as heavy as ice. What will become of the citizens of the joint hub after we perish? Can they evacuate? No, they cannot. The Alliance is watching from above, likely harboring thoughts to prevent our retreat. The soldiers of Daxia are born to shield the populace. Some remain silent, taking out a long-treasured piece of chocolate and popping it into their mouths, forcing a smile. A touch of nonchalance before death. The elite forces from their homeland are mobilizing, and it is highly likely that a full-scale assault is imminent. We are the last line of defense at Luoning Mountain. After this, it will rest upon the brothers left to guard the joint hub. Xin Ning carefully tucked his wife's photograph into his chest. Commander. The clock ticked, finally surpassing midnight. Suddenly, it began to snow. Yes, within the Alliance's inland sea camp, the army was stationed, with tents stretching endlessly, poised for action. Colleagues, why has it suddenly turned so cold? Someone gazed upward in confusion at the delicate snowflakes drifting down, unable to suppress a shiver as they tightened their clothing. Go inquire about the meteorological array. They were uncertain, only stating that this area had suddenly cooled. Quite sudden indeed. The black tide on the plains surged once more. The Blue Star Light Guard, which had already sacrificed 120,000 men, mustered the remaining over 10,000 troops, their footsteps treading upon the blood of their comrades, splattering the cold, red mud. Long-range strikes had concluded. All heavy artillery forces on the surface of Luoning Mountain had been precisely eliminated. Perhaps there were still some hidden in the mountains, but they posed little threat. The reporting Wei Yuan soldier held his head high with disdain. Do you know? The pitiful Xia people can only watch helplessly as their long-hidden heavy weaponry is reduced to ash. They can do nothing. Their communications have been thoroughly disrupted, and the outdated guided missiles that emerge serve only as mere fireworks. This is indeed an effortless battle. With a flicker of conscience, the Wei Yuan colleague pursed his lips. It is somewhat tragic. The soldier shot him a glance. And you, consuming nutrition paste daily, are not tragic? Once we win this battle and step into the joint hub, we shall be in the heart of Daxia. Locate the granary there. Do you think you will still consume nutrient paste? His colleague swallowed hard and fell silent, unsure of the answer. Yet, the grains of Daxia represented the most exquisite delicacies he had ever tasted in his life. Dumplings, tangyuan, and jianbing. The Xingqiu Star Zone had been established for several years, with an abundant supply of fresh vegetables and ingredients being transported back to the homeland. However, what has changed? Chapter 40. Preparedness. He continued to gnaw on nutrient paste, which had even seen a price increase. The shelves were now filled with costly new foods, far beyond his few months' wages, while the slums and pollution remained unchanged. Not a hint of improvement. The heavy tank adorned with the Weixing flag glimmered ominously. Amidst the biting cold wind, the war beast roared defiantly, energy lights illuminating one by one, and under its heavy tracks, the blood-stained mud was churned into deep furrows. The long cannon slowly aimed at the Luoning Mountain defense line. Let us march towards the Union. The Weixing soldier's armor shimmered, and a notification reading "Prepare to depart" appeared on the communication screen, with the enthusiastic proclamations of the Weixing frontline commanders echoing in the communication channel. Look, I am leading the army to break through the Union. They were no longer the cowards spoken of by those from the Deep Space System. They were glorious, standing tall. Deep Space International? Merely a group of individuals confined to small warships. The Helian Group's 28 heavy divisions were prepared. The Helian Group's 30 heavy divisions were prepared. The Helian Group's 13 light divisions were prepared. Reports from various division commanders resonated through the communication channel, the thunderous vibrations coursing through the earth beneath every soldier's feet, stirring the hearts of the Wei Yuan people in the face of the envious gazes from the Blue Star Light Guard. The Helian Group, the heavy artillery platform, was ready. The massive 9-legged mobile artillery platform, codenamed Heavy Artillery Platform, was equipped with super-energy cannons. The Helian Group's 24 airstrike divisions were prepared. The chilling roar of engines reverberated through the channel, circling in the rear marine array, getting ready to turn back. Excellent. The Wei Yuan commander laughed heartily. Gentlemen, let us give Daxiao a taste of cosmic shock. Let them witness what true space-grade technological civilization looks like. The Wei Yuan alliance was responsible for the inland sea front, consisting of only two factions, the Weixing Helian Group and the Immortal Magical Kingdom. They held tightly onto this significant piece of territory, making this inland sea line one of the least populated by civilizations. However, this did not imply weakness. The two great human civilizations now stood at the pinnacle of Wei Yuan. Who could match them? Within the kingdom's ranks, the mages elegantly and arrogantly polished their hats, adjusting their most important robes, with staffs hanging at their sides, evoking waves of envy. Their aura spread like a tide. A faint magical light radiated from their pupils. Gentlemen, it is time to depart. The Grand Mage chuckled softly. Let these mortals witness the might of the divine. She soared into the air. The kingdom's position at the alliance's zenith was not merely reliant on external strength. A hint of irony in the words reached the ears of the Wei Yuan people like an indistinct murmur in the wind. The robes billowed without wind, rustling audibly. Many mages also ascended into the sky. Below, the Wei Yuan soldiers and magical apprentices held their breath, gazing in awe at the extraordinary magic. Their eyes filled with longing and desire. The Weixing commanders also harbored a hint of greed. Who would not wish for the power to devastate the heavens and earth? And the longevity of existence? Boom. The prelude to the attack began with heavy artillery leading the way, as the beams from the 9-legged artillery platform roared forth, stirring the air and creating sonic booms amidst the falling snow, startling the mages. The drone swarm loomed like dark clouds, suddenly rising to obscure the already dim sky, surging forth at great speed towards Luoning Mountain. Boom. The first round of artillery fire fell, instantly rending the mountains apart. Boom. Boom. The heavy artillery array unleashed chaos. The rocks lamenting as smoke billowed skyward, the entire Luoning Mountain defense line on the brink of annihilation, reduced to a charred wasteland. The airstrike divisions arrived on the battlefield. However, was the light guard advancing to wash the ground? Inquiries echoed through the communication channel. The Wei Yuan commander surveyed the battlefield map, noting the Blue Star Light Guard's cannon fodder had already breached the outer defense line, engaging in a fierce battle with the fearless lunatics. The heavy beams swept over their heads, targeting the deeper Daxia defense line. Proceed as normal, the Wei Yuan commander replied indifferently. They are merely cannon fodder. A 1-to-1 casualty raid against the Xia people is a substantial gain. If they can contribute even a modicum to the alliance's grand cause, it is an unparalleled honor. If these were Xia soldiers, he pondered the lunatics, his breath involuntarily faltering. He could not help but feel a twinge of regret for hoarding them like treasures. Alas, they were not. The Xia soldiers would eagerly devour his flesh and blood. At that very moment, a swarm of fighter jets zipped past above the Wei Yuan commander's head. The mounted light-pressure weapons slowly descended and through the seamless screens. The fighter pilots could see the trenches below, where flames erupted continuously, filled with countless defenders armed with outdated kinetic weapons, futilely attempting to inflict damage on the insignificant cannon fodder of the Wei Yuan alliance. It was said that these Blue Star individuals even wished to venture into the ring world to learn magic. What a dream. We are not even worthy. How could it possibly be their turn? The communication channel was rife with mockery and even casual banter, clearly underestimating the Xia people's ability to pose a threat. Their radar had long become blind. How long would it take for bullets to pierce through the Weixing exoskeleton? It seems heavy snow is about to fall. Do you particularly enjoy the snowfall? Well, I do too. Honestly, I cannot see clean snow back on the homeland. But now I can even mold snowmen without wearing a radiation suit. No, this feels somewhat abnormal. The array indicated that heavy snow was rapidly spreading towards Luoning Mountain from the eastern direction. Let me show you. It is indeed a bit strange. Light pressure charging complete, the onboard operating system chimed, prompting everyone to collect their thoughts and cease their discussions. It is merely snow. Fire. A dense rain of rays swept towards the ground. Boom. The situation grew even more dire. What is happening? Why are our allied forces attacking us? The Light Guard soldiers screamed in despair, one arm disintegrating. Perhaps they did not see clearly. Someone trembled, stammering. In the next moment, several blood holes appeared in his head. The Wei Yuan forces certainly did not regard you as allies. The blood-soaked Daxia defenders grimaced with a bitter smile, shaking their photon weapons, teetering as they fell. At 12:20, the Blue Star Light Guard's 140,000 troops were annihilated. Were there any survivors? No one knew, and the Wei Yuan commanders did not care. Merely tearing up the Ring World Residency application, for Blue Star soldiers only, forms they had printed out. A Wei Yuan commander activated a special communication channel. Grand Mage Nodis? A languid response came through. The Wei Yuan commander spoke gently. You may take action now. The communication was terminated. Nodis Aolilia. The leading mage of the Alliance's Inland Sea Front and the current chief, Grand Mage on the front line, had previously submitted a request for the complete withdrawal of the Daxia front line, although it was rejected. Chapter 41. Repeat. The NEI High Camp has suffered an unknown strike. Requesting reinforcements. Gao Tianshang. Nua TC, alone, gazed downwards, her brow furrowed as she glanced towards the eastern direction, feeling an unusual chill that caused her hands to tremble slightly. It was reminiscent of the time she had encountered the forbidden spell in the kingdom. After a moment of contemplation, Nua TC shook her head. Lanxing was desolate, its native civilization pathetically weak. Apart from Xia, no one had survived more than 3 days under the Alliance's dominion. How could there possibly be a forbidden spell-level existence? The practitioners of the Holy Covenant? She recalled that there was a bishop from the Holy See within the Alliance, yet the Alliance had not significantly offended the Holy See. As Jiang He had a branch operating under the Alliance's watchful eyes to save people, the Alliance had a history of avoiding conflict. And thus it was improbable that they would genuinely attempt to obstruct the military might of the Wei Yuan Alliance. Could they contend against 28 forces? Merely contemplating it seemed absurd. She exhaled deeply, her gaze turning indifferent. Colleagues, Chief. A host of mages, with smiles on their faces, surrounded Nua TC, who was adorned in a translucent robe, akin to stars encircling the moon. She was unconcerned. The Xia people were like ants hiding in their burrows. They would naturally be eradicated. The atmosphere became stagnant. Light manifested, extending intricate and dignified circles of magic that illuminated the sky with patterns that obscured the sun, ensnaring the entirety of Luoning Mountain within a web. Arcane runes churned in the heavens, resembling a colossal unseen eye fixated on the earth. Heavenly fire descended. Boom. The air suddenly solidified. The moment Nua TC parted her crimson lips, the magical patterns erupted into flames. Divine retribution poured down from the clouds. Scarlet flames cascaded from the heights, piercing the air and scorching the land, intent on transforming the entire Luoning Mountain into a stifling prison, with waves of fire roaring. Rain. Heavy rain. The mages of the Zhen Rue Legion laughed maniacally. Instantly, a deluge of golden needle-like rain manifested, densely raining down upon the mountains and ravines, annihilating the earth, steel, and flesh alongside the raging heavenly fire. The Xia army in the trenches had nowhere to flee. They futilely pulled their triggers, howling in despair, their blurred blood and clothing merging, as ammunition boxes exploded beside them, blooming into tragic crimson flowers. Bullets soared into the heavens, but they could not reach those lofty mages. The sounds of explosions intertwined. The mountains collapsed, engulfed in flames. The spine of Luoning Mountain gradually obscured, buried beneath the intense fire and black smoke. The defenses crushed as if under a colossal hand. Shattered, vanished. The communications channel of Xia was cacophonous. All units, fire. Fire. Let us see if we can bring those flying ones down. Artillery positions. Artillery positions? They are all dead. Someone stumbled in response to Tsining, tears streaming down their face as they surveyed the charred and shattered corpses around them, alongside the ruined artillery pieces. The comrades still stationed in the trenches were dead. His flesh had been burned. He felt no pain. Only those of us hiding in the caves are still alive. He muttered in despair. He understood that Xia was not a match for the Alliance. A single civilization was already enough for them to exert their utmost, let alone 28 factions. He was filled with hatred. He hated the Wei Yuan Alliance. He hated their slaughter that left Xia on the brink of annihilation, corpses strewn everywhere. Not a soul left. He hated how they looked down upon the people of Xia as if they were mere insects. He hated that Xia was now weak, unable to defend its homeland. Sen, do you know? I still harbor hatred. Hatred that we are like worms, forced to hide in the mountains. The soldiers could no longer make a sound, collapsing to the ground. They had never managed to strike the elite forces of Wei Yuan. Even a worm can bite to death. The communications channel echoed with furious roars. In the distance, several small black dots emerged on the horizon, remnants of Xia's aerial forces. Still, Nua Tc raised an eyebrow. In the Wei Yuan command center, the commanders erupted in laughter. Indeed, there were still some hidden away, brought out today. But what use is it? A piercing shriek. The intercepting light flickered a few times, and several fireballs wobbled down towards the ground, erupting into flames, obscuring the view of the remaining Xia defenders. Luo Ning Mountain, a dilapidated small command room. Sen Ning, whose body was pockmarked by the golden needle-like rain, spat blood, picked up a gun, wiped his eye, while the only surviving adjutant pushed him towards the narrow tunnel leading to the flickering light. Thankfully, Jiang had gone far away. He smiled dryly. Turning to look at his adjutant, whose leg had been shattered, he said, "Comrades did their best. We must go now. Lao Chen, are you afraid?" The adjutant bowed his head, picked up a dusty bottle of liquor from the tunnel floor, and took a swig. "Afraid? Who isn't afraid? Just don't know if the King of Hell will show mercy upon us for leaving so early. Perhaps?" The fallen soldiers gazed blankly at the sky. Snow. Such heavy snow. The unquenchable magical fire extinguished. A chill suffused the world. What is happening? Nua Tc furrowed her brow. She despised snowy days. An inexplicable coldness caused her to stiffen, unable to resist curling slightly. No. She suddenly awoke. No. As a grand mage, how could she feel cold? Alert. Alert. Enemy presence. She shouted in panic. But it was too late. Boom. The heavens and earth seemed to be torn apart. A blinding white light suddenly erupted at the Wei Yuan inner sea front line, more radiant than the sun and hotter than heavenly fire, instantly engulfing the entire camp. Trees. Golden pillars resembling trees surged upward. The Wei Yuan camp, metal and earth, melted in the instant eruption of high temperature. The heavy war machines softened and flowed like wax. The defensive bases collapsed in the blast. What is happening? No. The Wei Yuan soldiers screamed in despair, yet all sounds were buried beneath the explosions. Their eardrums ruptured amidst the roaring, blood streaming down their faces, flesh becoming ashes in the piercing light. They did not even comprehend what had transpired. The howling winds and the crackling light roared. The nine-legged heavy artillery platform was toppled hundreds of meters. The heavy machinery tumbling in the air emitted tragic wails, crashing to the ground and shattering into scrap metal. Purgatory. The Wei Yuan camp had become a purgatory. The Nei High camp has suffered an unknown strike. Requesting reinforcements. Repeating. The Nei High camp has suffered an unknown strike. Requesting all available reinforcements. The Wei Yuan soldiers on Luo Ning Mountain trembled, desperately shouting into the communications channel. Yet there was no response, and the ever-rising golden tree made their breaths feel like fire. Fear. An unprecedented fear. Nua Tc's body shook uncontrollably, and without hesitation. She wanted to flee this cursed place, but it was still too late. A flash of light crossed the sky. Blood erupted from Nua Tc's body, like a kite with severed strings, plummeting heavily to the ground. Nua Tc lost her strength, collapsing like a withered corpse, her bones seemingly shattered. The Grand Mage's blood staining her robe, her entire being in a state of disarray. "Who are you?" She struggled to speak. The silver-haired figure bent down, grasping her neck with an ease reminiscent of lifting a lifeless dog, pulling her from the pit and dragging her frail form over charred corpses. What could such insignificant beings hope to escape to? Who am I? The Da Xia Space Army, Jiang Bai. Chapter 42, Wei Yuan, just like today. Nua Tc struggled futilely like an insect, attempting to discern the true appearance of the silver-haired figure, but her vision was obscured, rendering the face indistinct. For a fleeting moment, she caught sight of eyes like glass, their gaze as indifferent as one looking at ants. Da Xiao? Jiang Bai? The Space Army? Nua Tc ceased her struggles, her spirit waning in an instant. The searing dryness of her throat made speech an arduous task, and the cold seeped from her very blood. She, or perhaps it. Perhaps having been sealed away for too long, now acting for Da Xia, yet still lacking understanding of the circumstances. Where did Da Xiao acquire a space army? Oh. Which near deity of the Covenant are you? The Covenant. Only those stubborn ones would dare oppose Da Xia and the Alliance. She could conceive of no other possibility. Yet there was no reply. Her tattered body was dragged across the chaotic battlefield. She saw the snow intensifying, the frigid wind raging, burying countless corpses and erecting many small, Pristine graves. She heard it softly murmuring. Perhaps it was an illusion. She thought she heard the words Baoqian and Xiaoyu. Her loyal followers had not all fled. Release Her Highness Nuo Tisi. They encircled her fiercely, their bodies floating in the air, looking down upon the diminutive Jiang He, their robes billowing in the cold wind, their staffs radiating brilliant light. A dazzling and formidable wave of magic surged toward them. Yet in the weighty, frigid snow, the magic moved sluggishly, ultimately dissipating. No, don't. Flee. Nuo Tisi witnessed. In the instant of her fall, her fellow archmages and even some of her once favored followers had long vanished without a trace. Only those who once appeared unremarkable still mustered the courage to attempt a rescue. In the twilight of life, Nuo Tisi beheld her most devout disciples. But it was too late. Tears of anguish streamed from her vacant eyes. Jiang He calmly raised his head. Thus, the mages bled in the air. The delicate snow piercing the magically shielded mages, leaving gaping wounds, before they fell helplessly from the sky, becoming just another inconspicuous corpse among the scattered remains. So easily. Wei Yuan, just like today, she spoke. The world fell silent. The resplendent golden tree in the distance still soared toward the heavens, dazzling and blinding. The communication channel beeped twice, and a trembling voice emerged. Report to the commander, the micro-golden tree has been deployed, confirmed to effectively eliminate 80% of the enemy. Yet a substantial number remain at the Luoning mountain front. The advance party has gathered 69 individuals. All 4 Zhengdu class have arrived, and communication disruption devices have been activated. Please provide instructions. Anger could no longer be contained. The bloom of the golden tree could not extinguish the fury of the advance party. What had they witnessed? They saw their compatriots' charred bodies sprawled across the snowy ground. The tattered red flag torn by flames, yet still defiantly fluttering in the bloodied mire. They witnessed children no older than teenagers entering the battlefield. The age most fearful of pain, bodies scorched yet clinging desperately to their weapons, ultimately transforming into cold, nameless bones. They beheld the noble sacrifices and the horrific slaughter, along with the blood debts that must be repaid, as rage surged amidst the heavy snowfall. Less than 24 hours. Less than 24 hours. Someone trembled. The advance party is now divided into 2 teams. Advance Party 1, immediately search for surviving compatriots at the defensive line. Jiang He paused. Additionally, based on the Joint Defense Treaty operational regulations, I hereby issue a command from the commander. Advance Party 2, self-check heavy forces, and commence a rigorous elimination of the remaining enemies on this line. Leave none behind. The advanced troops of the Daxia stood at attention. Yes. Searchlights pierced the snowy fog. Daxia soldiers scrambled atop several heavily snow-covered heavy floating tanks, slapping them and laughing heartily. They hadn't expected these behemoths to arrive together. The silver-blue indicator lights illuminated, reflecting the vibrant red flags fluttering atop the turrets. The Zhongshu-class heavy floating tanks conducted self-checks. The energy system was intact. The communication system was intact. The positioning system failed, but the new blue positioning system succeeded. Current location, Daxia United, return to Xia, Luoning Mountain Perimeter. Floating sea system intact, calibration system intact. The energy shield system was intact and initiating. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in their ears, accompanied by a low, resonant hum as the enormous machine slowly awakened, its main cannon gradually aligning towards the remnants of Wei Yuan. Voices of comrades came through the communication channel. Report. Advance Party 1 has entered the Luoning Mountain defensive line. The Qingzhou has taken to the skies, executing rescue operations. One Daxia soldier looked up. Report. Advance Party 2 has completed self-checks. The Shuizhou has taken to the skies, executing enemy elimination operations. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Let Wei Yuan taste the iron fist of Daxia. Snow. Get away from this snow. Soldiers shouted from outside. Who attacked us? I don't know. The chaos of Wei Yuan's advancing line barely subsided, as the survivors huddled in the remnants of their camp. The dismembered Wei Yuan commander continuously consuming nutrient liquid to suppress his fear. The camp is gone. The camp is gone. The entire center of the inner sea front has been wiped out. Hundreds of thousands from the Wei Xing group perished in that strike. The terrifying energy fluctuations far exceeded that of the space-based light particles. Who? He twisted his head menacingly, questioning his subordinate commander. Has the communication system been restored? No. The subordinate commander was equally flustered. The communication officer reports strong interference. I know. The Wei Yuan commander interrupted irritably. The entire Daxia is experiencing strong interference. But that targets Daxia. How could it possibly affect the Alliance's equipment? It's a new strong interference. It seems to be aimed at us, the Wei Xing. The subordinate commander hastily replied. The Wei Yuan commander fell silent. It must have been premeditated. There are many civilizations within the alliance that are discontented with the group and have numerous rivals. Yet how dare they launch an attack on the group at this moment? How dare they? Suppressing his fury, he inquired darkly, what about the royal mages? They are also unreachable. They have always looked down upon us. So they fight in separate formations. Once the heavy snow began, the mages have gone dark, and none have been found. None. Not a single one. However, after a drone barely ascended, it discovered a massive snowflake illusion covering the skies above Luoning Mountain. It bore a resemblance to the methods employed by the Royal Ice God Legion. The Wei Yuan commander, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist down on the command platform. Damn it! Is the kingdom attempting to betray the alliance? But what reason would the kingdom have to strike against the group? His expression fluctuated between anger and concern. A strange chill surged once more. And within the dim command post of the advancing line, a few beams of light from outside suddenly filtered in. He instinctively looked up, his eyes widening in horror. A crack, and snow. The heavy forward encampment was carved open by the snow, and suddenly, joyful shouts erupted from the outside. Look! It seems to be the armored division of the Alliance. Chapter 43. You are as laughable as your cover. Wonderful. Reinforcements have arrived. But why does it feel different from the standard heavy tanks of the Alliance? Either you are mistaken, or it is a new model. Fool. If it is not from our alliance, could it possibly be from Xia? The heavy artillery of Xia has been mostly annihilated. That is true, until a long, low wail pierced the air. Boom. The command center shook violently for a moment as the recently departed deputy commander was flung back through the door, crashing heavily into the corner, blood gushing from his mouth. The main commander, missing an arm, also fell back in disarray. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A soldier of Wei Yuan, having witnessed his comrade's body explode, roared. The sound of concentrated counterattacks finally erupted, and the once subdued remnants of the camp fell into chaos again. Commander! Commander! The trusted aide scrambled in, crawling and rolling. An unidentified heavy cluster force has launched a massive bombardment against us. What should we do? Of course, we retaliate. The Wei Yuan commander felt darkness cloud his vision, his mind frenzied. But the aide's voice was tinged with despair. But our individual weaponry cannot penetrate the energy shield of that unknown cluster. What about heavy weaponry? It has all been destroyed. Boom, boom. The sounds of retaliation grew increasingly sparse. The command center trembled again and again, the blizzard outside drowning out the feeble noises. And the Wei Yuan commander knew without a doubt that most outside had perished. A massacre. This was an overwhelming slaughter. His limbs turned icy cold. He wanted to flee. But suddenly, the communication within the command center lit up. News suspected to be from the Wei Yuan rear naval array finally arrived. Tears streamed down the Wei Yuan commander's face as he rushed to the communication screen in a frenzy. He wanted to see if the alliance had sent reinforcements. He hastily wiped his face, filled with hope, but his expression suddenly froze. It was a line of text. The Wei Yuan commander, who had learned a bit of Xia language before arriving at the front line of launching, could hardly believe his eyes. The screen displayed a standard phrase in Xia language. You are as laughable as your cover. The mocking sarcasm left the commander paralyzed. The corner of the screen flashed with the emblem of the associated civilization, transforming from the familiar three flags of the alliance, the coalition, and the kingdom, to the unmistakable crimson of Xia, the Xia army. They annihilated hundreds of thousands of troops in the inner sea camp, brazenly bombarding the unfamiliar heavy cluster forces at the forward encampment. It was the Xia army. No, this was a frame-up. It must be. How could Xia possess such power? It was impossible. The Wei Yuan commander had lost his mind, furiously seizing a weapon from the corner, storming towards the command center's exit. He had to see who it was. Boom. The command center wall erupted with a sharp, piercing sound, collapsing in an instant, and the Wei Yuan commander fell back onto the cold floor, a flood of light pouring in, illuminating the chaotic ruins. The cold air filled his lungs. The Wei Yuan commander struggled to lift his head. The heavy snowfall, dozens of oppressive, cold cannon muzzles were aimed at him. Not the imagined multitude of troops, but merely a scant few silhouettes amidst the corpses of Wei Yuan soldiers. Just dozens. A mere handful had slaughtered the thousands stationed in the encampment. The familiar crimson fluttered in the cold wind. Report to the Supreme Commander. The second advance team has nearly completed the task of clearing the remaining enemies, and we have located the highest existing command personnel, a soldier of the Xia army. Running with familiarity, reported to a figure. It was in perfect Xia language. The Wei Yuan commander trembled all over. His legs lost all sensation. the strange snowflakes cutting his body with trails of blood, and he could not move, helplessly watching as the figure referred to as the Supreme Commander approached him. Wait, there was another person lying behind her. He recognized her well. It was the long-missing chief mage of the Alliance frontline, Nua Tcao Leilia, the one who always held a contemptuous gaze, priding herself on having an extended lifespan and godlike power, wishing to soar above to highlight the divide between mages and mortals. The one who had incinerated tens of thousands of Xia defenders at Luo Ning Mountain, now reduced to a bloodied figure, carelessly discarded on the ground. The Supreme Commander was a silver-haired woman, her eyes clouded with a white sheen, her expression calm, yet her gaze held an untainted coldness. The Wei Yuan Commander bent in agony, a clean, cold hand effortlessly tugging at his hair. We will conduct a final sweep. We are to meet our compatriots. Yes. The Xia army stood at attention and then dispersed, entering the remnants of the camp in small groups, the sounds of heavy footsteps resonating. Blood stained the ground, just as it had not long ago. Yet the dead were no longer Xia people. The snow extinguished the flames of magic across the mountains. The deadly magic patterns in the sky vanished, obscured by the snow and fog, and the sounds of extermination from aerial vehicles and heavy artillery faded away. Within the crumbling defenses, a profound silence reigned. Countless Xia soldiers lay slain in the snow. The bloodied radio crackled intermittently, relaying a message. This is the Xia Joint Command. Repeat. This is the Xia Joint Command. Our advance reinforcements have arrived at the Luo Ning Mountain defense line. Repeat. Our advance reinforcements have arrived at the Luo Ning Mountain defense line. 23 hours later, this is the Xia Joint Command. Can the fallen compatriots hear the broadcast? Uncertain. But they must know that Xia has never been without reinforcements, and there are many, many more to come. From this moment onward, the countless military and civilian populace of Xia shall not stand alone. The snow fell abruptly. Lightly, the pristine snowflakes settled upon the charred remnants of flesh, bringing a chill. A soldier, barely clinging to life, thought that he too would soon pursue a few of his old comrades who had departed ahead. The pain had lessened significantly. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment of clarity. When the pain ceased, he would also pass away. The world was exceptionally quiet. And in his hazy consciousness, he saw a bright light slowly rising beside Wei Yuan. Gradually, he could hear nothing at all. Had the defense line fallen? He could still fight. The bullets fired by the disabled could still be lethal. Yet in the indistinct distance, a few figures intruded upon his view, seemingly crouching beside him. He exerted effort to open his eyes. Seeing that flash of red, he relaxed and collapsed again. His compatriots had arrived. How wonderful. The wound began to itch slightly. Perhaps it had been treated. No. A gentle voice responded. No need for medicine. It's not serious. He weakly closed his eyes, gasping several times before finally uttering a complete sentence. In these times of material scarcity, it was unnecessary to save him. Better to allocate resources to those compatriots who needed it more. How do you feel now? The gentle voice inquired again. I feel like I'm dying. The warrior attempted to open his eyes, finding the effort unexpectedly much easier. A sense of sorrow enveloped him as he pondered whether this relief was merely a fleeting moment before the end, as the pain had suddenly diminished. And he felt a flicker of vitality. He observed closely. The one tending to him was a female compatriot, her gentle demeanor evident in her eyes. Adorned with an uncommon shade of pale pink hair intertwined with strands of white, draped over her shoulders was the flag of Daxia. And she wore exquisite armor he had never seen before. It appeared remarkably luxurious. Do not sleep yet, she said softly, a smile gracing her lips as she discreetly picked up a small healing needle when he was not paying attention. I am from the 9th Corps of the Daxia Interstar Army. And you? I am from the 37th Corps of the Daxia Army, the warrior replied dryly. Wait, the Interstar Army? Is there anyone else around? It feels so deserted. Chapter 44. Far away land the gentle comrade from the 9th Corps departed, seeking other surviving compatriots. How is the defensive line holding up? He had inquired regarding the situation, amidst the heavy snowfall that seemed to have cleared some of the acrid smoke in the air. We are quite safe, she reassured him in a soft voice. After tomorrow, everything will improve. It must. He did not comprehend. What will happen tomorrow? Revenge, she stated earnestly, and then remained silent, assisting him onto a stretcher brought by his fellow comrades, leaving behind her name, Su Yao. Lu Wei, he replied. Though the pain persisted in his arm, she had secretly administered a needle when he was distracted. However, his physical condition had improved significantly, and Lu Wei could not help but think that perhaps he would not die after all. Lying on the stretcher, Lu Wei gazed vacantly at his surroundings. He saw several large white vehicles adorned with red flags slowly passing by, a warm breeze brushing against his face. The The long cannon barrels had a diamond shape, pristine white with fine blue energy strips at the tips, emitting a faint glow, resembling something out of a science fiction tale. What is this? Lu Wei curiously asked the comrades carrying him. This is the Tsongshu-class heavy floating tank, one comrade replied with a grin. This beast is formidable. It can obliterate a mountain with its particle beam artillery. Lu Wei did not understand what particle beam artillery was. He suddenly felt drowsy. Are you a secret unit hidden away by Daxia? No, we come from faraway lands. In the distance, a makeshift encampment with rising smoke became visible, the faint sounds of commotion reaching his ears. Lu Wei caught the scent of kanji, perhaps even dumplings. Faraway land, where is that? Daxia, isn't that a bit obvious? No, you will find out soon enough. The comrade carefully lifted him into the camp, leading him into a large tent that shielded against the wind and snow, where a bowl of hot kanji and warm water was presented. We are currently short on manpower. I must take my leave. Take care. Rest assured, comrade. The young fellow confidently patted his chest before departing. Inside the tent, there were a few more beds, and several individuals were brought in, all grimacing in pain. One of them, upon seeing Lu Wei, momentarily forgot his own suffering. Old Lu, damn, it's good to see you alive. It was a familiar comrade, teasing him jovially. Damn, you're alive too. Lu Wei wiped away the tears from his eyes, still covered in blood, yet his spirit visibly improved. They exchanged a knowing glance. The tent fell silent again. As they entered the camp, they observed that everything was orderly, with comrades of unknown origin standing guard. Above, small technological crafts flew silently, green in color, resembling drones without propellers. There were no reinforcements for Luoning Mountain. Everyone knew that. The Alliance's offensive was relentless, the intensity unprecedented. And sustaining the various fronts had proven challenging, let alone the possibility of reinforcements arriving. They had already exhausted all available resources. However, a previously unseen force from the new Xia army had unexpectedly burst onto the scene, saving their lives and transporting them to this newly established makeshift base for care. They were unsure of the identity of this force, but the comrade who saved him claimed to be from the 9th Corps of the Daxia Interstar Army. The Silver Element Interstar Army 1st Corps, the Interstar Army Union 3rd Corps. These were unfamiliar designations. Which branch did the Interstar Army belong to? They possessed heavy capabilities and were exceedingly advanced. The comrade who rescued him mentioned that the Weiyuan Inner Sea camp had been completely leveled, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, hundreds of thousands of Alliance troops are all dead. The shocking news struck them heavily. What? Several wounded individuals gasped, wincing in pain. Yet no one paid attention to their discomfort. Hundreds of thousands of Alliance troops, the power that could flatten Luoning Mountain within hours, had simply vanished. Once, they had held on to hope, believing that even a 10-to-1 exchange would be a significant victory. Yet today, I do not know if this is true. But that comrade said, the Xia people do not deceive their own. The Weiyuan Air Force had disappeared, the bombings had ceased, and the precision strikes from above had similarly vanished. He spoke the Xia language, calling me comrade. He said, I apologize for keeping comrades waiting. Silence enveloped the tent. Scalding tears streamed down their faces. Tomorrow will be better. One warrior recalled the comrade with pale pink hair, her eyes shining beautifully when she smiled. He did not know why, but he had believed from the very beginning. Revenge. Who will we take revenge on? Weiyuan. Xin Ning was found in a trench. When the rescue personnel discovered him, he lay against the cold, hard frozen earth, with several new wounds on his body, surrounded by the bodies of several Weiyuan light infantry. His vacant eyes gazed upwards, pouring out the remnants of an empty liquor bottle, a photograph pinned to his chest, and a bloodied hand gripping a pistol aimed at his head. The adjutant had already fallen. The rescue procedure remained the same, bandaging wounds, applying pressure to stop the bleeding, actively engaging to divert attention, and then stealthily injecting a powerful healing needle, though painful. It could extend life as long as one was not dead. I am from the 9th Corps. What about you? As one of the few gentle-spirited girls in the advanced team, Su Yao willingly undertook this task, removing her black goggles to reveal her clear eyes, and most importantly, deliberately displaying her prominent red insignia, for nothing could ease the comrades' minds more than this. 2nd Corps. His vacant eyes focused, lifting his gaze to the so-called 9th Corps of the Xia army. Her eyes widened slightly, smiling as she pointed to the corner of the photograph on his chest. Is this your wife? She looks very gentle. Xin Ning did not respond, staring coldly at Su Yao. Name, rank, military union code, and current commander. Su Yao, Shaoxing Tianquan. Military frequency code, she instinctively replied, then paused, realizing her oversight. Who are you? Xin Ning remained silent. Yet Su Yao's hand holding the healing needle froze as she looked down at the dark, blood and snow-stained energy pistol aimed at her, and into Xin Ning's lifeless eyes. Filled with hatred, he rasped. November 14th, Year 4 of the New Era. The Jingnan defense line has fallen, and the 9th Legion of Daxia is covering the evacuation of civilians, only to collide with the 13th Heavy Guard Division of the Weixin Group. The entire army perished, leaving no survivors. Which 9th Legion do you belong to? Their equipment is remarkably advanced. Xin Ning is acutely aware that the current Daxia is nearly incapable of producing such armaments. As the acting commander of the Lianshu Alliance, he cannot possibly be unaware of the existence of such an elite force. Hence, where did they originate from? Chapter 45. Commander Su Yao of the 6th Regiment of the 13th Light Patrol Brigade reports to you. Xin Ning tugged at the corner of his lips. People from Weiyuan? Su Yao's smile faltered slightly. A few bewildered scouts from the Daxiao army exchanged glances, realizing his misunderstanding. They lowered their weapons to indicate no hostility. Yet when they heard covering the evacuation of civilians, the entire army perished, leaving no survivors. A flicker of sorrow crossed their eyes. Indeed, they initially could not believe there could be a second Daxiao in this world. How could it be possible? Until the reality unfolded before their eyes, the desolate ruins of a town, littered with the paper of the Weiyuan Alliance. Inscribed with the ease with which a certain legion of Daxia was annihilated, mockingly deriding the Daxian people as ignorant and weak, while boasting of the sophistication and prosperity of the Weiyuan Alliance, exultantly proclaiming the existence of their space fleet and supernatural deities. A fleet? How fortuitous, they have one too. Deities? Can they withstand a strike from the Spear of the Azure? No. Please lower your weapons first. Su Yao calmly shook her head. Comrade, we can provide you with information. She hesitated momentarily. However, based on the operational protocols for this engagement, we need to confirm your identity. Your name and position are Xin Ning, acting commander of the Lianshu Alliance. Xin Ning? That name is all too familiar to them. It had been mentioned repeatedly at the command center. The current deputy commander of the newly established Joint Command, characterized by his inability to walk due to leg ailments, was under expert consultation from the Star Daxia side, who confidently asserted they could heal him. The information provided indicated he held the position of deputy commander of the Lianshu Alliance, with the previous commander being Deputy Shi Jiang. It was highly probable that he had succeeded him. From the rescued compatriots, it was evident that the highest command of the Lianshu Alliance, Xin Ning, had also personally arrived at this final line of defense before the Lianshu front. Identity preliminarily confirmed. Several scouts from the Daxiao army immediately stood at attention, saluting in a standard Daxian military manner, taking a deep breath to declare loudly. Reporting to the deputy commander of the Joint Command, Commander Wang Wei of the 5th Regiment of the 3rd Heavy Brigade of the Daxia Interstar Army, holding the rank of Shao Xing Tian Quan, reports to you. Military frequency code C67316-45734, currently under the command of General Chao Ming. Reporting to the Joint Command, Su Yao stepped back. Reporting to the Deputy Commander of the Joint Command, Commander Su Yao of the 6th Regiment of the 13th Light Patrol Brigade of the Daxia Interstar Army, holding the rank of Shao Xing Tian Quan, reports to you. It is normal that you do not recognize us. However, you should be aware of the contact protocol, she stated. We are from the extraterrestrial civilization that Jiang and Deputy Commander Jiang descended from, another Daxia. It may seem incredible, but this absurd world is always full of surprises. Our forward commander, Jiang Bai, will be in touch with you shortly regarding the key. Xin Ning's hand, gripping the gun, trembled. However, Deputy Commander, we should first address the injuries of you and your compatriots. Apologies, your condition is quite dire, and the powerful emergency treatment injection may be somewhat painful. Hence I attempted to engage you in conversation to divert your attention, Su Yao stated seriously. She became earnest. At the Weiyuan Maritime Command, soldiers emerging from the command hall looked up at the several flags embedded with special materials that remained perpetually bright and felt a momentary haze. They sensed that perhaps they were not as radiant as they once appeared. The vast command hall fell into a profound silence. The Farsi command called the division headquarters. Adjusting. Frequency 3841. Farsi command calling the division headquarters. Please respond. Please respond. The communications officer struggled to repeat the call. His eyes, however, remained fixated on the bright light on the satellite imagery. At 12:29, accompanied by the internal communication channel's disconnection warning, soldiers on the deck of Weiyuan erupted in chaos. Look, what is that? Someone shouted. From the boundless sea towards the Daxia direction, a small speck of golden light slowly blossomed on the horizon, like a burning flower flickering. The boundary between heaven and sea was engulfed. The light wave from that burning flower surged into the sky, and a heavy shriek followed shortly thereafter. I remember the inner sea camp is over there. As soldiers on the deck floundered, witnessing the grotesque octopus battling the stout stone man. The Wei Yuan commander felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. Under the piercing sound of the alert whistle, he desperately rushed towards the command hall. Upon arrival, chaos reigned. And then he received the news of the inner sea camp's disconnection. Everything was so abrupt. The control center issued a warning of signal disappearance. The orbital monitoring array reported an unknown massive high-energy reaction at the coordinates 16766-4769 of the inner sea front. The inner sea camp has suffered a devastating blow. A devastating blow. From where did this devastation arise? Daxiao? What a cosmic joke. No one dared to believe it, rebutted, shifted blame. And a cacophony of languages erupted among the civilizations, with only the frontline commander from the Weixing Ring world, now present at the Farsi command, wearing a grim expression as he issued orders. First, immediately dispatch several reconnaissance formations to probe from different directions. Now, second, all lines must enter the highest state of alert. Third, seal all external communication channels, prohibiting any unauthorized military intelligence transmission. Fourth, activate all defense arrays. But the consumption, someone hesitated. The frontline commander glared at him. Do not concern yourself with energy coin consumption. Are energy coins more important than our lives? The command hall gradually fell silent. A flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes as he turned to hold a closed-door meeting with his confidants and senior frontline commanders. Report to Lighthouse Headquarters. We must prepare for war against the Holy Covenant. Investigate. Within 2 hours, I want to see an analysis report of the high-energy fluctuations. If it indeed contains supernatural particles from the Covenant, immediately invite the Covenant to see if we can resolve this peacefully, and let the kingdom compensate. Whether it be lives or money, let them decide. To prevent the negotiations from collapsing, prepare to launch a comprehensive extermination of the Covenant's branches in the Blue Star. That bunch of scoundrels from the kingdom. They dare to provoke anyone. The Wei Yuan frontline commander trembled with rage. If I find out that they are the cause of the destruction of the inner sea camp and the war with the Holy See, I will personally eliminate these traitors. If my brother-in-law perishes like this, how will I explain it upon my return? Deploy additional teams to locate the second-in-command of the inner sea front, alive or dead. And also, inquire whether that St. Crown Islawin is still alive. Sooner or later, I will eradicate this group of ingrates. Medic, bring me medicine. The enraged commander collapsed from the stress. Chapter 46. Naval Warships, the Sea of Stars. The world was silent, with only the drifting snow. The adjutant was still alive. And after the two commanders completed their treatment, they carried him back to the camp. Sin Ning did not intervene. Perhaps it was due to a measure of belief. Su Yao possessed extraordinary strength, effortlessly assisting Sin Ning back into the wheelchair, a request he had made. Even after the potent treatment needle had been administered, Sin Ning remained silent. Su Yao's gaze held a hint of reverence. She recalled a time when she had undergone the procedure herself, her cries echoing through the corridor. Sin Ning appeared momentarily dazed. The civilization contact agreement with Jiang He had been signed. The speed was unprecedented. Jiang He had departed from Xia on January 7th to venture beyond, and the advance party had arrived on January 9th. Thus, Jiang He had signed the contact agreement with the alien civilization's upper echelons merely a day after arriving in that realm. Sin Ning remembered Jiang He's words. If the agreement is signed, it signifies that the alien civilization is at least willing to coexist peacefully with us. Otherwise, I would not have returned alive, nor would I have opened the wormhole. Just one day. This was evidently insufficient for Jiang He to ascertain the outcome, unless he was already well acquainted with that civilization. Sin Ning slightly lifted his gaze towards those familiar faces, Adept and Xiaoyu, calling each other comrades, and referring to themselves with the red flag as hailing from another Xia. Suddenly, he understood something. He inquired, Commander Su, do you know Jiang He? Jiang He. Jiang He and Deputy Commander Jiang? Yes. Su Yao paused for a moment before nodding. I know him. Jiang He, a 2-star Tianxian in the Xia military. Currently serving as the Deputy Commander of the Xia Silver Sioux Army Corps, Commander of the Southern Sky Fleet, and the wartime Commander of Lan Xia. He is likely the youngest 2-star Tianxian in the coalition. She seemed quite talkative. 14 years ago, the vast seas of Xia lacked extraordinary powers akin to the magical kingdom. Such phenomena were rare across the entire sea. However, after that year, Xia experienced a transformation. That year, Jiang He's parents had perished for their country, and he chose to enlist, returning from an off-world planetary outpost. Accompanied by Jiang Bai, the esteemed general. After some chatter, she revealed a significant truth. Yet, 5 years ago, Jiang He had vanished in the Hushy Star region. The coalition command had turned that place upside down, but found no trace of him until January 7th of this year when he returned, bringing the news of contact. It was then they learned he had been in Lanxing de Xia for 5 years. Sun Ning seemed to have pieced it all together. It was also 5 years prior that Jiang He had emerged, accompanied by the Celestial Hub, shocking the world with his incongruous presence, initially struggling even to operate electronic devices. Colleagues joked that he seemed like someone from beyond. Indeed, he was. However, Sun Ning could not be certain that this was the whole truth. Words are easily fabricated. And he required solid evidence. The key to the connection, Jiang Ji's letter embedded with cryptic messages. He bowed his head, noticing the bleeding had ceased. And his half-alive senses gradually became clearer, allowing him to recognize the world as eerily quiet. The incessant shrieking of magical patterns had vanished. The flames across the mountains had extinguished. The Alliance's heavy artillery positions were silent, and the fighter jet formations had disappeared. He caught his breath. Had Wei Yuan retreated? With the Wei Yuan army amassed, they would undoubtedly attempt to break through the already crumbling defenses after annihilating the 140,000 Blue Star Light Guard troops. If the Wei Yuan offensive was shattered, the combat capabilities of these compatriots might exceed his expectations. He understood the term advance party, the vanguard of two worlds descending upon one another. Yet the number of individuals arriving from that side would not be substantial, merely a few hundred. No, Su Yao shook her head. Sun Ning was taken aback and hurried to stand. Then Su Yao quickly interjected. All dead. What? The Wei Yuan inner sea camp had been reduced to rubble. They had deployed a miniature golden tree there, with the remaining enemies exterminated by a heavy small cluster formed by the advance party. Commander Su furrowed her brow, equally incredulous. They were utterly unguarded. Sentinels were dozing off. Radar arrays barely operational, and 80% of personnel seemed to be leisurely enjoying a holiday. The golden tree, that coveted object Jiang He had longed for. Sun Ning fell silent again, asking, how many of you are there? The advance party totals 100, with 49 extraordinary beings, including 4 at the contest level and 44 at the initial path level, which you can equate to mages of the kingdom, albeit somewhat dull. Then there are us, the summoned commanders, totaling 51, along with several heavyweights. Su Yao pointed toward the distant heavy floating tanks. Due to the lack of data, we were initially uncertain if these heavy armored forces could come together, but the Command Center's contingency plan was made assuming they could. After all, what if? We even attempted to see if we could summon a few warships. Unfortunately, that failed. Only these latest generation heavy floating tanks from Xia made it through, while no unmanned heavy mechs were among them. She shook her head in disappointment. But rest assured, Visionary has been launched. Within a few minutes, we will obtain a real-time, dynamic map covering hundreds of miles. The interference from the Wei Yuan Alliance is not particularly strong for us. It was deemed ineffective 3 minutes after landing, and new anti-jamming signals have already been released. Su Yao glanced at the sky. A series of fine, dazzling lights fell from orbit toward the sea, trailing long tails of glowing fire. Do not underestimate the humanoid giants of Xia. Sun Ning sat in stunned silence. Warships? Yes, naval warships, from the seas of Xinghai. The Wei Yuan Maritime Array, the Farsi Command Center. Commander, you have finally awakened. The Wei Yuan frontline commander, who had been in a coma from the stress, finally stirred from his sickbed, witnessing his subordinate rush in with a panicked expression. Unable even to muster the strength to frown. Weakly, he inquired, what now? The subordinate trembled as he handed over a holographic information board. Tianguang number 3 lost contact. Tianguang number 2 lost contact. Tianguang number 5 lost contact. At 1:01 p.m. on January 8th, the Command Center's Orbital Department issued an urgent report, indicating that all satellites and orbital bombardment weapons passing over Xia had lost contact. At 1:02 p.m. on January 8th, the large space station Kai Ta had been struck by an unknown force, deviating from its orbit and crashing down, shattering into pieces like tofu, landing near the maritime array. No one survived. The Wei Yuan frontline commander widened his eyes, scarcely able to believe what he had just heard, unable to suppress a hoarse roar. Is the orbital defense station just for show? The orbital defense array had also collapsed, crumbling in an instant, yet no reports of any strikes were made. The commander's vision darkened. Wonderful. Not only did the space station defense fall, but my brother-in-law is dead too. Again, in a fit of rage, the commander trembled as he reached for medication, only to spew a mouthful of blood. He fainted. Chapter 47. Spring has arrived. Sinji. A lightly injured soldier waved his bandaged hand, greeting Sun Ning as he returned to the camp. Sinji was still alive. How splendid. Sin Ning smiled broadly in response. He observed small clusters of injured soldiers sitting together, warmed by a rising bonfire, their eyes bright and wide as they listened to another compatriot from Xia recount stories. Occasionally gasping in surprise, he saw someone, covered in grime, sobbing as he gulped down meat porridge. He heard the occasional wails from within the tents, accompanied by comrades' loud laughter, mocking those who feared mere injections. Their eyes were no longer dull and lifeless. What is this newfound presence? It appears to be hope. The sentinels along the way salute him. Deputy Commander, Deputy Commander, Joint Command Headquarters, Deputy Commander. He silently repeats the title. You may first proceed to the medical unit at the camp for rest. The medical staff will attend to your injuries, and the commanding officer will arrive shortly. Su Yao stated. Thank you, Commander Su, Sin Ning replied with a nod. The clock's hands ticked around once. After a few minutes, the gate swung open. Contrary to his expectations of a robust figure, the newcomer was remarkably slender, with flowing silver hair. Apologies for the delay. I was preoccupied with some nuisances from above. The melodious voice announced. It's quite all right. Sin Ning shook his head. Indeed. Jiang He did not indulge in further conversation. On January 8th of the 5th year of the Lonely New Era, which corresponds to the 8th day of the first month in the 455th year of the Xia calendar, the representative of the Lanxing Daxia, Comrade Jiang He, has formally signed the contact agreement with the Xinghai Daxia, under the highest authority granted by the Contact Agreement Authorization Document of the Daxia Union. This is the official document. I am Jiang He, the Expeditionary Commander. I am here, entrusted by Comrade Jiang He, to relay the key for information confirmation to your side. Sin Ning took a deep breath and inquired, from whence does this call originate? Jiang He replied, from a distant homeland, light years away. Spring has arrived. The summer is not yet complete. The key code is distant homeland. It stands apart from other keys, lacking the lengthy and intricate codes attached with detailed descriptions and clear divisions of trust. It is simply a few uncomplicated words. Unconditional trust, comrades, companions, initially. Sin Ning could not comprehend how an unknown civilization, one he had never encountered, could inspire such unconditional trust. How could they be comrades? Surely, those not of my kind must harbor different intentions. This doubt took root deeply within him until today. He understood. While those not of my kind may harbor different thoughts, what of my own kind? This was, in fact, Jiang He's aspiration. The contact would send the bearer beyond the domain, having come from Xinghai. Could the destination be that distant homeland he longed for? He did not know, nor was he certain. But what if? The key distant homeland is validated. Sin Ning's voice trembled. There is indeed a connection. Jiang He's expression turned solemn. On January 8th of the 5th year of the Lonely New Era, which corresponds to the 8th day of the first month in the 455th year of the Xia calendar, at precisely 1400 hours, the Xinghai Daxia and the Lanxing Daxia officially signed the Daxia Joint Defense Agreement. Should either party face any form of invasion, the other shall unconditionally intervene in battle. At 1401, the Joint Defense Agreement was triggered. The Xinghai Daxia has entered a state of total war and will formally declare war on the Wei Yuan alliance tomorrow. Deputy Commander Tsin, do you believe there exists another Daxia in this world? A Daxia of the same roots, origins, and blood? To be candid, my colleague, the Supreme Commander of the Southern Sky Fleet of the Xinghai Daxia, Comrade Jiang He, has posed this very question to me, and naturally, I place my trust in him. Even if he had suddenly vanished for 5 years prior, Sin Ning could barely steady the agreement document, which bore the signatures of Jiang He and the representative from the other Daxia. Does your civilization, Daxia Union, wish to unite with that side, Daxia Union, separated by endless universes, to share a campfire and coexist among the stars? Under the warm yellow light, it was unmistakably inscribed with the word willingness. And all Daxia tribes, unite, come together. Long live the people. Trust. How could one not trust? Sin Ning felt compelled to rise, but pain shot through his legs, causing him to stifle a groan. Was he still unable to do so? No need for further words. Jiang He halted his movement. We are comrades. Family, are we not? In the vast darkness, Daxia was never alone. Ah, indeed. Jiang He recalled something and smiled, lowering his gaze to produce a letter. Jiang He asked me to deliver this to you. Very well. Regaining his composure, Sin Ning wiped his reddened eyes and accepted it, hesitating for a moment before inquiring. Are you and Commander Jiang related? Is she perhaps a sister of Jiang He? Family, the silver-haired figure replied proudly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Good friends, fiancé. Sin Ning nodded silently, opening the letter. Do not worry, I am doing well. These are our family members. There is no need for fear. You can trust them. They are organizing an expert consultation regarding your leg issues. Make sure to take many pictures when you go to the Holy Covenant. The embedded encrypted message read, I have gone home to gather people. Wei Yuan. What is Wei Yuan compared to a mere egg? Yes, it certainly bore the spirited essence of Jiang He. Furthermore, I must meet with the Lanxia Tianshu promptly. Jiang Bai asserted. Moreover, to unify the two Daxias in a common front, on January 9th of the 5th year of the Lanli New Era, which corresponds to the 9th day of the 1st month in the 455th year of the Xia calendar, Jiang He, the highest authority of Lanxia, and the Tianshu of Xingxia will jointly sign to establish the Daxia Joint Command responsible for comprehensive coordination of the Wei Yuan front. I am Jiang Bai, the initial commander of the Joint Command. She smiled as she presented the appointment letter. I look forward to your guidance. The Joint Command's deputy commander, Comrade Sun Ning. The era of Daxia fighting alone and enduring arduous defenses has passed. As the wormhole opens wide, what follows is the colossal being of the Shimian. Suspended in the east, the T0 civilization of the Sea of Civilizations. One of the great benefactors of the Shanghai community, the order maintainer, the colossal figure, the guardian of the short-sighted, Daxia Union. When it arrives, fueled by wrath, who among the small and petty will be the first to challenge it? Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 48. The sacred art cannot save lives. The meteors in the sky fall with extraordinary frequency. One after another, they descend from high altitudes, capturing the attention of all major fronts. The previously unstoppable offensive abruptly halts, transitioning into a state of heightened defense. The Xia people, prepared to fight to the death, are momentarily stunned, staring in disbelief as the enemy retreats like a receding tide. The once advancing Wei Yuan forces swiftly regroup with their allies, curling up like an iron tortoise. What is happening? Someone murmured. Something feels amiss. A Xia military commander opened the map for verification, his brow furrowed deeply. He raised a telescope to take a look, only to see dazzling flames and long tails falling from the sky. The Xia soldiers, who had endured relentless bombardment and were mentally fatigued, instinctively thought an attack was coming. Their bodies reacting before their minds could catch up, diving for cover. Get down. Quickly, take cover. The cover was pitifully fragile. In the face of despairing odds, it could not withstand the precise bombardment of Wei Yuan or the cleansing fire from heavy artillery positions, nor could it resist the light particles that could tear through the clouds. Yet, it provided a modicum of safety. Time passed, second by second. A soldier sensed that something was amiss and cautiously poked his head out from the cover, discovering an unsettling tranquility that was unlike anything he had previously encountered. There were neither shock waves nor deafening roars, nor was there the omnipresent smoke of gunpowder. It was eerily calm. This seemed to be a satellite from Wei Yuan. A filthy-faced engineer recognized the unfamiliar yet familiar wreckage at the sight of the meteor's descent. He extinguished the flames and peeled back the charred outer layer, revealing two smooth fragments, as if a fine thread traversed the entire satellite. The technician, previously dull-eyed, suddenly came to life with overwhelming joy, excitedly beckoning his comrades to dismantle the satellite debris. This was a treasure. We had never been able to access it before, but if we could study it now, we might uncover countermeasures. However, not everyone felt at ease. Wei Yuan's satellites were always advanced. How could one suddenly fall? It must have been shot down by something. The commander of the Summer Army furrowed his brow. Although the Wei Yuan alliance currently held a dominant position, the Kedong Emperor's collective formed by the Northern Nation Pact civilization was not to be underestimated. Could it be that the two alliances had gone to war? This was the most reasonable conjecture he could muster. It was possible. The alliance's defensive posture indicated they were preparing for something. They even speculated whether the Covenant was involved. Their hopeful gazes turning toward the priest Ilian, who had come from the Covenant, clad in striking golden hair and a full summer military uniform. I have lost contact with the mainland and am not quite sure, he replied, shaking his head in confusion. The Covenant's extraordinary practitioners were known as Xiushi, meaning those who practiced sacred arts, which included various types, with many specializing in healing known as priests. Ilian was an independent priest, not affiliated with the church. After traversing a wormhole to arrive here, he had quickly developed a significant fondness for the summer within a year, as they shared the Three Lives Oracle, which was fervently revered throughout the Covenant. Its official designation was policy. Food was inexpensive, it was easy to be well-fed and clothed, people could travel freely, and enjoy the mountains and seas, living in peace and prosperity. How could this not be the Three Lives Oracle? Later, when war broke out, Ilian did not leave. He traversed the front lines with the might of his sacred arts, saving many lives due to Wei Yuan's disregard for the Covenant's exemptions. It was until Wei Yuan's stone soldiers brutally slaughtered the villagers he had tended to for days, annihilating the entire village and treating him as if he were invisible, that Ilian finally realized the grim reality. Subsequently, the exemptions vanished and his identity transformed. He became Comrade Ilian, Vice Commander of the 1st Regiment of the 7th Brigade of the 81st Army Corps of the Summer United Forces. Chapter 49. A glance across light years in the Alliance's Jiang Grand Camp. The mood of the fiery Grand Mage Baroque was far from pleasant. One might even describe it as akin to sinking into an icy abyss. News of the fall of the Inner Sea swept through the entire front line of the Alliance, instilling dread among the populace. The strike that devastated the Inner Sea camp evaded the interception and warning arrays of the Weixin group, bypassing their sentinels to silently erupt in the heart of a camp housing hundreds of thousands. Everything turned to naught. The world was shaken. Who was responsible? The only enemy the Alliance faced now was the summer. At least, that was the perception before the two Grand Mages of the kingdom acted impulsively to eliminate the Church's Jiangyu division. While the Alliance had its own rivalries with the northern nations, on the surface, peace and prosperity still reigned. In the aftermath, they finally grasped the foolishness of their actions. But it was too late. They had personally led the charge against a significant figure of the Covenant, and more crucially, that figure had not perished, instead, gravely injured. They had vanished without a trace. The Church's reaction remained uncertain, but it was bound to be far from favorable. Baroque felt deep down that the prominent figure must have returned to their division and relayed everything, thus inciting the Church's wrath. However, the evidence was not entirely clear. The Covenant's main base lay on Lanxing, a cold land that stood in stark contrast to the Magic Kingdom and the United Kingdom across the sea, which remained eerily tranquil, showing no signs of disturbance as if they had not yet received any news. Then, who else could it be? No, the Pact. Baroque recalled the two individuals who had suddenly vanished. He vividly remembered them enveloped in light particles in an instant, reminiscent of the first contact. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, only to realize upon returning to the camp that it had been a fleeting recollection. His pupils constricted. Could it be that a civilization had indeed signed a pact with the summer? How could it have happened so swiftly? Baroque found it hard to believe, questioning what value the current summer held for that civilization. Yet, that was no longer important. He meticulously calculated the timeline and suddenly realized that the destruction of the Inner Sea camp occurred right after those two had been taken by the Pact. Had the other side's advance party already struck? He anxiously paced back and forth, initiating a communication. Is this Grand Mage Baroque from the Farsi Command? What urgent matters do you have? Came a sharp, peculiar voice from the translator, prompting Baroque to grip his staff tightly in frustration. Damn it! Yet again, that bothersome octopus showed no respect for their noble mage kind. He took several deep breaths. Around noon today, I witnessed a summer individual and a Covenant priest vanish before me. I am certain they were enveloped in light particles. This indicates that a new civilization may be descending. Report immediately to the lighthouse headquarters. This civilization appears to be aligned with the summer, and I am uncertain whether the strike on the Inner Sea originated from them. If it did, we must be prepared for this new adversary. Oh, let me think. Grand Mage Baroque, do you recall when that frail summer vessel departed? How would he know? He was not part of the summer's upper echelon. The anomalies within the summer were too faint. Seemingly only a rain shower had occurred. Reluctantly, he reported the date of that rain, around the 8th hour and 4th cross of the magical calendar. Converting that to the blue calendar, it would be January 7th. Hurry and report. What about that commander fellow? Baroque urged. I know you are anxious, but could you please remain calm? The commander is still in mourning for two close relatives who tragically perished in battle and has yet to awaken. The marine civilization operator at the Farsi Command rolled their eyes. Also, I require the tidal calendar. It does not understand the magical calendar. Baroque struggled to suppress his anger at the thought of turning it into grilled octopus, once again taking several deep breaths. The second tide, 9th ebb. Oh, a day or two ago. Are you implying that the summer's vessel met with the civilization's high officials and persuaded them within a day? You truly ought to review the Alliance's records of civilization arrivals. In an instant, Baroque felt drained of energy. He simply replied calmly, Are you questioning me? No. How could that be? Understood. A dismissive response came through. The communication was abruptly terminated. Baroque felt as if the folds of his cerebral cortex had been smoothed out in an instant. He felt as if he were strolling through the kingdom's forest, where the elves frolicked among the vibrant blossoms, or sailing through the ocean of the Weixing Ring world, gazing down upon a beautiful starry sky. He called out, Come here. A servant bowed and entered. Grand Mage, please bring me a pot of seafood, specifically octopus, cut into 8 pieces. Yes. The city lay in ruins. As the absolute center of the coalition, Lianshu has consistently been the focus of the alliance's attention. The relentless bombardment shattered everything, leaving in the pupils of the vanguard Xia Jun reflections of crumbling ruins. Snow blanketed the fallen homes, hands clenched tightly. The soldiers stationed at the roadside checkpoints were hardly clean, their faces were grimy, and they bore muddy engineering shovels. Gazing with curiosity and trepidation at the massive vehicle they had never seen before. It was Xinji. However, upon recognizing their compatriot inside, their eyes lit up, transforming into genuine smiles as Ning waved his hand, declaring, "This afternoon, we feast on dumplings. Let us indulge." The soldiers cheered and allowed passage. Laughter could be heard from within the vehicle, albeit tinged with sorrow. Tomorrow, a gaze fixated on the words tomorrow held a promise. After tomorrow, their compatriots could eat whatever they desired. Tian Shu awaited us at the command center. Very well. Shortly thereafter, under the rare, clear sunlight, Jiang He encountered the elderly figure amidst the blue star of Xia, with wispy white hair. She inexplicably felt a blend of the elder's visage and that of the starry Tian Shu. Jiang He, a compatriot from another Xia, she spoke. In response, Tian Shu erupted in laughter, affirming her words. The elder received a letter penned personally by the starry Tian Shu. Gazing with a dazed smile at several soldiers clad in sophisticated combat gear, their crimson attire gleaming. Their eyes were resolute, their faces flushed with a mix of embarrassment and pride as they showcased their equipment to the elder, who could not help but shed tears, repeatedly exclaiming, "Wonderful." The projection device activated, revealing the image of Tian Shu, seemingly gazing across endless light years at the blue star, locking eyes with the elder. He extended his hand, greeting, "Comrade. Spring has arrived." Chapter 50. Whoever strikes you, I shall strike back. The sun shone particularly warmly today. The snow had remarkably ceased. A miniature camera was removed from a soldier's neck and, along with the formal documents regarding the mutual defense agreement and contact, was delivered to the officers stationed at Lianshu. "Let me see. Get lost, I go first. Be gentle, you brute." A group of commanders scrambled to seize the documents, treating them like treasures, their eyes nearly pressing against the pages, reading every word with moist urgency. Commander Jiang truly brought reinforcements. In less than 2 days. They were not from some lofty extraterrestrial civilization, nor were there any convoluted clauses. They were individuals just like them, clad in unfamiliar gear. Speaking in a Xia dialect they were unaccustomed to. "Comrades, you have worked hard." They introduced themselves as hailing from another Xia, an entirely similar realm founded by the same great figures. The defense agreement contained only a few phrases. What did it state? "From this moment forth, whoever strikes you, I shall strike back, unconditionally." There were no ultimatums, no warnings. "We are powerful, we are compatriots, and we shall wage war to avenge any civilization that dares to bully you, at any cost." Is this a dream? Those misty-eyed elders, filled with fervor, raised their hands to pinch their thighs, crying out in pain, and then collapsed into uncontrollable tears. It was not a dream. It was not a dream. Oh, how could this be? They bullied us. No one knew how dark the months of war had been for them. They were forced to kneel and surrender everything. The Ketting Collective from the north also intervened, offering them a chance to serve as dogs. Tian Shu disagreed, and thus the war commenced. Fathers perished, mothers perished, sisters also perished, and the place where they grew up turned into ruins, washed away by torrential rains and celestial fire. Their radars could not detect the enemy. Their missiles could not strike the enemy. Their satellites fell, and their rocket artillery positions were engulfed by beams of light breaking through the clouds. The resolute Navy comrades succumbed to slumber beneath the sea, hidden from the sun. Villagers wielding farming tools fell asleep in the fields that nourished them. Warriors, yearning to return home, slept upon the land they had protected all their lives. They found no peace. The Xia Jun, armed with derided weaponry, fell time and again on the path of assault. They dared not utter a word of retreat, for the villagers in the occupied territories awaited their return. Their families unable to be slaughtered. The skies seemed to darken further. By winter, heavy snow blanketed everything, and they understood they would ultimately be buried alongside the homeland they fought desperately to protect. Their numb hearts lay silent for an eternity, awaiting the arrival of that day. Yet, hope arrived on a certain day. In the command center, the long-operating microcamera chip was extracted, and the weary soldiers and commanders felt a surge of excitement. Steaming dumplings were served. "Quick, let us see what the other Xia looks like. Surely there is much high technology, and towering buildings hundreds of meters high. Can you think of something more impressive? I say there are ships that can fly." Their compatriots even built a massive space station. They constructed a space elevator. The images materialized. From the quiet underground command center, the screen filled with blinding light, abruptly crashing down onto the sunlit floor. A stark contrast as blood dripped from the edges. The stained image wobbled as it rose. At that moment, the command center fell into silence. They gazed at Jiang, who was in a disheveled state, choking back tears, desperately searching for a crystalline device. He struggled to establish a communication link, yet it was executed with remarkable proficiency, as if he had done it countless times before. When the connection was made, a calm young voice identified itself as a soldier on duty at the 3rd military port of the He Star district of Xia. Jiang then weakly spoke. I am Jiang He, Deputy Commander of the Insu Corps of the Xia United Body, Jiang He. Commander of the Nantian Fleet, Jiang He. The Commander of the Nantian Fleet, Jiang He. So, Jiang He truly hails from beyond the borders. And he is a high-ranking official. Laughter and tears mingled among the crowd. As Jiang He fell gravely injured and unconscious, the patrol drones reported on their unseen circumstances, raising the collective anxiety of those present. Then came the frantic rush of bystanders to aid him, followed by the sudden onset of a dense, low-humming sound. The camera captured a profoundly shocking scene. The clouds and the rain were torn apart by a colossal ship from the heavens, and the blue and white warships obscured the light of day, their familiar hull numbers and red stars vividly visible. This was the fleet of space warships they had long dreamed of, belonging solely to Xia. Chapter 51. Xia faces perilous challenges. On the afternoon of January 9th, a meeting was convened in the underground command center of Lianshu. At 2 o'clock that morning, the Shanghai Xia faction established a joint command center involving both parties to unify the two Xia fronts and ensure a smooth command chain. The elder spoke slowly. Comrade Sin Ning has been entrusted with immense confidence by our distant compatriots, taking on the role of deputy commander of the command center. We must also strive to do what we can. Indeed, at the meeting, the commander bellowed, surveying the surroundings. Our compatriots have come to aid us. The current situation cannot worsen. Anyone who dares to hinder our compatriots should not blame me, Old Wang, for being the first to object. The Research Institute has stated that we may exist in a parallel world. We can understand that, centuries ago, or even now in that world, we might have coexisted. Thus, we are no longer simply two families. Everyone knows that our Jiang He and Jiang He hail from that place. And you are most aware of what he has accomplished here in the past 5 years. He has exerted every effort to assist us in advancing technology. His hair has turned gray, his health deteriorated, and he nearly lost his life in the process. Do not question why he has not helped us establish a space fleet. Jiang He is not a research expert. Do you soldiers know how to construct planes and rockets? Our circumstances do not permit it. The crowd nodded in agreement. Acknowledging their lack of expertise, Jiang He merely laid the groundwork. Now, our compatriots there are prepared to wage war against the formidable Wei Yuan alliance at any cost, seeking revenge for our deceased family members. Can we afford to hold them back? Absolutely not. The soldiers felt a fire igniting within their chests, their rough hands trembling as they struggled to maintain their grip. Thus, the elder slowly rose. As the representative of the Lan Xiatianshu, I hereby declare on behalf of the Lanxing Xia United Body that from this moment forth, our command system will merge with the Joint Command. We shall do our utmost to cooperate with our comrades from afar. At precisely 4:01 p.m., the cold wind howled as the Joint Command camp was established in a vast area outside the Lianshu. The Shizhou unmanned detection array had been fully deployed, and the projection screen displayed real-time situational maps spanning nearly 500 miles. The Alliance's northern front had breached the Dong defense line of the Winter Plain, advancing directly towards the Lianshu. However, it had come to a complete halt. Similarly, the southern front of the Alliance had a contingent directed towards the Lianshu, yet it remained eerily quiet. Clearly, the deployment of the Golden Tree had instilled considerable intimidation, with the forces fixated on the location of the Holy Covenant's separate court, showing signs of potential withdrawal. The reason was simple. It was too coincidental. They had just engaged in battle that morning, and by noon, the Inner Sea had vanished. Although many within the Alliance were vocally condemning the kingdom, the damage had been done, and no one wished to become the next dust to be ground into powder. They waited for the negotiations between the kingdom and the Holy See to conclude. As for the new civilization summoned by Xia, there is no need for concern. Should a new civilization arrive, the Farsi command would naturally inform us, and we have contacts there. I just inquired via communication and found no trace of a new civilization. A certain Wei Yuan frontline commander confidently stated that it was still too early. What could be accomplished in just 2 days? The current situation in Xia was dire. Sin Ning, wrapped in bandages and seated in a wheelchair, found Jiang Bai. A somber weight upon him. We need to synchronize our information. The latest statistics on the unfallen regions are all here. He handed over a document. We were once in despair, as our resources were nearly exhausted, and our people were nearing their end. The integrity of urban structures was below 6. Any significant city had been struck by light particles. How much of our supplies remain? Jiang He inquired. There are over 4 million tons of grain left, sufficient to sustain us for 6 months. However, after the recent light rain, the growth of new crops has improved significantly, allowing us to last even longer. Our medical supplies are critically short, with only 0 for remaining compared to pre-war levels. This is after exchanging a substantial amount of grain for assistance from the Holy Covenant priests. Otherwise, we would have completely depleted our resources. The priests are willing to treat us in exchange for grain? Indeed, their demands are modest. They have a particular fondness for grain, especially wheat, which is more favored when processed into industrial food. Besides grain, we will also provide some consumer products. Xia explained. The Holy Covenant highly reveres the 3 divine oracles and is dissatisfied with the Wei Yuan Alliance's exploitation of the lower classes, fostering a sense of caution. Yet, who does not covet the unprecedented technological products? Coincidentally, there exists a place in the East where technological products are significantly cheaper than those of the Alliance. And even the oracles they hold sacred can be found there. This immediately garnered favorable opinions from a large number of Holy Covenant individuals. Electronic consumer goods, such as phones, computers, and watches, have even been equipped with Holy Covenant language. Such offerings cannot be neglected. Presently, the bishop of the Lianshu's separate court wields the latest model of the Xia Wei mobile phone, delighting in capturing images of the wheat fields he cultivates, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to boast to his colleagues. Jiang He nodded silently, remembering the words of caution from the Xing Xiatianshu before his departure, his gaze lingering on the map of Lanxing's layout. Xia continued, fuel reserves stand at 12, with over 3 million firearms in our arsenal. Though most are outdated models, the ammunition is scarcely capable of penetrating the Alliance's exoskeletons. We possess over 3,000 heavy artillery pieces, yet the ammunition shortage renders them ineffective, as established artillery positions can be swiftly targeted, and we cannot intercept their strikes. Our tactical missile reserves are plentiful, yet they have become nearly ornamental. As armories and critical targets have been bombarded into disarray, there is no distinction between the front lines and the rear. In terms of industry, current total electricity generation is merely 0.2 of pre-war levels. Military production stands at 0.9, metal smelting at 1.5, with fuel and steel supply critically lacking. Everything is in short supply, and foreign trade has ground to a halt. The chemical industry is at 1.1, while communication and computing are at 0.3, currently situated in the underground facilities of the Lianshu. In this current state, without reinforcements, the tens of thousands of soldiers stationed at the Tianxian of Luoning Mountain will perish, and in a few days, the meager forces remaining in the Lianshu will be buried alongside the Xia. They shall fall under the blood-red twilight, forever to slumber. 1 month, that is the estimated time according to the front line of the Alliance. Within a month, commanders from the Wei Xing group, who fled the battlefield, will submit a report capable of quelling the disputes between the Deep Space International and the Planetary Council, treading upon the mountain of corpses accumulated by the Xia people. The mages of the magical kingdom, disdainful of Lanxing's impoverishment, will return to their homeland or the Wei Xing ring world, leisurely enjoying their prolonged lives. Soldiers from various civilizations will be adorned with glory. They evidently calculated the Xia's current predicament, which emboldened them to make such confident assurances. Yet, on the very first day of their offensive, everything seemed to be proceeding according to plan. The Xia is in a state of turmoil, teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 52. Let us congratulate the Xia united body on their victory. The Alliance forces advance with unstoppable momentum. The Alliance has surged forward. The outcome of the Alliance's victory is assured. The Alliance forces are completely vanquished. Let us celebrate the Xia united body for their ultimate victory in the defense of the Luoning mountain line. But what if there is no support? Alas, there are no what-ifs. Jiang He smiled softly, tracing his finger across the holographic map to reveal several coordinate points, one of which was the wormhole opening confirmed by Jiang He. The united body will initiate rescue operations at these locations, aimed at obscuring the vision of the various alliances. Though other construction sites also serve their purposes, the northern forces had just retreated. Perhaps the soldiers of the Northern Kingdom had no intention of striking at Xia. But at this juncture, it was irrelevant. The enraged new generation of Xing Xia would not heed their pleas, but rather would send them to converse with the giant statues. In certain matters, there exists a significant urgency. We must prepare to receive the reinforcements from the main forces, she stated. We require a sufficiently large area to accommodate the advanced engineering team for the station's support. How many reinforcements are we expecting? Will Jiang He return? Xin Ning's smile illuminated her previously somber expression. Approximately 700,000. Do not underestimate this number. It is merely the first batch. Jiang He must recuperate for a time. Perhaps initially only tasked with opening the gates for the main forces, yet there remains another concern. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow. Our understanding of the wormhole data is inadequate. For instance, what is its initial size? How long can it sustain itself? How can it be expanded? All of these factors can only be determined and studied once the wormhole manifests. According to the intelligence provided by Jiang He, it seemingly requires certain extraordinary materials for support. However, such extraordinary powers are rare in the Xi Shanghai. They exist solely among specific extraordinary clans, passed down through bloodlines, and evidently, Xia finds itself somewhat constrained in this regard. She suddenly turned to Xin Ning. The Joint Command initially deliberated that we require allies from Lanxing Deputy Commander Xin. How much do you know about the Holy Covenant Church? Presently, the power dynamics of Lanxing are divided. The Wei-Yuan Alliance, a military coalition of diverse civilizations led by the Wei-Xing Group and the Magical Kingdom, comprises 28 member civilizations, dominating much of Lanxing. The Kudong Imperial Federation, a federal military alliance led by the Winter Condensation Empire, which holds supreme authority, consists of 8 member civilizations. Xia, evidently, cannot exhibit even the slightest inclination for an alliance with any member of these 2 major coalitions. Not even a trace. Furthermore, no one dares to suggest it. Both coalitions have ruthlessly harmed our compatriots. To propose an alliance with them, what would be your intent? Have you forgotten the principle of prioritizing the people of Xia? Have you forgotten that we are on the brink of war, seeking vengeance for our countless innocent compatriots who have perished? Are you not contemplating a betrayal of the people of Xia? Therefore, apart from these 2 coalitions, which civilizations do not stand against Xia and harbor grievances against Wei-Yuan or Kudong to some extent? The Holy Covenant Church? Xin Ning responded without hesitation. It is a theocratic, extraordinary civilization. More accurately, it is a collective organization established by God, which rose to prominence hundreds of years ago, overthrowing the reign of various kingdoms and ascending to the divine platform. They worship that God. This God bestowed upon them 3 divine edicts. The people must have access to affordable food, affordable clothing, and freedom. They refer to this as the 3 divine edicts. Xin Ning continued. I have shared a few drinks with the bishop stationed at the Joint Command. I managed to extract quite a bit of information from him. It seems their God has not appeared for a long time. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The church conducts reviews concerning the wormhole, and those who arrive in Lanxing are, if not benevolent, at the very least neutral and without a criminal past. A considerable number of the Holy Covenant people have shown varying degrees of goodwill toward Xia, primarily because the territories under the Wei-Yuan Alliance have treated the lower classes and the people of Lanxing as less than human. In recent years, the alliance has made numerous blunders. There was an instance where they were publicly proud to announce that they had completed the widespread implementation of the 3 divine edicts, all while the church condemned them daily. Affordable food? Indeed. Is rotten meat from the sewers considered food? Is it cheap? As for affordable clothing, are garments made of substandard plastic considered clothing? Are they not inexpensive? Freedom? Is the ability to resign considered freedom? What? You were beaten or starved to death for insisting on resigning. Then I ask you, have we granted you the freedom to starve to death? Have we given you the freedom to be beaten to death? Answer me. Infuriated, the Holy Covenant Church once again condemned the Wei-Yuan Alliance. In this region of Lanxing, due to the alliance's tight grip, the priests of the church cannot openly provide treatment to the Xia people without explicit orders. Only the rogue priests can help us, and the church claims they cannot control them, leaving the alliance powerless in this regard. As for what happens behind the scenes, Xin Ning chuckled. Those in the know understand. Jiang Bai pondered thoughtfully. We could attempt to make contact. Where is that bishop now? The engineering support cannot be delayed. I will draft a proposal shortly. The initial meeting of the command has prepared all necessary work. You need only follow along, without concern for celestial matters. Should be at the suburban branch camp? Xin Ning responded with solemn respect. Truly, it is commendable to have compatriots from the Shanghai. Their efficiency is remarkable. Yes, Commander. As they left the command center, the dim light at the horizon slowly spilled onto the ground. Several Xia soldiers descended from an armored transport vehicle, unloading a massive rhombus-shaped device. This is the anchor point, a positioning device centered around extraordinary powers, divided into several segments, with the most crucial initial anchor currently placed within the wormhole support zone of the He Star region. Although not precise, its significance lies in its vast range. How vast remains unclear for the moment. The merchants from the Shanghai who sold it claimed it was retrieved from other star systems. The Shanghai collectively refers to such extraordinary items as relics. It was activated in an open space not far from the Joint Command. Invisible ripples spread outward, flowing into the earth, into streams, into the unknowable beyond the heavens. Jiang He gazed intently for a while before turning to board a transport vehicle. As they passed a small hillside, she suddenly became transfixed, staring directly at the retreating landscape outside. "What is it, Commander?" Sin Ning inquired, puzzled. He recalled this place. Jiang He had once cherished visiting here. Home. Jiang Bai's voice suddenly softened, a chill in her hand unexpectedly warming for a moment. In another Xia. This is where Jiang He and I call home. Chapter 53, Northwest Cluster. Today, the Joint Command seems a bit different. Many Xia people sensed it, including Qin Xiaotian, who had just received his meal, squinting up at the sky. Not only had the weather cleared, but even the sounds had vanished. He slightly hunched his back, donning a grimy safety helmet, and returned home, not to the ruins of the shattered city, but to a large tent, carrying 2 portions of steaming rice, a small bag of porridge, a packet of pickled vegetables, and braised meat, a smile breaking through the creases of his weathered face. His wife was soothing their child, subtly hushing him, prompting Qin Xiaotian to move much more quietly. He must not wake their precious daughter. "I saw that our command is summoning workers," he whispered. The once gloomy Joint Command seemed to have come alive. Prior to this, news of the Wei Yuan Alliance's naval forces advancing toward the Joint Command had already spread through the airdrop papers. At that moment, under the golden hues of sunset, the troops near the Joint Command silently gathered, heading toward the front lines, ready to confront the overwhelming odds. Inside the Joint Command, silence reigned. After enduring prolonged conflict, they had all learned what was to come. Yet this afternoon felt different. The warriors atop the ruins bore smiles in their eyes, as if the future held promise. They spoke of impending reinforcements. "Are you going?" His wife understood his meaning. Qin Xiaotian nodded. "It seems our front line has won the battle. When I finish my work and receive my meal, there will be red braised pork." He joyfully lifted the bag in his hand. "The soldiers mentioned that we were no longer isolated, that support was on the way. Just the other day, news reported a cluster from the northwest heading towards Lianshu. I suspect they have arrived. Our soldiers are fighting valiantly at the front. We cannot remain idle here. Did you not see the long queue at the recruitment office? Today, I even spotted a magnificent tank on the road. It was silver. I have never seen anything like it." His wife silently laid down their child. "When will you leave?" "We'll set off shortly. It's just a little outside Lianshu. Don't worry, it's quite safe, and I'll be back in a few days. Let us eat first." Qin Xiaotian gently caressed his wife's face before turning to fetch the food. His clothing was tugged at. "Old Chun, we've grown up together. Don't deceive me." Qin Xiaotian wiped away the tears from his wife's eyes, forcing a smile. "I wouldn't deceive you. They all say it's safe." "Really?" "Absolutely. But the deceased father had once assured her in the same manner." Deceiver. Following the announcement of the draft, the streets that had appeared desolate not long ago were now bustling with people, most of whom shared a common trait: dark skin, rough hands marked by calluses, and a history of silence as they deliberated with their few relatives. Reinforcements have arrived. Where did the support come from? They did not know. But soon, children were running joyfully down the streets, their excited shouts buoying spirits. "The Alliance's navy has retreated. We have won. The Alliance's navy has retreated. A great victory." The workers who voluntarily joined the draft found purpose. Some were timid, while others stood resolute. Nevertheless, under the tearful gaze of their families, or embarking alone, they all came forth. "Little one." An elderly woman gently grasped a soldier of the summer army. "Hey." The soldier hurriedly bent down, wiping his muddy hands, unable to suppress the joy on his face. "What is it, grandmother?" "The battle ahead was won. So when will my child return home?" The soldier's smile faltered. Excitement extinguished in an instant like a bucket of cold water. Indeed, when would his comrades return home? He did not know. "Grandmother, which unit is your child in?" The soldier forced a smile. "From the south, I believe it's the 4th Company." Speaking of which, the old woman's eyes sparkled with pride. "My child has even received an award. He loves the stir-fried bamboo shoots I make. Just a few days ago, he sent me a letter from the army. His name is Zhang Ming." The soldier remembered, the light in his eyes dimming. The defense of the south. Several legions held the line. No one survived. On the outskirts of Lianshu lay a vast wheat field. The Holy See subcourt was situated here, featuring large windmills capable of generating power alongside small houses. This land was nominally owned by the Holy Covenant, thus the attacks from Wei Yuan would not reach here. The subcourt was open without walls, as it had always been. It was somewhat noisy, with many seeking treatment, while Bishop Ankalunsavai, the man who cultivated a patch of wheat, sat at the field's edge in a vintage military green coat, munching on a piece of bread and gazing vacantly at the sunset. Occasionally, clergy from the Holy See would call to him. He would rise to respond and then return to his reverie, his beard having grown considerably, his figure appearing aged. "Old Sai," a voice called from a distance. Bishop Sevi turned to look, spotting a familiar figure. Several clerics of the Holy See, nibbling on bread, greeted him with smiles. Oldson. He was taken aback. The two were quite familiar, having shared many drinks together. But Bishop Sevi was acutely aware of the present situation. The Alliance's forces were pressing in. As the highest commander of the Great Xia still alive, Sin Ning's presence at Luo Ning Mountain illustrated the gravity of the situation. Before his visit, he had been here once, but he did not share this news. Sevi learned of it later. Sin Ning had deliberately concealed it from him. He finally realized that the seemingly ordinary afternoon they shared was, unbeknownst to him, their last meeting in this lifetime. Yet, it appeared he had misunderstood. He thought Bishop Sevi glanced at Sin Ning, who was bound in bandages and seated in a wheelchair, and Sin Ning's gaze also met his. He noticed a small grave mound beside him. The tombstone bore inscriptions in a language he could not comprehend. Who has passed? Forgotten. Bishop Sevi shook his head awkwardly, hastily smoothing over the small grave, casting a minor blessing to encourage lush grass to grow upon it. Sin Ning did not understand. Why are you disturbing someone's grave? As long as you're alive, that's what matters. You're fortunate. Sin Ning flashed a bright smile. Come, let me treat you. Bishop Sevi wheeled him into the medical room of the subcourt. You are quite the busy person. It's only now that you have time to visit me after being injured. In truth, he had official business. Sevi was aware. What is it? Sin Ning took a deep breath. Can you cast a soundproof barrier? Certainly. Bishop Sevi did not hesitate, conversing fluently in the summer language. Possibly with a hint of an accent from Lianshu, his military green coat making it hard to distinguish whether he was summer or not. Chapter 54. Leon has read no further. A golden, faint halo appeared. The world fell silent in an instant. The Great Xia signed a contact agreement. The advance reinforcements had arrived, and tomorrow, a large contingent would descend. The naval forces of the Inner Sea had been eradicated. The Alliance's offensive had ceased. Sin Ning spoke rapidly. Bishop Sevi's eyelids twitched, sensing something, and immediately swore an oath to the deities of the Holy Covenant to ensure that today's discussions would remain confidential. What civilization is arriving? The Great Xia united. Perhaps you do not believe, but there exists another Great Xia in this world. I believe. Sevi's expression grew grave. A few days ago, the will of Great Xia manifested, creating quite a stir. After a storm, it receded. I found it strange then, but now I begin to understand. That will, it comes from afar. Are the two Great Xia of the same origin? The starry home I have yet to visit is formidable, at least comparable to the Wei Xing Consortium. Sin Ning spoke with solemnity. The Great Xia intends to discuss cooperation with the Holy Covenant. What nonsense. Had you come a few days earlier, perhaps I could have sent a few letters back home. Bishop Sevi smiled wryly. I have submitted my resignation to the Central Holy Crown of Jiang He. I am just awaiting official approval. You plan to return home? No, I intend to remain at Lianshu. Bishop Sevi gazed at the children playing outside the medical room. In the past 5 years in Daxia, my life has been quite fulfilling. I have adopted several children and cultivated a field of wheat. From time to time, I share a drink of my home-brewed wheat wine with colleagues from the church. I have no relatives in my homeland. All my connections lie within this vast expanse of the blue world. The people here lead contented lives. Yet, the damned alliance shows no regard for humanity and seeks to destroy this land, thus igniting the flames of war. The children I raised have departed to join the military to protect their homeland. I did not dissuade them. I merely urged them to take care of themselves. But they clearly did not heed my words. Just over 10 days ago, I sought you out with their final letters, only to learn from your lips that they were farewell letters, to be returned to their families should they fall in battle. I was left in the dark. None of them had mentioned this to me. They only wrote about trivial daily matters, wishing me a happy new year, advising me to take care and drink warm water, and to return to the Holy Covenant, where it is safe. Bishop Siwei smiled without expression. You Daxians are indeed something. Before you went to Luoning Mountain to prepare for a staunch defense, you also told me to drink more warm water. If there were no reinforcements, would you have perished there? My room is filled with food made by my fellow villagers. I wish to avoid witnessing the suffering here, but I find myself powerless. As a bishop of the church, to act against the alliance would only bring trouble to the Holy See. Reflecting on my half a lifetime spent honing holy arts, I realize I have only become increasingly impotent. Hence, I have submitted my resignation. If I remain in the wild, the Alliance would find it difficult to hold the church accountable. Sin Ning fell silent for a moment. Bishop Siwei, shall we strike against the damned Alliance together? Indeed. Siwei and Sin Ning clasped their bandaged hands together. Now, let us return to our previous discussion. Siwei pondered for a moment. If Daxia is to negotiate cooperation with the Holy Covenant, the priority must be matters related to wormholes, correct? Both alliances possess extraordinary side civilizations. Since you have compared the vast Daxia of the Star Sea with Weixing, it follows a technological path, does it not? Yes, I have thought of someone. Right here in Daxia. Who? The ninth saintess of the church, Ai Wali Sialoan. The church's middle administration is akin to your central authority. Currently the highest decision-maker of the Blue World Church. My resignation application must also be approved by her. Otherwise, not even the Grand Archbishop of the Blue World would have the authority to pass my resignation. Sin Ning felt a sense of familiarity with the name of this saint. Where is she now? At the Jianghe branch. Very well. The busy Sin Ning in his wheelchair prepared to leave, but before he did, he inquired. How is my little one? Uncertain. Bishop Siwei felt something was amiss. I have not received a response to the letter I sent to Bishop Leon at the Jianghe branch. Who knows where he is drinking now? I distinctly remember that this fellow was quite reliable. The last time Sin Ning visited Luaning Mountain, he had come once. Perhaps he was aware of the dire situation and wanted to ensure the well-being of his wife at the Jianghe branch. Over the past 5 years, he learned that Sin Ning had a wife, but only recently discovered she was a priest of the church. With no other options, he decided to send a message. However, days passed, and Leon remained unresponsive. Previously, he had even delivered several bottles of fine wheat wine to Leon. This fellow had read the history of Daxia and nearly regarded him as a foster father. Yet he had to be cautious of his wife, Priestess Leola, who was always reluctant for Leon to drink. Very well. A hint of softness appeared in Sin Ning's eyes. Little one is in the branch and surely will not encounter any mishaps. The Alliance will not oppose the church. At least not for now. Allow me to cast a healing holy art for you. Bishop Siwei spoke with righteous conviction. The Alliance's command center in the distant seas. As dusk fell, Commander Wei Yuan, who had suffered from blood loss and fainted twice, finally awoke from his pristine bed and weakly inquired of his direct subordinate. What time is it now? Around 6 o'clock in Blue Star time. Is it dusk? He felt as though he too was stepping into twilight. Within a single day, 2 of his wife's relatives had perished. When he eventually returns to the homeland of the group, how will he face it, given the circumstances? There is no point in pondering it further. The commander squinted his eyes. Investigate the reconnaissance team situation. There are strong interferences in the Daxia Joint Hub region, suspected to be directed at our group. Direct subordinates expressed their concerns. After entering the interfered area, the first reconnaissance squad lost contact, while the second and third squads chose a strategic retreat. He weakly waved his hand. Has the second command of the inner sea front been located? No news as of now. The first and second mobile regiments have lost contact and have not returned, while the third mobile regiment successfully retreated. The subordinate cautiously reported. They risked their lives to bring back some intelligence. The 2 vanguard squads were suspected to have encountered slaughter at the hands of ice mages from the magical kingdom, clad in mage robes. How could this be? Commander Wei Yuan found it hard to fathom the kingdom's motives for such actions. Ice mages. Their scouts had not detected any mobilization from the Ice God Legion of the kingdom. Framing? Although the people of the kingdom are rascals, their nobility is quite astute. Mages are also very cautious about their lives. What does the analysis report say? No traces of the Holy Covenant were found. New traces of unknown superparticles have emerged. And after comparison with the Alliance database, there are no matches. It is suspected that a new civilization has arrived. Has the discovery of the new civilization been reported? No. He closed his eyes. Check all communication records, examining each one meticulously. Chapter 55, 1v28, Advantage is mine. The anchor point did not take effect. The invisible ripples radiated outward from the slightly levitating diamond-shaped block, dispersing into the pitch-black star sea of this world, and for a long time, there was no response. The advanced soldiers operating it were from the Research Institute and had come to understand the situation. As they had anticipated, the 2 Daxias do not exist within the same universe. For how could 2 nearly identical civilizations and star systems be born in one universe? The central star system of the star sea Daxia was originally named Sun, and the blue star Daxia also lies within the sun. This is a miracle. Sin Ning returned to the command center during the twilight, having removed all his bandages. The sentinel, upon seeing him, was momentarily taken aback, eyes wide. Commander Sin? He asked, bewildered. Where are your bandages? Sin Ning could not help but give a thumbs up in praise. Bishop Siwei's skills are remarkable. He restored me in no time. Although my legs still cannot support me, the sentinel noted that it is worth mentioning that Xin now looks forward to visiting Star Sea Daxia, as the extraordinary ailments may perhaps find resolution through technology. He envisioned the day he would stand again. Upon arriving at the operations room, Jiang He and several commanders were discussing the next steps. It was essential to gain the Holy Covenant support, as Daxia needed the intelligence and assistance from the extraordinary side. This would save an immense amount of time. The countdown for the wormhole activation has begun. 16 hours remaining. On the large screen, the engineering team was already hard at work. From a distance, the surroundings of the joint hub appeared ablaze with light, as numerous construction vehicles flattened mountain after mountain. The previously tense power reserves were no longer constrained. Why hold back? Tomorrow, reinforcements will arrive. Xin issued commands with an unprecedented boldness. It feels exhilarating to have someone backing you. One illuminating flare after another lit up the night sky. Wei Yuan's distant satellite, orbiting the Daxia space, witnessed this spectacle. Yet the distant Sea Command Center had no time to concern itself with those glowing little bulbs. For on the other side of the ocean, the United Kingdom awaited. A colossal holy emblem enveloped the night sky, radiating a brilliance akin to a newly risen star, casting daylight across the land. The immense shadows stretching from the mountains seemed to elongate infinitely, while the citizens of the United Kingdom gazed in astonishment at the distant, haloed miniature sun. What transpired in the realm of the divine? O God, have you manifested your presence? Amidst the weighty eruptions of sound, thud, thud, a grand army from the holy realm, composed of thousands of elite clerics clad in formidable armor, marched in near-perfect unison upon the land of the blue world, coldly surveying the suffering territory shrouded in the shadow of the alliance. Beneath the radiant holy emblem, the commander of the clerical army, draped in golden robes, emerged. He extended his hand as if to grasp the celestial halo, forcefully yanking it down, the shrill sound of metal reverberating across hundreds of miles. The holy emblem plummeted. Boom. The ocean erupted into monstrous waves, and thus the skies above the United Kingdom unleashed a torrential downpour of fish and seafood. The very earth trembled. What were those zealots scheming? Commander Wei Yuan felt a surge of panic. Had the plot to eliminate the higher-ups of the alliance finally been exposed? He had known they could not afford to delay any longer. Now they were enraged and mustered heavy troops. What to do? This responsibility fell upon him as well. Damn it. Commander, communication from the Holy See. A subordinate rushed in, scrambling. Answer it. A calm voice emanated from the device. Commander, our civilization, the Holy See, reiterates, at 8:03 a.m., Blue Star time, we issued a diplomatic request for a ceasefire and negotiations regarding the refugee crisis. What diplomatic request? Seeing that his superiors seemed at a loss, the subordinate quickly typed a message on the screen. This morning at 8:03, the Holy See condemned our acts of slaughter as usual, demanding that the Great Alliance cease hostilities and engage in discussions about the refugee situation, which you, as before, disregarded. Oh, it came back to him. Who could have anticipated that the Holy See would take such a serious stance? The commander roared silently in his mind. He had assumed this time would be no different than the past. The alliance would either ignore them or offer some vague response, allowing the Holy See to condemn them without consequence. So the matter had not leaked after all. He let out a slight sigh of relief and typed back. Inquire once more. Has that holy crown been captured? The threat from the new civilization is imminent. We must seize her to buy time. Also, check on that nearly disastrous roasted octopus. Baroque wanted to eat it. Send it over discreetly. The subordinate nodded and departed. If Xin had known of the standoff unfolding, he might have recalled a seemingly innocuous phrase from the letter his wife had sent him not long ago. Please trust me, Wei One. The situation within the alliance will further deteriorate, and the central hub will no longer be safe. I am requesting support from the Holy See. Thus, support had arrived. Far away in the great Xia central hub, Xin remained oblivious to the sudden tension erupting in another corner of the Blue Star. He sat in the command room. Comrade Bishop Sai Wei had already tendered his resignation. He understood that the Holy See would not readily engage in war against Wei Yuan, so his choice was to ally with the Great Xia to confront Wei Yuan together. He had disclosed the current situation, and that individual had voluntarily sworn an oath, assuring him of confidentiality. Xin recognized that this was not the crux of the matter. Although Comrade Sai Wei could no longer facilitate cooperation between the two parties, he had revealed a crucial piece of information. A high-ranking figure from the Holy See was currently in the Great Xia Jiangyu branch. If they could find a way to gain the support of that holy crown, the likelihood of collaboration would increase significantly. At the very least, they might obtain some wormhole data, which was vital for the Great Xia at present. Once they acquired the wormhole data, when the wormholes opened. The Great Xia military could assemble and deploy with unparalleled speed, and the Research Institute could commence efforts to seek new methods of maintenance and expansion. If cooperation could be established, the support from the Holy See would prolong and enhance the stability of the wormholes, naturally granting the Great Xia greater confidence to secure advantages in a 1v28 battlefield. The Holy See had descended for several years. The United Command had no doubt that they had grasped the secrets of the Alliance's civilizations. Achieving a military alliance would be even more advantageous, 2v28. Perhaps even a Kadon collective. The advantage would be ours. Although the command was aware that the prospects appeared bleak, could Comrade Siwei provide information regarding the wormholes? Someone inquired. No. Sin Ning shook his head. He was always clear about public and private matters. Although his relationship with that individual was quite good, he could not divulge information belonging to the Holy See without prior authorization, even if Siwei had submitted his resignation. Elvers Ai Luowen, the ninth Holy Maiden of the Central Bureau, had arrived in the Great Xia 5 years prior, frequently residing in the Jiang He branch, sometimes inspecting the work at the central hub. This was the information Siwei could provide. Beyond that, he knew nothing. Chapter 56. The three-way struggle. The Central Bureau is the most critical area of the Holy See. The Pope is the highest leader of the Central Bureau's deliberative body. The archbishops are the supreme executors of each district, and the legion commanders directly command the Holy See's military. Several holy sons and daughters of the Central Bureau are the absolute upper echelon and legitimate heirs of this vast entity. A new pope will emerge from among them. She is very low-key. I only recently learned of this holy crown residing in the Great Xia. Sin Ning recalled the events of the 3rd year of the new era when a royal prince from the magical kingdom visited the Blue Star, and everywhere the alliance passed. Drums resounded, and thousands knelt in reverence, eager to announce to the world that a noble figure was surveying his loyal territory. The countdown to the wormhole opening began, 13 hours. In the plains southwest of the central hub, the stars in the sky were obscured, and a pale-faced girl knelt by a muddy ditch, hastily mashing mud into her darkly glowing golden-white hair, calmly tearing apart her blood-soaked gown to bind her grievous wounds. Then, the Holy Crown Ai Luowen, expressionless, continued her flight. The Alliance had declared war on the Holy See. The 3rd Division of the Royal Destruction Legion launched an assault on the Jiang He branch, resulting in the deaths of Bishop Leon and the clerics of the Holy See, with only she escaping, severely injured. Pursuers were hot on her heels. She could not see the stars above. Blood obscured her vision, and no matter how she tried, she could not wipe it clean. Whoosh! Suddenly, light illuminated the surroundings. Several mages emerged, sneering. Your Highness, where do you think you're running off to? No response. Soon, several mages' corpses were engulfed in flames. And Ai Luowen tightened her grip on her dagger, new wounds appearing on her body. She did not cry out in pain. Her swaying form did not falter as she traversed through patches of wild grass. Yet, the unceasing blood left a trail behind her. It seemed she was on the brink of death. She murmured to herself. The Alliance army pushed forward comprehensively. Perhaps they were already launching a fierce assault on Xinjiang, with numerous pursuers from behind. Where could there be any safe haven for the Great Xia now? She did not know. The central hub? But the Luoning Mountain defense line would not hold for much longer. Mr. Aiken, far away in the Lianshu, was originally safe. In her last letter, she urged him to seek out Bishop Sui of the Funting and wait for her to come for him. However, everything has changed. The Alliance suddenly declared war on the Vatican, launching a campaign to eradicate the Jiangyu Funting, which would inevitably lead to a comprehensive assault on Funting across the Blue World, putting the Lianshu Funting in grave danger. A trace of blood trickled from Ai Luowen's pale lips. Perhaps she truly was at death's door, unable to flee any longer. In the distance, she perceived a flicker of white light and heard a faint commotion. It seemed there was something in the sky, and she strained her eyes to see. Yet, there was nothing. Her intuition suggested that a technological creation was present. Could it be a drone from the Wei Yuan Alliance? Were new pursuers closing in? Mr. Aiken, I had hoped to spend the new year with you. Forgive me. At the Farsi command, Commander. What is it? The Wei Yuan commander, still engaged in a cold negotiation with the rigid leader of the Holy Covenant, cast a discreet glance at his subordinate, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. We have discovered the Holy Crown. Excellent. Capture it at all costs, and keep it alive. The Wei Yuan commander felt that no day could be darker than today. He meticulously reviewed the communication records from the past 2 days and discovered that a fool had been deceiving him. How outrageous! Despite his reluctance to believe it, after repeatedly confirming with the Jiangyu front, the truth was laid bare before him. The Dachau vessel had swiftly signed an agreement and summoned reinforcements. The destruction of the Inner Sea camp was undoubtedly their doing. He pondered, aside from the second-in-command, the fools in the Inner Sea camp had likely grown complacent and unguarded. That was how they had fallen. The meetings at the Far Sea Command continued, deliberating their next steps. Should they negotiate with Daxia? Unlikely. They had slaughtered millions of Daxia citizens. How could they possibly negotiate? Even though they deemed Daxia's opinion insignificant, the perspective of the new civilization held weight. Thus, the Far Sea Command resolved to let Daxia, this fractured remnant, remain as it was, provided they did not encroach upon the Lianshu protected by the opposing reinforcements. The more they were diminished, the less authority they wielded, rendering them inconsequential to the new civilization. However, an unforeseen change occurred. The zealots of the Holy Covenant suddenly amassed heavy troops on the borders of the United Kingdom, demanding that they halt their military actions for negotiations, thus compelling the alliance to refrain from rash actions. What then? They would make the Vatican hesitate, grasping the Holy Crown tightly. Would the Holy Covenant dare to obstruct their plans? Which is more valuable, the life of your Holy Crown or that of Daxia? It is evident. At 10:20 in the evening, two heavy small clusters stationed near Xinjiang received orders, racing towards the Lianshu. Searchlights pierced the darkness. Men, do not fear. The commander's voice echoed through the communication channel. The reinforcements from the new civilization were steadfastly guarding the Lianshu, and as long as we do not approach it, we shall face no troubles. Once we capture the Holy Crown, a 10-month credit point salary awaits. What? Hurry, do not let her escape. Everyone, rally your spirits. The anxious Wei Yuan soldiers felt their breaths grow heavy, unable to suppress their greedy gazes. A 10-month salary in credit points. It was far more enticing than any ordinary reward. At 10:30 in the evening, the Lianshu Joint Command received an alarming signal from the site's Soldier Unmanned Detection Array, revealing two crimson dots racing towards the construction site of the 03 emergency landing point. Two small enemy units? Sin Ning furrowed his brow. Immediately notify the defending troops at the emergency site to enter a state of high alert and deploy nearby advance units to intercept. Yes, Deputy Commander. His right eyelid twitched incessantly. Why did he suddenly feel a pang of anxiety? In the bright outskirts, the heavy floating tanks of Daxia pivoted, their long cannons gleaming ominously as they swiftly maneuvered towards the southwest. Those damned Wei Yuan still dare to approach. The Daxia soldiers scoffed. They shall not return. Outside the Lianshu, the lights of the Vatican Fun Ting shone brightly. Bishop Sui was roused from his slumber by the frantic clergy of the Vatican and hurried to the communication light platform deep within the Fun Ting, capable of connecting directly to the Vatican's main court in the Blue World, though it was not used lightly due to its considerable cost. Your Excellency the Archbishop. Upon seeing the figure on the light platform, Sui's expression hardened. Gather the entire Fun Ting. The Archbishop's face darkened. To Jiangyu. The Jiangyu Fun Ting has lost contact. Immediately. What? Bishop Sui's complexion changed drastically. Ai Luowen was there. And that fellow Leon, the only family left to the old Aiken. Gather. He bellowed in a fit of rage. In mere minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps resonated outside the Fun Ting, and a multitude of holy patterns burst forth, racing towards the southwest. Chapter 57. Glimmers and struggles. The countdown to the wormhole activation began. 11 hours. An endless expanse of plains lay before them. The cold beam of light broke through the darkness, despite the stars shining brightly tonight. Report. Enemy engagement expected in 10 minutes at 11 o'clock. The report echoed amidst the biting cold wind. Blood Soldier ascended. Let the unmanned formations lead the way to sweep ahead. All units. Activate energy shields and prepare for silent interference. The Daxia Command issued orders with precision. After rushing hundreds of miles, they finally arrived at the hilly area along the crucial route of the Wei Yuan cluster. Understood. Received. Responses flooded the communication channel. The unmanned positions in the rear emitted a low hum as the Blood Soldier, an attack reconnaissance drone, illuminated with a crimson glow, took off in droves, soaring swiftly over the heads of the cluster. Something felt amiss. The Daxia Command stroked his chin pensively. What? Observe the detection array. The two Wei Yuan units have clearly deviated from their route to the 03 project site. Perhaps their true intent was not there. Coming to assault the Lianshu? Impossible. They are too few. He could not fathom it yet. The major lines of the Lianshu remained eerily silent, coiled within their base, while a colossal magical shield enveloped the Jiangyu camp, with unmanned formations patrolling everywhere. Yet, those two small units seemed so out of place. But that was of little consequence. Why concern oneself with it? However, the first-generation Tian Shu great sage once uttered a profound truth. To underestimate the enemy strategically, yet to regard them with utmost seriousness tactically. Thus, even when hunting a rabbit, one must employ full strength. The Daxia command's gaze sharpened. More sight soldiers would be deployed from the unmanned positions to enhance the precision of monitoring in this area. Understood. Weather is ever-changing. Delicate snowflakes began to fall, settling upon the scattered bloodstains on the road, yet could not obscure the traces of what had transpired. The Wei Yuan command shook his head helplessly. Let the unmanned formations ascend and follow the blood trail. We cannot allow this prince to perish in the wilderness. If he were to return to his homeland, he feared he would never have the opportunity to meet a board member of equal standing, as they resided in a celestial realm beyond the earthly sphere, surrounded by attendants. Now, he had ascended to a commanding position, yet it took every ounce of his strength to secure a clean abode, free from radiation contamination. He still found himself gazing up at the celestial realm. It was unfortunate that the Alliance Church had erupted into discord, and you were in that distant place known as Daxia. He exhaled a breath of white mist. The frost-laden wild grasses in the wilderness were particularly painful. A few strands of golden-white hair, stained with blood, clung to Ai Luan's grimy cheek. She seemed oblivious to the pain from her injuries. Stumbling towards the faint glimmer she could see ahead. Yet, a sound of rapid approach echoed from behind her. In front, a multitude of crimson lights flared to life. Her cracked lips moved slightly. A surrounding circle? How persistent they were, intent on her demise. The three esteemed archmages of the kingdom had severely wounded her, and after a harrowing escape, she had fought desperately against the pursuing mages, now utterly exhausted. She coughed violently twice. She could run no longer. Finally, she collapsed onto the snow-covered grass, the snow surprisingly warm. Her dim vision fixated on the blinding light projectiles whizzing overhead, ferociously targeting her pursuers. She widened her eyes slightly. It seemed not to be enemies. At 12:04, on the vast white expanse, the Daxia Blood Soldier unmanned attack formation collided head-on with the Wei Yuan unmanned attack formation, two exceptionally bright waves of light crashing together. A brutal melee erupted in an instant. Light pressure weapons roared. Daxia's energy micro-bundles were equally unyielding, a dense net of trailing light weaving towards the opposition in an instant. Enemies. The panicked shouts of soldiers echoed through the Wei Yuan communication channel, as the once focused attack cluster became bewildered, only awakening from their stupor when a chilling alarm blared. Hurry! Take defensive measures. Enter combat mode immediately. The previously frenzied speed suddenly decelerated. The situation. Wei Yuan's commander broke into a cold sweat. The unmanned formation encountered another unmanned formation, engaged in a desperate counterattack, but the losses were mounting rapidly, and it seemed they could not hold out much longer. Based on the relayed visuals, it was the Xia army. Soldiers found it hard to believe. What kind of joke was this? The commander seethed with anger. Years of contemptuous memories led him to subconsciously believe the Xia army was still a bunch of backward individuals, armed only with a titanium-like will rather than advanced equipment. Could Daxia's drones truly annihilate their unmanned formation? Absurd. The enemy's unmanned formation bore the unmistakable Crimson Star insignia, a symbol exclusively used by Daxia. If you know of any other civilization that employs such insignia, feel free to correct me. The soldier shot him cold looks. Could it be a gift from the new civilization? He belatedly thought, shivering in realization. Quickly, raise the protective shield. Reconnaissance drones took off along the edges. Hurry. Maneuver behind the Daxia unmanned formation and charge the main cannon immediately, targeting the direction of 467. Wei Yuan's commander suddenly turned to the soldiers beside him. The situation. The unmanned formation had already lost contact with over 51 units. The enemy was estimated to be below that number, and we are not their match. At least, the unmanned formation is not. The new civilization is not inferior to the conglomerate? The commander gritted his teeth. Prepare the anti-aircraft base cannon. Yes, Daxia's heavy cluster. The cold wind whipped up thick snow and mist, brushing past the breathless faces of Daxia soldiers, sweeping past the fluttering red banners, blowing towards the construction site where countless lights twinkled. Report. The enemy's unmanned formation has been annihilated. Report damage. Of the 100 unmanned attack units, about 30 have fallen or been damaged, and comrades behind will come to recover the wreckage. The soldiers reported. Continue pushing forward. The interference team can be deployed. Let the anti-aircraft team take them down. The particle-heavy cannon is now charging. It's time to set off some fireworks for our compatriots in the Blue Xia. The Daxia commander laughed heartily. Understood. By the way, Commander, the attack formation has discovered an individual lying on the ground, right where the melee erupted, who does not appear to be a Wei Yuan soldier, nor are they dressed as such. The soldier handed over the light screen. Thus, An unmanned attack drone hovered directly above AI Luowen, staring at her intensely. She seemed to be a member of the Holy Covenant. He hesitated before speaking. She appears to be gravely injured. Given that Wei Yuan has not noticed our presence, we have reason to suspect that those two formations were indeed heading for her. A member of the Holy Covenant? The Daxia commander's expression shifted. In Daxia, the identity of the Holy Covenant still holds significant weight. Of all the civilizations in the new era, the Holy Covenant is the most moderate, who would genuinely provide assistance. It is indeed ironclad that these zealots would not hesitate, although at times, they can be rather eccentric. May the Divine bless us. Thanks to the Divine for the grace bestowed. Yet within the court, one can still receive treatment. Drink porridge and collect eggs. Dispatch a small team to investigate. The command center hoped to reach an agreement on the wormhole issue, aiming to fully unleash the colossal beast that emerged from the Starry Sea. If they could save their people, it would surely foster goodwill. Pacifist Comrade 100, Divine Oracle 100. Rescue our people 55. What if their identity is not simple? Understood. The soldier turned and departed, activating the communication channel. Team 1, report in, follow me. Time passed slowly. Report. 15 Songshu heavy tanks, particle heavy cannons fully charged. Calibration complete. On the silvery cold cannon barrels, the pale snow began to melt away. The cannon's muzzle slightly raised towards the coordinates of the two small red dots on the map, beneath a temporary colossal net formed by the Vision Soldier stealth reconnaissance drones. They had nearly gained a form of X-ray vision. The Daxia commander smirked. He swiftly boarded the Tsongshu, and the cluster began to advance slowly. A synchronized barrage, prepare? In the distance, the commanders of the two Wei Yuan formations frowned, discreetly retreating to the back of their troops. The foremost anti-aircraft firepower had already begun to roar, engaging the unmanned formations approaching from the horizon in a distant exchange of fire. Direction 470, prepare. He estimated a general position, and with an uplifted arm, he prepared to issue the order to fire. Fire. The two commands coincided. Both sides erupted in blinding brilliance. A well-organized force clashed fiercely with the pursuing Wei Yuan cluster. The ground trembled once more, and a dazzling barrage swept above her head. One unmanned drone seemed to remain guarding her. AI Luowen had no doubt that help was imminent. Not far away, a small Wei Yuan team advanced cautiously. Signal lost. Someone exclaimed anxiously. Do not panic. The enemy has jamming capabilities. Has frequency hopping been attempted? It's useless. Even if it is, it does not matter. The target unit is not far away. The captain whispered a warning. If she does not launch a lethal attack, do not engage. The order from Yuan Hai is strict. We must bring her back alive. If anything goes wrong, none of us will survive. And think of 10 months' salary. Yes, I see it, over there. A soldier exclaimed with joy, rushing toward the fallen figure, and AI Luowen caught sight of it too. She tightened her grip on the dagger hidden behind her back. Whoosh. The captain at the rear was struck, a spray of blood bursting from his forehead. His eyes widened as his body fell backward. Wait, Shun Ti the one at the front dived first, allowing him to drop and successfully counterattack, thereby completing the mission and receiving rewards, promotions, and a rise to the pinnacle of life. Whoosh whoosh. One by one, the team fell in a bloody mess. The enemy has been eliminated, the sniper calmly reported through the earpiece, as the swiftly maneuvering team cautiously reached the objective. It was indeed a distinctly marked Saint Covenant girl, the unique imprint on her forehead verifying her identity. Why? Hello? It was a clumsy attempt at the Covenant language, just learned by the soldier. Shock spread in AI Lowen's golden and white mixed pupils. She accurately recognized the crimson on the shoulders of this well-equipped team. Understanding its significance, this summer army had thwarted the pursuers. Hello? Her breath was faint. I speak summer language. I am the 9th saintess of the Covenant. AI Erwazi AI Luowen. I was attacked by the Wei Yuan. I hold dual citizenship in the Summer Covenant, and I am also considered a citizen of the Great Summer. My official summer name is Ruawen, and my identity code is 37112805. My home is at 301 Prosperity Avenue, North District of the Union Hub. She spoke rapidly. If possible, please assist me. The captain of the summer team suddenly turned and shouted, Medic! Medic, come quickly! Hurry! Damn, we've hit the jackpot. The gunfire had ceased. Both Wei Yuan units were annihilated, seemingly with no survivors. The scattered summer troops stepped onto the scorched and shattered land, a series of dull sounds erupting. Not a single prisoner was left. Commander, shouldn't we capture someone to interrogate for intelligence? A soldier asked in confusion. The summer commander chuckled. Have you forgotten what happened earlier? Our supreme commander single-handedly slaughtered that group of mages from the sky. The only one left is the mage leader. What was his name? Natus, and a senior commander from Wei Yuan. How much could they possibly know? As for the purpose of these two units, he cast an admiring glance toward the temporary camp, where a notably slender figure stood out, quietly bathing and treating her injuries despite her apparent condition. I want to kill that one. Not long ago, he had doubted that the Covenant could reach a military alliance with the Great Summer, but that was then. Now is now. The Wei Yuan alliance certainly played their cards well. AI Luowen longed to return to the Union hub swiftly. She rested silently for a moment. Wrapped in a clean blanket, feeling warm and no longer bleeding, she approached the commander of the summer unit. Commander, could you help me contact Bishop Sui of the Union branch? The Holy See will be very grateful. No need. The commander smiled and pointed behind him. He is already here. Saintus. From afar came the wailing voices, and who knows how Bishop Sui reacted upon seeing his Saintus with a pale face, bloodless lips, surrounded by a basin of filthy blood, appearing frail and vulnerable. He trembled all over. Wei Yuan, how dare they? Woo, I'm late. Bishop Sui pounded his chest in despair. AI Luowen gently shook her head. Bishop Sui, there is no need for self-reproach. It was sudden, and I did not anticipate it either. What about the Jiang He branch? He asked cautiously. The golden-haired girl could not help but feel sorrowful. I was the only one who escaped. The sky has fallen. The sky truly has fallen. Bishop Sui felt darkness envelop him. That guy, Leon, is dead. The young man, Sin Ning, has no relatives, only a wife in the Jiang He branch, who is also dead, along with so many colleagues from the Holy See. Now, Sin Ning, how is the current situation? She asked calmly, knowing that grief would not resolve anything. Archbishop Xia is on his way with reinforcements. The Blue World General Headquarters is conducting an emergency confirmation, but currently, it is clear that the Jiang He branch has been attacked. Commander Yaij has already led troops in accordance with your holy decree to attempt to force the alliance into a ceasefire negotiation. The attack on Jiang He has not yet been reported to the homeland. Only Archbishop Xia knows this news. Bishop Sui was drenched in cold sweat. Once the news leaks, the Holy Army already stationed at the border may directly engage in combat, and the homeland will inevitably erupt in turmoil. Clearly, the Covenant is not prepared for war. What about the Union hub? Still safe and sound? AI Luowen sighed in relief. Chapter 59, Deep Space International. The wormhole is wide open. Suddenly, someone approached. Saintus. What is it? AI Luowen looked with confusion as the summer soldier hesitated. The Joint Command has sent an emergency communication. Our Deputy Commander wishes to speak with you directly. Deputy Commander? Of course, I would be grateful for your assistance. AI Luowen smiled. The projection terminal flickered a few times, and Sin Ning, seated in a wheelchair, appeared in the tent where AI Luowen had been resting. Then AI Luowen's smile slightly faltered. The silence in the air was the most frightening. Saintus. This is Comrade Sin Ning, the Deputy Commander of the Great Summer Joint Command, Sui quickly introduced. She tilted her head and suddenly smiled. May I ask if you are Mr. Aitsen, an engineer from the Field Maintenance Department of the Great Summer Heavy Science Energy Company? Sin Ning scratched his head. May I ask if you are Priest Xiaowen from the Medical Affairs Department of the Holy See? The two stared at each other in surprise. Sui was puzzled. Why don't I understand? No one paid him any heed. We've both been promoted, right? Bishop Sui can attest to that, AI Luowen said with a serious expression, quietly coughing twice. By the way, could Mr. Aitsen come to see me? I'm feeling a bit pain. At the Yuan High Command Center. The Wei Yuan frontline commander lay helplessly on the long sofa in the command hall, his gaze vacant. The 14th Heavy Guard Division of the Wei Xing Army had lost contact. Before losing contact, their commander had confidently reported to him. Commander, please rest assured. We have dispatched unmanned formations to swiftly search for the target unit. She cannot escape our net. My troops are moving unhindered. Moving unhindered, you say? I was foolish enough to believe you. By now, they must have encountered misfortune. The new civilization guarding the Union hub had proven to be far more troublesome than he had anticipated. What should be done now? The armies of the Covenant are pressing against the coast of the United Kingdom, forcing the alliance into a ceasefire. Saintus AI Luowen may have already been rescued. And news of the massacre at Jiang He will surely send shockwaves back to the Covenant homeland. Even if this incident was caused by those fools in the kingdom, the wrath of those fanatics will undoubtedly be directed at the alliance. Because the kingdom is a member of the alliance, their long-standing grievances may lead them to declare war on the alliance. A new civilization is on the horizon. With the attitude of that support force, it seems improbable that the alliance will be able to extinguish the resilient Xia. There must be something they desire from it. Thus, the new civilization is likely to facilitate negotiations. As for the Holy See, it appears contingent upon the possibility of dialogue. The alliance's objective is to vehemently shift blame onto a few foolish individuals from the kingdom for their reckless actions, rather than to implicate the alliance in any nefarious plots against them. While warfare is not out of the question, they evidently prefer not to engage simultaneously with two civilizations in a state of conflict. The corporate board would never permit such an extravagant expenditure. At the very least, one party must achieve reconciliation, allowing the alliance to focus its efforts on the other. Yet, none of these scenarios seem advantageous. So what can be done now? Nothing at all. It is best to resign to fate. The commander-in-chief, a subordinate, hurriedly reported. What is it? The Supreme Commander of Deep Space International wishes to communicate. That fellow who spends all his time on the moon. The general of the Planetary Council frowned, massaging his temples in frustration. Accept the call. The communication screen flickered to life, revealing a mocking figure. Well, if it isn't the commander-in-chief. It has been months. Time has surely left its mark. Behind the youthful illusion lay a silvery, cold hall, perhaps not resembling anything within the confines of Blue Star. The commander-in-chief snorted dismissively. What do you want? The new civilization has arrived. If we cannot overcome them, we may seek assistance. The Supreme Commander of Deep Space International stated succinctly. They pride themselves as the space citizens. And from the moment their group arrived on this azure planet, their greedy gaze has been cast beyond Blue Star into the vast, unexplored star fields. An influx of resources has poured in, with one spaceport after another being established, even beginning to venture beyond the galaxy. As for Blue Star, let the short-sighted individuals of the Planetary Council squabble over power and wealth. The future belongs to Deep Space International and the Space Fleet. They have also allied with numerous technologically advanced civilizations to jointly explore the star regions, yielding substantial results. Not necessarily so, the general replied blandly. Each time the Planetary Council suffers defeat, these inexperienced individuals from Deep Space International find occasion to mock. We have grown accustomed to it. The Supreme Commander of Deep Space International chuckled lightly, severing the communication. He gazed out the transparent window, observing the towering warships cruising, the spacecraft gliding, and the defensive bases shimmering with silver light. In the boundless, tranquil expanse of the starry sky, silence reigns as the theme of existence. Blue Star, a diminutive place. The wormhole countdown stands at 8 hours. Mr. Asen is obedient. The young woman smiled sweetly. I will do my utmost to facilitate matters concerning the alliance. We must seek vengeance for our colleagues, mustn't we? Please await Rualwin's message. I shall return promptly. If an opportunity arises. Could you take me to see that distant land beyond the Star Sea? Under the reluctant gaze of her husband, Ai Luo departed, escorted by the Grand Archbishop of the Blue World, hurrying back to the Holy See of the Sacred Covenant. Grand Archbishop, what is it? Are you aware that our holy maiden has wed? Bishop Sei-Wei exclaimed in disbelief. It has been several years. I am aware, the Grand Archbishop responded flatly. His Holiness the Pope is also informed, though uncertain of the identity. What significance does it hold? As long as there is mutual consent and they are not enemies. It suffices. You should consider the third clause of the oracle. How was I supposed to know? The Holy Maiden did not confide in you. The wormhole countdown stands at 4 hours. The Joint Command has received the first set of wormhole data from the Sacred Covenant regarding its dimensions and stability. The command center erupted in cheers. Is this the speed of having higher authority? The wormhole countdown stands at 2 hours. The engineering works for the receiving area are being completed one after another, while the Wei Yuan Alliance remains eerily silent. Having long arranged their negotiation team and preparations for protracted discussions, a new sun rises steadily. The warm morning light bathes the charred remnants of this desolate land. The wormhole countdown stands at 10 minutes. At the celestial axis of Blue Star, Commander Jiang Bai, Deputy Commander Tsin Ning, and a multitude of commanders and Blue Xia warriors stand resolute in that vast expanse, their gazes sharp and unwavering. 3 minutes. A gentle breeze sweeps by. 2 minutes. 1 minute. 30 seconds. 0. Light. Comrades, good evening. Good night. Chapter 60. Who to bring home? Bring our compatriots home. On the 8th day of the first month in the standard Xia calendar, in preparation for the worst-case scenario, the Joint Central Command issued 18 orders, renaming the Heshi Star region to Heshi Fortress Support Circle Star System. An announcement regarding the establishment of Heshi as a key defense and strategic base was disseminated, inciting a wave of astonishment. The objective is to create an impenetrable fortress. In the event of unfavorable warfare, the Wei Yuan Alliance and the Ku Dong Collective, comprising a total of 36 civilizations, would be able to locate the wormhole at Heshi through some unknown means and deploy substantial military forces to launch a surprise attack. while the coalition maintains orderly defense and counterattack capabilities. As the Joint Command engaged in frenzied simulations of star maps, the hypothetical enemy's strength was calculated based on the current fleet of Xia multiplied by 36. To confront 36? No need to panic. A one-to-one strategy. Do not underestimate the giant. Jiang, who remains confined to a wheelchair, remarked. The opposing side, too, possesses giants. Xia consistently suffers from severe paranoia. A certain emperor of a plundering empire is drenched in sweat. On the 8th day of the first month, an alarming number of engineering fleets arrived at He. Within mere hours of lifting the martial law, the major colonies of the He support circle entered a state of full military control. The He government issued announcements regarding the comprehensive dismantling of cities in Mingzhou, plans for population relocation, and doubling of demolition compensation. The sheer volume of zeros was something they had only witnessed in Chun. Do people suddenly wish to relocate to another star region? At 1 minute past midnight on the 9th of January, under the full mobilization of the colossal and fearsome machinery of Xia, several capable docking military ports were established. With fleets arriving in a continuous stream, and vast orbital strike weapons being deployed one after another into the orbit of the fourth wormhole planet. The Joint Military Command issued regulations regarding the construction of stargates in the He star system and the Hedong star system, resulting in an influx of vast resources. The fourth planet, the site of the impending wormhole opening, is now heavily fortified, with 8 elite fleets from the Lianshu, Insu, and Shitsong stationed in the skies, the deep space echoing with their heavy roars. More than 20 internal star legions are clustered around the fourth planet, forming a true torrent. On this desolate land amidst the swirling snow, countless soldiers stand resolute and silent. Defend the homeland. The commander shouted. Defend the homeland. The soldiers echoed fiercely, the wind and snow momentarily stilled. Until the Wei Yuan is unbroken, there shall be no retreat. Fire the cannons. The thunderous roar of the Changshu-class heavy floating tank cluster reverberated through the air, while plumes of thick white smoke ascended from the distant mountains, erupting into a colossal cloud of gunpowder that soared into the heavens. The transport fleets continued to move back and forth. At the dispatch center, the transport vessel 114 has arrived, completed. Transport vessel 114, medical supplies deployed in Zone 3, completed. Transport vessel 114 received, completed. The sky opened up, showering an endless rain of supplies. Transport vehicles collected the mountainous piles of materials and headed towards the warehouse, creating and then dismantling one mountain after another. The earth was illuminated by countless lights. The weary stars had long since clocked out, granting the summer people's wish for time to hasten, retreating resolutely behind the clouds. As a small artificial sun was raised by the logistics team. Thus, the land was once more bathed in daylight. Time drew ever closer, and the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn. Everyone understood what was about to unfold. When the wormhole gaped open, the first batch of reinforcements would arrive on launching, marking the commencement of a war against 36 civilizations from 2 great alliances. 1 versus 36. The He Joint Command held a pre-war meeting, focusing on a few key points. Jiang He's voice resonated. First, establish direction. Once the wormhole opens, the Silver Exceptional Vanguard will proceed first to assess the external environment. If the initial operation goes smoothly, they will rendezvous at the designated location, prioritizing connection with the Vanguard. Next, the engineering team will follow. According to the plan, they will lay the ground, establish defenses, and set up monitoring. Second, set the bottom line. Do not presume that because you were born here, you possess superior knowledge. The people of Lanxia are also people. All departments must conduct thorough ideological education. Thirdly, once we go out, there are only 3 tasks. Jiang He's gaze turned cold. To retrieve our people, declare war, and settle blood debts. In the He Star region, countless individuals spent sleepless nights. In the spacious and bright lounge, Linen lay on his bed in a daze, the blanket untouched, for getting up would mean folding it neatly again. A comrade leaned over. Linen, can you sleep? Who can sleep? Linen waved his hand. Indeed. Who can sleep? Outside, the snow continued to fall, resembling someone scattering ash from above. His comrade simply lay back down, resting his hands beneath his head. Ah, distant homeland. He chuckled bitterly, whispering softly. We are here to bring our compatriots home. I can hardly imagine how proud I will feel when they arrive, excited to introduce them to many things, to invite them to try the current virtual games. It's just uncertain when we can return. Engaging in war with so many civilizations. Perhaps it is fraught with danger. Linen spoke earnestly. I am actually going home. His comrade sat up in shock. Aren't you a compatriot of Lanxia? My home is in Lianshu. When I go back, I can show you what my home looked like hundreds of years ago. I am obligated to protect my ancestors. Damn it, I was born on Mars. Launching has no ancestors. Not necessarily. Laughter echoed softly in the lounge. Are you afraid? I dare not be. Neither do I, but I still feel fear. Though mine is lighter. Therefore, I must protect those compatriots who are more afraid, to bring them back here, so they won't fear anymore. Bringing people home. Who are we bringing home? Our compatriots. How passionate. Hearing this, I even lose my fear. After an indeterminate time, the world remained enveloped in a vast white expanse. Silence reigning except for the wind and snow. Yet, this land housed countless troops, fleets occasionally appearing in the sky. Mecha battalions stood tall. The Mingzhu-class aerospace fighters swooped by from above. Would the fleet be able to pass through? How large was the wormhole? Once it opens, those who can pass will do so, those who cannot will be dismantled for passage, and those that cannot be dismantled will be withdrawn. It remains uncertain whether contact with the Holy Covenant has been established. We must assert our military strength to seek relations. Securing a prominent figure from the Holy Covenant to advocate for us, coupled with our own military might, would likely facilitate successful negotiations. Jiang He fixated on the countdown. Time was approaching. Initially, it was a small particle of light. The spatial array's warning sounded, and then more light particles surged forth, gathering in a tumultuous wave. As if the world held its breath for an instant. It was a mass of light. When the light burst forth, the wormhole had opened. Chapter 61, Declaration of War. It was a colossal vortex, its interior obscured and difficult to measure in size. Visibly, the internal forces could enter, but even the smallest escort fleet likely could not. Indeed, construction would have to commence on launching. Vanguard, step forward. The commander shouted. Hundreds of resolute figures stepped out in unison. Engage. Heavy shields lead the way. Heavy float tanks follow for vigilance. Upon arrival, prioritize connecting with the advanced command personnel for confirmation. They boarded in perfect formation. The energy shields of the heavy shields activated. The systems lighting up one by one. Under the gaze of the multitude, the red flag fluttered in the wind. Depart. Salute. In an instant, mecha, warships, warehouses, and command halls were filled with raised right hands. They watched the vanguard depart, vanishing into the wormhole. Sin Ning felt fear. He had seen the letter, viewed the recorded video, and observed the documents bearing the joint body's seal. Those advanced compatriots were no different from them, cheerfully calling each other fellow countrymen, meticulously folding their bedding, and strictly obeying his orders as the deputy commander. Yet, he still felt fear. What if everything was a fabrication by an alien civilization? Until within the wormhole, the heavy sound came through, first the glimmering front edge, then that familiar flag. His eyes reddened. The vanguard soldiers dismounted, standing straight. Swiftly jogging to greet several individuals, saluting. Reporting, Comrade Tianshu. Reporting, Commander Jiang. Deputy Commander Tsin. Our main force reinforcements are ready. This vanguard unit has arrived to scout. End of report. Safe. You may enter. Understood. At the other end of the wormhole, the vast collective began to move slowly. All units, attention. All units, attention. Enter in the designated sequence. Execute related command tasks. First sequence. Lianshu 1st and 2nd Legions. Second sequence. Engineering Group 1, Engineering Group 2, Engineering Group 4. Third sequence. Communication Group 1. Fourth. On January 9th, the colossal entity arrives here. At the other end of the wormhole. Snow. Heavy snow. The not overly somber dark clouds gathered, enveloping the area and blocking the prying eyes from afar, as large snowflakes fell with a rustling sound. It was a heavy torrent. 9 tactical unmanned mecha formations, immense bodies, shouldering energy weapons and wielding colossal light blades, marched in synchronized steps. 9 formations of Tsangwei-class heavy shields. 9 formations of Tsangshu-class heavy float tanks. 9 formations of Ji-ing electronic phantom vehicles. 9 formations of Xing Dun 90,000 close guard mobile artillery. 9 Buzong 30 unmanned deployable bases. 9 formations of densely packed drones surged into the sky, rapidly expanding outward. The Grand Army arranged itself into defensive formations, followed by the engineering teams activating seemingly endless construction equipment, laying out ground networks, and once again extensively establishing new landing sites on the already completed reception ground. It was a scene of fervent activity. Thus, the distant mountains lowered their heads. The distant river has made way. Seated in a wheelchair, Sin Ning was filled with tears, almost rising to his feet, when someone beside him suddenly tapped him. He turned to see a familiar face also in a wheelchair. Jiang He smiled broadly. We are both fellow travelers in wheelchairs. Mine can still fly. Would you like one as well? Absolutely. Sin Ning wiped his tears and laughed, nodding vigorously. Jiang He returned his enthusiasm. How delightful. On January 10th at 12:10 p.m., data regarding the wormhole reached the Research Institute of the Alliance. A group of both seasoned veterans and youngsters erupted into a competition, ultimately resulting in the vigorous youth winning the right to witness it first. Indeed, the wormhole can be expanded. For instance, the spatial formations of the Magical Kingdom, the spatial wood of the Magical Kingdom, and the teleportation crystals of the Holy See. However, there are currently no successful examples of expansion on the technological side. Consequently, the seasoned researchers of Xia were poised to take action. At 12:30 p.m. on January 10th, the first space base in the Eastern Alliance was completed. Shortly thereafter, in the wormhole, elongated and imposing figures gradually emerged. The Mingzhou-class space fighter jets, capable of vertical takeoff and landing and equipped with optical stealth, are suitable for planetary combat. The Chief Fan-class space fighter jets, featuring life support systems and ultra-high speeds, are designed for outer space warfare. At 12:31 p.m., the first internal army corps of the Daxia Alliance stationed itself at the Alliance, met by bewildered inhabitants, the ruins of buildings, and silent soldiers. Their gazes fixed on the collapsed city, their beloved people in disarray. Anger. Outrage. At 12:40 p.m., the Qianguang detection array was fully deployed, and a vast map of the blue planet appeared on the Operational Command Center's projection sand table, with the orbital pathways laid bare. At 12:50 p.m., the diplomatic hub of the Wei-Yuan Alliance held a press conference, amidst the fervent cheers of blue planet aliens below, confidently proclaiming the superiority of the Alliance family. In the 5 years since the new era began, the 28 civilizations of the Alliance have united to overcome numerous challenges. Race and language pose no barriers to our harmonious friendship. As the starry sea lay shrouded in darkness, embracing new civilizations is our mission. A communication request was initiated by the Wei-Yuan Alliance, but went unanswered. At 12:52 p.m., another communication request was sent, still unanswered. At 12:55 p.m., the Wanling ear interception system was fully operational, synchronizing the counter-detection array for both orbital and near-orbital paths. The extensive interference across Daxia was eradicated, revealing construction teams, along with the Daxia military, bearing the crimson flag. At 1:01 p.m., the power system of the Alliance was restored. One power generation base after another, communication bases, space bases, and orbital satellite bases rose at a terrifying pace, bustling with activity. Supplies poured into this world. New hospitals were established. New roads were paved. New lights illuminated the surroundings. The people of Daxia remained perplexed. Who are they? Where did they come from? Mom, is someone here to help us? The babbling child, nestled in his mother's embrace, received candy from a soldier uncle, both strange and familiar, who smiled warmly. At 1:20 p.m., the Zhongxing Zhumao strike system was completely deployed. With a command from the headquarters, flames erupted. Countless dazzling lights surged into the sky, launching indiscriminate strikes on global orbital targets. At 1:25 p.m., communications were fully restored. The long-disconnected mobile phones suddenly displayed full signal strength. Hey, my phone has signal. What? Let me see. Suddenly, the phones vibrated. The people of Daxia received a text message, the Wei-Yuan Alliance received a communication, and the Blue Planet aliens at the press conference received a message. Standard Daxia calendar, January 10th, 1:30 p.m. The Daxia Alliance, Star C, citing the protection of its citizens, the quest for vengeance, the eradication of existence, and the activation of the Mutual Defense Agreement, hereby declares war on the Wei-Yuan Alliance. Chapter 62. Meteors at several dozen Mach. The distant Star C community convened a meeting simultaneously. The spokesperson for Daxia stood on the stage, under the gaze of thousands. Amidst the clamor of incessant questions, he did not respond but instead delivered a few phrases, a declaration of war. We do not relish conflict. We do not impose violence upon others, nor do we exploit nations through force. Born from the depths of a long, dark night, we hold peace as our faith and nurture civilization like spring rain. Yet today, we have heard cries from a land that shares our name, from a people and families that share our blood, roots, and origins. They call out amidst the burning ruins. The cities lie in ruin, the skies are shrouded in ash. And one after another, our people have fallen in defense of this land against the enemy's massacre. The spokesperson's tone grew increasingly somber. Our people ask if we can assist them. We cannot remain unresponsive. Once, we prided ourselves on our reason and kindness. Indeed, once, the heavens blaze with fire. The oceans boil with fury. The luminous streaks originating from the Zhongxing Zhumao global strike system streak across the sky, targeting every orbital objective, including the satellites, orbital stations, defense stations, and space stations of the Wei-Yuan alliance. Debris falls from the skies. Alarming sirens echo through the distant command center. How could this be? The supreme commander of the Wei-Yuan alliance is at a loss, staring blankly at the news. The Star Sea Daxiao alliance declares war on the Wei-Yuan alliance? Where did they emerge from? They are Daxia. But what has that once great Daxia become? No, wait. The contact agreement. They arrived through the agreement. Ignoring their communication requests, they unhesitatingly declared war on the Wei-Yuan alliance, seemingly seeking vengeance for the countless Daxia citizens who will never awaken again. Eradication of existence. Suddenly, the supreme commander of the Wei-Yuan felt a chill. The new Daxiao intends to erase them completely. There will be no negotiations, no hesitation. They are mad enough to demand that all Wei-Yuan people perish to accompany the fallen Daxia. Arrogance. He screamed in despair. Are those people so important? Worth such actions? Moreover, the Wei-Yuan alliance has existed for several years, with 28 civilizations united militarily and economically, all signing a mutual defense agreement. How dare they be so audacious as to confront an alliance? How dare they? Counterattack. Give me a counterattack. There is nothing to hold back. Immediately notify all major civilizations. We must enter a state of total war, rather than sluggishly deploying a few troops to crush what we mistakenly deemed insignificant Daxia. Streaks of light pierce the sky. Explosions erupt against the azure backdrop, capturing the incredulous gazes of all. Heavens, what is happening? Quickly check your phones. On January 10th at 1:30 p.m., the Star Sea Daxiao Alliance speaks to the Blue Planet. Daxia has declared war on the Alliance? Haven't they been fighting for so long already? I do not comprehend. Laughing to death, has my backward and ignorant hometown reached such a state? The people of the Xia under the Alliance were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Gradually, their laughter ceased. Many around them cast cold, disdainful glances. For in this time of mourning and anger over the destruction of their nation and the invasion of foreign powers, how could anyone mock their hometown that possessed a courage unparalleled by most nations? The Alliance family? Nonsense. Their homeland was annihilated by the Alliance, and now they subsisted on refuse and drank polluted water. The Alliance had never regarded them as human. They yearned for the past. They longed for their hometown. The Great Xia? If only victory could be achieved, how wonderful that would be. They must strive for it. News returned to the homeworld of Wei Xing. A profound silence ensued. What is this frail and pitiful Great Xia, which, after signing a contact, has drawn the attention of another formidable civilization also named Xia Lianhidi? What does it mean that the Xinghai Xia Lianhidi has declared war on us? Are you jesting? The board of directors of the group is not a place for your insolence. The directors from the Deep Space International faction exchanged words. Their eyes fixated on the urgent report seemingly hastily penned by the commander-in-chief, who originated from the council. Regardless of its veracity, let us first pressure the council. The front lines are already engaging the enemy. You rascals, at such a critical moment, how dare you question the loyalty of our esteemed commander-in-chief? The directors from the council faction refused to yield. Amidst the bickering, despite Deep Space International's desire for the council to perish, the orders for war mobilization were ultimately issued, albeit slowly and in layers. Irrespective of whether the Deep Space International fleet had moved, the only thing that mattered was whether the orders had been given. The headquarters of the Alliance, located in the United Kingdom, was now in utter disarray. For years, they had only bullied the small territories of launching, never having fought against true civilizations. Now, it was inevitable they would panic. However, they remained confident. Do not fear. 28 against 1, the advantage is ours. The advantage on paper is inconsequential to the current Great Xia, which is preoccupied as meteors fall from the sky, screaming down into the sea and onto the land. The clash between the Zhongxing Tianmao and Wei-Yuan defensive counterattacks never ceased. Unit 166 has been shot down. Enemy Unit 167's strike was intercepted. Unit 168 has been shot down. The ground disputes remained fierce. The strategic objectives displayed on the large screen in the command center read, within 2 days. Liberate the entire territory of Great Xia. Within 3 months, post-disaster reconstruction. Within 6 months, the fleet will land. January 10th, 1501. The 1st Army Corps of the Alliance aimed at the Jiang He front line of the Alliance, while the 2nd Army Corps of Insu pressed towards Danyuandong. The 1st Army Corps of Nantian thrust sharply into Jingdi. The wind was strong. The rain was light. At the newly established space base of Alliance No. 1, a dim, cool rain fell on the aircraft as a Ming-Zhuo-class fighter jet formation prepared for takeoff, laughter echoing through the communication channels. May their radar be able to detect us. January 10th, 1520. The Mingjue formation launched a frenzied bombardment on the Jiang He front line of the Alliance. Flames rising to the sky, as Alliance soldiers desperately searched the radar, but found nothing above. Where are they? Baroque roared in inquiry. I do not know. Our radar cannot see them. Soldiers wept bitterly. Thus, the Grand Mage slumped to the ground as snow began to fall outside. He suddenly felt cold, unable to suppress his shivers, as flames flickered from his fingertips, yet proved useless. The anti-aircraft artillery outside fired wildly. Guided strikes could not lock onto the enemy. The sound of explosions was incessant. Each reassembled cluster turned to scrap metal as soldiers fled in despair, leaving the land charred. He did not understand. He felt cold. January 10th, 1520. The Jiang He front line of the Alliance fell, and over 12,000 surrendered and were taken to a low plain. No, this is not right. They panicked and realized. Did we not agree that those who surrendered would not be killed? You cannot be untrustworthy. They raised their heads and unexpectedly met the indifferent gaze of the Xia military commander, suddenly falling silent, watching as the commander slowly raised his right hand. Prepare. Fire. January 10th. The Alliance soldiers at Jiang He were massacred. No one survived. Chapter 63. Alone and isolated. The weather in the Alliance has been splendid over the past 2 days. When Li Jinxing moved from the tent to the newly constructed large house in the eastern part of the city, he was utterly bewildered. The lights were so bright, and the walls were extremely white, though somewhat empty. There was not much furniture. There was a projection television that could display a large screen at the press of a button, and an air conditioner that could cool or heat at a call. Li Jinxing could not find the words to describe it, only knowing it was something he had never seen before. A diligent soldier who helped him move his belongings remarked, "This is the resettlement area. We shall move to even better places later." Even better? He thought this place was already wonderful. His hometown Star District, after all. Yet, it still depended on personal preference. The soldier smiled. What is the Star District? Li Jinxing did not quite understand. The next morning, the electronic calendar with a peach blossom background on the wall indicated it was year 455 of the Xia calendar and year 5 of the new era. Below was written that the unified time was 8:01 a.m. on January 11th, with a small note beneath. Li Jinxing leaned closer to read. It noted, 16 days until New Year's Eve. Ah, so the new year is approaching. Having spent too long in the air raid shelter, he had lost track of time. And for a moment, he felt reminiscent of the years before the war. Stepping outside, he was greeted by rows of clean buildings and tidy roads, with a small shop at the community entrance selling goods. The air was fresh. Oldly, a distant voice called out to Li Jinxing. Hey, come quickly. There are people outside counting to issue new identification cards and registering for something. Oh. Bewildered, Li Jinxing hurried over. Long lines formed, with vendors distributing buns and soybean milk for free. He still secretly slipped some money onto the counter. When it was his turn, a graceful female soldier asked, "Sir, what is your name?" Li Jinxing. What a nice name, she complimented with a smile. "Sir, do you wish to stay here or move to the Star District?" Huh. The now gray-haired Li Jinxing could hardly comprehend. Moving to the Star District means just changing residences, to another planet. It is very safe there. Oh. Then I will go to the Star District, Li Jinxing replied, still in a daze. The staff then presented him with a form to choose which Star District to go to. He remained puzzled. So the staff thoughtfully selected one with an environment similar to spring for him. "Sir, here is your new identification card. It is valid throughout the territory of Xia. However, the old one can still be used. Just that Lan Xia will no longer issue new ones." The staff member said, "When it is possible to go, someone will come to your home to notify you." All right. Li Jinxing nodded cautiously, tightly clutching the card and tucking it into his pocket, his gaze drifting to the roadside. Enormous vehicles he had never seen before passed by. Much of it was a blur in his memory, but he clearly recalled that his compatriots had arrived, driving away the wrongdoers. If one were to speak of who felt the most astonished by the sudden emergence of these new Xiajun soldiers, it would undoubtedly be the original Xiajun warriors, who temporarily withdrew due to the vast technological gap in equipment. Commander, look, there are mechas." Chen Si-er excitedly shook the shoulder of the person beside him, his eyes ablaze with excitement as he gazed at the colossal humanoid machines. I see it. The commander beside him was equally dumbfounded. And what else? Fighter jets? The Xingxiao warriors, who had become familiar with each other in less than a day, cheerfully introduced their compatriots. "This thing can fight in space. How amazing!" The commander and his young assistant exclaimed in disbelief. The soldier, unable to suppress his grin, cleared his throat. "You guys will be able to open your own bags in the future." The newly established base formed a long queue. "Name, Zhou Peng. Do you wish to stay or withdraw?" a soldier inquired. If you choose to stay, you will first undergo training to adapt to the new equipment, weapons, and knowledge. I must stay? Zhou Peng replied excitedly. I want to fight against the Wei Yuan scum. In the past, we relied solely on willpower. Now they had better possess it too. All right. The soldier gave a thumbs up. Name, Sun Chong. Do you wish to stay or withdraw? I'll withdraw. Sun Chong said wearily, shaking his head. I want to go home and take a look. Understood. The soldier did not press further. Everyone had their own choices. Your new ID card will be ready shortly. You can choose to go to Xinxia or remain here. Changes can be made later. Sun Chong pondered for a moment. I'll choose Xinxia. My family has all perished, and I have no ties here. My condolences. Understood. This was already the umpteenth time the reception soldier had heard such sentiments. On the 11th of January, at around 9 o'clock, the wormhole could no longer be maintained. Jiang He, seated in a wheelchair, appeared pale and felt a sharp pain in his head. He tried to activate it again, but it seemed he needed rest. Old Cien. Has your wife sent any news? Still in a meeting. God knows how many strategies the commanding officers had concocted before the wormhole opened to enhance the cooperation of the Holy Covenant, contemplating bribery of high-ranking officials, industrial transfers, trade expansions, and a few more insidious tactics that shall remain unmentioned. Then the wormhole opened. When the command center gathered the Blue Star compatriots to discuss what to do, a commander in the know bluntly stated, doesn't Tietzen's wife have a holy crown? They're already married. All right, as honorable individuals. How could they use any underhanded schemes to obtain the crystal and expand the wormhole? It's utter nonsense. What covenant? That is her family. Let us wait for news. During a pause in the war conference, Jiang He asked, how does this flying wheelchair work? Very cool, Sun Ning nodded earnestly. On the 11th of January at 11 o'clock, the 1st Legion and 2nd Legion launched an assault on the last organized Wei Yuan forces within the Blue Xia territory. Meteor showers rained down from the sky. The meteors, traveling at dozens of Machs, struck the Wei Yuan front lines with blinding light, reminiscent of days gone by. Comrades, good evening, good night. Chapter 64, A Grain of Wheat, a Scythe on the 10th of January. News of the massacre in Jiangyu Fenting reached the Holy Covenant homeland, stirring up tremendous waves across various kingdoms within the Holy See. In taverns, amidst wheat fields, and across the plains, discussions abounded. The bards denounced, they shall face divine retribution one day. The clergy of the Holy See sneered, this matter is simple. Since the alliance forbids us from farming, we ought to plant ourselves within their lands. Those with relatives or friends in Jiangyu Fenting lowered their heads in silent sorrow. God, please bless the wandering souls to return home. Shortly thereafter, several holy commanders convened and jointly submitted the agenda for the 59th time to reinforce the Blue World and seek vengeance against the Wei Yuan. The Central Governance Office finally ceased to reject it, though they fell into a prolonged meeting. The banner of the Holy Covenant was golden, featuring a single stalk of wheat crossed with a scythe, forming the splendid wheat gold flag. The bishops of the Central Governance Office gathered together, alongside several holy sons and daughters, and the vessel of the Holy Covenant, Elisiana, whose characteristics were always quite distinct. She was carefree and unrestrained, not bound by the rigid conventions of the Holy Covenant's people, and frequently expressed gratitude for divine blessings. Shall we have a slice of cake from the Blue World? Elisi poked the Holy Son beside her. The Holy Son bowed his head devoutly. Thank you, God, for your blessings. We must demand an explanation from the magical kingdom. Not to go to war? We cannot win. A bishop chuckled bitterly. This was a harsh reality. No matter how angry they were, it was futile. The Holy Covenant was a pacifist entity. Despite their considerable strength, how could they confront the alliance? A magical kingdom could easily outmatch them. The time-traveling travelers from the Great Xia had attracted a formidable civilization. The pale-faced AI Luowen stated, they are on the technological side and intend to wage war against the Wei Yuan alliance. And in the future, they also seek to settle accounts with the collective. Currently, they are seeking transmission crystals to maintain the wormhole for a longer duration. Transmission crystals? A senior bishop pondered. We can provide them. Let us contact the Xia side for discussions. AI Luowen nodded calmly. However, we cannot stand idly by. We must demand a bloody reckoning for our colleagues in Fenting. We cannot win. Yet I have seen a phrase in the Book of Divine Oracles. What is it? AI Luowen clutched his chest and coughed softly. God said that great individuals once proclaimed, strike the first blow to avoid being overwhelmed by 100. The alliance likely assumes we are the civilization in the Blue World that least desires war. But if we simply acquiesce now, the future may not be devoid of a second opportunity. Divine oracles. The bishops were left speechless, their heads bowed in shame. Had God foresightly anticipated this day? She gazed with golden-white mixed pupils towards the outside of the governance office. Commander Yaij, heed the divine oracles. The tall knight outside the hall knelt on one knee. I have conferred with the Pope and several senior bishops regarding appointing you as the supreme commander of the Holy Covenant Expeditionary Force. Do you accept? Yaij's breathing became slightly heavier. The direction of the Holy CS banner is where the entire Holy Legion's might is directed. Yaij, I shall abide by the divine oracles. Good. Ai Luowen rose, casting a sweeping glance around. Do any of you have objections? God has already provided guidance today. This was the bishop's response. Since God has spoken, even if it means traversing through fire and water, they shall go forth. By the way, the silhouette of Aluowen suddenly halted as she pointed to the hairpin adorned with golden white locks, succinctly stating, Daxia Lianhe Zahabu, Deputy Commander Tsinding. Understanding dawned upon the bishop responsible for the transmission of crystals, who hastily nodded, while the high-ranking members of the Holy Covenant exchanged relieved glances. Soon after, a declaration of war reverberated throughout the Holy Covenant. Wei Yuan Lianming. Return the lives of the Funting citizens. Chapter 65, The People's Warrior. Receiving the cheers of the people January 11th. The sun basked warmly, yet a pervasive stench of blood lingered in the surrounding valleys, with charred corpses strewn across the ground. Soldiers of the Xiao army traversed this desolate land. Those who resisted were executed without mercy. Those who surrendered were met with the same fate. Were there not to be any spared? No. These individuals were destined to perish. Not a single one would survive. Command Center, Command Center. Report from the 2nd Army Corps of the United Central Command. Speak. We have successfully eliminated all enemies. Daxia, the entire territory has been reclaimed. At precisely 12:01, the United Central Broadcasting Station officially announced to the Daxia United Territories the complete recovery of the Blue Star region. A mere day. It took only a day. The bloodied soldiers shed their cold exteriors, weariness etched on their faces as they gradually returned to the city. A sea of humanity. An endless throng, cheering, wailing, reveling. They crowded along the streets, offering flowers and local delicacies. The soldiers momentarily paused. Without command, they stood tall, their eyes gleaming with resolve. They were greeted by a sea of blossoms. The people's warrior, embraced by the cheers of the populace. Firecrackers erupted, and fireworks painted the sky, rendering this day akin to a festive celebration. The people's warrior, nourished by the generosity of the people. The soldiers, bashfully declining offers of food, soon found themselves unwittingly filled with treats, their hands overflowing with an abundance of gifts. The sentinels stationed along the streets silently saluted the returning troops. The people's warrior, safeguarding their citizens. Great victory in Blue Star. The 4 fervent characters surged across trending topics in every star region and every comment section, striking heavily upon every heart. How wonderful. Fellow compatriots need not live in fear any longer. Yet, how frustrating it is that I have yet to enlist. The Wei Yuan Lianmeng? A mere footnote. And there were those blue summer compatriots who arrived in Xingxiao ahead of time, their eyes reddened. Far away at the Maga Lianbang embassy, Xia Jiao gazed longingly at the 4 characters Blue Star Great Victory, tears streaming down her face, only to be followed by laughter. Father, the day you have long awaited has finally arrived. Others reflected on the videos released by official media showcasing the bustling streets of Blue Summer. What a lively scene. I do not know why our New Year celebrations have felt increasingly subdued in recent years, or rather, somewhat desolate. We have not set off firecrackers in ages. Isn't the New Year just around the corner? Perhaps we should follow our compatriots' lead? Absolutely. Add 1-4997-3764. The United Central swiftly issued a notice regarding encouragement of fireworks and firecrackers during special holidays. Quick-thinking merchants promptly hung links for Blue Summer compatriots firecrackers on their small blue vehicles, selling out in an instant. Moreover, nimble virtual gaming companies released updates on adding fireworks and firecrackers to the spring festival activities. A Cyber New Year. The streets and alleys of Blue Star Daxia echoed with jubilant cries. United Central Broadcasting Station, United Central Broadcasting Station. On January 11th, year 455 of the Xia calendar. Year 5 of the Blue calendar, at 12:01. A notice from the United Command Center proclaimed that the entire territory of the Blue Star Daxia United had been fully reclaimed. The invaders have been driven away. The invaders have been driven away. January 11th. The clouds were nowhere to be seen, and Daxia basked in clear skies. The United Command Center was filled with an air of jubilation, as the faces of those coming and going could not conceal their smiles, with warm sunlight cascading down, illuminating the path where Jiang He pushed Jiang by. The weather had been delightful of late. It was a rare moment of respite, but it had passed. and the call to the operations command room was imperative. "Abai, may I walk now?" Jiang He felt he was nearly recovered. "Do you wish to walk down by yourself?" The silver-haired maiden inquired with bright eyes. Jiang He hesitated, clearing his throat. "Perhaps I shall remain seated a while longer. This wheelchair is indeed quite functional." Upon entering the corridor, he caught sight of Bishop Siwei, who, since their last meeting with Yuan, had ceased frequenting Funting, now serving as Ning's personal bodyguard, and was now indignantly pushing Ning towards the operations room. "Why did you not inform me?" "I was unaware," Ning replied innocently. "Curse it, a plant." Heaven knows the feeling Siwei experienced when realizing that the friend he had been drinking barley beer and boasting with for years was the superior of his own superior. "What a mixed bag." Siwei continued, "When Yuan descends, do not forget about me. I long for progress. Have you not resigned? I just fell and lost my memory yesterday. You had better not either." Siwei smiled. Upon entering the operations command room, the atmosphere shifted as several individuals regained their composure. One of the current commanders, Xing, approached. He was the former supreme commander of the Xingxia Guard, who had since been reassigned to the United Command Center. "The statistics are in. In the recovery campaign, our forces annihilated a total of 840,000 enemies, with the Weixing group accounting for the majority. We captured 2 individuals, with over 10,000 light injuries, more than 1,000 severe injuries, and over 200 fatalities. All have been posthumously awarded the title of martyr." As the Xiao army thoroughly pushed back the alliance's front lines, the long-range strike system had not remained idle, systematically eliminating any targets deemed to pose even the slightest threat. "I just returned from the front lines with Commander Jiang." Jiang He lifted his head. "There are some issues at hand." "Underestimating the enemy?" Xing surmised. They had unprecedented success in their initial battle. So seamless it felt like a crushing tide, disrupting the communications of the alliance forces in the Daxia region. They felt as if they had become isolated. And then they collapsed under pressure. Of course, this was but one of the reasons. Indeed, I have been here for 5 years. Observing the alliance's historical approach towards new civilizations, they would attempt to befriend those they could and protect the old nations of Blue Star under their wing, advocating for peace negotiations. Hence, the alliance has never been at war with true civilizations. Not once. Their internal factions are rife with conflict. The Wei Yuan Lianming's lack of our intelligence likely led them to handle matters as they always have, negotiating, dragging things out, ceasing fire, and their soldiers, accustomed to a sense of security, believed they would soon return home jubilantly, just as before. Thus, they may have developed a sense of complacency. We struck as soon as we landed, and the swiftness of our assault left them in chaos. The condition of the Xia army was far superior. The nutritional paste the alliance troops consumed was not even fit for dogs in our territory. Our technology was still somewhat advanced. They were accustomed to the frailty of Daxiao of Yur, which ultimately paved the way for our resounding victory. It has become excessively relaxed, to the extent that a small fraction of our warriors perceives the alliance as something trivial, believing that a casual effort would suffice for victory. This mindset is detrimental and requires rectification. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves lamenting in the future, for even in the hunt for rabbits, a lion must exert its full strength. Chapter 66. Positioning the Alliance's homeland, seizing Blue Star. The projection map of Blue Star has been delineated, with Jiang enhancing certain areas of the image. The Alliance has fallen silent. They are undoubtedly mobilizing for war, preparing to confront us with full force. Outside of the Daxiao region on Blue Star, the military presence in the Alliance territories is retracting into a defensive posture. Winning this battle for Daxia is a cause for celebration. But we must not underestimate the challenges that lie ahead. Are we merely restoring Daxia? No. Our ambition extends to striking at the very heart of each civilization's mother star. This statement has never been mere rhetoric. All of the current strategies of the Xia army revolve around this principle, as evidenced by the burgeoning scale of our planetary fleet dockyards. If the fleet cannot arrive, they are crafting new vessels right here. At this, Xin Ning's breath caught. To strike at the mother stars of each civilization? This was a goal he had never dared to dream of before. Yet now, whenever he has a moment, he feverishly immerses himself in the knowledge of Xingxia. And the more he learns, the more he believes that this may indeed be feasible. His ancestral home, so prosperous, so formidable. Now that Daxia has concluded its campaign, what shall our subsequent strategy be? It is to position ourselves at the mother stars of each civilization, to seize the entirety of Blue Star. We must acquire the coordinates of the Yuan Alliance's mother star. This must be accomplished prior to Daxia achieving comprehensive victory on the battlefield of Blue Star and claiming its entirety. What underpins the transit between two realms? Wormholes. They can be established on any territory recognized by the agreement, whether on the Moon, long cultivated in the deep space of the Yuan, or on Mars, jointly governed by multiple civilizations. For Daxia to obtain their mother star coordinates, we must devise a means to deliver specialized positioning equipment to the far end of the Alliance's wormhole, while it is still possible on Blue Star. Once it is entirely lost, the feasibility of establishing a wormhole here would increase exponentially. Next is the seizing of Blue Star, which is equally significant. It raises a critical question: hyperspace pathways. Following the intelligence extraction from a captured Yuan commander, the command center deduced the following information. The various technological civilizations of the Yuan Alliance, those that have ventured into space, do not possess hyperspace pathways within their territorial star systems. Newly established observatories have not detected any traces of hyperspace pathways within the solar system. What are they? They can be understood as high-speed transit roads between galaxies. With civilizations relying on natural routes birthed in the outskirts of star systems, or on stellar tracks established by powerful civilizations, to achieve rapid travel between galaxies. Such pathways are abundantly found within the star seas of Xia. Based on this, the Research Institute has birthed a new hypothesis. The mother stars of the Yuan Alliance's civilizations do not inhabit the same universe as the Xia Confederation. But where could they be? Perhaps in proximity to Blue Star, since the solar system lacks pathways as well. If Daxia is to embark on an expedition, it must establish a foothold here to support its operations: starports, docks, space stations, logistical bases, energy bases. There are countless necessities that must be situated here. Thus, seizing Blue Star becomes a crucial maneuver. Moreover, there are additional reasons. The Silver Army's eternal moon, Jiang He once mused, is our mother star akin to Blue Star. Isn't it? Indeed. Do we also possess a moon? Yes. What does this signify? The Silver Army's eternal sun, Jiang Bai, replied, it signifies that Blue Star, from a legal standpoint, is our Daxia's mother star. How can we allow our ancestral homeland, which we have held since time immemorial, to be occupied by an external civilization? This is unacceptable. Therefore, it must be reclaimed. Regarding the positioning of the Alliance's mother star, the command center is currently executing infiltration operations. Chun Xinghue reports that we are planning to send anchor points and other positioning devices to the various homelands of the Alliance. Consequently, we are deliberately avoiding or mitigating attacks on commonly used wormhole sites by the Alliance. However, time is still required. In our preliminary investigations, despite the Alliance's assertions that the conditions for settling in advanced homelands are simple, the Blue Starlight Defense Forces often use this to incentivize their soldiers. In reality, among every 10,000 Blue Star individuals, only 1 or 2 can reach the opposing homeland. The probability is exceedingly low. Therefore, the command center has focused its objectives on the local forces of the Yuan Alliance on Blue Star, particularly those suspected of harboring resentment towards the civilization. Although they are not overly concerned about these individuals, they are still permitted to return home via the wormhole. Otherwise, it may provoke insurrection, allowing outsiders to reclaim valuable assets that could lead to the destruction of their mother star. Such outsiders are indeed outsiders. Jiang He nodded repeatedly. Very well. The time has come to strategize regarding Blue Star. With a swipe of his finger, Jiang He revealed numerous densely clustered points in the near-space region on the virtual projection of Blue Star. The detection network, woven from the 1,000-light eye arrays, has now enveloped Blue Star, and our satellite base has launched over 2,000 decoy satellites. Their primary function is to identify which areas of the Alliance possess orbital counterstrike capabilities, allowing us to selectively eliminate targets while maintaining a few as nonchalantly as possible. However, due to current energy constraints, we are unable to deploy larger systems like the Zhongxing Zhuma, resulting in diminished efficiency. When the Alliance's true civil coalition arrives, the situation is likely to remain the same. The Zhongxing Zhuma global strike system is a major weapon for Daxia, albeit energy-intensive. The first batch of reinforcements from Daxia has yet to establish sufficient energy production bases. After all, it has only been a single day, and that requires time. The energy reserves brought along seem slightly insufficient, primarily in preparation for the lunar space. The threats there are exceedingly pronounced. Even though we have extracted from the Yuan commander's mouth that the tensions between the Deep Space International Coalition and the Planetary Parliament are severe, they would be delighted to see the other side perish. Even amidst this civil struggle, they would be pleased to witness the other side being consumed. Yet the command center is still hesitant to gamble. The risks are fatal. Sin Ning chuckled bitterly. Once we finalize our collaboration with the Holy See and acquire the transmission crystals, and as the maintenance time for the wormhole extends, we shall no longer need to worry about this issue. However, Jiang He appeared contemplative. I suddenly feel that the coalition parliament may be on the brink of collapse. How so? If Blue Star falls, the parliament's power diminishes, and the Deep Space International Coalition remains indifferent. The parliament may, in retaliation, find that the wormholes they control are not operational within the Deep Space International domain, and perhaps communications will be severed. They might become desperate. A group entrenched in power struggles, solely commanding ground forces, cannot possibly serve as consistent opponents in the realm of space development. Comrades, good evening. Good night. Chapter 67, Union. Clearly, this is highly improbable. The fleet can conduct orbital bombardments, impose planetary blockades, and land indiscriminately at any corner of the globe, without support. The Army will inevitably face collapse under orbital counterstrikes. After the technological civilization ventured into the cosmic sea, the Army's reorganization and expansion slowed, transforming the collective military into a planetary parliament. The Army of Daxiao evolved into the internal forces of the Daxiao people, overseeing the naval, land, and aerial divisions, with a pronounced emphasis on new space capabilities. Meanwhile, the parliament languished in a state of oblivion, clinging desperately to the remnants of an archaic era, harboring unfounded fears and distrust towards the surrounding novelties and the abyss of space. They were preoccupied with deriding the diminishing presence of the Deep Space International in their council, oblivious to the fact that their gaze had long been directed towards the vast cosmos, rather than remaining insular. They may soon find themselves cast aside from the annals of history, for Deep Space International has no need for the Parliament. However, concerning the wormholes, the last transmission from Aluan indicated that discussions were still underway. The armies of the Holy Covenant remained stationed at the border of the United Kingdom. And before the first batch of Daxiao troops arrived, the Daxiao Research Institute had already conducted a thorough examination of Jiang He. They concluded that within Jiang He's body existed a peculiar and extraordinary particle, the origin of which eluded detection by monitoring instruments, perhaps bearing some resemblance to spatial particles. This particle exhibited a gradual increase and was subsequently named the protocol particle. Ultimately, as the countdown to the wormhole reached zero, it stabilized at a constant number, ceasing to grow further. Thereafter, Jiang He acquired the ability to control the wormhole. Observations from the Research Institute revealed that when the wormhole opened, the number of particles decreased, while it recovered upon closure. The wormhole relied on these particles for maintenance. Thus, one might ponder whether the transmission crystals of the Holy Covenant and the spatial wood of the Magical Kingdom serve, to some extent, as substitutes for the protocol particle to extend maintenance duration. The Research Institute has made new progress, awaiting the arrival of materials from the Holy See. 7 hours could restore an hour of maintenance time. Jiang He estimated the timing himself, which appeared to differ from the carriers in the Holy Covenant's data. Their carrier, LSE, could achieve an hour of restoration with an hour of operation speed under solitary circumstances, as recorded for several other carriers. Perhaps this discrepancy relates to the distance between their civilization and the Blue Star. After all, a vast expanse of universe separates them. On the evening of January 11th, as dusk descended, a grand delegation from the Holy Covenant arrived at the sub-parliament beyond the United Hub shortly after 6 o'clock. After a brief pause, they proceeded to the diplomatic embassy for talks. Daxia had attracted a formidable cosmic-level civilization, also named Daxia. The clergy of the Holy Covenant had heard of it, but they were truly astounded when the reinforcements from New Daxia declared war on the Wei Yuan alliance just an hour after their arrival. The declaration of war reverberated across the globe, reaching the headquarters of the Holy Covenant's wormhole territory. Within 24 hours, the Daxia reinforcements obliterated the entire alliance front within their territory and informed the nearly defunct Blue Star community of this development, leaving the remnants of the old nations in eerie silence. In just 24 hours, they flattened the alliance front, shattered the alliance's trajectory, and annihilated 840,000 enemies, instilling fear in all who beheld the Jingguan observers. Madness. Pure madness. They were undeniably a group of extraordinarily brutal individuals. Yet, silence enveloped them. Condemnation? What a jest. Those who could not defeat the alliance would dare to confront those who were even weaker? Did they not see the skies ablaze? Space stations were plummeting down. Believe it or not, the next to be annihilated could very well be your home. The Holy Covenant was secretly alarmed, struggling to comprehend the character of this starry Daxia until they arrived in person. Throughout their journey, the Daxians greeted the clergy and monks of the sub-parliament with familiarity, sharing food and laughter, engaging in casual conversation in the Daxian language. This was a stark contrast to the past. Here, bright streetlights illuminated the surroundings, obscuring any darkness, and the scent of smoke was nowhere to be found. The Daxians wore expressions of joy and anticipation, their numbness dissipated. The ruins had vanished, replaced by towering high-rises and vibrant neighborhoods. Construction sites flourished, and workers clad in uniforms toiled enthusiastically. The aroma of the night market wafted from afar, while children laughed and ran by, flying kites near the delegation. Moreover, before reaching the diplomatic embassy, some bishops sensed a threat emanating from the formidable Daxian aerial fighters soaring above and the massive vehicles traversing the roads. Their instincts warned them of the danger these machines posed. However, the Daxian troops appeared no different, devoid of the rumored brutality. Children could still be seen eagerly pulling soldiers toward a booth selling toy balloons. Those Daxian soldiers not engaged in the activity looked on with envy. The clergy silently observed everything. Upon arriving at the diplomatic embassy, a host of commanders led by the chief commander Jiang He awaited their arrival, greeting them from a distance. Jiang He's second-in-command was Ning, the reason for which was well understood by all. He craned his neck to catch a glimpse, seemingly eager to see if his wife had arrived. The war was pressing, and without discussing yesterday's matters. The last time they met was in early October of the 4th year of the new era, when she had returned from Jiangyu to accompany him for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Back then, the United Hub was nearly a ruin, and their home had suffered destruction. She had prepared a feast in a small tent, waiting for him to get off work, and they had joyfully shared 2 mooncakes she had brought back from Jiangyu. Commander Jiang, a gentle voice called out. Under the crown of Aoyuan, the leader of this delegation from the Holy Covenant was none other than the esteemed Holy Crown Aoyuan Aoyuan. At this moment, he greeted Jiang He with a humble smile. After all, this was a formal collaboration between 2 civilizations, beginning with a cordial exchange of commercial interests to foster a positive atmosphere. Following that, he shook hands with Ning, winking at him. Soon after, the cooperation meeting commenced. Would they unite to combat the malevolent alliance? Signed. The Holy Covenant's primary desire was to secure a reliable ally to enact revenge upon the Wei-Yuan alliance. Although this agreement was currently confined to the Blue Star region, both parties expressed satisfaction. It was unthinkable to send the clergy of the Holy Covenant into space to fight. The transmission crystal trade agreement? Signed. This was a priority for Xia, as shorter wormhole maintenance times would hinder their developmental pace on the Blue Star, potentially limiting strategic advancement. The non-aggression treaty? Signed. With the deputy commander of one party being a relative of the Holy Crown of the other, it was unlikely they would suddenly betray one another. Both sides confidently signed the treaty. The grain trade agreement? Also signed. The meeting extended into the afternoon of the 12th, and as they exited, the sun was at its zenith. The delegation returned to the United Hub Subparliament to report to the headquarters of the Blue World. Aoyuan received the authorization for a wheelchair from Sevi. Mr. Aiken, shall we head home? At 13 o'clock, a joint operational meeting convened at the command center. Chapter 68, Resistance Against the Alliance, Assistance to the Great Xia as the Supreme Commander of the Holy Covenant Expeditionary Army and the leader of the Fourth Holy Order. Yaij had always exuded a sense of composure and pride, particularly in the face of technology-based civilizations. Their soldiers often appeared feeble, yet they could wield technology to slay extraordinary beings. When the commander of the Xia army mentioned a term related to this, he used the phrase extraordinary beings. Yaij had always dismissed it, never considering that the great Xia possessed such entities. After all, was it not a technology-oriented civilization? It was only when he inadvertently locked eyes with the commander-in-chief of the Xia army that he felt an unprecedented threat. The commander's pupils were a misty white, and in that fleeting moment, Yaij's hair stood on end, sensing a profound pressure that nearly stole his breath away. Forcing himself to look away, he noticed that the commander still wore an appropriate smile. While reporting to the central court through the light forum, he found himself trembling. A near-divine being, the Great Xia, which hailed from the starry sea, possessed at least one near-divine entity. Near-divine beings were the pinnacle of the Holy Covenant, a rarity, often elderly and eccentric, residing atop the sacred mountain, while the high-ranking forbidden spellcasters of the magical kingdom were equally aged and arrogant, rarely deigning to acknowledge others. But what had he witnessed? A near-divine being personally taking charge as the frontline commander, welcoming them. He had encountered numerous spectacles, yet this was one he had never seen before. However, he was troubled by the question of how many near-divine beings existed in the Great Xia. This inquiry felt too sensitive, prompting Yaij to refrain from asking, and instead focus on the current battle meeting. In the Yuanyuan alliance on Blue Star, there were 3 headquarters. Jiang He's clear voice echoed, revealing that the detection array had clearly identified the large-scale troop mobilization of the alliance in the early morning. With at least 20 civilizations gathering hundreds of thousands of troops, As for the space forces, the Deep Space International occupying the moon remained silent, perhaps intending to watch as they engaged in conflict. This aligned perfectly with their strategy. Currently, the new fleet had yet to launch. If those civilizations truly united and concentrated their fleets, the Great Xia would indeed become a formidable opponent. Regrettably, the Alliance factions were embroiled in strife. The heavy troops mobilized by the Alliance were frantically converging towards 3 locations to establish defensive lines: the Lighthouse Alliance headquarters, the United Kingdom Alliance headquarters, and the New Tis Federation Alliance headquarters. The New Tis Federation was that oceanic civilization, technology-oriented, but had recently found itself at odds with the Magical Kingdom. Media reports from the Alliance stated that the citizens of the New Tis Federation had recently gone mad, insisting that their valiant warriors had been roasted and served at the table of a certain archmage in the Magical Kingdom. The Magical Kingdom vehemently denied such claims. The New Tis Federation, having recently occupied an entire continent in the Southern Sea, had formed a defensive line against the Great Xia in conjunction with the Northern Islands. Meanwhile, the Magical Kingdom had begun encircling the Holy Covenant, rapidly gathering troops to the east, while the Weixin group, situated far away, lagged behind. If they could dismantle these 3 heavily fortified positions, the conquest of Blue Star would be effortless. Yaij focused intently on the strategic map of Blue Star. They were still negotiating with the Alliance, recently hinting at the possibility of peace talks. The Alliance believed that conflict was unlikely, redirecting troops eastward to establish a defensive line against the approaching Xia army. Sun Ning stroked his chin thoughtfully. I believe we can orchestrate a surprise attack. The Alliance, shifting its forces eastward within the West Continent, presumed there were no enemies behind them, planning to establish a new front line to intercept the potential advance of the Xia army, all the while overlooking the presence of the Holy Covenant. Its pacifist reputation was indeed resounding. Yet again, the Alliance underestimated the protective instincts of civilizations, previously with the Great Xia, now with the Holy Covenant. Our forces will advance westward, and I propose that comrades of the Holy Covenant declare war with lightning speed, striking at the Alliance's rear, encircling them with 2 mighty fronts. Sun Ning remarked with a smile. How could the Alliance possibly survive? By the way, don't they enjoy tossing paper? Let them see plenty of it. On January 12th, at 2:01 p.m., as the first batch of transportation crystals arrived, a group of researchers set up particle monitoring equipment, with several more crystals soon arriving at the Great Xia Research Institute. At 2:21 p.m., representatives from the Holy Covenant were invited to witness the arrival of the second batch of reinforcements, with the Holy Crown of the Central Court, Ai Luan, personally attending the scene, accompanied by Vice Commander Sun Ning, who, despite his physical limitations, insisted on being present. This would be the headline for tomorrow's news. It was truly touching. At 2:30 p.m., as dawn broke, the wormhole opened wide. More elite legions arrived, a relentless torrent of steel that seemed unending. While the sun had already retreated for an early slumber, the brilliance of sacred arts illuminating the sky. Jiang He appeared contemplative, pondering whether the Xia people could harness such power. The prepared medical expert team had finally arrived. On January 13th, the newly arrived reinforcements in Blue Xia took over the defensive duties of the original legions, while these soldiers had a more critical task, gravitating towards the border. Meanwhile, the small alliance nations surrounding the Great Xia trembled in fear, requesting support from the family. Received. Where's the support? Received. Requesting assistance. Isn't this a condemnation? And there are still defensive lines. Quickly, my dear family, hide behind me. On January 13th, the soldiers were restless. The Grand Army positioned itself at the border. The young soldiers of the Alliance were eager to establish their merits. The onset of this battle would leave a profound mark in the annals of the Holy Covenant. Studied repeatedly by scholars, bearing the weighty title of resistance against the Alliance, assistance to the Great Xia. Comrades, good morning at 2 o'clock. Good night. Chapter 69. Alan. In mid-January, the heavy snow remained cold at the end of winter. Snowflakes drifted lazily down, settling upon the silver-white heavy tanks, while a small camp nearby crackled with the warmth of a bonfire. Zhao Lei exhaled a cloud of white breath, watching as armored forces adorned with red flags sped past the road. He rubbed his hands vigorously. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such exhilarating combat. 5 legions and 27 heavy brigades advanced westward. They had crossed the border, traversed snow-capped mountains, and were heading toward territories incorporated into the family of the Yuan Alliance, pushing a relentless attack line westward for several hundred miles. The Alliance's garrison encountered along the way had scarcely any soldiers holding the line. They were retreating in a frenzy, abandoning supplies and positions. And he even observed through drones a few soldiers of the Yuanyuan Light Guard firing upon each other in a desperate scramble for vehicles to flee. What was that saying? Fleeing at the sight of danger. The brigade commander beside him leaned in. Only the local troops of the Yuanyuan alliance still exhibited some semblance of military discipline, having previously fled faster than anyone else. For some reason, they were now standing their ground against us. This truly exemplified what it meant to be soldiers. Perhaps the alliance had offered substantial rewards? It was possible. Zhao Lei climbed atop the tank. Ahead lay a small enemy defensive line. The vanguard's unmanned squadron had encountered resistance, and it seemed a battle was about to commence. They would first scout and then bombard the area with heavy artillery. No more carelessness would be tolerated. Recently, all legions had been rectifying a tendency to underestimate the enemy. He too felt it was necessary. The rectification of this situation bears no detriment. Neglecting it, however, may lead to underestimation, resulting in defeat and loss of life, potentially affecting the overarching strategy. In that case, there would be no remedy to regret. The alliance indeed shows a lack of regard for humanity. Each time our troops enter a major city, throngs of people emerge to welcome us, with drums echoing and fireworks illuminating the sky. Without consulting a map, one might mistakenly believe they have returned home. The commander sighed in contemplation. Zhao Lei shook his head, remaining silent. Snow and mist swept in waves, the wind howling fiercely. The cumbersome battle attire began to collect a slight frost. In the distance, the skyline revealed intersecting ravines. The heavy armored battalion came to a halt, surveying the scene from above. The enemy's small positions lay in eerie silence, punctuated only by sporadic artillery fire that failed to breach the protective energy shield of the advancing heavy shield tanks. Zhao Lei opened the communication channel. Attention all units. Attention all units. Allow the Eagle drone squadron to initiate a wave. The main cannon is ready for calibration and can commence charging. The Qingxing drone squadron is on standby. Understood. A dense hum resonated overhead. Gunfire erupted from the enemy positions, accompanied by the sounds of energy discharges and a clash of firepower. Their equipment appeared diverse, a mix of antiquated kinetic weapons and advanced energy armaments. The sharp crackle of gunfire echoed. The snowy, earthy expanse bloomed with crimson blossoms. Report. Charging complete. Report. Charging prepared. Zhao Lei raised his right hand. Fire. Boom. The heavy artillery unleashed a deafening roar, scattering the surrounding snow and mist momentarily. As a new swarm of drones dove ferociously downwards, each unit of the Qingxing squadron igniting in readiness. The enemy's futile counterattack ensued. The disarrayed alliance lines saw some charging forward, others retreating, while some leaned against the corpses, wailing in despair. Trenches became obliterated, bodies shattered, falling like harvested grain. The snow was strewn with lifeless forms. The lines collapsed, and without the need to engage further, our forces launched a vanguard offensive from afar. And the enemy was already in disarray. Zhao Lei gazed below. A sudden sense of familiarity washed over him. What? Before our arrival, did our compatriots not face a disparity akin to today's, as if a chasm separated them? The artillery could not reach the other side, and bullets could not penetrate. I believe so. In the prelude to war, among the Blue Xia, how many compatriots remained from the millions? I cannot say. Yet the emptiness of 10 homes out of 10, ravaged and scarred, seems to whisper the answer to us. Wei Yuan. He spoke with an impassive expression. Today is your turn. The heavy battalion resumed its advance, entering the desolate small town behind the defensive line, as the Xia army commenced their sweep. Reconnaissance drones flooding into the narrow alley ruins. Elimination complete. Elimination complete. Voices echoed through the communication channel. Die. In the dim alleyway, a filthy young boy suddenly lunged at the nearest Xia soldier, brandishing a knife with malice. Bang! His knee exploded, and he fell to the ground in disarray. Why do you hate us so? The translator emitted a voice. The boy trembled, exclaiming, It is you bastards who took my home. My father was killed by fleeing alliance soldiers. My mother is missing, all because you scoundrels came. Several Xia soldiers furrowed their brows, exchanging glances. The squad leader shook his head. If you dare to wield a knife against us, why do you not confront the alliance soldiers who harmed your father? How tragic. January 13th. The 1st Legion of the Alliance, the 2nd Legion of the Alliance, the 1st Legion of Insu, the 1st Legion of Nantian, and the 3rd Legion of Nantian advanced westward across the border, 27 heavy brigades pushing into enemy territory by over 1,000 miles. Over 200,000 enemy troops were encircled and annihilated. The sky was dreary, and heavy snow fell abundantly. In the filthy trench, Alan tightened his frost-encrusted clothing, his red, stiffened hands struggling to hold a nutrition bar. Its faintly sweet flavor eased the tension in his heart slightly. Where are those Xia soldiers? Alan hoarsely asked a fellow Alliance soldier beside him. The changes arrived so swiftly. Only days prior, the great Xia was resisting the Alliance's offensive with great difficulty, yet now, it seemed everything had transformed. The Alliance forces within Great Xia had been entirely eradicated. The Xia army's momentum directed straight towards the headquarters of the Alliance in the United Kingdom of the Rising Sun. You are new here, aren't you, comrade? But how would I know? The inebriated comrade lay sprawled on the ground, a once-empty bottle clutched in his hand, occasionally attempting to widen his eyes and shake the bottle. Savoring non-existent alcohol, chuckling with satisfaction. Alan, this no longer holds significance. Alan did not comprehend. But we are the Alliance army, tasked with halting the Great Xia's advance. Should we not be privy to some intelligence? The Alliance army? That comrade seemed to find it amusing, bursting into laughter. We have been abandoned. The true army has influential figures in the rear who care for them and have long since relocated them. Have you ever seen an army meant to halt an enemy's advance, running low on food and nearly out of ammunition? Alan, how many people are in our defensive line? The despondent comrade answered himself. Over 1,000. How many Xia soldiers are there? Tens to hundreds of thousands, well-equipped and advanced. I hear they are fully provisioned. Can we withstand even one round of bombardment from the Xia army? It seems unlikely. Chapter 70. A thought of surrender to Xia brings a sense of boundless space. Alan, stop paying heed to the battle declarations made by those indifferent fools in the rear. If they truly wish to inspire us with courage, they should send those lofty commanders to the front lines. Do you realize? We cannot even establish contact with the command center. There is no supply delivery, no commanders, no battle plans. We are merely instructed to remain here, reporting every hour to the strategic department to inform them I am still alive. So they know where the Xia army has advanced. Alan was taken aback. Then why do we not leave? Leave? Do you think I do not want to escape? The comrade cautiously retrieved that photograph, revealing a sweetly smiling little girl next to a gentle woman. This is my daughter and wife. Now, they reside in the family zone established on the Alliance's homeland. Although life remains challenging, my presence on the front lines allows them to get by. But if I dare to retreat, those scoundrels from the monitoring team will report me to the rear without hesitation. And I shudder to think what might happen to my wife and daughter, as the command's orders have long hinted at. They will suffer a horrific fate. He was in a state of hysteria. I too wish to flee. The Xia army is an enemy we cannot possibly defeat. What can I do? I dare not. At least if I die, my family will not. I can only fight desperately against the Xia army. Alan, do you know? Sometimes I truly envy your state of being unencumbered, free from worries. You could even escape to another place right now. As long as you do not return to the Alliance-controlled territories, you could live well. Alan, I want to go home. Alan, in a daze, rose and walked away. This defensive line is backed by a small town, which is nearly desolate. The snow-laden cobblestone path is littered with papers silently dropped from the Summer Army's aircraft. These papers detail the dates and times of various elite divisions of the Alliance being annihilated by the Summer forces, as well as locations that have been struck and air formations that have encountered the Daxia Air Force, leading to total destruction. Furthermore, they describe the quotidian life in Daxia. Their soldiers never consume nutritional paste, and even their dogs disdain it. They feast on warm, sumptuous meals, residing in a world almost free of radiation pollution, devoid of the oppressive policies imposed by the Alliance. It turns out they do not wear protective suits while traveling. Their food is affordable, and medical treatment is inexpensive, unlike the exorbitant costs required for even a slight cold. Alan cannot fathom this. Is this the utopia he has heard whispers about? Will he, one day, have the chance to witness it himself? Alan suddenly feels a surge of excitement. Stop! A voice barks from behind. Confused, Alan turns to see the Alliance's inspection team approaching with anger etched on their faces. The malevolent Summer Army is closing in. What are you doing away from your position? One of the keen-eyed inspectors recognizes him, and, after a moment of surprise, mocks, "You're that Alan, right? The engineer who was reassigned from the back. Whose toes did you step on? I don't care who he is. Now, return to your post," the first inspector retorts coldly, leveling a portable energy weapon at Alan's head, seemingly intent on asserting his authority. The snow falls heavier. Alan's smile falters. He suddenly feels a chill, not in his body, but within his soul. He realizes he is not one of the summer people. He was born in Dengta, grew up aspiring to amass wealth, became an engineer, and eventually ascended to the frontline command of the distant sea. One day, he was reassigned to this frontline for not greeting the commander's secretary properly upon entry, becoming a soldier of the enemy, tasked with obstructing the evil advance of the summer forces. It seems he will never reach Daxia. Alan is herded back to his position. Behind him, Dirty shoe prints mark his path. He sits beside a colleague, his gaze vacant and lost. Aelin, you are still young. There is no need to wait here for death. Escape. Find a place where the Alliance cannot reach you. Escape? Where can I flee to? The Holy Covenant? But that is too far. I could never survive to set foot there, as that vast expanse is all Alliance territory. To the Collective? No. They would extradite me back to the Alliance. Both paths lead to death. Where else could he go? Aelin secretly retrieves the paper dropped by the Xia aircraft from his pocket. His eyes suddenly gleam with hope. In the frigid night, amidst the barren woods, Aelin dashes forward without a moment's pause, his feet crunching in the snow, gasping for breath as he presses on. He has no family. His father perished in the radiation rain, while his mother, having evaded it, later fell ill from radiation exposure due to venturing outside without protective gear, succumbing to the illness a few years ago due to the prohibitive costs of treatment. Now he is utterly alone. He knows he cannot return to that cruel home. He longs to reach Xia, to witness the reality of life there, the treatment of illnesses, the living conditions. What is life truly like? Aelin runs and runs. Frost forming on his body, his limbs stiffening and breath becoming labored. Finally, he spots a bright light in the distance, beneath which is a familiar hue of crimson, glimmering radiantly. Who goes there? A searchlight sweeps over him. I come to Tlo, Chung. He shouts with all his might, uttering the clumsy Xia language before collapsing to the ground. A few summer soldiers cautiously surround him. This is a heavy armored brigade on the move, and if all goes as expected, it will soon clash with the line Aelin once occupied. Before losing consciousness, Aelin hears them conversing. The Dojo really works, huh? Indeed. Several have come today. Upon awakening, he finds himself in a hospital bed, bathed in warm yellow light, the instruments quietly beeping. He feels cozy beneath the covers, warmer than the cramped resting room of the new Distant Sea Command. Soon, someone enters the ward. Hello, I am John. The man, clad in Xia combat attire and evidently hailing from the Western continent, speaks fluently in Dungta language, smiling as he engages him in conversation. Aelin Taysire, New Distant Sea Command. Engineer, the last time you attacked, that command was merely a target. Aelin meets John's gaze. I know where the current Distant Sea Command is located. Chapter 71. The first signs the new Distant Sea Command has been obliterated. The Summer Army's guided strikes fell upon it, leveling the new command situated in an inconspicuous maritime region behind the new Tiz Federation, forcing seawater to surge into the vast base, burying everything beneath the waves. Yet, it had only recently been relocated. As the Summer Army's javelins rained down, the Supreme Commander of the Wei Yuan frontline had already urgently led a retreat from that glaringly visible maritime formation, which was subsequently ground to dust by the summer forces. A sun exploded there, vaporizing the seawater. A few hours prior, the frontline commander had proudly posted on the Alliance's intranet, showcasing his acumen while vowing to avenge the heroes who had perished for the Alliance. As a soldier, Dello was skeptical upon witnessing this. Meanwhile, those in the know around him laughed, saying that the so-called heroes who had fallen were not the valiant soldiers on the front lines, but rather the commander's two relatives who had been sent to the front merely to luxuriate and wait for death. Did the Supreme Commander perish? Dello, preparing to return home, while at the Wei Xing Group's wormhole, curiously inquired of his colleague beside him. We cannot say he is dead. The colleague shook his head. Our Supreme Commander has merely fallen into eternal slumber, heartbrokenly following his two relatives into the abyss. I recall the last time he posted, expressing a wish to accompany his family into the grave. Hasn't that wish been fulfilled? I believe the Supreme Commander may be quite pleased, perhaps even grateful to Xia. The Supreme Commander and his frontline command have been annihilated. Panic spreads among the frontline troops. The Alliance Army, having lost its unified command chain, opts for self-preservation, lacking a cohesive strategy, while the Alliance headquarters convenes an emergency meeting. However, the representative from Wei Xing has yet to arrive, halting the agenda to appoint a new commander, and they can only attempt to intercept the advancing summer forces. What about the group representative? The council summoned him back. He hasn't returned yet. Unease begins to brew. An undercurrent of tension rises. Nevertheless, this does not affect the soldiers already at the Group's wormhole camp, joyfully preparing to return home. The Supreme Commander's death is inconsequential. The Wei Xing Group's strategic plans on Blue Star have failed, but what does that have to do with them, who live on nutritional paste? Nothing. Can your summer forces truly conquer the entirety of Blue Star, both in the skies and on the ground, and reach the homeland of our group? Wormholes can be manipulated by the consortium. How amusing. The soldiers exhibit no fear whatsoever. Perhaps some do, for they have yet to set foot on the homeland's base, should Xia strike here, before the interception array can respond. the soldiers would find themselves embarking on a journey alongside the recently deceased frontline commander. Dark clouds have gathered in the sky, creating a sense of oppression. Dello, do you sense it? The weather is about to change. A soldier returning home with Dello murmured, rumored to have returned from the magical kingdom, having learned some uncertain foresight techniques. Dello replied nonchalantly, concealing the coldness that lay deep within his gaze. Surrounding them were several long lines of individuals hauling various belongings, the atmosphere bustling with excited discussions about what to do upon returning to the consortium's homeland. The consortium is on the brink of internal strife, the soldier declared. Based on the 321st viewing of local news, it is evident that the proposals from both the Planetary Council and the Deep Space International have been unanimously rejected. With the two sides at odds, the tension escalating. After battling for so long, the Planetary Council has been locked in a fierce struggle with Xia, resulting in the loss of hundreds of thousands, while the consortium's fleet remains stationed far away on the moon, without firing a single shot. The soldier cast a deep glance at Dello. The board has lost its command over the space forces. They now heed only the directives of Deep Space International. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Xia's offensive has become increasingly reckless, its relentless bombardments never ceasing, as allied civilizations mobilize troops from their homelands to Blue Star, while the Council focuses on repositioning troops from Blue Star back to their homeland. Defensive measures are contracting, with little regard for the front line on Blue Star. The turmoil within the consortium's homeland is striking. Riots, protests, and demonstrations abound. The chaos on Weixing's homeland was abrupt, initially. The Council believed it to be merely a trivial wave of public opinion, but it escalated into protests involving tens of millions, flooding the major technological cities of Weixing. They demand the Council step down, allowing the loyal subjects of civilization, Deep Space International, to take charge of the consortium's affairs. The board's meetings have ceased to produce proposals. I reject yours, you reject mine. The consortium now appears to be teetering on the brink of collapse. Does this concern us? Do you think we were summoned to the homeland to fight whom? Let us not forget our identity, the Council's guard. Dello fell silent, yet internally he scoffed. This matter has lost its significance. He cared little for whether it was Deep Space International or the Planetary Council. Neither was virtuous. At most, the international body painted grand visions, promising various enticing futures. It would be better if they all perished. He recalled a fellow named John, who was said to be from the old nation of Blue Star, something about a lighthouse. Later conscripted into the maritime array. During the chaos, he seized an allied fighter jet and stealthily entered Xia with a wealth of information. The saying goes, a forced fruit is not sweet. Now, it was not only unsweet, but had also plunged a knife into you. He remembered John's words. Regardless of who wields power, that world remains fraught with peril. Radiation pollution is ever present, and the board members residing in the ring world will continue to drain you of everything. Now, all you need to do is bring this device to your homeland and activate it. The Great Xia Union, that colossal entity standing amidst the starry seas, will personally bring an end to all this suffering. Will it truly end everything? A smile crept upon Dello's lips as he approached the wormhole. With one step into the past, the world seemed to spin, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He had returned to Weixing, the consortium's homeland. Standing on the cold floor, he gazed upwards. The sky was starkly different from Blue Star's clear azure, being murky and slightly olive green. Stars were nowhere to be seen, nor was there a pristine white moon. A faint, acrid odor lingered in the air. What could be seen in the sky? The ring world floating in near space. It quietly loomed there, a place they might never reach in their lifetime, where the sky was clear and beautiful, where the sea was crystal clear. Home to genetically modified beings who were not of their kind. He was Dello Morian, born in a dilapidated industrial zone of the consortium, where the ground was riddled with fissures and tar-like radioactive dust. His father, an engineer at a consortium subsidiary, was executed for reporting superiors' violations regarding the illegal discharge of radioactive waste, charged with disrupting resource allocation. His mother succumbed to radiation sickness, dying from counterfeit medicine. His younger brother was abducted by vagrants from the old industrial zone and sold for credit points. By the time Dello managed to locate him, his brother was in tatters, oozing pus and on the brink of death, his body ravaged. His brother had said, "The world is somewhat broken. I feel a bit of pain. I don't want to be here." His brother died. Dello pondered, why does this world exist? He did not know. It no longer mattered. Dello left the base, hurriedly lowering his head into a dark, damp urban area, arriving at an empty small building. Unlocking the door revealed cobwebs everywhere, decaying furniture, and a dust-laden dining table. This was once his home. Now, it was merely a house. In the darkness, Delo's obscure expression morphed into something both sinister and exhilarating as he trembled while activating the device John had given him, step by step, recalling the memory. It began to glow. Its scaly exterior peeled away, revealing unfamiliar technological circuits and patterns at work inside. Light illuminated the room. Activation complete. Will it bring an end to everything? Delo murmured to himself. That thing called Colossus. He clutched a special piece of paper, a voucher. John had said that as long as he brought it back to Xia, he would be granted immunity and would not have to die. Quite satisfactory. However, his brother feared the dark. Delo tore the paper to shreds. The dark barrel of the gun was loaded. In the quiet, dilapidated urban area, a dull sound echoed, startling the rats beneath and the spiders on the walls. January 14th. Reunion. January 16th. Joint Command. Located several kilometers underground in a special star-seeking department. A spacious and bright silver hall bustled with personnel. At its center, a vast star map emerged. Even before Xia's arrival, the observation station had commenced mapping the stellar regions of space, achieving remarkable efficiency. Following the initiation of the star excavation plan, infiltration and subversion efforts intensified, illuminating one red dot after another on the star map. Each red signified the location of the Alliance's home planet, the very places they intended to excavate. At 8:01 a.m. on January 16th, with the arrival of an urgent communication at the upper command center, a group of commanders hurriedly boarded the shuttle elevator. Arriving at a location they had nicknamed Colossus Star Bombing List Department. Report the situation. Jiang, and even the wheelchair-bound, did not sit down. His hands trembled, his heart raced. Heaven knows how many times the front line had inquired when they could finally unleash their firepower. Without coordinates, they had to tread carefully to ensure that the various wormholes of Wei Yuan remained operable. Weapons of mass destruction were ineffective. It was agonizing. Now, can they finally give their all? The department head remarked as he walked. The task of obtaining the coordinates executed by the command staff has been flawless. Since our arrival 6 days ago, we have successfully acquired the coordinates of the mother planets of 36 civilizations, comprising 28 from the Alliance and 8 from the Kidon Collective. On January 14th, the Weixing Group was activated, with 10 remaining. On January 15th, the Magical Kingdom lit up, leaving 4 remaining. Today, on January 16th, the mother planet coordinates of the Jiang Empire have been illuminated. The star map has been completed. A splendid and boundless projection of the star map appeared before everyone, with a blue dot at its center representing the solar system. Beyond the solar system, 36 red dots flickered dazzlingly. While mapping the star chart, we speculated that since both sides possess a solar system, perhaps the surrounding stellar systems are similar as well. If that is the case, we could replicate them directly. We might even filter and search based solely on the planetary characteristics of the opposing civilization. However, the department head shook his head in regret. Unfortunately, due to principles not yet understood by the Research Institute, the stellar systems in both universes exhibit significant differences. There are no hyperspace routes here, making inter-civilizational exchanges exceedingly difficult. Mastery of large-scale leap technology is essential. The head gazed at the star map. These foreign civilizations evidently lack such technology. They are not too distant from us, the nearest being 20 light-years away and the farthest merely 500 light-years. The distance is not an issue for us since such technology is well within the capabilities of Xia. However, future calibration and testing are still necessary. We have reason to suspect that the purpose of the contact protocol is to bypass large-scale leap technology and directly connect various civilizations to a unique hub planet, thereby facilitating cultural exchange and alleviating the dangerous actions of nascent civilizations driven by existential fears and the terror of the unknown. The 30-plus civilizations on the blue planet may constitute the majority within a 500 light-year radius. Jiang He suddenly recalled the phrase, a bonfire rising in the dark forest. Perhaps he understood a bit more now. Nonetheless, this is not the time for such discussions. With the coordinates gathered, it is time to activate all systems. And this too. The Zhongxing Zhumao Jinhua, Shu Plus version. Notify our comrades at the front line. Jiang He's gaze sharpened. The giants have stepped into the children's playground. In the sanctum of the blue world, the communication light platform flickered to life. Soon after, Commander Ige left the sanctum, glancing at the sanctum troops waiting outside. He proceeded to the negotiation room. Dear Ambassador of the Alliance, I believe we can sign a peace agreement, he stated. The ambassador was overjoyed. Wonderful. Your court indeed possesses wisdom. Rest assured, we will urge the kingdom to provide compensation. Good, good. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, flustered. Commander, what is it? One of our soldiers has gone missing within the Alliance's territory. What? Ige seethed with rage. turning furiously towards the ambassador. Why do you persistently humiliate my holy court? Slaughtering my brethren and soldiers is something my people cannot accept, nor can my holy court. No, there must be a misunderstanding. The ambassador's face turned pale. Ige disregarded him and strode directly outside, standing atop the platform before the holy army. God has spoken. We shall avenge our fallen comrades. Will you follow or not? The holy army roared in response, in reverence to the divine decree. On January 16th, the Holy Court declared war on the Wei-Yuan alliance under the pretext of seeking revenge for the fallen citizens of the separated court and searching for the missing soldier. Chapter 73. Like the rising sun, at its zenith the situation on the blue planet has gradually clarified. From the moment the Daxia coalition declared war on the Wei-Yuan alliance 1 hour after landing, immense civilizational machinery has emitted a furious roar in response to the audacious individual who dared to challenge alone. The magical kingdom. Their aged king indifferently issued orders. Tear them apart. Thus, the kingdom's military command erupted, issuing directives in rapid succession. Elite battalions surged into the wormhole. The 1st, 3rd, and 4th divisions of the Golden Conflict Army, the 1st, 2nd, and 8th divisions of the Fire Army, the 1st division of the Wood Life Army, the 6th and 9th divisions of the Earth Divine Army, and the 1st and 10th divisions of the Water Transformation Army. The 1st and 2nd legions of the kingdom's sword guards assembled 120,000 troops. Additionally, the 1st division of the kingdom's ice army, self-proclaimed as the divine army capable of making winter bow down and the fierce sun melt. The commander of the ice army, flown, personally advanced to the front lines of the blue planet. I hear the commander of the summer army is also an ice mage, the young, proud archmage with ice-blue pupils. The kingdom's prodigy revealed a hint of disdain. Let us see. The magical kingdom's forces advanced eastward, dismissing the incapable farmers who only knew how to criticize, and established their position on the high ground at the western border. They remained vigilant against the advancing summer forces to the east. My poor family. I wish we could launch an immediate counterattack to reclaim lost ground, lamented one, yet sighed at the alliance's strategy, knowing they must not act rashly. In response to the many pleas for help from within the big family, the alliance ambassador blandly stated, the Weixing Group. The conflict between the Deep Space International and the Planetary Council has escalated to an irreconcilable point. The era in which the Space Army and the Guard Army obeyed the board's commands is long past, and they have finally realized this. The Council's large-scale recall of the Guard Army serves as proof. As for the Daxia, that has become trivial. The strategic significance of the blue planet pales in comparison to the storm brewing on the home front. There is still much time. They have pulled back their defenses, clinging to their lighthouse. Furthermore, the Xia Federation. It harbors a multitude of extraordinary secondary civilizations under the magical kingdom's banner. Unlike the Weixing Group, which is followed by a host of technologically advanced civilizations, it is home to numerous minor civilizations, none of which stand out, all possessing some degree of technological prowess. The Xia Federation remains immovable in the northern archipelago, establishing a vast ocean defense line. After losing the unified command of the offshore headquarters, they are reluctant to take the initiative. The alliance is vast. Let other civilizations suffer losses, it matters not. There are so many civilizations. If Daxia extinguishes a few more, it is of no concern. The Federation possesses limited military strength. If they were to strike and sustain losses, that would be problematic. At 8:30 a.m. on January 16th, almost instantaneously after declaring war, the 50,000 Holy Army troops from the Holy Court, already prepared on the other side of the wormhole, crossed over and arrived in this blue world. The Alliance ambassador was slain. His body was discarded outside the entrance of the United Kingdom Alliance headquarters. And all beings watched in silence, gazing at the divine figure in the sky. God has spoken. The Alliance has committed numerous sins, he murmured softly. Then, like light fading away, upon receiving the news, the kingdom's front lines descended into chaos. The Central Command, comprised of various civilization frontline commanders, was led by the commander of the kingdom's Ice God Legion, Fu Luowen, who promptly issued orders. Summon the 1st and 3rd divisions of the Chongrui to turn and face the enemy. Redirect the 9th division of the Divine Imperial Army as well. Let them first withstand the onslaught of those agrarian fools. Fu Luowen's expression darkened as he observed the movements of the Xia army transmitted by the detection runes. They would soon collide. How could a negotiation that seemed so promising crumble? The church claimed it was due to the ambassador's insults. His subordinates reported with trepidation. Fu Luowen crushed the cup in his hand. Is this ambassador one of our people? Indeed. That damn scoundrel. Annihilate his entire clan. Yes. Those fools who previously attacked the church's branch had already caused enough trouble for the royal family. They were exterminated, their blood flowing like rivers. And now another has emerged. Has the kingdom been invaded by demons? The church also accused us of killing one of their lost soldiers. Damn it. Fu Luoyin reread the declaration of war from the church alongside the movements of the enemy on the war table, realizing that they intended to encircle the kingdom's front lines from both sides. It dawned on him that he had been played. A perfect two-pronged assault. It seems they had conspired in advance. Enraged, he smashed the table. Do not annihilate that ambassador's clan. That is a fabrication by the church. His subordinate was momentarily taken aback. However, the order had already been urgently relayed back to the kingdom, and it was too late. Why is it that you are never this efficient? To the west, the 3 divisions of the Magic Kingdom, upon receiving the central command, hastily turned back, soon encountering the relentless advance of the Holy Covenant army, initiating a standoff from a distance. The scene was shrouded in darkness. Heavy armor clanked, and low horns echoed. The sight weighed heavily on the heart of the Grand Mage Nuo Erwin Salantis, who was leading the kingdom's forces back to confront the enemy. How many troops has the Holy Covenant deployed? 50,000. And we? 3 divisions, totaling 6,000 men. Excellent. The disadvantage is mine. Esteemed guests of the church, I believe we have a misunderstanding. The Grand Mage Nuo Erwin, steeling himself, soared into the air, calling out to the weak golden flag of the Central Command flying high above the Holy Covenant army. In response, a radiant light of divinity burst forth. It shot upwards from behind the Holy Legion, a slender and indifferent figure descending from the heavens, its golden white eyes gazing down upon the pale denizens of the kingdom, sacred runes tracing behind it. It spoke. The deity declared. As the sun rises, a blazing corona ascended behind it. The deity proclaimed, the kingdom shall perish. It gazed down upon Nuo Erwin from its lofty perch. Thus I have come. Nuo Erwin's expression darkened as he recognized the golden-haired figure, his eyes widening in fury. Ai Erwisi, do not overstep your bounds. The deity remained unperturbed. It merely regarded him with indifference. The deity declared, you shall die. A brilliant golden light surged forth, overwhelming and swift, closing in on Nuo Erwin in an instant, intent on severing his head. Nuo Erwin's heart sank, and he realized it was too late to evade. Clang. His bloodied body plummeted from the sky, dead beyond revival. Grand Mage Nuo Erwin has fallen. How could this be? The already despondent 3 divisions of 6,000 men now faced deeper despair, on the verge of breaking ranks. When several Grand Mages from the rear timely arrived to stabilize the situation, Ai Luo won, with the facade of civility torn away. Several Kingdom Grand Mages no longer bothered to conceal their disdain, one of them coldly remarking, it is a pity you did not perish back then. The deity did not respond. It proclaimed. The deity declared, as the sun reaches its zenith. Thus, the corona, poised to scorch this frigid land, rose once more, expanding and radiating an even more blinding light, with solar rings gleaming resplendently. Let us see who is truly formidable. The kingdom's Grand Mages unleashed their might, launching a colossal rune toward it. They raised their arms in fervent cries. Rain, heavy rain. The Holy Covenant army, driven by fervor, charged forth, while the mages of the kingdom's 3 divisions, caught off guard, frantically wielded their staffs, summoning golden rain from the heavens. A bloody battle erupted. Chapter 74. You have entered the unmanned offensive, the Xia Army Front Command, based on a global orbital coverage. The reconnaissance system, led by the 1,000 Light-Eye Detection Array, provided a near-complete view of the battlefield. The Holy Covenant army has initiated its assault. Our comrades are now executing the plan to breach the kingdom's defenses, Sin Ning stated candidly. Though somewhat crude, it was vividly expressive. We cannot lag behind, can we? The voice resonated through the communication channels to the commanders of various legions, prompting the already furious advance of the Xia forces to escalate further. Yes, the commanders shouted in unison. Finally, report to the command center. The 1st Legion of the Allied Hub has arrived at the designated combat zone, joining forces with the 3rd Legion of the West Warehouse and the Silver Guardian Legion. The front command reported. Good. Execute the combat plan, unmanned offensive. Understood. Received. The communication channel flickered. At the front lines of the Xia army, the overall commander of the 1st Legion, Chao Ming, gazed distantly at the kingdom's defenses, noting that the enemy had heavily fortified a high ground. Estimates from the detection array indicated that this defensive line was occupied by no fewer than several 100,000 troops, with a significant number of heavy soldiers amassed below the high ground, presumably serving as meat shields. All units, let those fellows witness our indomitable steel. Chao Ming smirked. Behind the 3 elite legions that had arrived first, a vast array of drones had been deployed, with thousands of them rising ominously into the air, their crimson lights flickering menacingly. It was a daunting sight. The Piyun-type heavy firepower drone squadron, the Yin Dun 004 heavy bomber drone squadron, the Yuan Hang-type long-range sniper drone squadron, the GAI 011-type jamming drone squadron. They were executing unmanned aerial strikes. Buzz. The swarm of drones roared past the legions, hurtling toward the kingdom's defenses, their sound echoing far and wide. Report. The Chengxing unmanned squadron is loading onto the launch vessel. Loading complete. Preparing to take off towards the target location. Completed. This is the indomitable steel of the Xia army. The brutal slaughter occurring far behind incited evident anxiety along the kingdom's defenses. Despite the central command dispatching additional divisions for reinforcement, it did little to quell the mage's agitation. The Alliance's front lines were decidedly one-sided. The Farsi command center had been annihilated. The orbital paths had been cleared. Should you dare retaliate against the Xia targets along the orbital paths, your location will soon become a wasteland engulfed in flames, and the Wei Xing interception system, as ineffective as it was, would only manage to intercept 2 out of 10 strikes at best. Given the Xia army's prowess in long-range strikes, Fu Luoan, the commander of the kingdom's Ice God Legion, had long since fortified the perimeter of the defensive line with detection and interception runes. Although uncertain of their effectiveness, they were certainly better than having none at all. The enemy is approaching. Prepare to meet them. The coalition forces on the outer defense line shouted in horror as they gazed skyward, where a swarm of drones obscured the sun's brilliance. They rained down lasers, dropped bombs, and even scattered the paper they once favored, now littering the coalition's positions. In a state of panic, the coalition launched a counterattack. The tide of magic surged forth, and the defensive runes proved somewhat effective, destroying several drones in formation. Alongside the heavy firepower of the drones delivering precision-guided kinetic strikes, numerous grand sorcerers joined forces, unleashing colossal runes that summoned cataclysmic flames upon the ubiquitous aerial swarm. But suddenly, the weather shifted. Snow. Heavy snow. The magical flames were extinguished. An enemy had struck. The commander of the Ice God Legion, Fu Luan, cast a wary glance towards the direction of the Xia army, knowing that even he, the unmatched master of the Ice Realm, could not extinguish the flames conjured by these fire sorcerers with such tranquility. The outer defense line was in disarray. The coalition pursued the drones, while the drones retaliated, resulting in fierce exchanges. The ground was unknowingly strewn with corpses and the wreckage of disabled drones. Counterattack. We must counterattack, Fu Luan declared. He ordered the 4th Brigade to advance, while the 1st, 2nd, and 8th Brigades were to follow, with the 6th Brigade leading the way as vanguard. The 1st Brigade was to send personnel to the outer perimeter for rescue operations. Yes, everyone, we must not remain idle. His gaze hardened as he addressed the surrounding grand sorcerers. We must make the Xia people realize that my magical kingdom is not to be trifled with. Golden spikes of rain and fiery downpours descended. The kingdom's strike range extended beyond imagination, with minute points nearly saturating the sky, surging towards the positions. The Xia army stood undaunted. The energy shield system was activated. The Star Shield 90,000 guard cannon detected enemy targets and locked onto the coordinates 51945, executing interception procedures. The Star Shield 90,000, the Xia's advanced aerial defense cannon, could unleash over 10,000 special light particles per second, with hundreds of such cannons deployed at the Xia positions. Thus, the golden spike rain dissolved. The fiery downpour was extinguished. So effortlessly. Report. The Qingxing drone squadron has arrived above the battlefield. Enemy coordinates locked. Initiating deployment. The Xia army's specialized small deployment ships opened their lower compartments, revealing sharp mechanical edges. 3, 2, 1. Deploy. As they crossed the outer defense line, striving to clear the drone squadron, several advancing coalition members were suddenly startled as they gazed skyward. Black dots. A multitude of black dots descended. No, this is wrong. The enemy is here. Counterattack quickly. The sorcerers shouted in response. Comrades, good morning. Good night. Chapter 75. Sorcerers, we must strategically retreat. Sorcerers are apprehensive of close combat. This is evident. Although their magical shields could easily withstand the heavy firepower of the old era. That was the old era, when the colossal weapon unleashed attacks at speeds exceeding thousands per second. A light blade could slice towards your neck in an instant. The outcome was predetermined. A bloody bloom flourished upon the outer defense line, and the lofty sorcerers, whose blood was red, writhed in agony upon the ground. No different from mortals, the king descended from the heavens. The slaughter spread relentlessly across the outer defense line. When a group of sorcerers finally gathered their strength to unleash magic upon the swiftly reacting Chengxing squadron, these decayed beings, who had not received new knowledge in the past 5 years, naively believed there would be a Xia army within, a frail Xia army stripped of its steel shell. But that was not the case. There was nothing inside. In that moment of daze, their magical shields burst open, leaving gaping holes in their heads. The inner defense line fell into silence. Ultimately, several grand sorcerers personally intervened, conjuring colossal magic that obscured the sky and cast it forth, leveling the outer defense line to the ground. The drone squadron annihilated 12,000 enemies. The frontline command received the report. Xin Ning pressed the communication button. The operation plan long-range offensive commenced. Understood. The drone offensive has concluded. The Xia army's new wave of strikes soared amidst the cacophony. As on the long streets of Xia, workers cleared snow, children munched on buns, and worries arose about the newly built school opening. Yet, as cries of astonishment rang out, people looked up to the sky. There were meteors rising from the ground. Countless numbers of them, trailing long tails, vanished into the deep blue, the vast and boundless kingdom's front line. The central command was stifled with tension. After witnessing the slaughter of countless coalition troops by the hundreds of drones deployed by the Xia army, the sorcerers fell silent, their vengeful hearts extinguished in an instant. A grand sorcerer could not contain a suggestion. Those Xia troops are weak. If we can launch a close assault, we can surely break the encirclement. Close assault? Fu Luan chuckled expressionlessly. This favored child of the kingdom felt a chilling dread. He sensed a formidable threat, seemingly at the level of forbidden spells. And that threat lay within the Xia army's positions. How can we fight now? The tide of magic could not even create a ripple. The army advanced. Total annihilation. Close assault? Were they a match for the opponent's forbidden spells? He was initially uncertain, until he spotted the silver silhouette at the forefront of the Xia army's positions. We need to discuss how to strategically retreat, Fu Luan said solemnly. The wormhole is right within the United Kingdom. As long as they break through to their homeland, everything will be fine. At worst, they will not return, allowing other civilizations in the alliance to contend with the Xia. Why? The Xia army possesses forbidden spells, along with a host of those beneath forbidden spells. The central command fell into a brief silence before erupting into chaos. Indeed. We should deliberate on how to strategically retreat. We are not afraid. As the glorious sorcerers of the kingdom, we charge forward, but recently, orders to withdraw have come from the kingdom. Yes, we are following the orders. The grand sorcerers clamored. What? The messenger sorcerer said there were none? Oh, my dear colleague, you must be mistaken. These grand sorcerers witnessed it firsthand. How could it be false? Suddenly, exclamations arose outside. Look at the sky. It seems like a meteor shower is falling. Chapter 76. May the thunder illuminate your useless staff. January 16th. The day of blood-red meteors. Under the vast and boundless kingdom's front line, heavy snow began to fall, with hundreds of thousands of coalition troops stationed here. Encampments stretching as far as the eye could see, and the alliance's banners fluttering high in the cold wind. Frost formed, ultimately freezing in place. A soldier from a Royal Guard regiment stared blankly at the sky, where meteors fell like rain. They seemed to be enveloped in an eternal night. As the heavens displayed a dazzling array of stars, the fiery glow of those stars drew nearer. The soldier felt the chill. His heavy armor no longer provided the sense of security it once did. The sword in his hand seemed as useless as a scrap of paper, unable to reach the stars above. The strength that once allowed him to lift a heavy tank from the Weixing group now felt feeble, as if it had lost all purpose. The meteor shower approached, and with it, a piercing cry echoed in the air. The interception system produced by Weixing belched flames towards the sky, while the grand sorcerers erected a colossal magical barrier centered around the main army. Yet, the clouds, in a panic, fled, and a robust beam of light descended, targeting the very core of this defensive line. It was an orbital weapon deployed by the Xia army. The light was more dazzling than Weixing's light particles. Amidst the chaos of the defense line, the soldier was knocked down and glimpsed a figure soaring above. It was the commander of the Ice God Legion making his move. Circular runes expanded around him, and a radiant silver light erupted, manifesting the shadow of a frost deity. The clash between the divine being from the earth and the descending light was fierce, resulting in a wave that disrupted the main army. The god seemed to have triumphed. Yet his chest was pierced, and snowflakes poured from his body like a torrential hailstorm, freezing the ground beneath. The commander's roar echoed, urging, "If we do not move, we shall perish." Thus, figures surged skyward. The chaos intensified, and the Xia army's assault never ceased. The land outside the barrier had long been flattened, drenched in a thick crimson hue, leaving the grand sorcerers no time to attend to the ground below. The frozen earth swiftly spread towards the Xia army's positions. Observing this scene, the Xia army's commander was prepared. He activated the communication channel and issued combat orders. Units, prepare the special forbidden fire line. Understood. A chorus of attacks rang out within the Xia army. It struck the distant land, igniting flames that soared to the heavens, forming a terrifyingly high-temperature burning zone that distorted the air. The Holy Covenant monks, standing at the forefront of the Xia army, also intervened, casting holy spells to intensify the blaze. The advancing icy barrier faced insurmountable obstacles. This was the unquenchable firebomb developed by the Insu faction in collaboration with the Research Institute, targeting the Kingdom's ice element, alongside the extinguishable ice bomb specifically designed for the Kingdom's fire element. The magical flames could not be doused by water, they could be extinguished. Yet the Insu army was an expert in ice magic. As for the relevant data and intelligence, it was thanks to the former chief sorcerer that the Xia army, while not omniscient regarding the magical kingdom, possessed considerable insight into the various sorcerer legions. Nuadisai had no desire to expose herself. Yet, the despicable Xia army had already discerned the exact robes worn by His Majesty the King on what day. They brought forth a communicator, from which the voice of the Weixing commander emerged. The lower echelons of the kingdom were already infiltrated with eyes of the group. The tone was icy. Nuadisai, if you cannot provide supplemental intelligence, your time is running short. Have you betrayed the alliance? Nuadisai could hardly believe it. What alliance? The times have changed. You shall now refer to me as Comrade Caden Royce of the 1st Legion of the Great Xia Federation. Thus, Nuadisai capitulated. The Great Xia was already aware of so much. Her additions would make little difference, at least allowing her to survive. Not to mention, this synthesized voice is quite useful, the interrogator remarked, giving a thumbs up. It then replayed the scene to the obstinate Commander Caden. Caden, did you know? Our informants have long infiltrated the lower ranks of the group. Those fools would sell anything for magic. Nuadisai's mocking voice reached his ears. By the way, please now call me Comrade Nuadisai Aeolia of the Great Xia Insu Legion. Did you hear that clearly? Caden felt as if his heart had turned to ash. He too surrendered. After all, the Great Xia was already aware of so much, even down to what pants a certain board member wore or what natural fruit they consumed. They even knew that the board members discarded the fruit after a single bite. What difference would it make if he revealed a bit more? If the group emerged victorious, it would all fall upon Nuadisai. She was the one who faltered and defected. In the eyes of both sides, they had already betrayed the alliance. The commander of the Ice God Legion, along with a cadre of grand sorcerers and elite troops, broke through to the side, abandoning the more than 500,000 remaining allied forces. Before fleeing, they even issued a charge order to the entire army, intending for these useless remnants to serve as fuel for their survival. I will remember you all, echoed a voice from within the Xia army, laden with forbidden spells. Uncertain if more secrets remained hidden, Aloan had regained his full strength, accompanied by IG. Their paths had been completely sealed off, surrounded by enemies with supply lines severed. The Xia army continued its relentless bombardment. We cannot win. Forgive me. My life is still long. I wish to survive. Once I become a forbidden spell, I will avenge you all. When I return to the kingdom, you shall be heroes. He murmured fiercely, watching as several robust beams of light descended from the sky, crashing down upon the kingdom's line. The deafening roar and the resultant shockwave nearly sent him tumbling. He dared not imagine the fate of those within the line. Perhaps it was a one-sided massacre. The ruthless Xia army would likely allow no prisoners, as if a deep-seated blood feud existed between them. No, that scene should be omitted. Once upon a time, the alliance had similarly slaughtered the feeble Xia army time and again. They were enacting revenge. Trembling, Florin lowered his head. The flanks of the defense line were flanked by the sea. The surging waves churned, and they flew over the surface of the water, wishing they could learn a few more escape spells to flee even faster. Suddenly, he paused, every hair on his body standing on end. Without a moment's thought, he turned and fled in another direction, stifling a scream. The Xia army was coming. In his line of sight, there was nothing. He distinctly felt a highly threatening high-speed target, the invisible Xia Air Force. Perhaps they had already been lying in wait ahead. He chose not to warn anyone. Let those sorcerers distract the Xia army. This was Florin's second abandonment of his comrades. The oblivious grand sorcerers flew ahead, until a sharp howl pierced the air, and a colleague beside him was struck by an unseen attack, instantly shattering his barrier and exploding through him. Enemies. We have enemies. Finally, someone shrieked in hysteria. Their taut, nerves frantically scanning their surroundings, desperately casting defensive and reconnaissance runes to disperse. Nothing appeared. Whoosh! An attack erupted in a splendid spray of blood, and several colleagues plummeted towards the depths of the sea like objects hurled from a great height. Some sorcerers broke down in despair. His detection runes revealed no enemies. His eyes found no foes. His comrades were falling one by one. He could do nothing. The magic stones he carelessly cast into the sea were of no use. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. May the thunder illuminate your useless staff. The spear of the azure will reset your homeland. Chapter 77. The Colossus will reset your homeland. Command Center, Mingzhuo's first squadron reports. The interception mission has been successfully completed, eliminating 231 enemies, encountering the relentless resistance of the Ice God Legion's commander. Now annihilated by Commander Jiang He, no enemies remain alive. It was evident that the strategic withdrawal had failed. We are returning to base. The communication channel crackled with sound. Command Center received. Comrades, well done. In the rear of the kingdom's line, 50,000 soldiers of the Holy Covenant treaded over the corpses of mages, their expressions frigid. As they advanced towards the crumbling front lines of the kingdom, they beheld beams of light striking down from the heavens, causing thunderous echoes in the distance. Along the way, they encountered fleeing soldiers of the kingdom, who cried out in surrender, yet the Holy Covenant troops relentlessly continued to drive their swords into the chests of their foes. For the commanding presence of Zhongxi Xingyan, a formidable figure who had stood unyielding against several powerful mages of the kingdom, coldly issued the decree, no prisoners shall be taken. Thus, the Holy Covenant soldiers were devoid of any hesitation. On another front, after ravaging the entire kingdom's lines and unleashing several rounds of bombardment with heavy artillery, the Xia army stepped into this realm of corpses, where blood pooled in the ravines, forming rivers, and the earth lay scorched and blackened. Yet, a significant number of the enemy still remained, desperately retaliating against the approaching Xia forces. They believed they would emerge victorious, for the Xia were merely mere mortals. What capacity could they possibly have to defeat them? However, the combat prowess of the Xia army shattered the decayed perspectives of the mages. Their advanced individual defense platforms could lock onto and automatically retaliate against any mage attempting to strike within a mere 2 seconds, reducing the exhausted mages to mere flesh. Clad in newly crafted exoskeleton combat suits, the Xia soldiers could withstand the flames of magic without perishing, and their protective visors could discern all living entities within their line of sight in a fraction of a second through techniques such as breath imaging and molecular imaging. All the Xia army needed to do was to launch their assaults towards the designated targets. They could effortlessly dispatch ordinary mages as if they were mere obstacles on the roadside. This battle had become a one-sided harvest from the very beginning. The arrogant kingdom was finally paying the price. On January 16th, the kingdom's front was utterly annihilated. The Xia army reported the destruction of 960,000 enemies, with 0 prisoners taken, sustaining only 5,000 light injuries, over 300 severe injuries, and more than 80 fatalities. The corpses on this battlefield were all collected. Jingguan, 49. Most of the magical kingdom was handed over to the Holy See, and it was unfathomable that the peace-loving, agrarian Holy Covenant was also constructing Jingguan. Are you not the same? This battle had reached its conclusion, and Aloan, who had single-handedly slain a grand mage of the kingdom, returned to the frontline command of the Xia army, while the disgruntled Bishop Sui departed. In her leisure time, Aloan would stay by Ning's side. Her demeanor was gentle, and when not engaged in duties, she favored wearing a long dress that he had gifted her. They had been registered as a couple for several years, and that cherished red book remained in her possession. Today, she took it out for a photograph, published in the newspapers of the Holy Covenant and the Great Xia, garnering much attention. The sun was warm as she responded to inquiries regarding Jingguan. We are all advocates of peace. However, pacifism is not synonymous with cowardice, nor does it embody timidity. When it unleashes its wrath, it can be more terrifying and turbulent than militarism. Great Xia is a prime example, is it not? The corpses of the kingdom's mages will be returned to the Holy Covenant's homeland. We will plant them in the fields. This declaration was never a jest. With the loss of the kingdom's front, the Dao Wei alliance faced no further obstacles within the Western continent. Soon after, hundreds of thousands of Xia troops were airdropped onto the mainland of the United Kingdom. The heavens rained steel. The Mingzhu formation and long-range strike weapons commenced a comprehensive cleansing operation against the remaining resistance forces of the Wei-Yuan alliance within the Western continent. With major heavy brigades advancing towards significant cities in the west, the world was thrown into chaos. What does it mean for the Xia army to sweep across the entirety of the Western continent? What does it mean for the Xia army to invade the United Kingdom? What does it mean for the coalition forces of the kingdom to be utterly annihilated? Upon seeing this news, the people of the old Blue Star rubbed their eyes, some believing they were still dreaming, and lay back down to sleep, while others pinched themselves, discovering it was not a dream, shaking their heads in bitter disbelief. Truly a nightmare? Why on earth are you pinching me? An angry companion asked, delivering a punch that made the recipient grimace in pain. It turned out it was not a dream. Not a dream? Not a dream. When images of Jingguan were uploaded to online platforms, the world fell silent once more. Beside Jingguan, a heavy floating tank of the Xia army stood, and the soldiers atop it gazed impassively at the photographer. This image later acquired a title, The Contempt of the United Body. On January 17th, nearly the entirety of the United Kingdom fell into despair. The newly arrived reinforcements from the kingdom became mere targets, falling one after another, as the bishops of the Holy Covenant and the commanders of the Silver Legion blocked all paths. The extraordinary must contend with the extraordinary. Ironically, they could not even measure up. Ultimately, the kingdom managed to summon a forbidden spell mage, an old man with a hunched back, donned in a purple robe, with dark, inscrutable eyes fixed intently on Jiang He, who hovered above, surveying him. She stared for a prolonged moment, approaching the classification of jumping god within the extraordinary system of the Star Sea. The kingdom could not tolerate the loss of this wormhole. The forbidden spell mage croaked as he spoke. The surrounding land withered, losing its vitality, flowers and grasses withering and emitting plumes of black smoke. While a terrifying typhoon roared offshore from the United Kingdom, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, with thunder rumbling ominously. The day was shrouded in darkness. Jiang He calmly gazed at the forbidden spell. Great Xia could not tolerate the existence of this wormhole. Her pale, godly eyes began to gleam with light. The extraordinary races of the Star Sea were rare and noble. She emerged from their ranks, belonging to the royal lineage. Having once fallen outside her clan's home planet, and nearly perished until Jiang and brought her back home. She grew up, returned to her clan's home planet, engaged in a brutal battle, cutting down several beings of the Dew level, and then enlisted in the Xia army with her lineage. It had been a long time since she had encountered an opponent. It was only because a small, arrogant light had previously circumvented her and reported to Jiang that she had been brought home after suffering a disheartening defeat. She sighed, "You cannot meet Jiang, nor can you truly contend with me. Depart, or you shall die." Such excessive confidence is unwise. The forbidden spell mage shook his head. Jiang He remained silent. Snow. A heavy snowfall began to blanket the earth, transforming it into a vast expanse of white. Good evening, comrades. Good night. Chapter 78. 90,000 pigs cannot be slaughtered in a day. News of the Xia army encountering a forbidden spell mage spread. 50,000 troops of the Holy Covenant began mobilizing towards the United Kingdom. Bishop Xi received orders and returned to the homeland, the purpose of which was unknown. The current strongest warrior of the Blue World Church, Xingyan alone, personally arrived in the United Kingdom, poised to assist in battle at any moment. While the heavily armored divisions of the Xia army had already surrounded the wormhole, at the frontline command post, Commander Jiang He faced off against the enemy. Chen Xing remarked, "The enemy's forbidden spell capabilities are terrifying, and our technological forces find it challenging to intercept them." The Wei Xing group was once easily annihilated by a single forbidden spell mage, striking fear into their hearts. "Prepare the giant golden tree," Jiang He simply stated. "Understood." Chen Xing nodded and departed. At the wormhole, desolation reigned. The world seemed divided into two realms, one engulfed in relentless snow, the other shrouded in gray, with tendrils of black smoke swirling. The clash began unbeknownst to all. Jiang He's figure flickered amidst the falling snow, and a colossal snowflake apparition appeared in the sky, enveloping the wormhole, as surging whites began to press against the lifeless gray surrounding the forbidden spell mage. The mage snorted coldly. The emaciated arms delicately wielded the staff, suddenly flashing with a glimmering silver light that grazed his body, severing the colossal peak behind the old man in an instant. The incision was remarkably smooth. The mountains crumbled, triggering an avalanche. The spear, the incantation of the kingdom's forbidden spell, resonated as the staff was brandished. Tendrils of black smoke siphoned the meager vitality of the land, and behind it, intricate dark runes bestowed power, revealing a pair of obsidian eyes fixated on Jiang He in the sky, which then coalesced into a massive black spear. It descended from the heavens, plummeting in an instant, aimed directly at the indistinct, misty silver-haired figure that had materialized atop the Yongyin Wangzhua. He intoned the sacred words, "Winter's sovereignty." Suddenly, the world fell silent. Under the immense snowflakes suspended in the sky, the domain of winter emerged, the falling snow ceased. The great spear remained motionless, and the world appeared to stagnate, leaving only a leisurely figure pointing towards the horrifying forbidden spell. A flash of silver light swept past. Jiang Bai's vision within the satellite imagery faded, and the location of the wormhole transformed into a desolate wasteland. Ultimately, news arrived from the frontline corps regarding a great victory in the Joint Kingdom's landing operation. The sun never sets on the United Kingdom, yet its entire territory succumbed. As the remaining support mages were slaughtered, the magical kingdom irrevocably lost all lands on the Blue Star. And the wormhole could no longer open in this region under the control of the Summer Army's might. The two realms were completely severed. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Bai returned to the frontline command center, her pristine combat uniform stained with a hint of blood. She paid it no mind, casting a glance at the slightly dazed Jiang He and the other commanders, lifting her chin slightly while holding a head devoid of a body, which she discarded onto the command table. A great victory, she proclaimed. The kingdom's forbidden spell was thus vanquished, once. It was powerful enough to sweep away dozens of legions of Xia and more, yet upon the arrival of reinforcements from home, it had become akin to a roadside carcass. Sun Ning felt the weight of this loss deeply. He suddenly envisioned a conversation between the king of the magical kingdom and his ministers. My loyal minister, our kingdom's forbidden spell is indeed formidable, but still rather mundane. Are there no mightier mages? The minister replied, Indeed, your majesty, there are. The frontline commander of the Summer Army has kicked our forbidden spell to its demise. And there are 9 other grand mages who have met the same fate. Their heads now rested atop the capital's highest peak. At that moment, within the homeland of the magical kingdom, the royal palace was draped in opulence yet shrouded in gloom. Another minister was dragged out, wailing, by indifferent guards. The aged king reclined on the golden throne above the hall, his gaze obscure and silent. After a long pause, he inquired, Lost? Lost. A prince knelt trembling on the ground, scarcely able to believe the events of recent days. On January 6th, the Alliance sent word demanding fresh troops for the summer campaign, proclaiming their intent to annihilate the resilient Xia. Resilient? At that time, he thought not. Merely a group of mortals. Yet as the leading civilization of the Alliance's extraordinary side, the magical kingdom had to occasionally flex its muscles, lest those who rely solely on technology remain oblivious to the grandeur of true might. Thus, 3 divisions of the Withering Army arrived at the front line of the Blue World. On January 8th, the leading Grand Mage Baroque reported back that they had already stationed on the territory of the United Kingdom and would formally step into Xia the following day. Baroque confidently declared that it would take not a month, but merely a few days to seize the central hub of Xia. The royal court erupted in praise. On January 9th, the 3 divisions merged with the Wei Xing Group's forces, advancing aggressively towards the last defensive line of Xia, the Luoning Mountain. The royal court deemed this an inevitable victory. Could the summer people, like ants, contend against powerful mages? Impossible. Until urgent military news from the Alliance returned, the court, which had been ready to celebrate with champagne, fell into a dreadful silence. The silence within the royal court was deafening. What did the military report state? The aged king inquired. A knight, summoning his courage, read aloud. On January 9th, the 3 divisions of the magical kingdom's Withering Army, in conjunction with the Wei Xing Alliance, attacked the defensive line of Xia at Luoning Mountain. The enemy's entire army was annihilated? The old king smiled. Yes, the knight swallowed hard. However, it was our army that was entirely obliterated. The knight was dragged away and beheaded, blood spilling for hundreds of meters. The king, in a furious rage, smashed several jade cups, which the kingdom's farmers labored a lifetime to afford. He could not comprehend. He was profoundly shocked. Before the kingdom could respond, news from the Blue World arrived once more. The Star Sea Xia Alliance declared war on the great magical kingdom. The Star Sea? The Xia Alliance? The Alliance's FB reconnaissance department informed them that this newly emerged Xia was a civilization that unified its homeland world, its technology rivaling that of the Wei Xing group. Yet who knows why they all call themselves Xia? The same language, the same banner. A new civilization? The reason? The old king asked darkly. To avenge the millions of fallen commoners of Xia. Another knight spoke up, only to be dragged away and executed, as the ministers hastily condemned his foolish words. Who would declare war for commoners? Perhaps the kingdom's forces injured one of their noble elites, someone suggested. Upon hearing this, the ministers readily agreed. Indeed, it must be so. Certainly, that is the case. Yet discussions aside, on January 11th, the kingdom's heavy troops had already set forth to teach that Xia a lesson, ensuring they learned to respect the ancient civilizations. On January 12th, the kingdom's main forces encountered no engagement with the Summer Army. On January 14th, still no engagement with the Summer Army. On January 16th, over 900,000 coalition forces encountered the main force of the Summer Army and were instantly overwhelmed. The sky fell. It truly fell. Even 900,000 pigs would not be slaughtered in a day. What of the other civilizations in the alliance? Where was that damned coalition? The old king roared in fury, his white hair falling in the hall. Then, reinforcements were urgently dispatched. One batch after another of elite troops fell, with negotiation teams being cut down upon meeting, their bodies discarded outside the headquarters of the United Kingdom's alliance without a word. In the end, the kingdom could only summon its foundational forbidden spell at any cost. This year, I demand double the talents. The spell replied blandly. The king gritted his teeth and agreed. Very well. For the future of the kingdom, we must first make sacrifices of our people. Then the forbidden spell perished. The wormhole could no longer be opened. The aged king, drained of strength, sighed. Lost, let it be lost. The Summer Army surpassed the kingdom's imagination. They could not engage in a protracted war against such an enemy, for their methods were ruthless. One could only imagine the bloodshed they would unleash upon the kingdom's homeland. Fortunately, the wormhole was closed. No matter what, they could not come through. Chapter 79. Call the Summer Army with a single tap on the app, January 17th. In recent days, the snow in Mengtea City has suddenly ceased to fall, and the sky has rarely cleared. Ethan is unsure of the reason behind this change. Yet he inexplicably feels an unprecedented sense of ease. The oppressive foreign overlords have fled in a frantic retreat, seemingly due to the approach of the Summer Army. No, it is not an approach. They have already arrived. With his head bowed, Ethan hurries down the street, where chaos reigns. People are hastily gathering their belongings, perhaps to escape or to firmly shut their doors and windows. The tales of the Summer Army's brutality have spread far and wide. Calls of alarm resonate throughout the area. The Summer Army has entered the city. Hurry, return home. Do not obstruct the way. Quickly, seek shelter. The Summer Army has come to town. The survivors of the old nation of Blue Star have grown accustomed to living in fear. And the narrative that the Summer Army does not harm the people of Blue Star has evidently not reached this place. Perhaps it has, but few are aware, and even fewer believe it. They cannot fathom why some individuals are excitedly welcoming the Summer Army into the city, fearing capture and forced labor. Ethan's heart races with anxiety. Once he returns to his dilapidated, leaky abode, he can barely exhale in relief. He rubs his long-neglected stomach and hastily consumes a half-piece of hard bread. Yet, hunger still gnaws at him. Outside, the streets are heavy with the sound of footsteps, marching in unison, drawing ever closer. The Summer Army has entered the city. Ethan cautiously approaches the boarded-up window, peering through the cracks with his murky, dimmed eyes to observe the scene outside. A strange yet familiar crimson fills his vision. Countless others are just like him. On January 18th, the second day of the Summer Army's arrival, nothing seems to have changed here. The sky remains clear, and there are no reports of homes being looted or burned. Only the banners of the great summer flutter between the tall buildings. Still, Ethan remains filled with trepidation. He witnesses waves of people being driven out of the city. These individuals protest fiercely, attempting to resist, while the Summer Army outside appears utterly indifferent, sending them off to meet their fate at the slightest provocation. Blood stains the streets of Mengtea, a faint metallic scent lingering in the air, soon to be replaced by an eerie cleanliness. In times past, before the arrival of foreign civilizations, the streets were never this immaculate. In his fear, Ethan contemplates whether he too might one day become one of those sent out of the city, his fate uncertain, yet he senses that death may be looming. The cannon fire from outside has not ceased, as if executing some unknown judgment. On January 19th, a light snow falls. Today, it seems a temporary food distribution point has opened, and a delicious aroma makes Ethan swallow frequently, his breath becoming heavy. It appears to be a porridge favored by the summer people, alongside familiar bread. Yet, Ethan still dares not venture outside, until he hears a voice call from outside. "Comrade, are you home? Please open the door." The fluent language of the United Kingdom echoes from beyond the threshold. Ethan's pupils constrict in fear. He surveys his dilapidated dwelling, devoid of any hiding spots. The person outside waits patiently, and he realizes he has been discovered, tightly gripping the crucifix. "Oh God, please protect me." Trembling, he opens the door. Contrary to his expectations of violent coercion, the few members of the Summer Army merely draw a small amount of blood from him, conducting some examination with a portable device. He sees the soldier examining the results shake his head. Not from the Alliance. Consequently, the demeanor of the soldiers visibly softens. And shortly after, They provide him with an identity code, upon which his information and photograph are affixed, advising him to keep it safe. Name, Ethan Walter. Original affiliation, the United Kingdom of the Setting Sun, Old Nation of Blue Star. Code, 469-1344. You look quite hungry, one soldier remarks, pointing outside with a smile. You can go get some food, just remember to take your identity code. All right, Ethan replies, his head downcast. As he steps into a city that has become somewhat unfamiliar under the light snow, he even hears the sound of children laughing. Previously, Mingtea City had been stifling, overshadowed by the Alliance. But with the arrival of the Summer Army, everything has changed. Ethan, someone recognizes him. It is a former neighbor with whom he shared a cordial relationship, now appearing more vibrant, even sporting a new hairstyle. Have you downloaded the Tuxia app? What? Ethan responds, confused. What is the Tuxia app? It's a great thing. Hurry, give me your phone. The neighbor eagerly takes Ethan's long-unused phone, which, unbeknownst to him, now has full signal strength. The neighbor fiddles with it and downloads a red application. Now register and log in. Your identity code. Oh, I've filled in my invitation code for you. I swear by God I mean no harm. We'll both earn points. The neighbor chuckles. Ethan scratches his head, overwhelmed by hunger, and heads straight to the food distribution point. There are buns, bread, and milk. The summer personnel eye him, perhaps recognizing his hunger, and generously offer him extra, urging him to eat slowly. Ethan is taken aback. Tears well in his eyes. After devouring the delicious food in a ravenous frenzy and returning home with a bag of large bread, he sobs, admitting that the great summer is indeed wonderful. It is no wonder that the capable Alliance is retreating in defeat. Ethan opens his phone and accesses the application. Tuxia app. Name, Ethan Walter. Region, Summer-ruled United Kingdom of the Setting Sun. Registered users in this region, 1,673,187. New registrations today, 64,943. Ethan Walter scrolls up and down in bewilderment, discovering several functions. Report blue traitors, those who betray Blue Star. Report Alliance enemies. One-click call for the Summer Army. Task Center. Invite Blue Star compatriots to register. And you can earn points. Points can be exchanged for a variety of affordable and quality items, or directly converted into Summer Yuan. Check-in. First-time check-in grants 10 eggs or bread. Summer Army news updates. Good evening, comrades. Good night.